As a kid, I was a massive fan of DC Comics characters like Batman, Superman, Green Lantern, The Flash, Green Arrow, and The Atom being some of my favorites. The first DC film I remember seeing in theaters was probably The Dark Knight. At the time, there were not a ton of superhero films coming out. I missed Superman Returns and Batman Begins, and pretty much everything before that came out when I was an infant. Or not born. Regardless, The Dark Knight got me into Batman, and subsequently, I started buying comics and was much more of a DC fan than a Marvel fan. I think the deeper legacy of DC characters with generations of heroes often interested me more than Marvel's kind of stagnant heroes continuing for 60 odd years. Marvel really only started doing legacy heroes more recently, starting around the Marvel Now era. They became much bigger, and oftentimes they reverted or coexisted with their original versions. Regardless, a shared film universe of DC characters was almost a given, especially after Marvel's success with the MCU. The DCEU, or DCCU as it was originally called, was Warner Brothers and DC's response to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Unlike Marvel, however, Warner Brothers planned to have a less regulated style of filmmaking, allowing the films to vary more than the MCU, which kind of had a house style. This would create a more clear divide as time went on, and the quality of DC's films were less regulated, which I think created higher highs and lower lows within the DCEU and just DC films in general. In contrast, Marvel, especially during the earlier MCU, had a baseline quality, with most films being decent and very few excelling, but I digress. It is interesting to note, aside from the MCU, the DCEU has been the only really successful modern cinematic universe, with the MonsterVerse making some waves but definitely not having the volume of the latter two. However, its downfall and upcoming reboot isn't exactly unexpected, not from a lack of trying by several creatives throughout its decades in the spotlight, however. Rapidly shifting leadership at Warner Brothers and a lack of a cohesive vision began taking a toll on the box office. I also think part of it falls down to superhero fatigue, which is getting pretty tangible in today's age, especially since Marvel's box office tickets have been slipping as well. It's not exclusively a DC thing. Attempts to create a shared universe behind the characters from DC started back in 2002 with a cancelled Batman vs Superman movie that didn't go anywhere. Then again with an attempt at a Justice League movie that also didn't get off the ground by George Miller of Mad Max fame. One last unsuccessful attempt at establishing the universe would come when Warner Brothers made 2011's Green Lantern starring Ryan Reynolds, which would be a commercial and critical failure. Around the time of that film's release, Henry Cavill and Watchmen director Zack Snyder would be announced to be taking a crack at the Superman legacy in a film that would ultimately become Man of Steel. This would launch the DCEU, which ended up having 16 films and one television series. While that isn't a terrible run, it definitely pales in comparison to the MCU, which has a much broader scope and several more projects under its belt. That's not even to say anything about the massive amount of cancelled films in the universe and often troubled productions, with talent like Jared Leto, Ezra Miller, Amber Heard, and Joss Whedon all going through massive public controversies while working on DC projects. Critically, the films were all over the place, and the box office grab also varied, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. It's worth noting, at this time, Marvel rebounded pretty well, and Matt Reeves' Batman also did pretty well, from the COVID numbers, which were down significantly, but Marvel's still showing a tangible slip, and a lot of movies just aren't hitting the box office that they used to.
When Man of Steel was announced, I was a 14-year-old child YouTuber that focused primarily on doing reviews of DC toys. I was pretty excited, so I made my first video that was over an hour long. It was a history of Superman that covered the character's history from conception to 2014 leading up to the Man of Steel movie. When I finally saw the film, I saw it in the theater and I thought it was pretty decent. I didn't quite like it as much as the Christopher Reeves films, which I absolutely loved at that time. But I thought seeing a new take on Superman and Zod was fairly refreshing, and I dug the almost Dark Knight-esque direction they took. I was pretty excited for the ill-fated sequel as well. The development of Man of Steel started in 2008, a couple years after Superman Returns failed to re-establish the character the way Warner Brothers hoped. Interestingly, Warner Bros. Actually started out by looking for ideas within the comic industry, talking to people like Mark Waid, Jeff Johns, and Jim Lee. Ideas included a Superman trilogy that they compared to the Godfather trilogy, with it essentially being an 8-hour epic cut into 3 parts and released yearly. Around this same time, when working on The Dark Knight Rises, David Goyer gave some ideas for Superman to Christopher Nolan, who helped to start the pitching process for Man of Steel as we know it, and would go on to produce the film as well. Several big directors were considered to helm this new version of Superman, including Matt Reeves, Guillermo del Toro, Robert Zemeckis, and Darren Aronofsky, before finally settling on Zack Snyder. My speculation his hiring was in part due to the connection he has with Warner Brothers, given that he produced 2 other DC adaptations, Watchmen and 300 previously, which were popular and started to make Zack Snyder a household name, especially among comic book and action movie fans. The movie was designed to have some very on-the-nose themes, with Superman being compared to Jesus and Zod Hitler with his Kryptonian eugenics ideology. Do these allegories add up in the film or really have any place in a Superman film? I don't know, perhaps. Anyways, that's the background of Man of Steel. Let me peel back the layers and take a deeper look. The story of Man of Steel is based on multiple eras of Superman's life and is a pretty hard origin story. Shortly after Kal-El's birth, a war broke out on Krypton due to the world's imminent collapse. Zod betrays the Kryptonian Council and kills Jor-El, and then is subsequently sent to the Phantom Zone with several of his co-conspirators. It is too late, however, the planet is doomed, and in a last-ditch effort to preserve something from Krypton, Kal-El is sent to Earth, seemingly the last person in the Kryptonian race. As time goes on, Kal comes to Earth and is named Clark Kent to better adapt to humans. Clark has a hard time finding a place in the world at first, traveling and working odd jobs, not sure if he should be the hero his compulsion tells him to be, or stay hidden the way his parents taught him. Eventually, his hand is forced when General Zod returns after escaping the Phantom Zone with the powerful Black Zero machine, which he hopes to use to change the atmosphere of Earth to be more like Krypton. Meanwhile, Clark's cells also held a DNA codec that could create a new breed of Kryptonians. Clark then embraces his destiny and becomes Superman, ultimately being forced to choose to sacrifice what's left of his people for the good of the human race and ultimately defeating Zod and stopping his plot against Earth. I'll go more into the characters that are featured's comic book backgrounds in a bit, but at this point I want to break down the motivations of all the primary characters and tell you my thoughts. Superman's journey throughout the film is that of self-reflection and a decision on where to take his future. However, at times he feels a bit passive and directionless, with his ultimate decision to become Superman being forced by the appearance of Zod. That's not necessarily a criticism, but it makes his choice to change into a hero a bit subtle. The voices opposing this change being his father Jonathan, and the voices towards his transition into becoming a hero primarily being Jor-El's projection on his spaceship. I think Jonathan Kent is probably the weakest character in the film, and while I understand he hopes to hide Clark's abilities and stuff, they just have him rattle off philosophical nonsense. It also doesn't really weigh on Clark's decision to pick up the cape. Ultimately, Jonathan's sacrifice seems pretty pointless and rushed. It also seems a bit out of character. Superman likes helping people because it's his responsibility. I think it would have been more poignant if he had a conversation with his father and explained the world needed him instead of just crying while his dad spouts nonsense. I think we needed to see more out of him and his reasonings for the things he did. The film definitely could have moved more time into this character, especially with how bloated the Krypton stuff felt at the beginning, being 20 minutes of the film that for some reason is recapped to the audience in 30 seconds around 30 minutes after we saw those events unfold originally in front of us. Clark often lacks much personality or character, being pretty quiet. And while honestly Cavill looks great as Superman, when he's talking I don't think he's that great in the film. We should also probably discuss Superman and religion, a real half-baked theme that keeps rearing its ugly head in this film. Zack clearly intended to make Superman Space Jesus, which is fine if it made any sense. Yes, he's the last son of a dying planet, but other than that, Superman should be a relatively regular guy, thus integrating better with the world and explaining why he does what he does. When Superman first appeared in the late 30s, he primarily fought corrupt landlords and politicians. He wasn't dying for the sins of man. He was a dude that had extra powers he was using to stand up for the little guy. Zack has Kal be the first Kryptonian born naturally in centuries. I don't get that. You're telling me Kryptonians don't get freaky and have accident babies? How has not one other baby been accidentally birthed on an entire planet in literally centuries? If there's some form of genital mutilation that takes place, why was Jor-El and Laura not mutilated genitally? And it makes no logical sense. I hate it. And don't worry, none of the future films expand on this idea either. Also, somehow the whole genetic code was grafted to Superman's cells, and he has the key to Kryptonian's revival, again making him Kryptonian Jesus. I just don't get Zack's fascination with it, and I think it's stupid. Also, Superman at one point goes to church and is like praying with a pastor. He won't shut up about God and stuff. I have no problem with characters having some religious beliefs if it's cooked into the character. Think Marvel's Daredevil. But Superman isn't a religious character. His creators were Jewish, which makes no sense that now he's an incredibly Catholic character, but also never really baked anything particularly Jewish into Superman's character and used him as a power fantasy that stands up for the little guy and the oppressed. But Superman is meant to be a universal hero. Anyone should feel like they can relate to Superman, and anyone should be able to have the Superman fantasy. I think stripping him away from being a POV character into this more religious higher power makes him way less relatable than he was in his early iterations, and is sort of a huge fundamental flaw with the film and its philosophy, especially since these themes weren't really followed up on in any meaningful way in the following two films. Regardless, Lois Lane is pretty proactive in this film and pretty quickly unravels the mystery of Superman. In the comics it took a long time, not officially knowing until the 80s when they decided to make the characters get married. I think this is a positive change since Lois at times felt a little shallow chasing around Superman in the comics, and while she was proactive, she occasionally came off as the airheaded woman stereotype in the comics, with her just doing blatantly dumb things in an attempt to get more face time with Superman. In this more serious and grounded world, with a tremendous talent behind the character, it feels perhaps more fitting to have her figure out pretty quickly who Superman is. I think it also allows for a more humanistic reason for Lois and Superman to ultimately fall in love, because she isn't actively rejecting Clark for the reason that he isn't as much of a Chad as Superman, only to later fall in love with Clark when she finds out he's Superman. I think it works better for this version of the character, and while I understand in the comics it's integral to her character for a long time to kind of try to discover Superman with him one-upping her, in a more modern film I don't think it works as well, and I think there's a solid reason for about half of Superman's history up to this point. Lois is known in some form that Superman was Clark. Jor-El is more essential in this film than your typical Superman story. The first 20 minutes of this film, which arguably could have been cut, at least adds a pretty solid Russell Crowe performance. Jor-El knows from the start of the film that Krypton is fucked, and he plans to encode the DNA of all Kryptonians into Kal's cells and send them to Earth, which is hampered by this large civil war taking place on Krypton. The only thing I don't understand about his master plan is why he encoded his son with the Kryptonian DNA when he knows the revival of Kryptonians would spell the end of the human race, as his hologram implies in the film. I don't really understand why he would do this, besides the potential drama added to the plot when General Zod tries to kill Superman to get the code. General Zod is actually a pretty good villain. He's your average space Hitler, which isn't really anything new, but you actually sense a real motivation for what he's doing. He has a chance to bring back Krypton, and he will do it no matter what, even if it takes killing humanity. While he also wants to see Krypton politically follow him, he has a strange love for his people and wants to see them return to their former glory. We also get a lot of scenes that show his motivation, and I'd say he's a more solid villain than most superhero films have. He's definitely a horrible person, but you understand what would lead him to follow this path for the most part. It feels like something that would realistically happen based on the sequence of events. If he fled his dying planet he fought for, especially given that he saw the Council on Krypton politically inadequate and blames them for the demise of Krypton, which, despite his desperate attempts, he failed to stop. He couldn't give a shit about humans because of his colonial beliefs that Kryptonians are superior and deserve to thrive over a weaker race. You know, like every imperial government ever. He's essentially Superman's Napoleon. It's actually some commentary that worked pretty well, if that's what they were going for. And I think the film should have focused more on Zod and less on Superman being Space Jesus, because Zod is really solid in the film and really steals the show. The film looks pretty good for the most part, at least it looks pretty unique. Most superhero films of the last 10 years have had the superhero movie look that I think really took off after Joss Whedon made The Avengers, which is perhaps the most boring looking superhero film of all time. I'm not saying by any means it's the worst looking, but the regulation of cinematography to make them all look like they take place in the same world has been a plague to the superhero genre. The house-style cinematography doesn't look terrible per se, but it makes a rewatch of something like Man of Steel a little more satisfying, since it looks more like a film in its own right, with even some great superhero films that don't really bother to make good cinematography to go with them. Granted, the film's cinematography and general feel could be described as Michael Bay meets late-era Ridley Scott, but it's still refreshing to see when compared to the house style of many other superhero films. Tonally, the film is fairly confused at points, and I think a lot of that comes down to Cavill and how Superman is written. Half the time, Superman just watches stuff happen with a blank expression, shaped almost entirely by the characters that surround him. So one moment, it feels like Superman is a beacon of hope when he's around Martha. Then he's sad and depressed when he's with his father. Then in the next moment, he meets Jor-El's hologram thing on a spaceship, and it's kinda whimsical. When he's around Zod, he goes emo and reluctantly breaks Zod's neck, which I know people hate, but it kind of makes sense in the context of the world since, how are they going to imprison this crazy homicidal General Zod who literally wants to destroy the world and they have no means of containing him or killing him? Seems like that would bring up some logistical problems. Plus, Zod was like, kill me or I'll slaughter these civilians. It was the only way to stop Zod's onslaught, so I understand why he did it. It also weighed on Superman, and his grief in killing the only other link to his heritage comes through in one of Cavill's only decent moments in the film. The editing in this film, for the most part, works. The only part that really gets to me is when they hard switch from a straight origin story to an alien invasion story. For some reason, Zod requests the humans give up Superman via TV, or the invasion would begin. Well, for one, why the hell would they hack every screen in the world to do this? They know specifically that humans are much weaker compared to Superman. How are they going to get Superman? Superman also hasn't revealed himself as a hero yet, so the world doesn't know who he is, so everyone's probably like, who the fuck is this guy? It would make more sense if the government knew Superman, but alas, whatever. The moment happens, and then comes the most tonal whiplash I've ever received. From here, it feels like, okay, this is a totally different movie now. It regains its legs pretty quickly, but from there it's pretty much basic non-stop action, and a lot of the character moments and themes that Zack Snyder were trying to set up kind of go out the window in favor of Superman punches stuff. From here I'm going to talk about the characters and where they were adapted from. I'm going to do this in every part because I like talking about comic books and other media related to these characters, so bear with me. Superman's first appearance is Action Comics #1, his original creators being Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. This is their second attempt to make a character called Superman, however, the original being a villain who was a telepath in a short story called Reign of the Superman, which interestingly would inspire the name of Dan Jurgens' story, Reign of the Supermen, which was kind of a sequel to The Death of Superman. His basic origin is that he is a baby on a dying planet called Krypton and was sent to Earth to eventually become Superman. Superman went through a lot of variations over the years, with the Man of Steel version of the character not particularly following any previous adaptations of the character, obviously taking elements from Superman here and there, but unlike a Superman adaptation like Christopher Reeve's take from the 70s and 80s, which drew heavily from the 60s and 70s version of Superman, it's pretty clear this version of Superman didn't have much of a blueprint. The only one that's kind of similar is the New 52, where they made him a little darker and changed up his suit to be somewhat reminiscent of what Superman was wearing in this film, but based on the time it probably took to make this film, I suspect this film was already in production, and this general aesthetic was planned to carry over into both the comics and the film world. That version of Superman, the more edgy New 52 one, would eventually merge with his pre-52 self and become more of the status quo Superman that we all know. So, comics get really confusing. I'm not going to explain stuff as much as I probably should because to me it all makes sense. So you'll just have to deal with that sometimes. But Superman merges with other Superman and becomes the Superman. So, Man of Steel ties kind of directly into the creation of the New 52 Superman, I speculate, at least to some extent. And this kind of cross-pollination between media and comics is fairly common, with the radio show from the late 40s and 50s adding kryptonite as well as Superman's ability to fly in the comics, which didn't appear in his earliest adaptations. General Zod, or Drew Zod, first appeared in Adventure Comics 283 as an adversary of Superboy. He was a pretty minor character in his first appearance, but later his role would expand and he'd become a more common threat as part of Superman's rogues gallery, especially following Superman 2. This is another case of comics and media kind of cross-pollinating to create a bigger character. I'm guessing Zod was chosen for this film probably mostly due to his cultural impact from the version we saw in Richard Lester's Superman 2. With this character having fairly similar ambitions to that of the character in Superman 2, that being to kind of track down Superman and defeat him to take over the world. Of course, this one kind of has the eugenics themes and DNA coding to create new Supermen theme, but you know what? The idea is there, and my point is, stuff will get pulled from the comics back into the movies, and back and forth. But anyways, Laura Larvon, the wife of Jor-El and the mother of Superman, first appeared in the Superman newspaper strip. For a while during the 30s and 40s, Superman had a tie-in news strip that had art and was written by the series creators Joe Shuster and Jerry Siegel. In the movie, Laura doesn't do a ton in the Krypton segments, with the Krypton sequences mostly being spearheaded by Jor-El. Jor-El is pretty much a secondary lead of this film and is very essential to the story in this film. He also originated in a newspaper strip before coming to the mainline comics, at one point even being portrayed by Marlon Brando, who made the character much more popular given his massive star power when Richard Donner casted him for the original Superman film. He's the father of Superman and a top scientist on Krypton that, along with his wife, jettisons his infant son in order to save his life. Lois Lane first appeared in Action Comics #1 along with Superman and was always Clark Kent's primary love interest. I like Amy Adams in the role. She doesn't particularly look anything like Lois, but who cares? She has the attitude, and as a proactive reporter who is interested in Superman and puts herself in reasonable danger, risking her life to unravel the mystery of who is this Superman. It is in contrast to Margot Kidder, who is also pretty iconic in the role, and had more of the attitudes of the 60s Lois Lane, jumping off buildings in order to test her Superman theories, which, while I suppose is dangerous and proactive in a way, is also more stupid, and she seems more obsessed with Superman in he's a hunky guy kind of way, than actually trying to unravel the story first and foremost like Amy Adams did. Perry White's first appearance was in the radio series from the 40s, in the second episode called Clark Kent Reporter, and he later folded into the comics several months later in Superman issue 7. I really like Lawrence Fishburne's take on the character. He's kind of a grumpy hard ass that ultimately loves the story his papers tell and will give his reporters a hard time in order to push for greatness from his paper. I thought he was great casting overall, even if his role is somewhat minor in the film. Musically, the score isn't bad. I actually found myself humming it for a bit after the most recent rewatch, which is good. Hans Zimmer did a pretty good job, and since they fully ditched the iconic John Williams Superman score for something new, they needed to come with some heat for the film to deliver a score that could stand up to that original iconic score. The film lacks an end credits scene, and this is kind of refreshing to me, since lately superhero end credits scenes feel less like hype for what's next, and more a horrible headache designed to make the world even more confused by the plot lines that may or may not pay off. DC is incredibly guilty of this, which we'll get into later, but I think of other classic end credit scenes that have seemingly gone nowhere in the last few years, like Harry Styles as Star Fox at the end of Eternals, or Charlize Theron as Cleo at the end of Doctor Strange. These days, I normally skip the end credit scenes because they usually leave me disappointed, and generally I'd rather release my bladder than watch the end credit scenes that I don't really care about. But for this video, we're going to talk about any end credit scenes and whether or not they actually led to anything, or my opinions on it if it's just like a goofy end scene. From here, I want to talk primarily about the things I liked and disliked about the films, ones that don't really fit into my larger critiques, and we'll start with the good. One thing I really wanted to highlight is the world building. Krypton especially looks pretty cool, and the technology is pretty unique from our own. I think it's pretty realistic that this world in its twilight would get in a violent war, because I think humans would do the exact same thing if faced with certain destruction. The idea of a political divide between a band of rebels and the Kryptonian Council is interesting, and ultimately It feels like it was everyone's fault that Krypton died, which is part of the reason Superman ultimately sides with humanity at the end of the movie, as he sees humanity as still having a chance to have a better tomorrow, and perhaps learn from the mistakes of Krypton. I think in general, the fights are also pretty standout and creative, and they look pretty good. Zack and his team clearly put a lot of work into storyboarding every aspect of each fight, so there's a lot of unique little sequences and actions throughout each set piece that seem to have taken a lot of work. Another great set piece was on Zod's ship when the hologram of Jor-El is using his control of the ship to close doors and open stuff, allowing Lois to escape. That scene was fun and actually had a lot of energy, which I think sometimes, especially in the later films, Zack Snyder somewhat lacks. I also like the imagery when Superman is tripping out on Kryptonian gravity, and this somehow lets Zod invade his mind, and they have a philosophical battle while Superman is on a pile of skulls. Did it make much sense? No, not really, but it was cool. Finally, the movie has more human moments, attempting to grapple with Clark's humanity, which, despite having mixed results and being a bit confused at points, was at least an attempt, since it seemed like a really easy theme for superhero films to grapple with, yet they rarely actually do. We also see some of the disastrous effects of the Black Zero up close, which shows people suffering. It's kind of depressing, and I think for better or worse, in the escapist superhero genre, it's rarely touched on. And using imagery pulled straight from Ground Zero of the World Trade Center attack for your Superman film can only be described as bold and possibly distasteful. But I kinda like the scene where Perry White's trying to save Jenny after she gets stuck under a bunch of rubble. It's also a pretty good character moment for a character I thought was somewhat underutilized in the film as well, and unfortunately underutilized going forward in this universe. Even though there's some merit to Man of Steel, it has a lot of issues. I mentioned this earlier, but for better or for worse, this movie feels like a Ridley Scott movie mixed with a Michael Bay movie. What I mean by that is that it has a lot of style, and it doesn't look bad, but it's a bit shallow for a lot of the films, and it gets a little convoluted trying to tie together a bunch of lore that isn't always super well thought out. There are also moments like when the female soldier calls Superman hot.
What are you smiling about, Captain?
Nothing, sir. I just think he's kinda hot.
That feels incredibly stupid and crowd-pleasing, like a lot of Michael Bay films.
I am directly below the enemy scrotum.
Zack Snyder isn't particularly a crowd-pleasing director, and feels like a mix of someone who wants to ooze style but also make dumb movies. And there's nothing wrong with either approach, but combining them can be a fatal recipe, as we see with the subsequent Snyder films, and also feels like a kind of common trope of the more modern Ridley Scott movies. I'm thinking of You, Napoleon. You know what else really grinded my gears? This is kind of a nitpick, but when Jor-El explains for 5 minutes to Superman exactly what happened for the first 20 minutes of the film, why would they do that? Like, we saw this. Why are we getting this exposition dump on what we saw for the first 20 minutes of the film? Like, it thinks we're so dumb we need further explanation? Or, like, a review of what happened in the first 20 minutes after an additional 30 minutes had passed? Like, it hadn't been that long. I still remember what happened. This isn't like a 6-hour movie. The scene gets a little more awkward when this capsule opens up and reveals Superman's perfectly crafted supersuit. Who the fuck made that? This ship is supposed to be like 20,000 years old, and there's just this perfectly crafted and tailored supersuit in there with the House of Al emblem on it. That was kinda odd. The film has some bad product placement too, like it's everywhere. The Smallville fight is like a huge billboard. We had 7-Eleven, U-Haul, Sears, and we even have Lois Lane interview a man in a full IHOP uniform. Also, Kevin Costner's bad in this movie and seems kinda drunk. Like, every line he has is supposed to be some wise shit, but then it makes no sense and he just kinda mumbles it off and he comes off genuinely intoxicated. I like Kevin Costner, but you can tell he didn't give a shit about this movie. Pretty much any profound dialogue from the Kents comes off as totally forced and weird, like when Martha said some shit about making the world small and all that. I just never got a sense they were actually wise because they were saying some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Also, Zod's plan is kind of messy at times. For one, why did he park the Black Zero right above Metropolis and not over like the ocean or something, or the North Pole, or somewhere where he would be kind of hidden or wouldn't have huge amounts of human resistance? I know the humans are weak compared to him, but at least the human fighter jets were acting as like a distraction and helping blow up some of those little side ships he had with the other pirates on it. But he's in America, which at this point he knows Superman is located in. And he parks over the heart of a major city, and he knows his powers, so he knows Superman's powers, so he should know that Superman can just pull up. Like, I just don't understand why he would park it right over Metropolis, other than that would be a way for Zack Snyder to bring in his 9/11 imagery, which I know he really wanted to do. And you also have to think, like, if the Black Zero machine is this super powerful force that can change the gravitational pull of a planet and make it more like Krypton, so it's inhabitable for the Kryptonians, or better inhabitable for the Kryptonians, I should say, how come when they ran the machine for like however the fuck long, did that not cause like extinction level climate change to the world? When it turns off, it doesn't just reset back to normal. Why would it do that? So I don't really understand that. And then if Zod's plan comes to fruition and he makes all of these genetic code babies that are in Superman's DNA, he's got like a team of like 20 people. How is he going to take care of all those babies and form a new civilization for Krypton? Those kids would die. They'd get hungry and they would die. Even if they were in those little like birthing pods. Like, you think like when they leave the birthing pod, they gotta learn shit. I don't know, man. Doesn't make sense to me. Where's he gonna get the birthing lake? From Krypton? Whatever. Also, for better or for worse, the first 2/3 of this film was covered in literally 3 panels in Action Comics #1, which makes me giggle a little bit, though it's fitting for the DCEU to start the same way the comic universe started with the destruction of Krypton. So, I get it, you're trying to expand the story and kind of give us something new. Okay, but to put all my thoughts on Man of Steel in one paragraph and break it down, my verdict on the film is that it's okay. It has a lot of things that really impressed me and a lot of messy elements. I think it had a lot of potential and worked for the most part, with a lot of the actors putting a lot into their roles, such as Amy Adams, Lawrence Fishburne, Russell Crowe, Michael Shannon, and Diane Lane, all being standouts. Kevin Costner felt pretty phoned in, and Henry Cavill felt a bit in over his head, with him also seeming a bit confused about what angle to take this character in, because between scenes, Superman shifts dramatically in mood and ideology. The screenplay was pretty bloated, and while I didn't love every idea that it had, at least they tried to make something fitting of an epic. And besides the awkward editing moment with Zod's TV announcements, the editing felt pretty coherent, and most of the flashbacks and stuff were tied in pretty well. So overall, I passively like this movie. I think it's fine. I have critiques, but it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, and compared to a lot of what comes out in the DCEU later, I think this was kind of a high point for the universe. Not the high point, but a high point. It's fine. Man of Steel made $688 million against a budget of $250 million. With marketing, that means it probably made like $200 to $300 million, which isn't a terrible box office haul, and led to them greenlighting Zack Snyder's next project, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. On Rotten Tomatoes, the film ended up with a critic score of 56%, with a lot of critics praising the action but complaining that the film fell a bit too heavily into the action cliches of the day. Metacritic had a 55 out of 100, which is a similar score to Rotten Tomatoes, which doesn't always happen because the film grading between Rotten Tomatoes and Metacritic is substantially different. Metacritic going based on critic average to create an average score, and Rotten Tomatoes going with whether or not the film review was considered positive. There were other critics that complained that the film stripped a lot of joy from the Superman character, with not much covered in terms of new ground on the screen when compared to the previous 5 Superman entries. Comics creators were equally mixed on the project, with Dan Jurgens, one of the most iconic modern Superman authors, thinking the movie was great, while Mark Waid, who worked on the character a lot as well, was a little more negative on it. Waid said the film felt joyless, which he felt betrayed the character. Where other iconic creatives like Grant Morrison and Neil Adams were a little torn on the movie and felt Superman killings fundamentally went against the character's spirit. I really respect these artists and writers' works, and I know their impact on the character's history, so it's kind of interesting hearing what they have to say on this movie, which, clearly by the critical response has a fairly mixed reaction. Man of Steel didn't exactly blow up the award shows either, with the Best Award coming from New Now Next Awards, which gave the award for must-see summer movie, before the film even released. However, Henry Cavill got another award nomination at that same awards ceremony, being nominated for the coveted 'Cause You're Hot award at the same ceremony, but ultimately being beaten out. Overall, based on the critical and commercial reception of Man of Steel, a sequel was planned that eventually became Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice.
Okay, after Man of Steel, we need to take a pause and address the fact that after Man of Steel was considered a success, Warner Brothers decided they wanted to move forward with their own cinematic universe using this film as its launching pad. They ended up doing just that, announcing the now infamous 2014 slate. Let's break it down. The slate consisted of the next 12 films in the DCEU, 2 of which were listed as untitled DC films slated for 2018 and 2019. One of these was presumably Ben Affleck's Batman, but that is only speculation. My reaction to 2014's slate launch was as follows: Batman v Superman, cool. It will be crazy to see these two share the screen in live action. Suicide Squad, I guess it could be cool, but Suicide Squad was never really something I knew much about at the time. Wonder Woman, no thoughts at that film at the time that I can recall. Justice League Part 1, cool. I like Justice League, that should be a fun film. The Flash, I absolutely love The Flash, that'll be amazing. Aquaman, oh, they're making an Aquaman film? Shazam, that's a deep cut, should be kind of fun. Justice League Part 2, cool I guess, hopefully it's good. Cyborg, why are they pushing this character? I like Cyborg in the Teen Titans, never really saw him as a Justice League character, but that's clearly what the universe was establishing here. Green Lantern Corps, despite how bad Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern was, I was probably most excited to see Warner Brothers take another shot at bringing this to screen. Of the original slate, we did see 7 of the 10 films, which, could be worse. Other than the outright cancellation of Justice League 2, Cyborg, and Green Lantern, and The Flash getting delayed for a half decade, a lot of this actually came out on schedule. But hey, 60% is still a passing grade, I guess. I think what this plan really illustrates is DC had a plan, then things started going wrong after Justice League and Batman v Superman. They started to panic, and rather than weathering the storm, they ultimately lost all direction after 2017, as evident by the over 50 canceled projects that DC never got around to making, most of which, I add, are not in this slate. Only 3 cancellations were actually in this early era. You can actually pinpoint the second the DCEU started its death spin, and it was after Justice League, as the only film on the slate that survived after Justice League was Aquaman, and I suspect that has to do with the amount of time and money already sunk into the project from the get-go. Ironically, I think if DC didn't panic, Justice League's failure would have rebounded since Aquaman went on to break $1 billion at the box office. However, it's easy to blame it all on Warner Brothers, but there's numerous other issues that ended up causing the perfect storm of controversies and changing creative directions that really derailed the universe. We'll talk about that more later, but I think this is an interesting chart to look at and remember. Overall, my impression after looking at the slate was general excitement, even though I may have changed out the Cyborg movie for something more exciting and fun, or maybe, not have put Cyborg in the Justice League in general, but they wanted to do the New 52 thing, whatever, maybe it would be good, we'd have to see the rest of the slate to find out, but whatever, never came out.
The DCEU went relatively dark for the 3 years following Man of Steel, and I was excited to see the new Batman v Superman movie. I was a senior in high school and definitely more critical than when I was a kid, but still really looked forward to seeing Batman and Superman on screen together for the first time. I remember thinking promotional material seemed a little edgy.
The red capes are coming. The red capes are coming.
And the title was stupid, but I liked Cavill as Superman and Affleck as Batman, so I was excited to give it a shot. Before the show, I was with my friend Isaiah, and we were so excited to see the movie that we went to Cold Stone Ice Cream before the show, and I got my Batman Cookie Crunch ice cream. Little did I know this would be the highlight of my night. I thought Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice was absolutely dreadful, which really bummed me out because even up to this point, while I didn't love Man of Steel, I thought it was an okay film, just a bit slow if anything, but at least it was a film. Batman v Superman was an edgy misunderstanding of the characters that I loved, that was clearly trying to push a cinematic universe and had the most groan-worthy villains I had ever seen. Suddenly, my slight optimism for the DCEU's upcoming slate turned into dread, as this would be a preview for what was to come. How does this film hold up in retrospect, though? For this review, I'm watching what fans consider to be the improved Ultimate Cut, which will hopefully clean up the messy plot a bit. Anyways, the concept of a film of Batman clashing with Superman was apparently something Warner Brothers was fascinated with for a while. The original concept for a film like this first started popping up in the early 2000s from Wolfgang Peterson, who was going to make the film based on the two characters. Since Superman hadn't had a successful film in around 15 years and Batman was failing to connect with audiences in the wake of Batman and Robin in 1998, the film was being worked on to reinvent the two characters. The film failed to launch, however, but the film's concept appeared on a billboard in Will Smith's film I Am Legend. After the success of Man of Steel, it was confirmed that the creative team would come back together for a follow-up. Rather than doing Man of Steel 2, however, it was decided it would be better to bring DC's two biggest characters to screen for the first time to launch their shared universe. It was considered briefly having this film take place retroactively in the Dark Knight universe, but they decided it'd be kind of odd to do that, since last time we saw Batman in that universe, he had passed the mantle to Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character, and Zack Snyder and Christopher Nolan ultimately decided it made more sense to recast, as the audiences would probably prefer to see Bruce Wayne as the Batman being the Batman to meet Superman on screen for the first time. Snyder confirmed the film would take elements from The Dark Knight Returns, but clarified it was not a straight adaptation. Another clear inspiration was the Death of Superman comic arc, as that story arc is essentially tied to the back end of this film. Wonder Woman would also be featured prominently, along with cameos from other Justice Leaguers. Snyder toyed with having the Joker and the Riddler show up, but ultimately cut them from the story after not finding a great way to integrate those characters into the narrative. Allegedly, the studio hated the titles Snyder picked for the film originally, which were Justice League Foundations, Justice League Rising, and Son of Sun and Night of Night. These titles all being so fucking stupid that I'm glad we got Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice, despite it also being an incredibly horrible title. However, Zack wasn't done showing his pretentious side, as he didn't like the title Batman vs. Superman Dawn of Justice. He insisted they change the title to Batman v Superman, as V sounded less combative, I guess. I don't know, as long as it's not Son of Sun and Night of Night, I consider it a big win for the fans. This movie has some minor Jesus themes cooked in by Zack Snyder, but it's more a reactionary film about 9/11 again. For some reason, Zack Snyder was really obsessed with 9/11 at this time, and how superheroes would deal with a similar tragedy. It's kinda odd, whatever. Batman sees the tragedy some bad apple Kryptonians caused, so he blames all Kryptonians and seeks to commit a hate crime against Superman, who he hates for what he did to his people. Ironically, Superman is portrayed as a Ronald Reagan Republican in The Dark Knight Returns, which this film supposedly took inspiration from. I think the only inspiration Zack actually took from The Dark Knight Returns was Batman's supersuit and the fact that the two characters fight. I think Zack is genuinely trying to say something here, which is more than I can say about Man of Steel. I just feel it's super half-baked, and the Martha solution to the conflict finally humanizing Superman is kind of dumb and cheesy. However, we can get in the review after I recap the story. Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice takes place a year and a half after the Black Zero event in Metropolis. Starting out with Bruce Wayne's point of view, we see the destruction from the ground as a human present during the disaster. This causes Bruce to actively seek out to kill Superman, as criminals always return, but killing Superman would bring a lasting change. Anyhow, Superman is now dating Lois, who was almost killed in a mission reporting on some terrorists that goes south after her photographer Jimmy Olsen turned out to be a CIA spy. Superman manages to save Lois, who ends up finding a mysterious experimental bullet. In another plotline, Lex Luthor is introduced and is obsessed with killing Superman after the Black Zero event, thinking that demons come from above rather than hell.
The devils don't come from hell beneath us, no. No, they come from the sky.
He has some political back and forth with several senators and generals, one of whom gives him access to the body of General Zod. Anyways, Bruce investigates Superman and learns of a series of other metahumans hacking Lex Luthor's computer in the basement of the library. And Superman investigates Batman by interviewing poor people as Clark Kent and determining that this Batman guy is a menace. While Bruce is hacking Lex Luthor's file, he falls into a nightmare wherein Superman is the dictator of Earth and Batman is forced to fight him and gun down all the villains. He wakes up to a version of Flash from the future who tells him Lois Lane is the key to everything. On the drive, it is revealed that Lex Luthor has a shipment of kryptonite coming to Metropolis, the only thing currently known by man to be a weakness for Superman. So Batman guns down a bunch of dudes in his car in an attempt to get the rock, but Superman arrives and the two say some edgy one-liners at each other before they head their separate ways.
Next time they shine your light in the sky, don't go to it.
Do you bleed?
Lois finds out the bullet she got from the terrorist site belongs to LexCorp. Sadly, she's too late to have her subplot pay off, as Lex Luthor planted a bomb in the wheelchair guy who was testifying against Superman at a Senate hearing, and blows up the Senate building with the hope that Superman will be blamed. Superman is, and he questions his place in the world, but then gets over it when he climbs a mountain where he meets the ghost of his father, who tells him a story that ultimately leads him to saying Martha made him realize there's good in the world or whatever.
She gave me faith that there's good in this world. She was my world. I was always here, Obi-Wan. You just were not ready to see.
And Superman realizes he needs to be Superman again. Meanwhile, Lex kidnaps Lois and Martha in an attempt to finally have Superman fight Batman, who he hopes can kill Superman, but in case they're able to team up and fight back, he created a contingency where he transforms the body of General Zod into the ancient Kryptonian monster Doomsday. Batman and Superman do fight, and while Batman gains the upper hand for a second, Superman yells that Batman has to save his mom Martha.
You're letting him kill Martha!
And I guess this makes Batman realize that he is a human at his core, since Batman also had a mom named Martha. Batman and Superman become instant allies and they go to confront Lex, but first they must fight Doomsday, who they are no match for. But then Wonder Woman shows up to help. They manage to defeat Doomsday and capture Lex, but Superman is supposedly killed in the process. The epilogue sees the world grasp with the loss of Superman, but some dirt moves on his coffin, so we know he isn't really dead. Don't worry, guys. The plot is a total clusterfuck and basically meanders around, trying and failing to find its footing on any of the many subplots it sets up, something the film embarrassingly fails at every turn. To attempt to understand Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, you have to break down the characters a bit. Batman is introduced in this film, blasting through his origin at breakneck pace. It's your standard Batman origin. While in Cram Alley, Bruce Wayne watches his parents die. This scars Bruce and makes him become the Batman. Perhaps the primary reason the scene was included is so Zack could put his Citizen Kane moment in, as, when Thomas Wayne dies, he says Martha, in a similar way to how Charles Foster Kane says Rosebud in the film Citizen Kane.
Martha.
With both intended to set up some sort of resolution in the plot. In Citizen Kane, Jerry Thompson sets out to discover the meaning of what Rosebud means, ultimately determining the world would never know what the eccentric and reclusive Kane meant by it. We get a view of people cleaning out the estate, and we see the sled being thrown in the fire, the sled saying Rosebud. Earlier in the film, we get a flashback and see Kane playing in the snow as a child when he was innocent, before his corruption by wealth and affluence. What we can glean from the film is Kane's dying moments he flashed back to his innocence, perhaps looking at it with a mix of nostalgia and regret. Zack Snyder's homage to this moment from Citizen Kane sets up that later in the movie, Batman wouldn't kill Superman because their mothers share the same name.
You're letting him kill Martha!
It isn't that deep. I guess it is the key to the movie in a way, but it's a stupid key that unlocks a flaming turd of a plot revelation, that being the fact that Batman can be cured of years and years of deep-rooted xenophobia by simply having his mom share a name with the mom of an alien. Batman's xenophobia kind of makes sense given what he's seen. Like, you understand why he'd be distrusting of Superman and his power. A hatred that should only have deepened after his nightmare vision and visit from the time-traveling Flash. But nah, he pretty easily changes his core ideology because their mothers share a name. For a few scenes, Zack Snyder kicked around the idea that Batman might be racist, or at least hates poor and marginalized people.
Shit.
She's been gone.
What you do, officer?
I'm not a cop.
Clark Kent visits a family of poor African American people, and Clark exclaims that Batman disproportionately attacks poor people over the rich. This scene adds nothing to the actual plot. Batman is so busy fighting Superman and Lex's henchmen for the rest of the movie that we don't really ever see Batman beat down another poor person. The only possible poor person Batman beats down in the film are those human traffickers at the start, but that seems pretty well deserved, so I'll give Batman a pass on that one. I guess Batman was cured of his bias and racism when Superman asked him to save Martha, who shares the same name with his mom, if you didn't realize, because this idea is never brought up again. In the film, Batman brands the criminals he catches. This is never really explained why he does this, but I guess it's a death sentence for criminals in prison. But like, why is it a death sentence? It's not like they work for Batman. If anything, it says these people are cool, they don't work with Batman. Let's get together and we can attempt to kill Batman together after our stretch. Like, am I incorrect in my thought process here? I've never been to prison, but my mentality is like, okay, we mutually hate Batman. Rather than shanking each other, let's get out of here and try to kill Batman. I guess I don't know. Could anyone who previously went to prison, preferably a violent street criminal, sound off in the comments and let me know? Would you shank the guy who had a Batman brand? Also, smash subscribe while you're at it, and share this video with your other violent convict friends. Pass around a bootleg of my video on The Yard. How is Batman an urban legend at this point too? Superman has to take to the streets to get intel on him. He brands people and captures them, which is a lot of physical evidence. Batman has also been around for years supposedly, and according to the Suicide Squad, has already caught numerous villains including Deadshot, Joker, Harley Quinn, and Killer Croc at the very least. Even with a cover-up, Jared Leto's Joker is so flagrant that I can't believe if Batman isn't widely known public knowledge, you would think someone like Clark, who has been a reporter in the neighboring metropolis for over a year and a half, has OP superhero powers and has never heard an inkling this guy exists. You would think he'd hear about Batman as a reporter and deduce he was Bruce Wayne in like 12 seconds by simply flying in the air and using his super senses to figure out where Batman is, then using his X-ray vision and seeing he's Bruce Wayne. And don't give me that Batman has lead in his mask, because how would Bruce Wayne know how Superman's powers work if the two have never met? Another plot that has gone nowhere about Batman is that he's an alcoholic. Alfred complains that Bruce drinks all the time, while drinking whiskey himself to prove he's indeed manly. But I'm calling bullshit. No way Batman drinks more than 6 ounces of red wine with dinner twice a week and keeps the physique he has. I don't buy it at all. To be fair, Ben Affleck is a solid Bruce Wayne and Batman, and he's an alcoholic. I just think the script was all over the place. His performance and physicality definitely proved his potential in the role, but I think we only got a few glimpses of his true potential throughout the film. While I think Ben Affleck is good as Batman despite the script, I think Henry Cavill's performance as Superman once again fumbles, and perhaps is hampered by a weak script. Even more than Man of Steel, I don't think Henry Cavill was really guided to understand his character. Is he happy? Is he sad? Is he confident? Is he unsure about himself? These are questions the audience asks themselves throughout this film. I don't think Henry or Zack fully grasped what angle to take Superman, and thus his performance fumbles. If you compare it to Christopher Reeves, for example, Chris knew exactly what his Superman was. He's confident, optimistic, and sees the best in humanity, hoping to protect the good it has to offer.
I thought I could give you all the gift of the freedom for more, but I was wrong. It's not mine to give.
Traits he holds steadfast to, even in his weakest entry in the Superman series, Superman the Quest for Peace. Perhaps the most comparable moment is Superman 3, however. Superman is turned vengeful in that film, and loses the spirit of what makes him Superman, adding some nihilism that Superman typically doesn't have. Ultimately, Superman must regain his optimistic view on the world. By beating up another Superman in a junkyard, granted, but whatever, we don't talk about that. But when I see Cavill's Superman, when directed by Zack Snyder, I feel like I'm seeing the nihilistic, sex-obsessed Superman from the dump yard, and not the optimistic Superman that sees the best in man from Superman 1. You know, the one that beats the nihilistic Superman's fucking ass in the junkyard.
Mercy!
I don't know! I would not let them tell me! Now,
I also fundamentally believe killing Jimmy Olsen was a bad idea, and that character is another strong link to Clark's humanity, but that's a different rabbit hole. the Jesus imagery is pushed way further than even Man of Steel, which I guess in comparison is very minor. At one point, when at the fundraiser with Bruce and Lex, Clark notices a building is on fire in South America. He saves some people in the building, and they worship Superman like a god as he floats over them, pondering his place in the world. Then he flies home to talk to his mother, who says the line, "People hate what they don't understand. Be their hero, Clark. Their angel. Be their monument. Be anything you need to be. Or be none of it. You don't owe this world a thing. You never did." This line in no way has a lasting impact on Clark. He ignores it entirely. It's also just an incredibly awkward line, and I don't know if it was the line delivery, but at this point, Martha is also essentially acknowledging that Superman's basically a god. There's a lot of debate from people throughout the film about this as well, including several real-life news personalities commenting on their opinions on Man of Steel and whether all the hero worship is a positive or a negative thing. Superman also dies at the hands of Doomsday like he does in the comic event Death of Superman. I suspect this was a Jesus imagery thing, but he doesn't really die for humanity's sins, and I don't know much about religion, but I don't think a giant CGI cave troll came out and beat the shit out of Jesus.
Jesus died on the cross.
He's stabbed by a giant cave troll, the implication of his revival at the end of the film, of course, also bringing to mind the rebirth of Jesus Christ, but to what end? I feel like Zack just wanted so bad to throw religious shit into this movie, but it never adds to anything.
Is it possible this story is true? Yes, it is.
It's more shallow comparisons. Like, look, Superman has extraordinary skills. You know who else did? Jesus. Superman dies at the end and comes back to life. You know who else who did that? You're right, it's Jesus. The problem is, Superman's original creators were Jewish.
Story based. Did you think this one was based? If you thought this one was based, you're right.
And like I said, just wanted Superman to be an average Joe who was awkward and ignored by his peers, only to be the voice of the people due to his extraordinary powers when he changed into Superman. Superman's secret identity really only exists in its earliest carnation to allow him to mingle with the people. He had no friends and no family. Originally he was just an empty vessel. He could have been Jewish, Catholic, Muslim, or something else. Scientologist? Any Tom Cruise fans out there? I understand, in a realistic world, people would worship him and question if he's a god. But I think focusing on it as a major theme is just the antithesis of what the character is about. And I don't think the exploration goes much deeper than Jesus and Superman happen to be special individuals who both die and come back to life. Clark Kent is actually possibly the worst reporter ever. At one point he has to ask who Bruce Wayne is. The man's whose family essentially created the neighboring town. On top of that, he doesn't know who Batman is. Like, what the fuck does he report on all day? Beyond that, Clark never really knows what's going on. He just kind of goes place to place while people dump exposition on him. He also kind of just floats around the story from place to place, adding nothing until Martha and Lois are captured and Lex forces him to confront Batman. Before that, he has no real character motivation and moves from place to place like nothing more than a prop. This is also not helped by Cavill's emotionless performance. Also, Superman climbing a mountain and having a full conversation with a force ghost of his father is outrageously dumb. He learns new information from the ghost of Jonathan, so he's either fully hallucinated the information and it isn't real, which makes no sense because Superman can survive in space, so he shouldn't really be having hallucinations on top of a mountain, or he really met the ghost of his deceased father. Either way, this scene is dumb and adds nothing to the film. Superman is pointless in his own film, and nothing he does makes any sense, but I think the icing on the cake was having him killed off. It was too early to kill off Superman, and even if it made any sense, why do it in his second film appearance, then reveal he's not dead at the end via floating rocks? It cuts any emotional impact out of his death. It's like those movie cliches where they make a character look like they sacrifice themselves only to have them come back dramatically in the story's climax. Only this film plays it up a lot before realizing it's pointless. Lex Luthor is another abomination of a character that could have single-handedly ruined the film for me if the rest of the film wasn't also a total train wreck. Lex Luthor is such an embarrassing failure to reinvent Superman's main villain. But on top of that, it's such a failure in character writing, and from a performance standpoint, Jesse Eisenberg stands out with how terrible he is. The concept for this Lex Luthor seems to be combining a couple ideas. I think Zack pitched his version of Lex Luthor as what if Mark Zuckerberg was Heath Ledger's Joker?
Mark, give me the Zuck.
And somehow he figured this would work out, but clearly it didn't. Lex Luthor's views on Superman are usually based on xenophobia. In the comics, he believes Superman is unnecessary, and also, due to his ego, wants to overshadow Superman. Unlike Zod in Man of Steel, who had strong motivations and was pretty well set up, this film is too busy fitting in plotlines that are unrelated and ultimately pointless to the core story to really understand what his beef with Superman is. Superman isn't really bothering him. Unlike Batman, we don't get a scene like the opening where Batman sees Metropolis get destroyed to understand why Luthor's so mad. We do get a scene where Lex flips his painting of angels and devils upside down, which he remarks is because he sees Superman and Zod's existence as proof demons come from the sky. Now you could take this literally and assume Lex sees Superman and Zod as literal demons from hell, or from the sky, I guess. But no, that doesn't really make sense, because he has access to God's ship, which proves they're aliens. Plus, he rants about aliens a few times. Did this perhaps shake Lex's faith in God? I don't really know. I think I am reaching far and wide trying to understand the reason he wants to kill Superman in this film, but frankly, I can't come up with one. I guess he's just evil because he wants to be. He has no goals, something just doesn't sit right with him about Superman, and it makes him upset.
And if you fly away, Martha also dies, but...
I guess Zack thought he had better things to do than show actual character motivation for his main villain. Lex has a lot of quirks that are annoying and cause some moments to be both cringe and laughable. For example, he just screams shit randomly and feeds people Jolly Ranchers and just does weird shit. It kind of had me question whether or not Lex might have a mental disability of some kind. Like, was that the angle the writers were taking the character, or were they just trying to make him quirky? I can't piece together what the goal for this character was. I think a major issue is Jesse Eisenberg's acting is just terrible in this film. At times, he's a copy of Heath Ledger's Joker, and fails so bad it reminds me of this classic.
I'm the Joker, baby!
Or this.
Hello, hi, I am Melvin, the brother of the Joker.
A lot of people tried to copy Heath Ledger's performance in that film, and while I think Heath's Joker was great, it could have easily turned into, well, this.
You don't have to use a silver bullet, but if you forge one, well then, we don't have to depend upon the kindness of monsters.
The scene where he meets Superman on top of the building is also some of the worst acting I've ever seen. He also does psycho things, like he shows Superman a bunch of edgy BDSM photos of Martha, which doesn't particularly seem like something Lex Luthor would do, since Lex Luthor is one of those civilized white-collar psychopaths. He's more Donald Trump than Ted Bundy in the comics. And no, I'm not trying to get political. You can slot any politician you want, whoever you think is the most corrupt guy. But my point is, he's a political evil fighting Superman with science, litigation, and the legal system, causing issues in part to gain power, ego, and money. This Lex also tries to use some of those same tactics, but the problems are A, he has no motivation as we've covered, B, his plans are unhinged and make no sense, and C, he does weird shit that would make him too dangerous to be politically accepted. No one in real life openly acts the way Lex Luthor does and has political power. But let's try to break down Lex's plan. So Lex is researching metahumans, and somehow decides, when compared to all of the metahumans, for whatever reason, Batman is the best one to attempt to pit against Superman. So what he does is he lures Superman to the Middle East, where there is a war going on because he knew Lois Lane would be sent there, and he could lure Superman to save her, to prove the theory that Superman is in love with Lois, which essentially helps him surmise that Superman is Clark Kent because he knows they're dating or something. I don't really know. But anyways, if Superman intervenes in the Middle East, outside of US borders, then there'd be a Senate hearing on Superman, at which time he can plant a suicide bomb in the legless guy's wheelchair, who he knew from Senator Finch would want an interview because he was injured by a falling beam during the Black Zero event. So anyway, Superman shows up because it's an American thing to do, and he blows it up. This turned the public opinion against Superman, which would hopefully make Batman mad enough to cause him to fight. Since he learned Clark's identity, he could simply kidnap Lois and Martha to throw them into some weird BDSM outfits to make Superman real mad. Then he simply throws Lois off the roof of LexCorp and says the only way to free Martha is to confront Batman, who he assumed would have prep time, which as we know makes Batman the most powerful fucking guy ever. He assumed Superman would die, but just in case he also created an evil Kryptonian goblin troll from centuries ago, by mixing his DNA with the ship's data log of the Doomsday creature and the body of General Zod. Sadly, he assumed if it came to the cave troll, Batman would already be dead if it came to that point, and he also didn't account for Wonder Woman randomly showing up to fight the monster too. I've seen this movie like 10 times, but trying to actually understand what Lex is doing is tricky because even in the Ultimate Edition, it feels like the character is missing scenes. Putting the plan together without massive leaps of logic to explain what's going on is essential if you want to try to understand this movie on a deeper level than just sitting there mindlessly and accepting what's going on. Man of Steel was kind of a long story too, but he wasn't trying to force in so much shit. He had plenty of time to make Zod a pretty strong villain. This film was so concerned with throwing random shit in a blender and seeing what happens to make anything actually satisfying. Zack also had this big gotcha moment at the Senate building when he had Lex put his pee-pee on Finch's desk. So she knew that he got one up on her. He mentions pee-pee in an early conversation they had in the film.
Take a bucket of piss and call it Granny's peach tea.
When Finch notices Granny's peach tea, she knows it's over. Okay, but bear with me here. How the fuck did Lex Luthor get a mason jar full of piss on a major senator's desk at a public hearing packed with security without anyone noticing? Also, what if she noticed the piss like 10 minutes before the bomb went off and was like, Lex Luthor put pee-pee on my desk, to security, then the bomb went off and killed everybody? Wouldn't they just be like, hey, why'd you put pee-pee on her desk and then the building blew up? That's kind of fucking weird. I'm just wondering if the pee-pee was necessary, as anything other than a moment that Zack thought was really clever when he was including it. What Zack didn't account for is people start looking funny at your movie and start thinking gotcha moments are dumb when the rest of the movie is dog shit. And Lex can never stop switching accents or saying shit that's genuinely cringe. It's embarrassing and hard to watch. How many people were on set and no one spoke up and said, hey, I think we should take a different approach to Lex, this is fucking terrible. Anyways, I can't talk anymore about Lex or I'll have a brain aneurysm writing this and thinking about this movie. Why is Wonder Woman in this movie? What does she add? Don't answer that question. Wonder Woman shows up in this movie to preview her upcoming movie directed by Patty Jenkins, and really adds nothing to the plot outside of previewing her upcoming film and stealing Lex's metahuman files, which previews a series of heroes who were set to make an appearance in the upcoming Justice League, as well as each having their own solo movies. Lex was nice enough to also attach the Warner Brothers approved superhero logos onto each file. We then get a few seconds of teasers for Aquaman, Cyborg, and The Flash. Of course, this is something we people in the know call Amazing Spider-Man 2 syndrome. It's where you have a terrible bloated mess of a movie and try to add previews for the next several bloated messes of movies. Wonder Woman herself adds nothing to the plot, she just shows up in the climax as a glorified commercial for her own movie, and the metahuman folders is a backdoor entrance to introduce Flash, Cyborg, and Aquaman before their movies. So essentially, they took a few scenes away from this movie to create new scenes that establish 5 other DC films and not add anything to the one we're actually watching. Sony tried this a couple years earlier with The Amazing Spider-Man, as I stated, a shared universe Sony had planned at the time, and that forced them to reboot. Ironically, Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice would also be the start of the cancer that would eventually kill the DCEU. I'll explain myself better later, possibly. First, we have to talk about what everyone came to this film for, the Clash of the Titans, the Batman v Superman in the title, Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice. Fundamentally, this movie is flawed. Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice, honestly say that title aloud. What is being implied by it? The implication is that Batman will fight Superman and justice will come to the world or something. Well, Dawn of Justice seems a little strange since Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman are already active. Perhaps on a more meta level, the justice that is dawning is Batman's character arc, where after hearing Clark's mother's name, it awoke him to a sense of true justice rather than vengeance. Perhaps it's referring to the Justice League that starts to take shape here with their shitty cameos. Or perhaps, and I find this to be most likely, it's a total non sequitur. Perhaps when they named the movie, they didn't bother to figure out what justice was dawning, and just thought it sounded cool. Anyways, on the other side is Batman v Superman. What was the fascination with making Batman and Superman fight? I don't know. In the comics, the characters typically got along, Batman and Superman being close friends, though of course Batman is a bit paranoid, but what could Zack do to make this fight happen? Possession? The old classic body swap? There isn't a great way to make these characters fight without jumping through hoops to make them do something totally out of character. In The Dark Knight Returns, the story changes the characters, but it's an Elseworlds story, so that happens. Also, it takes place in a future where Superman essentially falls in and becomes a puppet to the government, with Batman being forced underground, causing the conflict. This film wants to have its cake and eat it too. It wants an aged Batman to fight Superman, but this is part of a larger universe they're creating, so neither Batman or Superman can really be in the wrong. Superman has no real motive to fight Batman because while he disagrees with Batman's methods, he doesn't see him as a large enough threat to go after. Batman, on the other hand, is blinded by vengeance and simply ignores the fact that Superman is a blatant hero and wants to kill him for being an alien. Batman's xenophobia being explained by the destruction he saw in Metropolis. But the issue is, Superman saved Metropolis and saved the planet, which is public knowledge. He himself, being a vigilante, would be incredibly dumb and hypocritical to go after Superman for that reason. But that's a character leap that needs to happen in order for the title fight of Batman v Superman to happen. Of course, it's in Batman's character to have contingencies, but to fight Superman who didn't actually do anything wrong seems incredibly out of character. You could say he was angry about the Senate building, but Batman already hated him, as evident when he tells Superman, "Do you bleed? You will." A line that in and of itself seems a bit preemptive. Superman also had some balls coming at Batman, with the line, "Next time you see your light in the sky, ignore it." Why didn't they have a conversation or fight at this point? I mean, Batman didn't have his Dark Knight Returns suit, which would help him survive a Superman hit, but it seems out of character for Superman to not at least try to see what the beef was about, or just overpower and arrest Batman. When they actually fight, the fight is mostly dull, like Batman rigged up some Home Alone traps and hits him with the kryptonite gas, which rather than poisoning Superman just makes it so he's susceptible to being punched really hard. Batman basically beats the absolute shit out of an incapacitated Superman, then Superman yells, "Save Martha," and Batman does a complete character 180. Again, I'm questioning why Superman didn't just fly up and say, "Lex Luthor has my mom hostage, I need help saving her." It's worth a shot. Why'd you wait till after the fight? I don't get that shit. The fight is also disappointing, and it's extra disappointing that we have to have 2 hours of build-up to get to it. The cinematography in this movie is bad, and again, defies the house formula, I call it, which is what Marvel and some DC movies employ. The film certainly looks different from Man of Steel, swapping Amir Mokrai for frequent Snyder collaborator Larry Fong. Larry's style I would describe as muddy, and often a little less coherent, which is not surprising. Fong also shot 300 and Watchmen as well, and all three of these films look pretty bad to me. At times, the shot composition reminds me of a muddier version of J.J. Abrams' Star Wars sequels or the Star Trek movies. In my opinion, it doesn't look very good. I'll say it looks more like an actual film than the house style, in fairness. I just think it looks bad, and probably worse than if they just used the shitty house style. Alright, let's talk about the characters and where they came from. Batman originated in Detective Comics 27, created by Bob Kane and Bill Finger, as a response to the wildly popular Superman, and taking DNA from pulp heroes like The Shadow. Probably more so than any other fictional character in modern history, Batman has repeatedly reinvented himself, and while this draws clear influence from Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns version, this is also very clearly a new version and an attitude for the Caped Crusader. Things like the branding, the more Republican views, the xenophobia, none of that really fits with Miller's anti-establishment far-left take on the character, and many commentators noting that Superman in this film is more of the anti-established Democrat than Batman, being a border-protecting Republican in the movie. In The Dark Knight Returns, Superman is a clear stand-in for Frank's view on Ronald Reagan's America. Batman in film has only ever really been comic accurate with Adam West's take, which again very much cross-pollinated with the comics. This is not a critique of Ben Affleck's Batman per se, as even Keaton, Bale, and Pattinson's Batmans were reflecting what the filmmaker was doing with the character more than actually reflecting the status quo of the Batman character in its source material. My point being that Batman can be whatever the filmmaker needs as long as the general concept of the character is intact. That's why, despite Miller and Snyder's politically opposite takes, still both work on paper, and why Adam's West take is still comic accurate despite the wild deviation from the character's original and future feels. Lex Luthor first appeared in Action Comics 23 and was created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. Basically, he was a mad scientist that threatened Superman over the years, though his character ended up evolving to be a suave businessman and at one point even the president. Jesse Eisenberg's take was an attempt to modernize the character to reflect the more modern, eccentric tech CEOs such as Mark Zuckerberg, who Eisenberg played in David Fincher's Social Network, based on the tech CEO, on the founding of Facebook.
Give me the Zuck, but you can follow up and tell me what that means, and I'll try my best to do it for you.
The character also has hints of Heath Ledger's Joker. I think the character was a huge miscalculation, and character moments like the peach teeth thing betrays Lex Luthor as a whole, and the courtroom bombing doesn't really seem like his style either. Lex is suave and doesn't really need to resort to terrorism and such. He wants to prove he's superior to Superman, versions of the character even joining the Justice League to try to take Superman's place. I think reinterpretations of these characters are fine, but it needs to maintain the DNA of the character and not absolutely turn its back on it like I think Eisenberg's take on Lex Luthor does. Wonder Woman first appeared in All-Star Comics number 8 in 1942, created by William Moulton, who may be one of the most interesting comic writers of all time. In 1906, this guy invented an early version of the polygraph machine to use blood pressure to be able to tell people's mood. Eventually, this was upgraded over time to become more of a modern version of the machine, which is still used to this day in criminal trials. Although it's worth noting the old lie detector test has lost a lot of credibility and use, especially with the rise of DNA technology. He's also an advocate for the so-called women's potential, which I guess in the 40s was a pretty liberal idea, along with writing several self-help novels. He became fascinated with Wonder Woman and got into the comics industry because of her, developing the characters of her world until his death. You have to bring some of the writer's liberal ideas into question when his early writing for children featured a lot of fetish bondage that was very blatantly written into the book, with that even being her weakness, making it happen incredibly frequently. Anyways, while Marston's character is fairly liberal with some weird quirks, the version Zack Snyder worked with was mostly the one from George Perez's run that started in 1986 and was really the legacy character's first solid run in decades, with numerous attempts to recreate the characters over the years following Marston's death, including her time powerless as a hip, late 60s activist. There's also allusion to Robin in this film, which had seemingly been killed by the Joker. We don't know if this was Dick Grayson or Jason Todd for sure, based on the film's narrative, but Zack has been quoted as saying it's Dick. Though these plans were likely retconned when Nightwing was set to have a movie in the DCEU, with that never happening, I suppose it's reverted back to being Dick. I think killing Dick is kind of a betrayal to the Robin legacy. It shows either Zack didn't care at all about Robin, or didn't have a long-time plan for the character. Jason was killed because he was acting in vengeance, and wasn't doing things correctly, and when he comes back to life as Red Hood after Talia brings him back to life, he becomes a spirit of vengeance and is hell-bent on making Gotham's underworld pay. This philosophy doesn't really work for the optimistic Dick Grayson, if the plan was to have him be Red Hood, and also kind of robs us of Nightwing. It's kind of a shame, but ultimately it went nowhere. Robin is an integral part of Batman's lore too, with him not getting much love in film, with Keaton and Bale's take both completely ignoring the character except for the half-assed attempt in The Dark Knight Rises. We did have Burt Ward, who was a decent Robin, along with the serial's Robins, and of course Chris O'Donnell's Robin, but none of them really gave us a Robin grounded in the comics lore except for Burt Ward, who was pretty campy, and long before the character would be expanded with Nightwing, Teen Titans, and other such properties making his character a little more important. For Zack to lead a cinematic universe and essentially disregard the character either shows a total lack of reverence for Batman lore, or a total lack of understanding on why Robin's important, especially in a cinematic universe. At least Bale and Keaton's take, they were character studies on Batman, so it's a little more forgivable because he wasn't really the point of these movies. But in a cinematic universe setting with the entirety of the DCEU trying to expand to be more like the DCU from the comics, it just doesn't really make sense. Anyways, whatever, moving on. Similarly to the edgy disdain Zack seemed to have for Robin, he shared a similar distaste for Jimmy Olsen, who is a very important character to Superman's lore. Jimmy first appeared briefly in Action Comics issue 6, but quickly became a young companion to Superman, and eventually expanded to be a more serious supporting character for both Lois and Clark to bounce off of. He even had a pretty fun sci-fi comic that ran for 20 years and 163 issues. In this movie, he was a secret CIA spy that dies because Zack Snyder is edgy and didn't want to do anything with this integral character. The iconography of Doomsday was used because Zack Snyder learned that there was a cool monster guy that killed Superman, and Zack wanted that in his movie. Doomsday first appeared in Superman Man of Steel number 17, and was created to be a villain to rival and famously kill Superman, as an attempt to revive Superman's popularity, ironically killing him and introducing some new supporting cast while Superman was dead. Doomsday was a creature from early in Krypton's life, which was defeated and jettisoned off. The character was unkillable though, and would basically go planet to planet, and once defeated would hibernate and get stronger, which eventually led him to swap blows with Superman. In Batman v Superman, his origin is somewhat similar, but he would instead be reincarnated by Lex Luthor because Batman and Superman needed to team up rather than Batman killing Superman or Superman killing Batman. The plan, of course, being pretty convoluted. And they're both mindless, powerful monsters. I guess it isn't a bad adaptation, aside from the fact that Doomsday looks like shit in the movie, but whatever. Alfred first appears in Batman number 16 as a sleuth trying to apprehend Batman before becoming his butler. The original Alfred was short and fat, that was a bit of an idiot, before eventually becoming more integral to the Bat family and becoming more recognizable to the versions like Michael Caine or Michael Gough. Of course, there are some cross-pollination with Alan Napier's version from the 66 TV show and the comics. However, Alfred is constantly evolving, and Jeremy Irons' version is much more modern, with a younger Alfred that has more of a proactive role in Batman than just being a medic and a friend of Bruce Wayne's. It's a pretty solid adaptation of the more modern Alfred, and I think the spirit of the character comes through well in this adaptation of the character. But keep in mind, this isn't going to be your classic Alfred, this is going to be much more of the modern tactical Alfred that has appeared in certain iterations of the character. Commissioner Gordon first appeared in Detective Comics 27 and is an incorruptible cop. His character hasn't changed much over the year, minus lore additions like his daughter Barbara. Kind of the definitive version of the character is from Batman Year One by Frank Miller, which digs into Gordon more beyond the guy who flashes the bat signal in the air guy. Sadly, J.K. Simmons' version never had a ton of time to shine like Gary Oldman's or Jeffrey Wright's portrayal from the Batman. But I don't blame Snyder on this one, it's just kind of the cost of a messy universe and a quick startup. While the rest of the league shows up in this film, they aren't primary cast, so we'll come back to them in subsequent appearances in the DCEU. For the score, Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice brought Hans Zimmer back from Man of Steel, this time adding Junkie XL to back him up. Sadly, unlike Man of Steel, Batman v Superman doesn't really have any song that stands out, with the exception of the new Wonder Woman score, which plays a couple times in the film. I absolutely hate the Wonder Woman score, but it plays to an annoying extent pretty much any time she's on screen. I don't really blame this film for it though. I'll give Zack Snyder the benefit of the doubt and just assume it was created for the Wonder Woman film, which was set up to come out the following year. The editing in Batman v Superman is really jumbled and incoherent. There are so many plot threads that constantly add new ideas to the plot, while juggling so many characters that it makes the plot incredibly hard to follow. Slate editor David Brenner, who passed away in 2022, edited this film, as well as Man of Steel, which I think was pretty well edited. I think the issue in the editing falls more on the shoulders of the messy, bloated screenplay, and Zack's knack for using as much screen time as he's allowed to use. Brenner has a pretty consistent editing history, editing longer movies, like the recent Avatar: The Way of the Water, which was similarly long with lots of plot points and I thought worked fairly well. I'm going to blame the script on this one, but I don't think this is Brenner's best work by any means either. To be fair, I have a few things to praise. The casting of Ben Affleck was pretty good, and while people hated it at first, I don't think it was a bad choice. Daredevil, Affleck's first attempt to play a superhero, was made at the wrong time for the actor, made more in his rom-com era. Plus, I don't buy a young Affleck as Daredevil. By the time he plays Batman, the actor had some more real-world baggage he carries into his Batman performance. You can buy him as a rich playboy by day and brooding vigilante by night. When you see Ben Affleck in pictures, he seems like a man trapped in his life, his only joy coming from Dunkin' Donut lattes.
Vanilla Ice Spice. Here I am. I'm with Dunkin'.
It works for an older Bruce Wayne. I don't know. I think his performance stands far above that of Henry Cavill and Jesse Eisenberg, who are the top three billed. And while Amy Adams, Jeremy Irons, and Lawrence Fishburne are pretty good too, they don't have much screen time to shine as I'd like, with otherwise bloated superhero action minimizing their roles. They continue to be strong performances and great casting, working hard to put some actual weight into the film, which is backed by a floundering script. The car chase through the warehouse and the warehouse fight scene both stood out as being pretty solid attempts at making Batman action though. I can't help but think of the chases from the Dark Knight trilogy though, especially since they're done more practically, and the fights from the recent The Batman, which I think felt more raw. Neither are bad though, and each are fun sequences. The product placement here is a lot more subtle than Man of Steel, which I guess is a positive. Man of Steel got really distracting, especially considering it seems like Smallville was gentrified by Big Pancake, with IHOP running the local diners out of business. Here I did notice Olay shampoo and Under Armour, but nothing too distracting. It was pretty well integrated. Product placement isn't inherently bad and a necessary part of big Hollywood productions. Hell, the Barbie movie, which was a recent hit and pretty good, is literally a movie designed around selling a product. To me, it's about how the advertisements is integrated into the overall story. If it pulls me out of the world with how obvious it is, product placement is a failure. So Zack definitely integrated the product placement in this film with some more grace than he did in Man of Steel. Not that I blame him for product placement 100%, that usually happens on the studio side and the marketing team, and then Zack's like, okay, you gotta make a fight scene at the IHOP, and he has to roll with it. As we'll get into later, this film definitely had a lot of product tie-ins, but I don't care. I gave Batman v Superman some minor praise. I try my best, but when I fundamentally dislike a film as much as I do Batman v Superman, it's hard for me to dish out much praise for the film. I have a lot of grievances which I've covered, but I'll recap and add some minor things. We start off with a sequence of Bruce Wayne at the Black Zero event. This is a pretty well shot sequence, but I do have issue with the 9/11 imagery, which I don't think really works for me in an escapist comic book film. I'd prefer to see something more like a Roland Emmerich disaster movie. And if we're going to say this movie is for adults and should have some real world consequences, then let's make a coherent plot and characters that make sensible choices. Let's also not sell fucking BVS cereal. On the same note, we continue to see a lot of religious imagery, but the film again chooses to put Superman in the position without really making a comment on religion, rather just killing Superman at the end and saying, see, this is what happened to Jesus too, isn't that crazy? Like I've mentioned 100 times in this video, this also betrays the original thesis of the Superman character, which is just an average everyman who sticks up for the little guy and isn't corrupted by the power. Really, most heroes can be compared to religious prophets or mythological legends of Greek, Roman, or pretty much any other society in the history of the world. DC heroes are modern mythology, and more so, a modernization of those legends rather than straight Christian religious figures, but whatever. I feel like Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice also really lacks an understanding of the character. Zack killed Jimmy Olsen at the start of the film after a few minutes on screen. He had Robin dead at the start of the film. It really showed a lack of reverence for Batman and Superman's core cast beyond the characters themselves. I guess Jimmy Olsen and Robin aren't these huge hulking men that Zack Snyder can rub baby oil on, but it just kind of sucks to have them cut out of the movie because Zack Snyder's edgy, frankly. I mean, even Batman and Superman seem to really not have much going on for them. They have huge leaps in logic to end up fighting, and Zack's take on them feels edgy at best, cynical at worst. If he doesn't like the characters, why make a movie about them? Also, these decisions all seem very short-sighted, making an old Batman, where a lot of his developments happen off-screen, or is rushed in one scene where the two main characters yell Martha at each other. It doesn't lead for much room for growth for either character. Now, if this was a standalone film, it might make sense, but you can't expect Affleck to play the character long after this film, and this clearly caused issues, especially with how Warner Brothers was acting during the creation of his standalone Batman film. I feel bad for Affleck, because like I said, his take on the character had some potential, but probably started 5 or 6 years too late to jump in on it fully. Batman also had the nightmare fight scene, which was a total waste of time for multiple reasons. For one, Zack was removed from DC and the plotline never went anywhere, but it also just seemed edgy and felt more like a Rambo than Batman, with him just rolling around shooting people with a giant gun. I don't know what that is, but it's not Batman, that's for sure. At the end of the sequence, we learn from Flash of the Future that Lois is the key to everything. How can a movie with 9/11 imagery that's supposed to be serious and reflect the reality of a large-scale superhero battle also turn around and have Batman dream he's John Rambo? It's total whiplash, and it's just odd. It doesn't feel like certain ideas in this film make sense when put up against other ideas, and it's just weird. The film visually is ugly as it gets, and I've said it's muddy and the CGI looks pretty bad as well. From Doomsday, who's poorly designed, and the fights just look cheap. They're not well thought out like Man of Steel. That's not even to mention the fact that a lot of the CG scaling is really bad. One moment that's very noticeable is the extras in this scene where the dude with no leg vandalizes the Superman statue. These extras have to be like 9 feet tall. It's fucking weird. And since the CGI is so bad, it's just super noticeable. Do I even have to give my rewatch reaction to this movie? It's bad. It kind of starts a fire that would eventually cause the DCEU to go under, for better or for worse. This movie led to Zack Snyder being taken out of the editing room and eventually being fired from Justice League. I know what happened with his daughter made him pull out, and I really feel bad for him on that, but before his daughter passed, Warner Brothers got cold feet and ended up locking Zack out of the editing room. I assume after the death of his daughter, he just didn't want to deal with it anymore. Warner Bros. Would also have to go crack the whip on other filmmakers, and essentially, until The Suicide Squad was so heavily in the editing room, the few films that did end up getting made were severely hampered, which we'll get into further with Suicide Squad next, as well as Justice League. And eventually I'm making a video on the cancelled DC films, where I'm going to explain in great detail all of the DCEU films that were cancelled. The reason for this is because people lost a lot of faith with the brand and its inconsistencies, which is why a film like The Batman and the Joker did good, but Flash, Shazam 2, and other more recent films floundered. And also, this universe has around 50 cancelled films. After Zack left the DCEU, even with his return for the Snyder Cut, we lost the creative guide to the universe, and other attempts that were made later on to replace Snyder were completely unsuccessful. Now in this case, I'm actually blaming Warner Brothers more than Zack on this stuff, because while this movie was definitively bad, Warner overcorrected, and that caused more lasting damage than one bad movie could on the universe. And while I think this film is creatively baffling and fundamentally nonsensical, I would still have preferred someone to helm DC. But Warner Bros. Got rid of Zack and never had a backup plan to replace him. The studio also mandated some of the issues with this film, like all the previews for the DC films being shoehorned into it, making this film from its conception bloated. I really dislike this film. I'm sure I'll find a way to watch it again, since this film always seems to rear its ugly head in my life for some reason, but it's messy, all over the place, and caused Warner Brothers to completely derail the DCEU, and creating a baffling piece of media that disgraces the characters of Batman and Superman. I strongly dislike this film.
Was this story based? Yes.
Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice made $863 million off of a budget of $250 to $325 million, meaning after marketing it probably made around $300 to $350 million in profit, which is a pretty solid box office haul for the film. While the box office haul was good, critics didn't really like the film, with it garnering 29% on Rotten Tomatoes and a Metacritic score of 44 out of 100. Most critics called it out for being edgy and invoking powerful imagery but having no substance to back what's being shown on screen. It also was criticized for its long runtime and messy plot. People said Jesse Eisenberg's Lex abandons the idea of the classic comics character to be kind of a weak attempt at aping what Heath Ledger did with The Dark Knight. Dave Gibbons, notable for his work on the 12-issue Watchmen miniseries, was critical of the film for it being too dark and not really the characters to make a film like this with, further noting that Superman should have been bright in contrast to Superman's darker mood. The film really stuck out on awards as well, only winning one positive award, with the poster winning the most original poster at the Golden Trailer Awards. In contrast, the film dominated the Razzies, winning 4 of its 7 nominations at the show. These were Worst Screenplay, Jesse Eisenberg for Worst Supporting Actor, Worst Screen Combo went to Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill, and Worst Prequel, Remake, Spin-off, or Sequel. Granted, you can take the Razzies with a grain of salt, since they usually just go off what is being dogpiled in the film scene over genuine film criticisms. If a film goes to the Razzies, it's usually a sign, though, that the public as a whole particularly didn't enjoy the film. Based on the poor critical reception, Zack Snyder would be locked out of the editing room for Justice League before leaving the film for personal reasons. Suicide Squad was the first DC film I came into watching with virtually no excitement. Okay, no, I was excited because I knew I was about to watch a massive train wreck unfold in front of my eyes. When Margot Robbie was cast as Harley, I was excited since I knew her from Wolf of Wall Street, but not much else at this point, and she definitely wasn't the star she is now. but it seemed like a solid choice, even if I didn't have a ton of fondness for the character at the time, besides from the animated series, but since then she'd been kind of a fairly cringy character in the comics. Will Smith was cast as Deadshot, which kind of gave me a Sylvester Stallone as Judge Dredd vibes, but I get it, you need some star power. Finally, Jared Leto came out as Joker and I was floored. He looked like an absolute clown. A Joker. Words that you think would be endearing or even positive for an adaptation of the Joker, but what I mean by this is he looked like a total fucking asshole. I saw the movie and it was exactly what I expected. It was bloated, boring, and looked horrendous. I thought it was absolutely awful at the time, and I thought it was irredeemable. But as time went on, I warmed up to some aspects, and definitely don't think it's the worst thing in the DCEU anymore, but it's still lacking pretty heavily. We'll get back to that later. The film started development back in 2009, but didn't really start rolling until David Ayer was hired on in 2014. The film initially featured Steppenwolf and the Enchantress before Steppenwolf had to be cut so they could use him in 2017's Justice League by Zack Snyder. Anyhow, this film is where I start getting my newest segment, Actors' Controversies. While Jared Leto's set antics are more weird than heinous, like later DCEU controversies occasionally were, they're still worth noting. Jared took his method acting, I put that in huge air quotes, in a different direction than most actors. Jared Leto saw the acclaim Heath Ledger got for Joker and figured the only way for a similar acclaim was to go method. Apparently, he brought rats to set as a gift for Margot Robbie and gifted the cast a dead pig, on both occasions attributing the actions to Mr. J. It's cringe, but if you follow Jared Leto as a celebrity, it's not entirely surprising. There's also a lot of creepy stuff about Jared Leto, like him starting a cult and all that, but we'll ignore that for the time being and keep it relevant to Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad ended up having extensive reshoots that supposedly changed the last third of the movie fairly heavily, and was also designed to make teens get more into the Harley Quinn Joker romance and make it less abusive. I would guess, because these two characters were most likely the most marketable characters, making Joker abusive might affect merch sales and give people a bad taste in their mouth about this relationship, which by design should leave people with a bad taste in their mouth. The story of Suicide Squad goes as follows. Amanda Waller thinks the only way to fight the metahuman threats is by creating a team of metahumans she has full control over. Figuring she can create and control a covert team of supervillains who she plants bombs in as essentially blackmail to keep them in line, and being led by Rick Flag, an elite tactician, and the Enchantress, whose alter ego, June Moon, is dating Rick Flag. However, June's power is derived from being possessed by the evil Enchantress, and when her brother Incubus is revived after his spirit is released from a vial, Enchantress and Incubus threaten to destroy Midway City, so the Suicide Squad is assembled for their first time in an attempt to save Midway City and, potentially, the entire world from this threat. The film kind of puts the actual threat on the back burner to focus on the squad wandering around the city, chatting and fighting the Enchantress's minions a little bit. Finally, they do meet Incubus and Enchantress, and the group defeats them, but El Diablo is killed during the final battle, and the team learns what it means to be friends or something. And most of them never showed up again. Suicide Squad balances the team fairly well, surprisingly, giving everyone a decent piece of the spotlight, with the definitive star of the film being Deadshot, due primarily to the popularity of Will Smith and the importance of the character in the comic book. The other two primary characters are Rick Flag as well as Harley Quinn. Harley definitely has more going on with her Joker subplots than the actual squad, where she is in the background to Will Smith's Deadshot primarily. Deadshot, like I said, is probably the lead of the film. Deadshot gets incarcerated by the Batman after a slew of paid hits throughout Gotham. Deadshot is raising his daughter Zoe as a single father, up till his incarceration, and agrees to join the squad if he can get time off his sentence and they're willing to put Zoe in a nice college. The character is definitely just your average Will Smith role, being very sympathetic, perhaps to a fault, and in a lot of ways acting like the link between the squad and Rick Flag, their supervisor. Deadshot gets a lot of screen time, and his story stays more focused on the plot than Harley's, which sort of is all over the place. I like Will Smith enough. He doesn't have much range, and I don't feel this is a super great adaptation, but Will Smith quipping, being charming, and shooting guns is exactly what Will Smith should be doing in a film, and he's good at it, so I enjoyed the performance enough, even though typically we know how Will Smith's films do from a critical standpoint. Harley Quinn is introduced, being captured by the Batman after a car chase with her and the Joker. Harley was a former psychologist that falls in love with Jared Leto's dreamy yet effeminate version of the Joker. After helping him escape Arkham by somehow sneaking in goons with machine guns, a fact that's never explained, Joker initiates her to his world by transforming her into Harley Quinn after forcing her to bathe in some of the chemicals that created his Joker persona. Harley, at a couple points of the film, is joined by the Joker, once saved on a random rooftop escape while being in contact with her via cell phone she somehow has, and once at the end of the film where he daringly breaks her out of Arkham somehow with a gang of armed goons. Similar to how Harley Quinn somehow saved him from Arkham with a gang of armed goons, and it's never explained. Margot Robbie's performance here is a career low. Harley isn't well written in this movie, so most of what she says is cheesy and annoying, and Margot Robbie in 2016 had only done a few major roles and wasn't quite the star she is today, so they kind of forced her into the background, so she's both kind of reserved and randomly not reserved. It's kind of a weird balance, especially given the fact that in her subsequent appearances as Harley Quinn she does a fairly good job, but we'll come back to that later. I think her acting in general has gotten better as well, in fairness, but I never thought she was bad in anything other than this film, really. Amanda Waller doesn't have a ton of screen time, but she's essential to the film. She sets up the squad and pals around with a pre-blow-up David Harbour to work on Task Force X. Regardless, Waller starts the squad because she doesn't see metahumans being controllable through typical means and takes an unorthodox approach of solving the perceived metahuman era Superman ushered in post-Man of Steel. Waller is an interesting enough character, and while I don't think the film used the huge talent of Viola Davis to the extent they should have, I look forward to her in the future in James Gunn's DCEU, since she's one of the few actors jumping between franchises and supposedly getting her own TV show. Joker is portrayed by Jared Leto, and he is probably the most well-remembered part of this film, and not for the right reasons. I remember when the first image of Jared Leto as Joker came out, the comic book and film world were absolutely shaken, and rightfully so. After Heath Ledger's take, which was acclaimed as possibly the most memorable part of the Dark Knight trilogy and possibly the most memorable Joker, even above beloved actors such as Cesar Romero and Jack Nicholson before him, the question was, do they do something radically new or just emulate Heath? I also remember some people convinced the character should have been retired at the time. I was opposed to that, but I agree the next take should have been new. They perhaps overcorrected and went a little too new with Jared Leto's take, who they made a clean, well-kempt, slick, and romanticized crime boss over Heath's dirty, unkempt, awkward anarchist. Both are valid takes in a lot of ways, with Jared kind of following the more classic Joker crime boss format from the original comics. The thing that was kind of off-putting to people was the new character's aesthetics with grills, face tattoos, and a Joker who was well-dressed. The idea of him being very slick and flashy was kind of the inverse of what Heath did with his Joker. But the take isn't entirely invalid, as I said, with Joker in Batman 1 essentially being a slick, laid-back crime boss. And I think if the performance was really solid, it would have helped legitimize this version of Joker to the screen. But unfortunately, it was over the top most of the time and generally a little bit cringy. Didn't really give the best performance. I think Jared Leto just really overdid it. I think this version of the Joker probably should have been more reserved and quiet and just generally more subtle. Perhaps if that was the case, he could have won me over, but I still think he has an uphill battle winning over the audience, in part because his aesthetic is not exactly what we've come to expect from the Joker with Heath Ledger's version before. In the film, his primary role is to be Harley's love interest, and other than that, he kind of just pops up a few times. He seems to be kind of a pointless character, if I'm being honest, at least in the final theatrical cut. Apparently he had more stuff in the supposed Ayer cut. I'll come back to the Joker and Harley romance in its own section, but for now, let's move on from the Joker. The film didn't really know what to do with Captain Boomerang. He just kind of shows up and he says he robs banks, but to what end is he in the film? He doesn't really have much of an arc beyond kind of just throwing his boomerang in the background of action sequences. At one point, he tries planning a coup to have him and other Suicide Squad members escape, but he doesn't really have an arc in his own right. I suppose he's kind of a nihilist, but that's about all they really attempt to do with the character. El Diablo is tortured by the death of his family, who he accidentally cremates with his flame powers in a fit of rage. He feels a lot of remorse for what happened and is hesitant to join the squad because he doesn't want to hurt people anymore. I think he's one of the more interesting characters in the film, and Jay Hernandez, who plays the character, does a lot with the small amount of script he's given. I thought he was one of the better performances too, and elevated his character, who could have easily not stood out at all. Killer Croc, much like Captain Boomerang, is mostly in the movie for name recognition and to pad the roster, but also lacks a lot of things to do, similar to Captain Boomerang. The film implied he might have had a tragic backstory and stuff, but that doesn't really go anywhere within the film. Enchantress is kind of an obscure character, but what I love about DC is the amount of creative, obscure characters. Enchantress isn't really one of them. Nothing against the idea of the character, but the execution is just very weak here, as well as really in the original comics, but we'll come back to that. One thing I do love is the effect of her transforming from June into the Enchantress. It's a cool effect. Cara Delevingne kind of got a chance at acting between this and the Valerian movie, but never really made it. Don't get me wrong, as a model I'm sure she's great, but as an actress I never really liked her. She just seemed really bland. That probably wasn't helped in this film by the fact that she really didn't have much to do. But I think the June Moon character needs more tragedy to make her being possessed mean more. But she seems more like a prop for the movie. And also for some reason Cara Delevingne's acting feels like porno acting, where I'm not really buying what she's selling. As a villain, the Enchantress is pretty weak too. She barely shows up, and I find myself forgetting she's even in the movie because she disappears from the movie for several scenes before coming back and just kind of being there. And all we really know about the Enchantress is that she's really evil and stuff, and she brings back her brother so they can take over the world or whatever. But we just never get any villainous motivation, and Enchantress and Incubus are both pretty lame villains that really don't have much going on beyond their aesthetics. It's pretty lame. Also, the final confrontation in a dusty alley and seeing virtually no human consequences makes me wonder if this is actually as big of a threat as the movie says it is. Alright, we're gonna go more into the comic book adaptions and stuff from here. So let's look at the history of a bunch of these characters, shall we? The Suicide Squad first appeared as a team of soldiers in Brave and the Bold 25, led by Rick Flag, who ran the team along with a handful of other characters to give their lives to save others. However, the first supervillain version of the team was created for Suicide Squad number 1 in 1987, which is the version that has been maintained in the years following, led by the only returning member of the original Suicide Squad, Rick Flag, and overseen by Amanda Waller. Deadshot first appeared in Batman 59 from 1950. Originally, he was a campy villain wearing a tuxedo and a top hat with a domino mask, before being reinvented in Detective Comics 474 with the more modern look, aesthetic, and feel. In the movie, Deadshot has a daughter he loves, and all that. In the comics, he's just kind of some hired gun guy that wants Batman dead really bad. Will Smith's version is definitely more of an anti-hero than the comics one. He's just kind of a dick. But anyways, Joker first appeared in Batman number 1, where he was basically just a gangster who wanted to kill Batman before becoming more of a comedian in the Silver Age, and eventually more of a serial killer in the 70s and 80s. He's another character with many different variations. Leto's variation was definitely a miscalculation. It leaned more into the gangster roots of the character than ever before, giving an almost South American cartel vibe for some reason, which I think was an odd take, but kind of an interesting modernization of the 1940s gangster aesthetic potentially. And really, the way that they managed to modernize it, I feel like just came off a little cringe-inducing. And it feels like they wanted to do something different from past iterations to the point where it comes off a little bit ridiculous. I feel like in a lot of ways, I don't think it's invalid to greatly reinvent DC characters. I mean, we see it a lot in these movies. But much like Jesse Eisenberg's take on Lex Luthor from Batman v Superman, this just felt like more of a miscalculation than anything. Harley Quinn first appeared in the Batman the Animated Series episode, Joker's Favor, where she appeared as Joker's abused girlfriend and starts off as more of a named henchman before eventually becoming popular enough in the show and in fan communities to appear in the comics 7 years later in 1999, to the point where she's become so popular that now she has her own show and is almost arguably more popular than the Joker in wider pop culture these days. However, as time went on, she began to transition more into an anti-hero from just a villain, and appeared less and less with the Joker himself, and more with characters like Poison Ivy and Catwoman. Harley Quinn is another case of cross-pollination. She first appeared in the cartoons before coming to the comics, then into the movies, where her character was expanded and evolved, only to then be moved back into the cartoons with her new and fairly popular HBO series that's been pretty successful in its own right, ironically. Anyhow, Margot Robbie's version is so important to the character's history, it's impossible to remove her from the modern versions of the character, putting her up there with people like Alan Napier, who played Alfred, and influenced the character and helped cement them into the popular consciousness beyond the comic fans. This is not to downplay the contributions of people like Paul Dini, Tara Strong, or of course Arlene Sorkin, Quinn's initial voice actress, but it's hard to also downplay Margot Robbie's eventual influence on the character. Katana started in Brave and the Bold number 200 from 1988 and is a frequent member of Batman's offshoot team, The Outsiders, as well as the Birds of Prey and the Suicide Squad on occasion. She took on a larger role, being essentially the Robin of the universe of Beware the Batman, which was a real short-lived 3D Batman animated series made by Cartoon Network in 2013. Rick Flag premiered in Brave and the Bold 25 and hasn't changed much over the years, with Suicide Squad's version maintaining the idea. He's a patriotic overseer of the Suicide Squad, and he's a really good tactician, and he's really good at shooting guns. He's not too hard to adapt over. Amanda Waller first appeared in Legends number 1 from 1986. She's most well known as a government agent who leads the Suicide Squad, and Viola Davis does a great job playing that hard-ass role, while also acting heartless when needed in order to save the world. She is, in a lot of ways, the antithesis of many of the superheroes of the universe trying to fight villains in her own brutal and arguably villainous ways. Captain Boomerang first appeared in Flash 117 in 1960 and was one of the Flash's primary foes, often leading his rogues gallery against the Flash in the various assaults on Central City. The film version also fought the Flash, but was most well known for his time in the Suicide Squad, which makes sense since he was a founding member of the modern Suicide Squad in the comics version. It's a shame we didn't see more of him in the Flash, but that character kind of had a rough and turbulent history throughout the DCEU, so a brief 3-second cameo where we see the Flash beat up Captain Boomerang is probably all we'll ever see. El Diablo was created in All-Star Western number 2 where he was a hero. Lazarus Lane, the first villainous version, and what the movie seems to be based on, is Chateau Santana, a character that originated in El Diablo Volume 3 number 1 and was eventually made into a member of the Suicide Squad with his reintroduction in Suicide Squad number 1 for the DC New 52. He is a relatively new character being created in 2008 and to this day hasn't been expanded much in the DC canon beyond his brief tenure in the 2011 version of the Suicide Squad. Killer Croc was created in Detective Comics 523 and was essentially DC's answer to the Lizard from Spider-Man. Killer Croc was a human named Waylon Jones who had a disease that made him into a crocodile. The movie is fairly faithful to these origins. While Killer Croc isn't the most common Suicide Squad member in the comics, he's occasionally affiliated with the team. Enchantress first appeared in Strange Adventures number 187, where she gains her powers in a magical fortress. Forgotten by the publisher for years due to her lack of popularity, she eventually returned as a villain later on, and joined the Suicide Squad along with several other group members. Her origins are similar, and the ideas of the ancient Enchantress taking over June Moon's body, when she says Enchantress, has been cooked into the comics for a long time. I admittedly didn't know much about this character. She's mainly been a supporting player in the Suicide Squad comics line, and I never really read much Suicide Squad admittedly. Incubus is a short-lived character in the comics, premiering in Suicide Squad 14 from 1988 and dying the following issue. In the comics, he was the brother of Succubus, but they retooled him into being the brother of Enchantress for the film. In both, he's a villain that goes against the Squad. In the comics, he's brought down by Deadshot. Slipknot is a Firestorm villain. Neither character seemed to get much love in the expanded media. In the movie, Slipknot is introduced and quickly killed. In the comics, he briefly joined the Suicide Squad, but was mostly not important. Musically, the film is scored by Stephen Prince, who previously worked on David Ayer's film Fury before jumping to the Suicide Squad with him. The film, however, has a lot of licensed tracks and original songs it uses ad nauseum. And all of the licensed songs are such major tracks that it's distracting. On top of the new songs like Heathens, Sucker for Pain, and Purple Lamborghini, we also see a plethora of songs from a variety of genres seemingly mashed into this movie in an attempt to cover up for the lack of plot. Songs like The Ballroom Blitz, The House of the Rising Sun, Super Freaks, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, Fortunate Son, Paranoid, Seven Nation Army, Without Me, Black Skinhead, and Bohemian Rhapsody are just a handful of songs I personally know off the top of my head from while writing this. A strange mix of songs that don't really add much to the tone and are thematically random. A few days before seeing this film, I was at a branch of the American Legion, rocking out to a top 40 cover band along with the geezers that frequent the bar, and they were playing all sorts of random hits from a variety of genres. And it reminded me of this film because it's just a bunch of shit with no musical thesis. Like, how does this connect? It's kind of fun when you say, oh, I recognize that song. Then you start to wonder what the music is actually supposed to be saying in relation to the plot. Anyways, I review all of the DCEU soundtrack albums at the end of my full retrospective series, so if you're watching this in a single part, stay tuned for that, because I'm surely going to forget to edit this out. If you're here in the full video, hi, thanks. In like a few hours, we'll be getting to that, so stay tuned. Much later in the video. The cinematography, again, is a step above Marvel's in-house style, feeling like its own thing, which a lot of these films in early DC do very well. There are also some little creative shots and cuts, like when Deadshot shoots a target several times and it creates a little hole that the camera pans through. The color correction looks pretty solid too, for the most part, early on. I will say, once they journey through Midway, it begins to look a little more boring location-wise, and the movie looks a little swampy at points. Overall, though, the film looks decent to me, but certainly could have been better, and I think in Midway they should have added like some neon signs or something to kind of tone it up, make it a little more creative looking, because Midway City just looks bland. Tonally, I don't get what they're going for. Occasionally the film tries to be funny, occasionally the film is dramatic, and occasionally it tries to be romantic. Confused themes can often happen in films like this, which have a larger ensemble cast, but don't actually thread the plotline very well. It's not surprising that it ended up this way though, especially given the disturbingly bad practices employed in the editing room. After the movie was shot and completed, John Gilroy, who edited the similarly chopped up Star Wars Rogue One, as well as Nightcrawler, which was directed by his twin brother Dan, was assigned to the editor chair. Though he left the film before completion, he was credited as the final editor of the film, which is kind of shitty for them to do, since the movie ended up being edited like shit. However, despite the credit, Lee Smith, who is a frequent collaborator of Christopher Nolan and Sam Mendes, working on franchises like the Dark Knight trilogy and James Bond, was hired to make a cut. When Focus Group watched his cut, it was determined to be too dark, and Warner Brothers executives forced some more extensive reshoots, as well as adding a new editor. The person who edited the final cut is unconfirmed. It is not Lee Smith or John Gilroy. After the film came out, however, it was rumored that a ghost editor wasn't even a single person. Rather, they pushed it to a trailer house which edited the final theatrical film we got. This may explain why it is so stuffed with licensed tracks, a lot of which seem more like trailer songs than subtle background checks set to play during intimate scenes between characters. And also things like a heavy reliance on title cards and graphics, Editors always get the short end of the stick in Hollywood, frequently being integral to the film's success and rarely getting the credit they actually deserve. So yeah, that's probably why the movie looks the way it does, is because it wasn't actually edited by a real editor. They fired those guys and replaced them with a trailer house. This film is the first DC movie to have an end credits scene, and it teases the next core part of the DCEU, the Justice League franchise, with Bruce Wayne urging Amanda Waller to take a step back and let him and his fellow metahumans take care of humanity's threats. This ended up being a light tease for the upcoming Justice League film and also established the difference between Amanda Waller's Suicide Squad and Bruce's planned Justice League. I already mentioned a lot of the good stuff I liked about this movie previously in the video, but to recap, there are some shots that I think are pretty creative, like Enchantress's transformation and Will Smith shooting through that target. It also looks pretty decent until the squad's journey through Midway City, which I think was probably partially in the lighting. I think there should have been more creative lighting. Midway in the comics never really gets a personality to set it apart from like Gotham or Metropolis. Amanda Waller, Deadshot, El Diablo, and Batman are all pretty well performed by their respective actors, with Batman especially getting more Batman-like moments post-BVS, which is really needed to kind of try to humanize that character after they made him super dark and edgy in Batman vs Superman. And while Deadshot, portrayed by Will Smith, was just Will Smith, it's occasionally fun to see Will Smith playing up in his full 90s Will Smith glory, which we definitely don't see as much as we used to, and it's always kind of fun. El Diablo, as portrayed by Jay Hernandez, is also a standout, especially given that he's basically a background character used to pad the roster. Also, being the only character in this film to really have any sort of substantial and satisfying arc of any kind. Even with the few things I was generally positive on, there's still a lot of issues. Some of it comes back down to the editing and studio interference, and some of it seemed to just be baked into the script that was written by the screenwriters, and even some decisions I think David Ayer is responsible for, despite the movie being kind of removed from him and his chosen editor's hands. From an editing end, we had the added title cards, while Amanda Waller explains who each character is via narration. While this framework probably saves quite a bit of time from the already 2-hour and 15-minute extended cut of the movie, it feels like a bit of a cheap way to introduce characters quickly. The scenes showing these introductions seem to be cut from a more complete film as well, which makes them feel like movie clips more than new content, if that makes sense. The editors also cut in so much music that it's kind of distracting due to it either being well-known music or tracks you'd more likely use in a trailer. It feels like they're trying to divert attention from the movie for some reason. There also isn't a solid framing device, a la Guardians of the Galaxy and Peter's Walkman or Zoom, that explains why we're hearing all of these pop songs, and sometimes very popular pop songs. Some of the characters are a little generic looking in the film. I think the primary two that come to mind are Killer Croc and Incubus, both of whom I would hope more from. Killer Croc could have been gnarly and really cool looking, but ultimately what we got was a guy in face paint and some prosthetics. He looks more like the lizard guy from Ripley's Believe It or Not than a menacing monstrosity. Also, if people forgot Incubus was in the movie, they'd be totally forgiven. On top of doing very little, he just looks lame and like a very cheap version of Steppenwolf from Justice League, who also looks kinda shitty, by the way. It just wasn't an ideal formula. I guess on the flip side of the under-designs, Joker was a little over-designed. I also like how Amanda is about to send out the Suicide Squad. She gives each of them their specific uniform back, and didn't have tactical gear ready for them for this military operation. Harley Quinn, for example, dresses in booty shorts and a t-shirt. A person who I guess is good at hand-to-hand combat and not much else was given a t-shirt and fucking booty shorts. They also gave her back her cell phone for some reason, which she frequently texts the Joker on, and leads to the Joker finding her midway through the movie and her escaping for 2 seconds. I just don't understand the logic behind this, except brand recognition. At least Deadshot's uniform has some tactical advantages, presumably, despite the one eye thing, probably affecting his depth perception, which you would think he would need as a sharpshooter, but whatever. We have a lot of flimsy and bad dialogue, mostly coming from Harley Quinn and Joker, but also to an extent from Deadshot, with his classic line, "What are we? Some kind of Suicide Squad?"
So that's it? What, we some kind of Suicide Squad.
The plot also needs some major work too. We established the Enchantress, then when her brother Incubus is reincarnated, she just kinda hides in a dark alley and starts making nameless minions for the squad to occasionally fight throughout the movie. The minions are also weak looking. They remind me of the putties from Power Rangers, like Mighty Morphin. I'm not talking about the movie from 2017, I mean the fucking putties, man. We have 5 costumes and they're gonna do some karate against them. It looks like shit. When we finally do see the battle, pitting the squad against Enchantress and Incubus, it ends up being a laser light show that plays out in a boring alley in a boring city. Since these characters were dropped into a movie with pretty much no plot, they don't really do much but shoot shit for the entirety of the Midway City battle. Also, choosing DC's Detroit and adding no personality to it, but being kinda dumpy, leads the city to feeling generic. I get why they picked the city, since it's home of Hawkman and Doom Patrol, neither of whom have been established in the DCEU at this point, which explains why no one else ever pulls up to help the squad. DC has a lot of fictional heroes. Most of them have some personality in the comics, but DC's primary goal is to just have a name for a city for people to jump around in. Gotham has a lot of heroes, and a lot of Batman stories deepen the Gotham myth. Not saying Midway City has nothing going on for it, but why not make it like Atlantic City or Vegas, like casinos and lights and whatever? That would have fit tonally well with the Suicide Squad's bright personas and stuff, and the war-torn Midway City is definitely more of a holdover from the darker early drafts, but Midway is basically a blank canvas. Just make some shit up to make it look more interesting as they travel around it. I don't usually read off my chapter sections. I kind of break my videos down into chapters, if that makes sense, but I'm going to read this title because I think it's poignant. Joker and Harley's Relationship and Hot Topic 2. That's what I call this part. And I'm going to explain why. I wanted to finish wrapping up this Suicide Squad retrospective by taking a bit more of a look into Joker and Harley's relationship, which I think is absolutely terrible. Unlike the original Batman the Animated Series show and the comics, and the actual intent behind their relationship, nothing in this movie really talks about the larger thesis of Joker and Harley's relationship, which is that Joker essentially abuses Harley Quinn. And it doesn't really say anything about domestic abuse at all, mostly romanticizing the two characters and trying to make it for the teenagers watching this film to buy merchandise from Hot Topic and make them think this type of relationship is a normal thing. It's obviously kind of a modern play of the more romanticized versions of the life of Bonnie and Clyde, but the thing about Bonnie and Clyde is their story ends with them getting shot the hell up, and that's a real story. However, real life is often more poetically satisfying than film. Joker and Harley as an abusive couple was first expanded on in Mad Love, which was written and penciled by Harley Quinn creators Paul Dini and Bruce Timm. In the Batman Adventures Mad Love one-shot from 1994, a comic that was so good it won the 1994 Eisner Award for the best single issue of the year. The Eisner Awards are basically the comics industry's Oscars, so this was a very prestigious award, especially as it takes a lot to stand out as a single comic issue in the sea of thousands of comic issues per year coming out from major publishers. In the issue, Harley decides that the reason Joker is so terrible to her and refuses to settle down is because Batman, who Harley is convinced wrongfully, targets the Joker, so she hatches a plan to kill him. The book is amazing, like a lot of Bruce Timm and Paul Dini work. The book was later made into an episode of the new Batman Adventures, aka Batman the Animated Series Season 3, if we go by the classifications for the Batman the Animated Series complete sets. Anyways, we see the Joker hitting Harley and being genuinely terrible to her.
Don't you want to rev up your Harley? Vroom, vroom.
Harley finally smartens up and leaves the Joker, but then he sends her flowers, which causes her to fall in love with him again. As time goes on, this idea would expand, but the idea that the Joker is a terrible partner to Harley is baked into the identity of her character. My issue with the Suicide Squad is that the film mostly romanticizes her relationship with the Joker, and never actually does anything to condemn it or comment on how Harley is clearly kind of the victim of the Joker, like it's implied in the show and the comics. Harley and the Joker are stylish, rich, and devious. Joker even kills a crime boss, Monster T, for messing with Harley. They drive around to romantic pop music in Joker's neon purple Lamborghini, and romantic music and slow motion being employed to make Harleen's transformation into Harleen more romanticized than, oh, that's kind of messed up that Joker would throw her into a vat of chemicals to make her more like him. The only real hint we get in the movie that Joker's a dick is when he crashes his Lamborghini in the river. Harley said she can't swim, and it's kind of a blink and you miss it moment. But when Joker makes not one but two attempts to save Harley, each time the film framing it as a big romantic gesture, you start to question what the final film and Warner Brothers were actually trying to get the audience to think about this relationship. Again, I don't really blame David Ayer for this, because this kind of wasn't his film at all. The film doesn't do anything to cleverly comment on this relationship. Rather, they hope to make them an it couple for kids, so they would LARP around as Harley and Joker and sell splat hair dye and other products that can be purchased at Hot Topic. Warner supposedly wanted to downplay the abuse stuff to market Joker and Harley to kids with products like Joker trench coat, Harley Quinn costume, Harley Quinn cocktail dress, Joker card hoodie, Joker blazer with unzippable smile sleeve, Harley's put-in choker, Harley's property of Joker's sports jacket, Harley Quinn pudding booty shorts, Harley Quinn officially licensed sequins panties, a series of Harley Quinn's Daddy's Little Monster t-shirts. My point of all this is to illustrate that there were so many monetary reasons that Warner Brothers wanted to completely forgo the more abusive stuff in Joker and Harley's relationship, and it's because you can't get teenage girls to want to buy Superman sequins panties. I don't think Hot Topic even offers any underwear based on Superman, but Harley, on the other hand, is infinitely monetizable to confused preteens. They understand that Hot Topic can get kids to dress in the Joker Fox crocodile skin duster or Harley's Daddy's Little Monster t-shirt with a $40 MSRP. And if they're lucky, they'll also sell the matching $85 property of Joker jacket. And if they're really cranking, they can even upsell a $45 pair of sequins panties to maximize profits. I don't have Hot Topic's numbers, but they still to this day sell lots of Harley Quinn merch, lots of Joker merch, and lots of Suicide Squad merch. Perhaps there was something behind this. Maybe Warner Brothers made a really smart executive move in deciding, let's not actually follow the thesis of these characters and rather do something completely opposed to the actual intent of the filmmakers and the creators of the characters in order to make a bunch of money. So that's pretty much Suicide Squad in a nutshell. But the Suicide Squad album did pretty good, selling more than 2 million copies in the US, which tells me that Joker and Harley's relationship, while not emotionally satisfying or well written, clearly made Warner Brothers a bunch of money. It also led to DC greenlighting numerous Harley Quinn spin-off films and a couple of Joker ones, which we'll eventually come back to in my project based on canceled DC films, which will also be in the larger video if you're watching this version, so stay tuned for that. Watching Suicide Squad now, I dislike it, but I don't totally hate it, I guess. I just passively think it's pretty bad. Joker is a huge misstep, but might have been okay, even with his odd design choice, if they had simply had Jared Leto dial it back and play it just slightly different. The type of Joker he plays should be a little more reserved, like Jack Nicholson's take. You know, you have those crazy moments, but a lot of the time he's just a kind of a reserved and smart gangster guy. I like most of the squad, but Harley was weaker than in her future installments, admittedly. The villain plot is paper thin, and the Joker and Harley relationship was, I think, a huge cash grab and kind of thematically went against the comic books in every way. The movie looks okay, but certainly could have looked a bit better if they did more to make Midway City look a little more unique. Overall, I'd pass on this film, but it has some points in the film that shine through over the absolute shit that makes up most of the film. Suicide Squad earned $747 million on a budget of $175 million, meaning it earned approximately $4 million in profit, and was probably the highest profit the DCEU made for a film up to this point. However, it had the worst reviews to this point as well, with 26% on Rotten Tomatoes and 40 out of 100 on Metacritic. A lot of critics calling the film things like ugly and boring, which is something I don't disagree with. And Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn was praised as great casting, but in contrast, Jared Leto's Joker was seen as a bad choice. From an award standpoint, it actually did better, winning an Oscar for Best Makeup, which doesn't say much about the film's story quality, but that's something. Congratulations to the people who worked hard to make the makeup really happen for this movie. The award also was echoed at the Makeup Guild Awards, where it won Best Makeup in a Feature Film. Margot Robbie also won the Critics' Choice Awards for Best Actress in an Action Film. She won the same award at the People's Choice Awards as well. So I guess some people liked Margot Robbie's performance, despite the fact that I clearly didn't see it. While these are small wins, it still reflects that Robbie was the best part of the film, at least for the critics, and that the makeup was good, which I can agree with, I guess, but I'm no expert in the field. Despite the critical reception being poor, Warner Brothers would start production on several spin-offs based on the Harley character, as well as beginning a sequel, which would ultimately come out much later under the title of The Suicide Squad, which would be directed by James Gunn. I remember being delightfully surprised by Wonder Woman. I went to a Friday matinee of this film, and that may be the ideal way to watch this movie. I remember being in a crowd of like 8 people, and overall I enjoyed Wonder Woman. Sure, it was basically a reskin of the first Captain America film from the MCU, and the climax leaves a lot to be desired, but I recall being fairly positive on the film after my first viewing. You can check out our drunk view that came out in 2017 when this movie arrived.
Tell us about the plot of Wonder Woman in that case. Okay. It's a great movie.
This is also the first one we drunk viewed, as I said, which is our first reaction movie chat we do after most movies we see in theaters. Perhaps I'm full of shit and had a different reaction, but this is how I remember it, so that's how I'm going to write my story. Production was rocky on Wonder Woman to start, initially beginning production in 1996, a very early form, with Ivan Reitman, the director of Ghostbusters, attached. However, production stalled, as did most of the late 90s, early 2000s DC films in the wake of Batman and Robin. This couldn't have been helped by the fact that production started before the string of early 2000s superhero films that saved the genre, such as Blade, X-Men, and the Batman trilogy from Christopher Nolan. At one point, Sandra Bullock was being eyeballed to star, which I mean, Sandra Bullock's an okay actress, but Wonder Woman I don't really see. Granted, it's better than when they were floating around the idea of Mariah Carey. Almost 10 years into the on and off production, Joss Whedon was approached and wrote a script, with actresses considered being Kate Beckinsale and Angelina Jolie. Joss Whedon left the production shortly after. It switched hands some more before they tried to introduce Wonder Woman in George Miller's ill-fated attempt at Justice League. Paul Feig put his hat in the ring to make Wonder Woman an action comedy film. However, he couldn't get that off the ground either. It does amuse me that the director of Ghostbusters kind of launched the project, and the director of the Ghostbusters remake also tried to take a crack at Wonder Woman. Anyhow, eventually Patty Jenkins was brought on. It's worth noting she didn't end up writing the first Wonder Woman, with that honor going to Zack Snyder, Alan Heinberg, and Jason Foss, none of whom would return for the sequel. They decided to set Wonder Woman in World War I, which I think was smart, especially since it adds a slight difference from the similar Captain America the First Avenger movie, which took place during World War II. The origin for the film combines aspects of several comics, most notably the relatively recent, at the time, New 52, as well as George Perez's run. The film ran into a bit of controversy with a string of women-only screenings, which seems like such a non-issue, but it was seen by some critics as discrimination. However, it wasn't like only women could see the film, it was more of a fun thing theaters did. Most notably the Alamo Drafthouse, which is a fairly big theater chain here in the United States, primarily targeted at women. I don't really see a big deal in it, especially since it didn't count against race or anything like that, but whatever. The movie has a women empowering theme, so I don't see why this was an issue, but man babies who didn't want to go to the other showtimes were pissed that they couldn't go to these specific showtimes either. It also had some controversy with some Arab countries banning the film, The most relevant, probably, is the consideration to ban it in Palestine, as Gal Gadot was a soldier as part of the IDF, the Israeli army, and made comments opposing Palestine during the 2014 Israel-Palestine conflict. The story of Wonder Woman follows Diana Prince, or Wonder Woman, who's an Amazonian warrior trained by her aunt to eventually fight Ares, who the Amazonians know will someday come after Wonder Woman for unexplained reasons. Anyhow, years later, Wonder Woman is now a trained warrior, and a spy for the British Army during World War I, Steve Trevor, is shot down and crash lands on Themyscira, the island of the Amazons, along with a platoon of Germans who were pursuing him, due to having Dr. Poison's secret journal that explains the chemical weapons she's been cooking up for World War I. The Amazonians managed to fend off the invasion, but Wonder Woman finally sees the first-hand horrors of man that were described to her over the years by other Amazonians. After the conflict, Steve reveals to her that he has to go back to London and needs help returning, as he's a spy that works for the British Army during World War I, and he has incredibly sensitive information. Wonder Woman steals the God-Killer sword, her lasso, and her shield, and the pair head down to London. They were stopped by Diana's mom, but ultimately she allows them to go. Diana makes Steve promise to take her to the front, in hopes that she can stop Ares and bring peace to mankind. But Steve has to drop off the book about chemical weapons to Sir Patrick Morgan, who ends up helping them get to the front when he learns about Steve's plan to attempt to stop Dr. Poison once and for all on an unofficial mission. Diana and Steve assemble a team of Samir and Charlie, a couple of soldiers Steve worked with in the past, and head to the front where they meet a guide for hire, Chief, who takes them to the front. After seeing the horrors of the front, Diana chooses to act and rushes into the battlefield onto German lines, which allows the other British soldiers to advance, and from there they head to a village where they find Germans are holding an armistice gala that is set to be ambushed by a new chemical weapon created by Dr. Poison. Wonder Woman infiltrates the gala with the group and ends up assassinating Eric Lundoff, who she believes to be Ares, before learning Ares was actually Patrick Morgan, the direct supervisor to Steve in the British Army. Ares reveals that he guided the humans, but ultimately leaves the actual killing to the humans themselves, with only influencing them on the creation of weapons. He tells Wonder Woman to join him, so they can eradicate the humans and bring Earth back to an age of peace that the gods had before Zeus created man. He also reveals that they are half-siblings, with Zeus being both of their fathers. Diana rejects the idea of joining him, insisting that the power of love can overpower the power of hate humanity is also plagued with. And they get into a battle to the death, with Diana ultimately killing Ares. However, Steve dies, sacrificing himself to destroy Dr. Poison's new weapons. With the war now over, Diana returns to London feeling empty after the loss of her first love, Steve. Wonder Woman is a decent character, decently portrayed by Gal Gadot. She isn't some brilliant actress, but especially in this film she does a good job playing Wonder Woman, who's a fish out of water, despite being nearly 5,000 years old. She's still a bit out of her element in the real world, only knowing her home of Themyscira for thousands of years, where she's pretty much just honed her powers and trained to be an OP warrior, not encountering the ugliness of the impure human society until Steve arrives. She ignorantly believes the stories she's been passed down, that upon the death of Ares, who she is destined to meet in battle once he finds her, that all war will end for mankind. I'm not sure how Ares couldn't find her after 5,000 years. She lived on Themyscira the whole time, but whatever. There's some cute moments of her learning about what it means to be a human, with moments that feel fairly tragic for a woman who only knew peace on Paradise Island. I think the portrayal is alright, and although she's a bit of a blank state, she starts to grow her truer understanding of the real world by the end of the film, in an arc which I think is fairly well presented throughout the film. Steve Trevor is a bit goofy, played by Chris Pine, but obviously he has a good heart. Steve also comes to the realization throughout the film that the way wars are fought are a bit odd, with Wonder Woman's simplified views removing a lot of the political and strategical ways that wars are fought, claiming it makes no sense people like Patrick Morgan sit in boardrooms directing a war while soldiers and citizens are dying in the streets. It is pretty poignant towards the end when it turns out that Morgan is actually Ares, and Steve realizes perhaps the role he plays is just complacent to war in general, and perhaps he's complacent in not questioning war in general and the authority that creates those wars. His sacrifice at the end of the film is also slightly tragic, though I will admit I didn't feel much for the character for some reason by the time of his death. I think it more came down to Pine's performance, which wasn't bad, but I just didn't feel it when he died, even when the film set up a dramatic moment for Wonder Woman when the sounds of war are silenced and he professes his love for Diana and says he needs to sacrifice himself for the world to be safe. It's a noble end to the character, who's kind of a crux for the whole argument the film is making about war, but I just wish his death meant more to me. This isn't even a knock against the film, since I think on paper I should have felt more. I just think I didn't really care for some reason. Ares is probably the only other character I really need to talk about an arc for. Everyone else in this film are very minor, one-note characters. The other people in the Wonder Men, which is a team they assemble, don't really add much. Charlie being the only other member with a character arc, which is that he has PTSD and acts out, then freezes up in battle and regains his confidence when it counts. Anyhow, Ares is sort of a weak villain for multiple reasons, but most of the movie he's just kind of a boogeyman. For most of the movie, Wonder Woman wanted to kill him, in her head being that if she kills him, war against men will end. However, when she finally meets Ares in person, who turns out was secretly Patrick Morgan, who's occasionally in the background like a Scooby-Doo villain, is that humans are just going to kill each other no matter what, despite the minor intervention that Ares does. He then offers to have Wonder Woman join him, but I don't see why Wonder Woman would change his plan. He's a powerful god, but uses persuasion in his plans to get humanity to destroy itself. If Wonder Woman joined, how would that change? She doesn't have these persuasion powers, she's just a really powerful warrior who has enhanced strength and abilities. I don't really see what his master plan is here. Also, why risk his life and present himself to Wonder Woman when he could just keep working from the background and keep having humans destroy themselves? I guess it was to get Wonder Woman to join his cause. He was certainly doing more for his goal working behind the scenes though. Also, the whole arc of the movie is about how man is bad and does it to itself, which is true in real life. Humans are pretty shitty, especially the ones with power, since they're willing to throw us peasants at other countries to be slaughtered like pigs for no good reason. I'm not saying there aren't justified reasons for war, but you're hard-pressed to find a war where there isn't some kind of imperialism or xenophobia at its core. So I think it's a good enough message. But then Ares is like, well yeah, that's true, humans are bad, but I also control them and cause them to fight, but not really. In the end, the simple yet poignant idea of Ares' character gets so muddled it kind of ruins the whole point the movie was trying to make about Ares. The cinematography was handled by relatively obscure Matthew Jensen, whose biggest claim to fame before this film was Josh Trank's Chronicle and Fantastic Four films. I haven't seen Chronicle yet, but I will say, I thought Fantastic Four looked rough, and sadly I don't think this film looks much better. They do a good job portraying the beautiful look of Themyscira, making it very picturesque and vibrant, almost like those old Windows screensavers or something. However, some of the set dressing was a little like Thor 2011, which is a bit ugly, and the gold tint plaguing some of the interiors are also in this film. However, the human world is very glum throughout, and they kind of overdo it, which makes this early 20th century London look cheap and weird. Even on the battlefield, this real ugly gray feel gets really boring. I think they could have done some beautiful imagery and contrasted it with war. Look at 2017 by Shawn Mendes, which came out a few years ago, and is quite beautiful throughout the movie, and it takes place during the height of World War I. Sometimes you'll be looking at beautiful backgrounds as an important character dies. I think blatantly making the world ugly overbears the message of the film, which is already a bit confused, and also starts to make it a bit of an eyesore to watch, especially since a lot of the film is shot on sound stages very obviously. I don't expect roses coming out of the concrete in the streets of London, but once we hit nature, perhaps the characters could travel and see a few beautiful landscapes and stuff. Think The Lord of the Rings. They're traveling throughout a really glum world that is under a huge war, and it still occasionally stops to look really beautiful and show what they're fighting for. Tonally, this movie is decent, like I said. The message is pretty overbearing, but the tone seems to always make sense and never takes me out of the film. I guess if I had a criticism, it'd be Diana's optimism, occasionally downplaying the horrors we're seeing along with some of the superhero shenanigans, like when Diana destroys the clock tower, seeming a little strange to fit in this point of the film, which tries to balance some serious war tones with a, well, superhero blockbuster summer film. However, based on the concept, for the most part it works, even if fundamentally this isn't really what I wanted to see on screen. I think the similar Captain America the First Avenger made more sense being a war biopic, with that character understanding the gravity of the war better than Wonder Woman does. Plus, Steve Rogers felt a little more likely to be killed in such a war than Wonder Woman, who's just fucking invincible. For something like Wonder Woman, I wonder why they even said it during a war. I know superhero comics, especially during World War II, visited the war often, and it's an important aspect of superhero comics history, especially World War II, with them not really touching like Vietnam and stuff as much. But with that said, back in World War II, it was propaganda that was often pretty racist and intended to keep troops overseas motivated, and it helped the kids who were buying the books see their heroes helping our soldiers as a way of escapism. Then, the books would be recycled for war supplies, hence why 1940s comics are often very hard to come by. Try buying an early 1940s comic book. They're a lot rarer than they seem. However, by Korea and Vietnam, this takes a change, especially Vietnam, which was seen as more of a pointless war, at least where it had less nuance to who the true good guys were, so comics have since avoided the topic for the most part. Not to say there aren't characters like Captain America who've touched on it since. His background is so cooked into war and stuff that it really wouldn't make sense for him to avoid it. But superheroes are an escapist genre, and I just don't really understand why they needed to set this Wonder Woman movie during a war, when I think the tone was so confused that it doesn't really add much. And while this movie had a solid message, I think the film fails to land on its feet when it comes to the message in a lot of regards. We already talked about Wonder Woman in my Batman v Superman segment, so let's talk about the supporting cast and where they were adapted from. Steve Trevor first appeared alongside Wonder Woman in her first appearance, All-Star Comics number 8, where he loses control of his plane during a spy mission in World War II and meets Wonder Woman on Themyscira, ultimately brings her to modern civilization where he convinces Wonder Woman to help mankind. This isn't much different than the version we see in the film, except swap out the Second World War for the First World War, and boom, there you go. Steve is Diana's primary love interest and essentially her Lois Lane. I would say the primary difference between the two characters being that Chris Pine's version is slightly more proactive and less of a goofball than the original version. Ares was first adapted into DC Comics in Wonder Woman number 1 in 1940 as the grandfather of Wonder Woman. At the time, he was known as Mars, which is the Roman god of war. He later became Ares, named after the Greek god of war. Regardless, the version we see in the film is most notably based on George Perez's take. Though it is worth noting, the filmmakers makes him a little more of a symbolic evil, with him more indirectly influences humans to take up weapons until his final battle with Wonder Woman. Hippolyta is Wonder Woman's mother, who originally created Wonder Woman from clay in her original appearances before making her after a sweet lovemaking session with Ares. In the comic and the film, she first disapproves of Wonder Woman helping humans until Wonder Woman proves her worth and whatever. Dr. Poison was a Wonder Woman antagonist created for Sensation Comics number 2, who was kind of a racist stereotype of a Japanese person in the comics, where she made reverso gas to make soldiers do the opposite of what they're told. In the film, she creates mustard gas to horribly kill humans. The modern interpretation is also just like a woman who works in Germany, rather than a Japanese princess. The comics were a little weird, and very racist in the 1940s, that's for sure. Etta Candy was Wonder Woman's stumpy sidekick introduced in Sensation Comics number 2. She was a recurring comic relief character that often accompanied Wonder Woman on missions. The movie was a little less cruel to the character, making her more proactive in working with Wonder Woman and Steve Trevor. She's also updated to Steve's secretary and confidant, from her original origin of just being some weirdo kid in college that followed Wonder Woman around. Artemis doesn't do much but die at the hand of Ares and make a brief cameo fighting Darkseid in Justice League, which we'll come back to. But she first appeared in Wonder Woman Volume 2 number 90, and at one point acted as Wonder Woman before leaving the role later on. Wonder Woman actually pulled a lot of deep-cut characters into the DCEU and updated them with some reverence for the source material, which didn't seem super common for the DCEU at the time. The score for this film is bizarre. It feels like a mix of Transformers, Star Wars, and Harry Potter, but never really picking an angle in which to tackle it. Rupert Greg Williams composed it, and he's done a lot of things, but nothing super notable. He did a lot of work for Adam Sandler's production company, Happy Madison, and would work on both Wonder Woman and Aquaman for the DCEU. It's definitely a solid score for someone who doesn't do much larger budget scores, and especially coming from working on mid-budget comedies and stuff, but it's not as memorable and iconic as some of the industry's biggest names can pull off. The Wonder Woman theme also plays a good few times, and yep, I still hate this theme deeply. I didn't like it during Batman vs Superman, and this movie hasn't changed my mind. The weird electric guitar thing doesn't work. It is especially out of place in this film, which is supposed to be a war epic, when a guitar with tons of reverb plays a shitty little riff a few times that sounds straight out of an asset pack you'd get for a few bucks on any music sampling film score pack. It's just cheap sounding. I feel like WB to this day tried to make this riff a thing, but Wonder Woman deserves a better score. This is lame, especially considering both Superman and Batman have not one, but multiple iconic scores throughout their film history. Alright, whatever, maybe next time. Maybe the DCEU can figure this out for Wonder Woman. She needs something more iconic. This film was edited by Martin Walsh, who is a veteran editor at this point, starting in the 1980s and continuing work to this day. While he isn't a huge name in Hollywood, he edited films like V for Vendetta and the Clash of the Titans remake. He's definitely a good working man's director, nothing too flashy with Wonder Woman, but he did a good job making the film work. I also think, even despite my mixed reaction to the story of this film, Patty Jenkins was doing a pretty competent job bringing the film to screen. And the stuff she was shooting gave the editor plenty of footage to work with to assemble a very coherent film. Wonder Woman skips out on doing an end credit scene, although it does have a short film, which I'll talk about in my short film section coming up later if you're watching the full video. And if you're just watching the Wonder Woman segment, not the larger DCEU video as a whole, I wish I could tell you, you were missing out on a lot not hearing me talk about the Etta Candy short film that was definitely retrofitted from an end credit scene. Still, watch the full retrospective. I have many sleepless nights wondering if it was worth it all, and you can learn about what Etta Candy was doing after this movie. Oh, that's not out yet, by the way. It's coming. I gotta finish the whole project before that happens, so stay tuned. Stay tuned and come back. Rewatch it. This is typically the part where I discuss my positives and negatives on the film that don't fit into the basic fundamentals of the story, and I do have a couple of notes on both, but there's less to really say about this film in general on these fronts, because frankly, a lot of Wonder Woman's positives and negatives are baked directly into the movie itself, so I already discussed a lot of my major thoughts, but I do have a few notes. This movie, for some reason, sneaks in some sexy innuendos, as the kids say. For one, we see an ass-naked and objectified Steve Trevor.
Would you say you're a typical example of your sex?
Now, while you could make an argument a superhero film wouldn't get away with this for a female character, which is probably true, I would argue women are objectified all the time in films. I mean, if you're not watching slasher films in part to see some titties, I don't know why you're watching them. If the film has a budget of under $10 million, the film either expects females to show some titties, or it's a Lifetime movie. With that said, I think we should have seen some Steve Trevor dong. And I say that as a proud straight man. The reason being is this one's for the ladies. They should be able to see some dong the same way I watch Hollywood chainsaw hookers to enjoy some titties. That's right, ladies, I got your back on this one. Anyways, there's also a point that got me in my deepest insecurities. At one point, Wonder Woman reveals that a philosopher wrote a 12-volume series that determines that women don't need men for anything but procreation, and that only men are getting their rocks off, so to speak. This could be true, but remember, if you hear the buzzing, boys, you did a good job. Don't worry about it, just roll over and go to sleep. Anyhow, 12 volumes? I mean, she didn't elaborate on the page count, but that is an impressive amount of volumes on the topic. The movie is a fish out of water tale about a woman discovering the world, which she was ignorant about. It ties into the themes pretty well and leads to some cute and fun moments with Wonder Woman learning about human culture and the good and the bad of it. It is to the superhero genre what Jon Favreau's Elf is to the Christmas genre. Fish out of water films always get me a bit, and I'll be honest, it can make it pretty easy to ignore some leaps in logic that may come up, and you can easily chalk them down to the innocence of the character. That said, I think even with that handicap, I still had yet to see a really solid fish out of water film, with my favorite probably being Paddington. But that film is also kind of just a cute film about acceptance and protecting the innocent bears at all costs. So, fish out of water films, I mean, they kind of get handicapped. It's hard to make a great fish out of water film, but at the same time, it's also kind of hard to make a bad one. So, yeah, do with that information what you will. Okay, I didn't have much positives to add in my review that I didn't elaborate on with the fundamentals, and sadly I have more issues with this film to talk about. The effects in this film are mostly poor and not really up to par with the other films. In fairness, this may be in part due to Hollywood's clear bias against women and minorities. They see it as a riskier endeavor to put money into those films. That's not me trying to be woke either. I'm saying the effects in both this film and Black Panther are visually much worse than that of their contemporaries around this time. I mean, 2017 to like 2020 was the peak of the superhero genre. You know, the checkbooks were open. And this movie and Black Panther are two that notably have really shitty effects for the time and turned out to be good gambles. These are problems their sequels, interestingly, wouldn't really have after both Wonder Woman and Black Panther turned out to be critical and commercial successes. But in the case of this film, we can also partially blame Patty Jenkins for the movie looking bad, because she did a lot of nauseating slow-mo and wrote the entire movie to be gloomy, ugly, or super vibrant and bright, meaning pretty much every shot in this film is shot on a digital set rather than finding actual locations a la 1970 or The Lord of the Rings. And the fakeness really shows. Also, if you're gonna do this whole ass movie in CG sets, why not just pick more interesting places for this climax than a CGI tarmac? Fast and Furious 6, which interestingly also had Gal Gadot, has a much more badass runway scene, since they're jumping between cars and blowing shit up and shit like that. And yeah, that climax goes on for like 20 minutes, so you don't know how they're still driving down this tarmac. And you're bound to wonder, how the fucking hell is this runway so big? But who cares, man? That shit's fun. And this movie, that also takes place on a tarmac, they just stand 40 feet apart and shoot boring CGI lasers at each other, and it's lame as hell. The film kind of has the same vibe as those Fantastic Beast films, in the worst way possible, with the dark, CGI-ridden streets. I mean, I definitely find this movie less boring and contrived than those movies, but not really by much, and the fact that this movie was bringing to mind those terrible Fantastic Beasts movies is not in any way good. You don't want that to happen. It just has that look and tone to where I actually start to wonder why Warner Brothers likes this type of style, because I don't think it truly works out well. In the end of Wonder Woman, the movie, it shifts to reveal that love unites all humans, as much as war does, with even the German survivors celebrating upon the death of Ares. Like, what did these Germans really learn? I think it'd be more powerful at the end of the film if it was a little more bittersweet, which they kind of try when she looks at a picture of Steve Trevor. Perhaps it's fresh in my mind, but I just watched The Holdovers by Alexander Payne at the time of writing this. At the time of recording this, it's been a while, but regardless. And the film is a series of tragedies that happen to the characters, and things never pan out the way the characters hope, but that's kind of life. And the characters found some good moments and learned to accept the good with the bad, because that's just life. I think in the ending of Wonder Woman, there should have been some similar realization. She sees humanity at its worst, and killing Ares really achieves nothing, and Steve's dead, but she understands the underlying good in humanity, or at least the understanding that most of humanity just wants things to work out, and that there's some bad apples out there, or perhaps something more nuanced than that, and she dedicates her life to bettering that, and amplifying the positive, and defending it from the negative forces. I think seeing the Germans and the Americans celebrating after the death of Ares is really cheesy. The more nuanced ending is the one I wanted, for sure, and this Power of Love stuff is blatantly announcing that it's a cheesy way to wrap up the film, and makes the ending little more than black and white. I just wish there was more nuance to it. Like if the movie actually made you put a little thought to get to what the moral's trying to tell you, that'd be more satisfying. If you actually had to think about something and come to a conclusion. I guess what can I expect from superhero cinema? Even the best isn't known for its subtlety, but it's a thought. The film also has a Native American man named Chief, whose character makes no sense to me. He's your stereotypical war guide Native American who stays out of the conflict and instead guides people to the war for money.
Nowhere better to be than in a war where you don't take a side.
I want to live. You can live, but do you want to keep the rock and pee on it?
But then changes his mind without any real arc or even anybody bringing attention to it, and he just joins Wonder Woman on her quest. I have several questions. For one, why is a Native American man alone on the German front in World War I? That doesn't really seem like his fight, but if it was, how and why would he? There were like 11,000 Native Americans that fought in the war, many of whom were drafted and didn't actually elect to go there, but Chief was on the British front for some reason, not the American front. That is a small nitpick. Regardless, his character is cool, but then Wonder Woman dramatically storms onto no man's land and he follows. This is a bit odd because he plays a neutral party throughout the film who's there for money, kind of a bounty hunter type, like Han Solo.
I bet you have. My clunky.
But unlike Han Solo, it doesn't really explain why he wants to fight in the war, he just suddenly does. He has no skin in the game for either the British or the German forces, so why the change of heart? I don't know, it's never explained. I think it would have made more sense and added more nuance if she waved for Chief to follow or something. He had a moment where he shook his head and walked off. That way we can see that some men are just in it for greed, and that also adds more to what the film is trying to comment on about humanity and its willingness to do bad things, or at least be complacent for personal gain. You know, the theme of the movie? What I'm trying to illustrate with all these examples is that the film claims it's trying to say something but rarely backs it up with evidence beyond Wonder Woman blatantly saying aloud what the film is trying to tell us. The movie really wants to tell us its morals without actually showing the moral on screen, and that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is weak storytelling. Watching this movie is difficult. I feel like anytime I watch it, I dislike it a little more. This was my third or fourth viewing of the film, and I really didn't care for it this time. Like, it's not terrible, but it's terribly overrated, that's for sure. The arcs that are here had effort put into them conceptually, but failed to land due to a lack of subtlety, and more of a tell not show mentality. The acting is okay, but nothing stands out as particularly exceptional. The editing is good, and the music is pretty generic. Where the movie really stumbles is with all of the CGI and slow motion that makes this movie sort of boring and fake looking, on top of not really showing anything interesting to look at. I think despite having a lot of negative things to say, that the film comes together and hobbles together something pretty coherent and solid. I still think it's wildly overrated, but you can feel that genuine effort was put into the film, and the people involved believed in the project and the story they were telling, even though, again, I don't think it wholly panned out. I also think it keeps true to the heart of the comic book characters for the first time in the DCEU to this point, which I think is important to any reinvention of a comic book character, and that it's something that is pretty commendable. I feel like people involved in this delved into the lore to find a lot of characters that may not have gotten much love otherwise, like Etta Candy for example, and in Etta's case added a little dignity to the character while maintaining her humor aside from her comic book appearances from 80 years ago. I mean, originally she was a punchline, but here they made her funny but also a dignified character who's an active part of the team. Overall, I think I like this movie less than my first viewing for sure, but giving my first very detailed watch and seeing it in theaters is bound to make that happen, especially when there's a lot of kind of messy stuff in this movie. Wonder Woman made $822 million off a budget of approximately $150 million, which means it made over $500 million after marketing, which is a really great box office haul. It also did very well critically, with a 93% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 76 out of 100 on Metacritic, which is really solid, with critics calling it a good marriage of the iconic DC filmmakers Richard Donner and Christopher Nolan. People said the pacing and tone were solid, and even with some messy aspects like the overall reliance on exposition, the film still came together well. The setting was also praised as being pretty well done for a superhero film, and the movie won several smaller awards during the award series. Nothing too notable, but Gal Gadot, Patty Jenkins, and the stunt team primarily won some trophies. So, that was Wonder Woman.
remember seeing Justice League clearly. I was in college at the time and we decided we'd smoke a little bit of weed before watching. Perhaps that'd make the film better. The film had a very troubled production, as we'll soon cover, and I couldn't fathom how the marriage of Zack Snyder and Joss Whedon's style would come together in a film that felt even remotely coherent. I remember sitting in a packed ultra screen at my local Marcus Cinema, absolutely and unequivocally bored. I thought it was absolutely horrible from the opening of the film. Back in 2007, George Miller's Justice League, which I mentioned a couple times in this video, started casting, with Armie Hammer as Batman, DJ Cortana as Superman, Megan Gale as Wonder Woman, Common as Jon Stewart's Green Lantern, Adam Brody as Flash, and Jay Baruchel as Maxwell Lord. While the film had a lot of work done and cast and crew were being assembled, the 2008 writer's strike pushed back production 3 months, followed by production moving from Australia to Canada due to issues with Warner Bros. Tax write-offs and stuff. Finally, the film would be axed due to the success of The Dark Knight. Perhaps, short-sightedly, DC thought solo movies were the future, so they axed Justice League. DJ Cortana and Adam Brody would both come back to DC for roles in Shazam as part of the Marvels family. George Miller also went on to direct Mad Max Fury Road, a career highlight for the director, so I guess it all kind of worked out in the end. Warner didn't leave the idea dead in the water for too long, as in 2014, after the success of Man of Steel, a new attempt would be made at making a new film based on the Super Team. The film started production in 2016, and Snyder would shoot most of the film. However, after the poor critical reception to Batman v Superman, Geoff Johns and John Berg would take over the role of creatively guiding the studio from Zack Snyder. The pair decided that the film needed rewrites and reshoots to make it more fun, so they brought in Joss Whedon and Alan Hinberg to watch the footage and help make it more fun. Around this time, Zack Snyder's daughter passed away and he stepped down from the project. Warner Bros. Went on to install Joss Whedon in his place, who was already working in the writing room to some extent. While the production of the movie was certainly rocky, we also had a fair share of controversies that went on during the filming, primarily from Joss Whedon, the new director installed after Zack Snyder left, who ultimately tanked his reputation on this film. Ray Fisher, who plays Cyborg in the film, came out and said that basically WB's camp, including Geoff Johns and Joss Whedon, did horrible acts of workplace misconduct. Fisher's co-stars mostly agreed when asked, but were more coy about it. However, this also brought to light claims from previous projects as well of him being a terrible person, including allegations from some people from Buffy and Firefly. In January 2022, Joss addressed the controversy by saying Gal Gadot didn't understand enough English and misunderstood what he said, and said that Ray Fisher was a bad actor and a liar. Joss Whedon has not directed a film since Justice League, and his show that he was launching at the time of the controversy, The Nevers, was quietly cancelled by HBO. Joss Whedon's name was also removed from the project of The Nevers, even though one season still came out. After the film's release, a fan outcry for the release of the Snyder Cut of Justice League began. This would also be the rise of Snyder's vocal fans on their many campaigns to see change in the world of DC and get Zack back to the helm of the universe again, and we'll talk about this more once we get to Zack Snyder's Justice League, however, and for now, we're gonna just kind of brush that under the rug. The story of Justice League is a direct follow-up to Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, taking place around a year after. Following the death of Superman, Parademon scouts began scouting the world for invasion by Darkseid and his champion Warlord Steppenwolf due to the world's fear of metahumans, and now lacking its ultimate champion, Superman. Batman finally decides it's necessary to assemble a team that he originally discovered in Lex Luthor's files during the events of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. Meanwhile, Steppenwolf picks his first target of Themyscira, and he ends up victorious against the Amazon. This leads Hippolyta to launch a warning to Wonder Woman, signaling danger. Batman and Wonder Woman end up trying to recruit Aquaman, but Aquaman at first is hesitant to intervene with the affairs of man, feeling rejected by humans and not feeling at home in Atlantis either. He's kind of a man between worlds. Barry quickly joins Bruce, however, and shortly after this, Steppenwolf invades Atlantis and fights off some royal guards as well as Mira, and retrieves the Mother Box being held by Atlantis. Cyborg joins the team, and thanks to some intel from Commissioner Gordon, they learn Steppenwolf has an army in an abandoned facility that has several hostages from Star Labs. The team ends up going and getting into battle with Steppenwolf and his army, But Steppenwolf escapes and the team get trapped. Aquaman ends up swimming up and helps the team escape, convinced finally to join by Steppenwolf's assault on Atlantis. When the team regroups, they debate whether or not they should revive Superman, with a third mother box, which is the only one Steppenwolf doesn't have at this point. Feeling as though there is no option, the team moves ahead with the plan and manages to revive Superman. After being dead for about a year, Superman is confused and comes out angry, fighting the League and easily defeating its members before Lois arrives, which helps bring Superman back mentally, and the two fly off to the farm. Steppenwolf retrieves the last mother box in the confusion. Now, Steppenwolf can invade Earth with the power obtained through his 3 mother boxes, and he begins the process of terraforming Earth. This also happened in Man of Steel. This Earth should be pretty fucked up at this point. However, the League shows up and begins to fight the horde of parademons, but they simply can't stop the process without help from Superman, who shows up just in time after assuring Lois he would return but has to fight to save Earth. Superman ends up helping, and it's enough to stop Steppenwolf, and overcome with fear, Steppenwolf is attacked by his own parademons and sent back to Apocalypse. I guess parademons sense fear, and Steppenwolf is really scared of Superman. Batman returns in this film and is definitely the primary lead of the film. He is overcome with guilt after the death of Superman, but due to the events of Batman vs. Superman, he has been inspired by Superman to be a better hero. I think the film definitely takes this idea and runs with it, and not fully in a good way. Batman is quipping, having fun, and just overall being an entirely different character to an annoying extent. I thought the arc was fast in BVS, and I think even diehard Snyder fans have to concede to that. But this film, Batman doesn't even feel like the same character. It's not just the leap of logic that says he had a change of heart that felt a little fast. This character just wasn't written the same at all. Also, Ben Affleck isn't very good in this film, but I can't even blame him. He was brought in by Snyder's vision, flaws and all, and they locked him out of the editing room and eventually removed him from the project, with Joss Whedon, who had a totally different vision, taking over for Zack. I think at this point, the studio commandeered the project to the point where the cast lost a little bit of faith in the project. So while Affleck isn't great, he also wasn't put in a very good position at this point in the production, and just kinda had to see it through. Superman isn't in much of the film in reality, only appearing for the last 35 minutes, and I mean, Cavill seems to be putting in some effort on par with everyone else in this film at least. He no longer stands out as blatantly worse than the others in the cast, as I've commented on in the past. Superman's return did kind of have a hilarious evil Superman voice, which he uses for a few minutes that sounds really bad.
You won't let me live. You won't let me die.
And when he flies off to meet Lois Lane in the field, I wish I could say the reunion was special, but much like a lot of the film, it's undercut by cheesy jokes and crappy effects. We'll come back to the look of this film later. Superman doesn't have much of a goal throughout, except that he needs to save the world because he's Superman, and that's fine because he's Superman. The main issue I have is the lack of development on the character, leading to a generally boring revival, and his meeting with Lois and Martha was so rushed his return felt sloppy, and thus kinda hurts Batman v Superman even more, because as an audience member I question if his death was really worth it given the circumstances of the film. This is really no one's fault specifically. Again, it's down to Warner Bros. Zack wanted to kill Superman and further explore the consequences of that. Joss was stuck with the plot thread and WB wanted a shorter film. So there really wasn't time to expand on that plot or do everything they needed to in a single Justice League film. At least not one with a brisk 2-hour runtime for 6 major leads, a brand new villain who was intended to set up a larger threat. It just wasn't feasible given WB's restrictions and kind of the fact that we have conflicting filmmakers that wanted to do 2 totally different things with this film. Wonder Woman is probably the secondary lead. She has less to do than Batman, but is the other half of Batman trying to glue the team together. Gal Gadot is okay and her performance is fine, but the character still has some issues. For one, she constantly refers back to her long-dead lover, Steve Trevor. A mention wouldn't bother me, but the film kind of implies that Wonder Woman has done virtually nothing in the past 100 years up to the events of the film, except for mourn Steve Trevor. We of course with hindsight know that's not true due to the events of Wonder Woman 1984, but it definitely makes the comments Batman made odd. It's also a side effect of the cinematic universe, especially ones that has prequels coming out following modern appearances of the character. Even beyond the cinematic universe, it is similar to some of the inconsistencies we see in films like the Star Wars prequels, which make some confusing moments for the original Star Wars films. Wonder Woman in the film clearly has to come to better accept the loss, something she learned from the death of Steve Trevor and other miscellaneous friends she made over the course of the past 100 years. So, when the debate on whether or not to revive Superman comes up, she opposes Batman's thinking of reviving him, claiming his time had come and it's too risky to bring him back to life. Ultimately, she was proven right for like one scene when he comes back evil, then he's back to be, well, good and chipper as ever. Cyborg even comments that you lose something when you die, and this leads to me questioning what the point of the debate or the comment was, because we don't really explore any long-term psychiatric trauma that may come about from the rebirth of Superman. Look at something like Shane Black's Iron Man 3. That whole film is about mental illness and depression, PTSD, and coping that may come from being a superhero.
How did he get out of the wormhole?
Wait a minute, Tony. What did you say? Tony.
As a result of saving the world, and also the things they see along the way that they can never forget. This is a topic that's rarely ever tackled, and while this film hinted that it may be something they'll tackle, they don't. So Wonder Woman's argument ended up being literally pointless, and that's kind of the most important thing she does in the movie. Flash also joined the team in his first major role in the DCEU after a cameo in Batman v Superman. In this film, Flash doesn't really act like Barry from the comics very much, acting more like Sheldon Cooper from The Big Bang Theory.
I am a snack hole.
I really don't love the character they created because he doesn't feel anything like Barry from the comics. Ezra Miller seems to be trying, even in the reshoots, but he's given such garbage material like everyone else that even with the effort, it doesn't really do much to endear me to the character. Anyhow, in this film, he optimistically joins the Justice League, given that at this point he's still a rookie hero. While he's in the plot pretty thoroughly throughout the runtime, he still doesn't have much going on, and they never really bother to give him an arc. The Flash is just kind of there. I wish they did more with him, but at the same time I'm happy they didn't, because I don't really like the direction they took the Flash in. He does meet with his dad, who's in jail wrongfully accused of killing his mother, and he does end up landing his first real job thanks to the help of Bruce at the end of the film, but it isn't enough to make him really work for me. Aquaman starts the film hesitant to help the League. He is a man of no nation, really, as Atlantis doesn't like his human half, and the people of the land never did much for him either. Despite this, Aquaman eventually comes around once Atlantis is invaded, realizing that no one on Earth would be safe with Steppenwolf attempting to invade the planet. I think Aquaman has the best arc out of the film, but much like Superman, his arc kind of lacks the story depth needed to portray, since its runtime is so brisk. He shares the film with so many other characters. His arc isn't that deep, but there's a legitimate reason he's hesitant to join the League, and when he finally does, you can pretty easily understand why, since that while he's conflicted and a bit of a loner, it was the only way to protect both land and sea, despite his misgivings with both races. He also has an underlying compulsion to do good and find a place where he belongs. In a better film, they'd portray that more elegantly, but I think that's what they were going for. Momoa is not great again, in part because of the material, but you can also tell he tried his best to make the most of what he was given. Cyborg is also a character kind of lost after the death of his mother and transformation into a cyborg, after he merged with one of the mother cubes. He is constantly evolving and doesn't exactly know what's going on with himself. Again, he's a bit underutilized, but Ray Fisher clearly has a more important role in the early drafts, a lot of which seems to have been cut to hasten the pace of the film and hit the shorter runtime that WB wanted for the film. Ray Fisher seems to put some effort in as well, which is a bit surprising considering he didn't have the greatest time filming the movie, coming into conflict with Joss and corporate Warner Bros. Throughout the production. A lot of side characters, namely Lois Lane, Martha Kent, Alfred, and Commissioner Gordon, were all underutilized to the point that their appearances are virtually pointless. They also CGI'd Lois to have really bright red hair and a vibrant blue shirt throughout that looks out of place and frankly, really bad. J.K. Simmons is also here doing his best, but as much as I love him as J. Jonah Jameson, I don't really think he was the right choice for the more conflicted and nuanced Commissioner Gordon character, because frankly, I like seeing J.K. Simmons going kind of crazy as J. Jonah Jameson. Finally, let's talk about Steppenwolf, who's yet another poorly thought out, underestablished CGI villain. I certainly like him better than villains like Incubus or Doomsday from a design and even motivation standpoint, but I didn't love him either. Visually, while he is less threatening than the Snyderverse version of Steppenwolf, I think I may prefer the look of this one just because I felt the performance comes through a little better than Zack Snyder's version. That said, it's easier to buy that the other Steppenwolf could take on the whole Justice League. Regardless, we can talk about that again when we talk about the Snyder Cut. This film was shot by Fabian Wagner, who really hasn't shot that many films at all, and frankly, the film looks pretty bad. In part because while he's the credited cinematographer on both this and the Snyder Cut, this film was clearly shot in the gloomier Snyder style. Then, when the studio started making notes and Joss took over, it looks like they wanted something more akin to the Marvel's House style, which I think in a lot of ways started with Joss Whedon in the Avengers before advancing over time. They ended up recoloring the film. And with that digital coloring, it almost had the look of one of those films that were shot in black and white and then colorized later on a computer with Technicolor, like we saw with like King Kong back in the day and a lot of silent films. If Zack Snyder is to be believed, his ideal version of the film would have been black and white, hence the Justice League is gray recoloring of the Snyder Cut.
And that, by the way, that version of the movie is in black and white.
Ooh.
You know? Because when I had the movie myself, I turned it black. I had seen some advertising for Justice League, a billboard or something, and it made me turn the movie black and white.
Well, I think this is an immensely dumb idea on Zack's behalf, since why would you put 6 vibrant characters in black and white?
Please give Justice is Gray a shot. It's such a unique experience because, like I said, it's a 4-hour superhero team-up epic with Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, The Flash, and Aquaman coming together in 4:3 aspect ratio and in black and white.
It may have affected the vision in filming the movie in the first place. Evidence of Zack's gloomier idea for the film can be seen in Wonder Woman's costume, which is much more faded, even in this cut, than we see in Jenkins' take on the character. Also, a lot of settings, like the abandoned buildings and war-torn climax, also lend to this gloomier reality the film was meant to follow. Regardless of that, Warner Bros. And Joss Whedon tried to make a darkly lit film brighten up the movie. They tried to take a darkly lit film and brighten up the colors. It just doesn't look good at all, and it's distracting on top of, frankly, being pretty ugly. I don't really love the look of Zack's films, but at least they're unique and look the way he intended very clearly. This film was shot to look one way and adjusted to look the opposite, and it makes the film look cheap. It makes it sort of hard to watch. That kind of leads into the issue of this film. Joss Whedon and Zack Snyder, while I dislike both to an extent, are almost entirely different filmmakers. They're literally the inverse of each other. The yin and yang of early 2010s comic book films. Two titans of the industry who are both uniquely weak filmmakers that are such polar opposites that the idea that Joss Whedon finished a Zack Snyder's film is absolutely baffling to me. Like, why would they pick Joss Whedon of all people? I don't know, it's weird. Anyhow, continuing directly into the tone, which believe it or not is also pretty bad. This movie was basically scripted improv, at least the reshoots were. The whole film is loaded with quip after quip, joke after joke, which really doesn't work with these characters as established for Batman v Superman. On top of that, the jokes feel like they're created in a corporate lab by a room of probably 15 writers whose single goal was to make it sound like something funny the actors said on set to give it the impression that they were quirky and having fun making this film.
Do you bleed? Yeah. Something is definitely bleeding.
It doesn't work, first off, because Zack reimagined these characters as totally different entities that wouldn't say a lot of these jokes, and second, because the characters suck, and third, because the jokes suck, fourth, because the cast is also clearly miserable, spouting off this shitty dialogue while being roped into multi-week reshoots of a movie that when they left the project months earlier was a finished product. On top of that, you can tell a lot of these actors were brought into Zack's vision, and frankly, knew the true behind-the-scenes drama, which is that Zack was locked out of the editing room and replaced with Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon before Zack's daughter committed suicide, which was the public reason he left the film. With Zack's name attached, he either had to end up shouldering the blame for this movie, that is blatantly not his vision, or he could leave the project. Warner could twist the story about Joss nobly stepping up to help Zack, and it's good publicity for the film. As cynical as it sounds, I think Warner Bros. Exploited the death of Zack's daughter as an excuse to remove him from the film, and clearly didn't take his vision into account. They wanted to change to a direction they saw as more commercially viable. It's kind of sad too, since Zack has clearly been affected by the loss of his daughter, supporting campaigns to help suicide prevention and putting little nuggets of information for suicide prevention in his own cut of the film, including billboards of the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention in his cut of Justice League. While I criticize Zack and his filmmaking, he also gives a lot back through his filmmaking, even making some cancer awareness PSAs long after becoming a major director, and you love to see that. Sadly, however, I think Warner Bros. Kind of did a dirty move on Zack, making devious PR decisions in an attempt to avoid criticism for creatively changing their line of DC films. They basically just exploited someone's death. They wanted to make a brighter, more quote-unquote fun films, and they saw a devious opportunity to achieve their goal and attempt to dodge criticism with the hope that Joss Whedon could turn around a film that was already pretty much done. It clearly did not pan out, because it's terrible. The Justice League was created in 1960's Brave and the Bold number 28 as a spiritual successor to the Justice Society, which was DC's first premier super team and featured many updated versions of the same members. We'll come back to the Justice Society when we get to their first cinematic appearance down the road. The original comics roster included some of its mainstay members that would go on to appear in this film. The original roster including Batman, Superman, The Flash, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Martian Manhunter, and Green Lantern, with Snapper Carr as an honorary member as a POV character for the audience. However, on New Earth, after the collapse of the multiverse, Black Canary was retconned into being a founding member of the Justice League, even suggesting the name of the Justice League to this new timeline. And she thought they should create a new name for the team rather than just copying the Justice Society name. This was again retcons post-Flashpoint, removing Black Canary from the original lineup and replacing Martian Manhunter with Cyborg. This is the version that the film is based off, with the film loosely following the League's formation to fight the forces of Apocalypse and Darkseid in that early New 52 run. The only membership change between the movie and the New 52 version is the removal of Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, in the 3 previous mainstream comic interpretations of the team. So it's a bit different than how the League was created, but the concept and lineup was pretty familiar to comic readers at the time. The Flash, or Barry Allen, is the second Flash and was created in Showcase number 4. However, Barry was a reboot of Jay Garrick, who was the original Flash, who first appeared in Flash Comics number 1. Showcase 4 is an important issue, as it's the issue that DC had really undergone its first silent reboot, moving away from its continuity of Earth 2 to Earth 1. That change would be further established in Flash 123, where Barry would meet Jay for the first time and establish that they lived in 2 separate worlds. The issue also established the multiverse for the first time in the history of comics, so it was extra important to the overall history of comics. However, though it was debated for a long time, lore experts agree More Fun Comics 101, where the first appearance of Clark Kent as Superboy was the first true appearance of Earth 1, as the events that happened in the Superboy comic would continue on to be accepted as common Superman lore from there on. Any inconsistencies, of course, would be chalked up to the dimension switch in publication, as well as the side Earth, Earth 40, which certain lore-breaking issues got categorized into by DC historians. After Showcase number 4, however, pretty much everything took place on Earth 1, unless otherwise mentioned in a universe switch via Cosmic Treadmill or other such devices. It is worth noting, even issues of More Fun Comics, featuring Superboy stories that were categorized as Earth 1, had other stories in the same book that were categorized as Earth 2, which makes it oh so confusing for people determining what is canon to what world between the years of 1945 and 1956, because everything kind of just quietly transitioned over and there was no real thought put into it until the Justice League and Justice Society started meeting up occasionally in the 1960s. Anyways, with that tangent over, Barry Allen is the speedster of the Justice League and is a competent scientist and works as a crime analyst. His origin is basically the same. His father was convicted of killing his mom and went to jail, with the Flash trying to prove his innocence, all while pining over his future wife, Iris West, who's the aunt of Wally West, who becomes his sidekick, Kid Flash, and eventually the third Flash after Barry's death during Crisis on Infinite Earths. Flash has more twists and turns to his story than most DC heroes, but the basic idea remains. The movie kind of takes Barry's attitude from the Justice League Unlimited version of the Flash, which is actually Wally West in that universe. He also kind of has the attitude of long-running sitcom character Sheldon Cooper of The Big Bang Theory. It's actually kind of a piss-poor adaptation of the character besides the very basic origin. Ezra Miller doesn't look anything like the Flash 2, which gives me double cognitive dissonance from the character, and I wouldn't so much mind the look or the change in direction, perhaps, if it wasn't for the fact that they're combined and this no longer in any way feels like the Flash that we know from the comics. Aquaman also has a really messy comic history, so let's go over it, okay? So the first Aquaman was created in More Fun Comics 73. He didn't have a secret identity and was just known as Aquaman, with him eventually taking over the identity of Mr. Waterman briefly. He also went to college. This version of Aquaman was retconned back into continuity as a different character entirely in 2023's The New Golden Age #1. Anyhow, eventually the character was rebooted in Adventure Comics 211, where he became Arthur Curry with the more familiar origin. This is the version we'd see in the film, however Aquaman is most based around his Peter David run, with him being more gruff, bigger, and has a nice scruffy beard. This is definitely the attitude that inspired Jason Momoa. Cyborg was primarily a member of the Teen Titans, first appearing in DC Comics Presents number 26 in 1980, and he was a major player in the Teen Titans comic line up until the New 52, where he's retconned out of ever having been in the Teen Titans and becoming a founding member of the Justice League instead, because DC wanted their own version of Iron Man on the Justice League. Victor Stone became a street criminal after his parents did inhumane intelligence experiments on him. One day, while visiting his parents at Star Labs, where they worked, Victor was mutilated by a blob creature that killed his mom. His father reconstructed him with enhanced technology, and he became the Cyborg, eventually joining the Teen Titans. In the New 52, his origin was nudged a little bit. It was similar, but this time Cyborg was a high school athlete who was harmed in an explosion of a father box by Star Labs, and his father, a scientist there, turned him into Cyborg and he joined the Justice League. In the films, the origins are kind of merged, with his mother again dying in the accident that maimed him. This time he was merged with the mother box instead of a father box, and he became Cyborg and joined the Justice League. No matter what it was, it's evident with the reboot of the comics and the film version they wanted to distance Cyborg from his original purpose as a member of the Teen Titans and make him a full-time member of the Justice League, which I think weakens the character, especially when you consider how much interpersonal relationships were erased when moving him from the Titans to the Justice League. Victor never really found his place on the Justice League in either iteration either, with him kind of being an on and off member. And I never really saw Victor finding his place either. He doesn't really pal around with the other Justice League characters outside of their particular comic runs. Unlike some of the Justice League members like Batman and Superman who occasionally team up, or Batman and Wonder Woman. I don't know. Steppenwolf was created in New Gods number 7 and is a herald of Darkseid, and was originally the uncle of Darkseid before just becoming part of his inner circle in the more recent iterations. He acts as the main villain of Justice League, with the intention of him leading the first wave before Darkseid arrives as the ultimate threat later on. Deathstroke first appeared in New Teen Titans number 2 and acted as the main villain to the Teen Titans before expanding to be one of the biggest adversaries in the DC universe overall. He briefly appeared in the credits of the film. We don't know much about what this DCEU counterpart would have been, but we will come back to this very soon, so hold up a bit. The music in this film is also quite bad for the most part. Unlike the rival Avengers, the Justice League didn't get an epic film score they probably deserved. Instead, the film leans heavily into covers of classic rock songs, including Sigrid's cover of Everybody Knows by Leonard Cohen and Come Together by the Beatles. We also have a new reprise on the shitty Wonder Woman score, with at one point an orchestra playing the shitty riff. Danny Elfman composed the film, and while the classic film composer worked on the memorable 1989 Batman score, he wasn't a great choice for this film, evidently, as he didn't make a single memorable piece of music that plays throughout this 2-hour runtime. And turning their back on Hans Zimmer, who did the first couple films in the trilogy and made some decent scores, at least for Man of Steel. So I don't know why they did it. The film is also edited like total dog shit, with a breakneck pace in a movie that was much longer by design. I know the Snyder cut is well over 3 hours, but even so, this film was probably intended to be at least 45 minutes longer, and it shows in the editing with this film, which feels like a prolonged 2-hour abridged version of a longer movie. Ironically, that's kind of what it became with the Snyder cut being out today. This film had 3 credited editors, and it shows. Another shred of evidence that the film was a total fucking disaster. The editors were David Brenner, who worked with Zack Snyder, James Mangold, James Cameron, and Oliver Stone multiple times each, and likely was the original editor, as he returned for the actual Snyder cut. I assume he was mainly credited for previous work he'd done on the film more than the final cut, if I had to take a stab at it. Richard Pearson was added, who edited some later DC films as well as several Monsterverse films, and I suspect was installed to the film by Warner Bros., who he seems to basically be a studio editor for. And finally, Martin Walsh, who won the Oscar for Best Editing for his work on Chicago in 2002, and of course also edited Wonder Woman, and was probably put onto the project by Warner Brothers after they were replacing Zack, seeing that Wonder Woman was a pretty good critical success. The film has 2 end credit scenes, both play after a non-flashy credit sequence. We have one which is fairly unimportant, but cute I guess. The Flash challenges Superman to a race. They do a race, but we never see who wins. Who cares? It is a cute homage to the comics, which would frequently see Batman and Superman race, but whatever. The other end credit scene leads nowhere and is about Lex Luthor teaming up with Deathstroke to form the Injustice League to presumably oppose the League in a planned follow-up to this film. This film, however, never had a direct sequel, so that arc never really got off the ground. I really don't have many nice things to say about Justice League, but I'll try. For one, most of the action is fairly well done. We have some cool fights with the parademons throughout the film, and up until the characters talk, I actually really dig the first encounter with Steppenwolf at the abandoned building. Good action, some real heroics, and lots of good vehicle action and character moments. Zack and Joss both knew how to work on action scenes, so I'm not sure who oversaw this portion on the film, but the action scenes mostly come out good. It was probably also largely second unit, to be honest, because that's how a lot of action films are shot, especially in these larger movies, but whatever. Speaking of fights, the fight against Superman in the Hero Park was pretty good too, and you can actually see Superman fighting a bit animalistically after coming out of his death-like state. It's actually a real solid reason to have Batman v Superman again, despite being somewhat unnecessary. The possessed hero versus the concerned hero fight is kind of a comic book trope we don't actually see much in these movies, so that's kind of cool. This isn't to say that fight is perfect. It still has some cheesy jokes undercutting the potential character drama of the scene, like when Superman calls back to Batman's "Do you bleed" line from BVS, then Batman groans and says, "Yep, I'm bleeding." It's fucking lame. Also, Lois is able to immediately turn Superman back. I know he's most emotionally attached to her, but let's add some suspense to the moment and perhaps give Superman a reaction shot to display his recognition of Lois. Small things like that would improve the scene quite a bit. This may not come as much of a surprise, but overall, I lean more into the negative than the positive when it comes to Justice League. The film is relatively short, clocking in at 2 hours, but that just isn't enough runtime for the script outlined here. Speaking further on the script, the jokes and random non sequiturs the characters constantly spout off is annoying. For example, when Lois tells Superman he smells good, despite being reborn from being actually dead for about a year. Or Superman flipping Batman's "Do you bleed" line on him, saying, "Tell me, do you bleed?" And Batman saying, "Yup, I bleed." It's definitely not really what I think most of us wanted to see from these characters. And I just don't see a character arc that comes to this point where Batman's making all these jokes. The film even starts off on a bad note with the vertical iPhone shot of Superman, which famously had Henry Cavill's mustache digitally removed from this cut of the movie and makes it look like a botched plastic surgery.
Used to say that hope is like your car keys. Easy to lose, but if you dig around, it's usually close by.
And while I like the first fight scene quite a bit, the follow-up leaves a lot to be desired. First of all, it's covered in a very bad red filter, which makes it incredibly visually ugly. The cityscapes are also bland, with deep, muddy CGI filling out the world of this film. It's pretty unfortunate because this film had so much money put into it, costing around $300 million, that they should have attempted more in the streets, in my opinion. The cityscapes should look good in superhero film. For example, Tim Burton's Batman 1989 had elaborate sets and matte paintings to fill out the world, and The Dark Knight simply used Chicago but shot it really well. There's a lot of alternative options that don't involve plastering the screen with ugly, muddy CGI, and with the film's huge budget, there's no good reason for the film to look this cheap and muddy. The climax is also unbearably red and ugly. It sort of reminds me of those shirts where the guy is motorcycling and he's like a skeleton with smoke billowing behind him and like a gun in his hand. That's just like, you're gonna die if you mess with me, kid. That's the most apt comparison I can make up. There are also some pacing issues that feel odd. Early in the film, Bruce is on a private jet with Alfred, explaining all the characters. And it felt like the laziest way to introduce the new characters to this film. Perhaps if they wanted to go this route, put a montage with a voiceover of Bruce Wayne talking about each hero as they meet them, as Batman. Instead, the film just blandly announces each character. Marvel was successful in introducing new characters because each of the essential characters showed up in their own film, or at least as supporting characters being drip-fed in from other films. Look at Black Widow and Hawkeye. Fox's X-Men took a different route, introducing tons of characters but often using the side characters as little more than story props, with Wolverine and the core X-Men as the main characters. In a movie competing with these, this isn't a great way to introduce a fairly tight 6-person primary cast. This again feels like an editing problem more than anything. Finally, and the most glaring issue about the film, is the characters are annoying. Marvel has since dialed it back a bit, but the humor in Avengers was pretty well received for a while, so they doubled down on quips and improv to the point it seemed the improv was artificially baked into the scripts, especially starting with Joss Whedon's Age of Ultron, interestingly. Since this was the norm for Marvel's winning formula around this time, DC wanted to emulate that idea, so pretty much every dramatic moment was totally undercut with some quippy bullshit. For example,
"This is home."
You smell good.
Overall, I really disliked this film. Say what you will about Zack Snyder.
By the way, that version of the movie is in black and white.
But at least he had a vision and works with several frequent collaborators on most projects. What I'm trying to say is Zack Snyder is often a messy director, but he's a very real director who has visions and ideas. Some people don't. I know Joss Whedon used to kind of have stuff to say with like Buffy and Firefly, I guess, but he seemed to become a bit more of a corporate player with those Avengers films, if you know what I'm saying. In a lot of ways, I think he set a template that audiences loved for years, and now, just recently, that formula is starting to get really tired. And while Joss set up the formula that really got Marvel working post-Avengers, it was also, ultimately, Marvel's Achilles heel. I understand why Warner Bros. Wanted to copy the formula that the Marvel Universe had been doing for some years, especially since critically and commercially, the MCU seemed to be unbeatable. And well up to this point, the DCEU didn't do bad at the box office, the critical reception was scaring the executives, and Marvel couldn't be stopped. And Warner Brothers thought, what if we emulated what Disney was doing with our biggest characters? That's why Joss was installed in the editing room. Even before Zack left the project, the biggest issue is while tonally I think Joss's vision for Justice League would have had trouble meshing with the DC brand, you had DC trying to reform a finished film into something more akin to what Joss would have done with the film had he directed the whole thing. It ended up looking odd, having scrambled editing and adding humor that Joss might add if he created these characters but didn't work with the characters Zack created. Zack's vision, in a lot of ways, was the polar opposite of the vision and idea behind the MCU, and frankly, the MCU is more easily digestible for sure. As much as I would love to lay the blame on Joss Whedon as well, I don't really think it's his fault entirely, nor Zack's fault entirely. I think Joss was paid a hefty salary to work on this film and do it the best way he could, because that's what the studio wanted. but Zack already did so much work, it wasn't going to be an easy task for Joss to do with limited resources and a handful of reshoots. The best results would have been to let Zack make his movie, A, or B, scrap Zack's progress and let Joss Whedon make his own movie from scratch. Problem is, they wanted a new movie, but they didn't want to pay for a new movie. I would estimate a solid $200 million of production probably went to the original Snyder film before Joss even came onto the project. It was bound to be a disaster, frankly, and as much hate as Joss Whedon gets for it, I think the blame lies almost entirely with Warner Brothers. This film was a harsh overreaction to the reception of Batman v Superman, and perhaps an overreaction to box office numbers. I mean, look at some basic numbers. Avengers Age of Ultron, which came out in 2015, made $1.4 billion, and Batman v Superman made $875 million. Even with Age of Ultron costing more, I think Warner Brothers was unhappy with the film's reception and marketing in their eyes, causing the film to make around $600 million less than Avengers. Superman and Batman have also been consistent money makers now, and the Avengers were relatively the new kid on the block, basically lapping Superman and Batman's film total box office numbers. Warner's solution was easy. Grab that guy who directed Age of Ultron and just have him make a Justice League movie. The issue is, by the time they had this point of comparison, Zack was already deep into Justice League's production. I mean, say what you will about Joss, and I probably agree with everything you'll say, but I think Warner did this to themselves. I also think, while Batman v Superman kind of started the fire to kill the universe, that was kind of a small fire, so to speak, and pretty easily could have been put out had Warner Brothers decided to weather the storm. Warner Bros. Lined the walls of the DCEU with thermite, so to speak, and it became deadly. I originally listed some directors I think they could have poached from Marvel that I think would have been a better option, like Shane Black or the Russos. And that might have been true, and while they could have perhaps meshed with Zack Snyder's style better, I don't think it would have been the right save either. I think what they should have done is the Michael Bay Transformers technique. I just kind of talked about the Transformers movies. That man was making billion-dollar Transformers movies for 10 years. He did 5 of them. None of them have solid Rotten Tomato scores, and nobody gave a fuck. They just wanted to watch the movies. So just weather out Justice League, just let Zack finish Justice League, promote the movie, probably make okay money, cost a hell of a lot less than they ended up spending, because they almost put another $100 million into the movie. They had Joss Whedon. And then just take another L, get the low critical percentage. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes with Zack Snyder. And then just find someone else to keep doing the DCEU. Alternatively, try to find someone a little closer to Zack who might be able to complete his image, like Christopher Nolan or something. Justice League made $658 million off of a budget of $300 million, netting Warner Brothers around $50 to $150 million in gross profit, if I had to guess, making it probably the first DC box office disappointment. Critically, it fared pretty poorly as well, with a 39% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 45 out of 100 on Metacritic. Another pretty poor critical reception, but not as low as Suicide Squad or even Batman v Superman. People called the movie messy and bombastic, but not that complex, fun, or special. More critical reviews called it out for basically being the problem with the superhero genre and comparing it unfavorably to Marvel's Avengers, a film that came out 5 years earlier. The film was nominated for a handful of awards, from things like the Kids' Choice Awards, but it didn't win any awards whatsoever. None of them. Not one. Not even the Kids' Choice Award. They couldn't lock that down. The poor reception of this film mixed with the declined box office yield slowed the plans for producing a second film, which would eventually never happen. Aquaman is one of the few widely released superhero films of the last 15 years that I didn't see in theaters. I skipped Aquaman for several reasons, but the primary reason is that I really had a hard time caring about the film after Justice League, and Aquaman was never a character I cared about all that much, to be honest. On top of that, I knew I'd get a headache or have a seizure watching that in the theaters looking at the trailers. Eventually, I got a 4 for $20 deal on Vudu and ended up buying the film and subsequently watching it a couple weeks later. My initial reaction was that it wasn't particularly good or bad, mostly just bland and cheesy, which is unfortunate because I'm a big fan of James Wan and his work on horror, and even his Fast and Furious films was what I like to call cringe kino, and it worked well for me.
Daddy's gotta go to work.
However, the film just felt really bland, and aside from a few moments of genuine cringe kino, like when they play Pitbull's song,
Call the Sahara.
I've been overlooked, slept on, stepped on, left.
it was just mostly garbage. Anyhow, Aquaman as a character kind of has a tainted reputation, with his appearances in the Super Friends tainting his image over the years. I remember in the HBO show Entourage, they kept making jokes about the lead Vinny starring in James Cameron's Aquaman, which is multi-layered satire that is extra hilarious given the director's love of the ocean. Anyhow, while Entourage made jokes about the ridiculousness of an Aquaman film, Aquaman actually had a film in development as early as 2004 with Alan and Peter Ritchie at the helm. However, that would fall through in 2007. Aquaman again was considered for George Miller's infamous canceled Justice League film, but the role was never officially cast for the film as far as we know, at least publicly. Apparently, around 2009, Leonardo DiCaprio's production company, Apian, was talking about taking a crack at making an Aquaman film, but nothing ever came of this. In 2014, we finally got confirmation Aquaman was happening. This would eventually form into the film we got, with Jason Momoa at the head, along with James Wan directing. Peter Jackson was approached, but declined the offer. Aquaman follows Arthur Curry, who, not unlike Superman, is a man between worlds. He was born to Thomas Curry, a lighthouse keeper, in Atlanta, the Queen of Atlantis. After Atlanta was forced to move back to Atlantis and had another child, Arthur's half-brother Orm, Aquaman is sent on a quest with Mera to become the King of Atlantis to unite the Seven Kingdoms before Orm leads a ground invasion on the land that could wipe out the world. Along the way, they're forced to fight Black Manta, who has a bone to pick with Aquaman after the death of his father, which he blames on Aquaman because during a mission they were sent on by Orm to steal a nuclear submarine, Aquaman ends up inadvertently killing his father. As it turns out, the only way to unite the kingdoms is to become the King of Atlantis by proving his worthiness over Orm with his magical king staff, owned by Arthur's ancestor, Atlan's trident. When he finally comes to the trident, he finds his mother, Atlanta, was attempting to retrieve the trident for many years, with Arthur finally getting the trident and proving himself a worthy king. The three head back to Atlantis, where the sea is on the verge of a civil war, with Aquaman being forced to fight Orm in order to end the madness, save the earth, and take his rightful spot as the King of Atlantis, which will allow him to unite the sea and land and hopefully end the land-to-sea racism. Aquaman is still pretty unsure about where his allegiance lie. He is trained to be a warrior under the sea and on land, but not to the level of naval combat as his brother Orm, who hates him and wants to kill him. He's also coming off the Steppenwolf invasion, and since then has seemingly been doing superheroics, as seen when Aquaman foils the nuclear submarine hijacking that would become integral to the creation of his nemesis, Black Manta.
Permission to come aboard.
Ultimately, Aquaman becomes a reluctant chosen one after learning the only way for him to efficiently protect both land and ocean is to take his place as the King of Atlantis. I think Jason Momoa is pretty solid in the role of Aquaman. He's just running around having a great time. He's not winning any awards for his role, but he chews the scenery and it's solid enough, I suppose. Mera is looking to help Aquaman on his adventure, and the two eventually fall in love. They're an attractive couple of people, but I definitely don't think they have a ton of chemistry. and Amber Heard is really bad in this film.
You think you're unworthy to lead because you're of two different worlds. But that is exactly why you are worthy.
While I think the character is serviceable enough and makes for some really fun sequences throughout the film, I never really got into Mira as a character, and her only useful role in the film is adding someone to dump grueling amounts of exposition on Arthur as they weave between action scenes. David Kane becomes the Black Manta after the death of his father. He definitely gives off some Darth Vader vibes when he first invades the nuclear submarine at the start of the film. While he's a mercenary and a pirate, he eventually transitions wholly into a man on a revenge quest against Aquaman, after he blames the death of his father on our sea-bearing hero. Orm gives Black Manta some Atlantean tech, and when he confronts Aquaman in Sicily, he almost gets the best of the hero before being knocked off a cliff and landing in the water. However, he's rescued, and we see in the end credits that he's still alive and kicking, but we'll come back to that soon. I think Yuyak Abdullah Martin does a good job portraying the villain and gives a solid performance during the film. Like I said, his performance, especially in this first scene, gives off some serious Darth Vader vibes, with the submarine scene almost certainly being inspired by Vader's hijacking of the Tantive IV at the start of Star Wars. He's a good villain overall, and I'm excited to see more of him in the next installment. Orm wants to rule Atlantis and hates humanity in general, causing him to hate his half-brother Aquaman and everything he represents. The battle between Orm and Arthur will ultimately decide the fate of humanity, as if Arthur loses the conflict, then war will break out between Atlantis and humanity that will ultimately cause destruction of the world. I think the relationship between Arthur and Orm is interesting, and with the fate of the world hanging in the balance, I think the bureaucratic battle as well as the physical battles between the brothers make for a fairly interesting basis for a film. Patrick Wilson plays Orm pretty well and sells the villain role pretty well as well. That was a lot of wells. Watching him, I could have easily seen him playing a more old school version of Aquaman from before the more gruff version of the character Momoa's take was based on. He looks a lot like the character and gives a pretty good performance that I think would also translate into a hero pretty easily. I'm sure that was an intentional choice when they were casting the character, and Wilson rarely plays a hard villain, previously working with Zack Snyder on the much more reserved Night Owl in Zack's interpretation of Watchmen. The cinematography of this film is definitely more of a Marvel House style look, being the least adventurous of the DCEU movies from a cinematography standpoint to date. However, they still do things to spice up the cinematography and make it work really well. The film was shot by Don Burgess, who worked on films like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. He also has second unit credits on Batman Returns, so he's kind of been in the superhero game a long time. He's worked in many different genres as well, working frequently with James Wan as well as Robert Zemeckis in multiple different roles. He has a lot of experience in the industry and shoots a pretty good looking film, more unique than some Marvel films, but still fairly easy to follow and coherent, and doesn't try anything too out of the ordinary like DC has done so far in the DCEU, with mixed results. Tonally, the film takes a bit from Marvel, but is a bit more nuanced. Momoa as Aquaman is more fun than quippy and outlandish. It kind of feels like a tones down version of Pirates of the Caribbean or Star Wars, with this film tonally feeling a bit like the prequel films for Star Wars, in that it's very political, with goofy moments and fun action. It even has a tad bit of sentimentality for good measure. I'll probably get more into my prequel comparisons more later, but this film felt a lot like Star Wars to me in many senses, and I think in some ways is comparable to that film franchise. Let's talk about where the characters come from. Mira first appeared in Aquaman 11 and was originally from an alternate dimension called Dimension Aqua, before that origin was retconned to where she was just the queen of one of the 7 kingdoms of Atlantis. She has pretty well just been Aquaman's wife ever since her first appearance, often acting as part of his supporting cast along with Garth, the original Aqualad, and Jackson Hyde, the second Aqualad, who recently also took on the mantle of Aquaman in the comics. Vulko is Aquaman's mentor and was created in Brave and the Bold 73 and is a chief advisor to the throne of Atlantis. While William Dafoe's version may look significantly different, the idea of the character hasn't changed much since his conception. Ocean Master was created in Aquaman 29 and is the half-brother of Aquaman, who he tries to kill repeatedly to take Aquaman's throne, which is pretty much unchanged for the movie. He's one of Aquaman's primary antagonists. Nereus is a newer character to the DC continuity, being created in 2013 for Aquaman Volume 7 number 19 during the New 52, and quickly becoming a major player in the Aquaman film, played by Dolph Lundgren just a few years later. Black Manta first appeared in Aquaman 35, and despite coming out 27 years after the King of Atlantis himself, quickly became the character's most recognizable foe, and possibly the second most recognizable character attached to the Aquaman IP under Aquaman himself. In the comics, Black Manta had autism and had a fixation on the sea, which ultimately led him to become a ripped underwater mercenary, hell-bent on killing Aquaman. In the movie, he was just a pirate that watched his father die and became Black Manta to combat him. I think trying to fit in Black Manta's full origin would be hard to do within the realm of taste, so I'm fine with what they did. The music in this film isn't anything too high level, but I definitely think it's decent. Composed by Rupert Williams, the man who did Wonder Woman's music, I think more effort was put into this one than your average Wonder Woman track. Or I at least think it works better with Aquaman than Wonder Woman. It sounded pretty angelic, with an almost Western influence, which was interesting. In fact, the sound design in general was very solid and very well mixed. This is something they must have had in mind, because I think it has more of an immersive soundtrack than your average DCEU film. At a few points, the album plays some tracks, most notably Ocean to Ocean by Pitbull,
always against all odds, like Pac said, I'm the living great Gatsby,
which bites the hook for Africa by Toto, and was a bizarre track to use, especially when they were flying over the Sahara Desert. Pitbull is putting a lot of effort into the song though, adding his traditional Pitbull flair and energy. I mostly just find the song to be funny, and it was an inside joke in my circle, even before I ever even saw the film. How they integrated it made it even funnier for me. Overall, I love the music, I love the sound design, I love Pitbull. Hell yeah. Kirk Morey edited the film. He works closely with James Wan, working on a handful of his films, including Aquaman and Malignant, as well as some other films that Wan produced. He started out working as an in-house editor for Jeopardy! The film is well edited for the most part. It's not super flashy, but it has some cool shots and transitions. One great example is when we see two different fights in Greece. One with Aquaman, then it does a quick zoom transition into what Mera's doing in the background. It's pretty slick and keeps up the pace while also adding scale and a good geographical understanding on what's happening in the scene. It might be one of the best moments in the film. Editing should be an invisible job, and the fact that Morey did that seamless transition, and specifically with this shot, also shows a lot of talent within the visuals department and also just the concept department. Very, very well done. The film is actually quite impressive in a lot of these aspects and actually hides a bunch of things you might not think about in the background, and it shows how in tune Wan was with his cinematography, editing, and effects staff, that even something like this 2-second shot could make it in, because it really took a lot from all three. Pretty cool stuff. In the end credits, we see Black Manta is alive and he was rescued by Stephen Shin, who's a conspiracy theorist who tracks Aquaman. This is setting up Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, which at the time I'm writing this is the yet to be released Aquaman sequel. I've since seen it. Don't worry, I'll be talking about that movie in this video as well. I just have a lot to write. Anyhow, Black Manta was... this is getting confusing. I wrote this so long ago. Anyhow, Black Manta will be the villain in the upcoming sequel, and this is set up for that film. Perhaps it was the airplane trapping me in a steel box hurling over the sky as I watched this on a 7-inch screen affixed to the seat in front of me, or it's the general lack of quality I endure during this marathon, but I think this film is kind of good. I can't believe I'm saying this, given the fact the film stars Aquaman, the pop culture punchline of DC. I don't mind the character in the comics, but bar a couple outstanding runs on Aquaman, he's always felt like a background character destined to fill out the roster of the Justice League. And I think this film could have easily felt like that. But James Wan definitely wanted to elevate the concept as much as it could possibly be elevated, while still making Aquaman a fun and cheeky character. Momoa is a badass in the film, but has a cheeky edge that tells me this is one of the fun DC films, and they were not going to try to elevate the movie much beyond being a fun adventure tale, which for a superhero movie shouldn't really be a bad thing, despite people kind of trying to turn their back on the superhero label lately. I don't mind some elevated storytelling, but for Aquaman to have a fun Dune, Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings inspired kingdom epic with a fun edge isn't a bad thing, and Wan and the cast definitely knew that that was the angle they were coming at this film with. Speaking on inspirations, I slightly mentioned this movie having a handful of Star Wars parallels, as well, with Black Manta's reveal feeling a lot like Darth Vader when he enters the Tantum IV in the original film. Things like the underwater battles felt much like the ship battles from Star Wars, and Mira's rescue of Aquaman after his initial duel with Orm felt a lot like the bigger fish Bongo escape from Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Even the politics are similarly explained by the Atlanteans to how the Star Wars people do it in the Star Wars prequels. And it has some unique and strong action scenes throughout, and all the leads and stunt people add such a physicality that works super well. The final Orm and Aquaman fight, when Aquaman finally gets his trident, also gives off some lightsaber duel vibes. Overall, the film feels like a really refined version of the Star Wars prequels. I'd be down to see James Wan do a Star Wars film for sure, because it felt like he definitely was inspired by those films. Like if we saw him do something set in the Clone Wars or something, that'd be pretty fun. I overall liked this film quite a bit, as you can tell, but I definitely think there were some weaker aspects of the film. For one, the underwater scenes take some getting used to. It's clearly just people standing in front of a green screen with some digital motion and a blue filter.
Your Majesty, there is no victory in defeating the ignorant. Your brother is clearly an imbecile.
I think some bubbles coming from the characters' mouths or something could have led to more convincing underwater scenes. But Wan did put thoughts into other aspects, like explaining that Atlanteans essentially have night vision that allows them to see when underwater, which adds some lore and proves Wan wanted to at least slightly explain some of the concepts that he knew people would nitpick. So I think the underwater stuff was going to be a bit of an uphill battle, no matter how you set it up, but they certainly did their best to try to make it work. The movie also loses a bit in the underwater scenes, and often looks much better when it's not in the ocean. The CGI occasionally looks really good, and occasionally looks really scratchy. I think considering the amount of CG required to bring the world of Aquaman to life, and Warner Bros. Definitely not wanting to pay for those top-of-the-line effects you see people like James Cameron implement, it does look okay. The film arguably also has too much exposition, which makes sense given the story they're trying to tell and the world they're trying to set up. And it's certainly less confusing than, say, Batman v Superman, but it's still pretty boring at points, with parts of the Grease scene starting to weigh on me a bit. Wan does tactically try to piece it out with some really solid fights, but at points it doesn't feel like enough to really save the film from feeling bogged down by just loads of exposition. Overall, I actually really enjoyed Aquaman. It is by no means the best film I've ever seen, but I think it's pretty successful in what it's going for. I didn't love it the first time I saw it, but thought it was much better on this go around. From Aquaman's great reveal on the submarine down to the absurdly cheesy end speech, I was sold on this film from start to finish. Jason Momoa chews every scene he's in and seems to be having an absolute blast making this film, which makes me feel more like I'm having a blast. It makes the movies super digestible, especially when compared to something that's more bloated like Batman v Superman or the miserable Justice League film. As an action film, this movie has some of the most creative action in superhero cinema, with great physicality and lots of good editing and shot composition that keeps the action clear and legible. And even the larger lore stuff is well explained. It seems like a lot of thought was put into building the Seven Kingdoms of Atlantis. James Wan is one of the best pop filmmakers out there, always elevating projects while knowing how to make them wacky and fun. He's a filmmaking visionary and always adds new elements to franchises and knows how to make them on a high bar of quality with a decent story and knows how to market it to the mass audience, and I think that's what Aquaman did pretty brilliantly. This film is, in my opinion, much better than an Aquaman film has any right to be. Aquaman killed it at the box office, which is kind of a shock given America's perception of the characters, and after the utter failure of Justice League with a budget under $200 million, the film made $1.15 billion, which is a profit of a cool $650 to $700 million, making Aquaman the most commercially successful DCEU film. Critically, it ended up with a 65% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 55 out of 100 on Metacritic. It was praised for its energy and spectacle, but was criticized for its dialogue and plot. Overall, it was seen as an okay movie that was the most satisfying film yet when it came to spectacle. It was nominated for several awards, but nothing too prestigious, only ending up winning one award for the most popular film in America, in China, from the Chinese American Film Festival, making $300 million in China over its run, which is a big reason it made as much as it did, with a lot of these films not even playing in China. Clearly, the film connected with the people of China well, which ended up working pretty well for DC and was a big reason DC contracted Wan for another entry in the Aquaman franchise. When Shazam came out, it was one I was looking forward to, but I was skeptical about the quality of work David F. Sandberg, who was a horror guy, would do for this movie, which seemed like a comedy action film. I liked Shazam a lot as a kid, as my local library had his archive edition books, which covered a bunch of his Golden Age appearances back when he was Captain Marvel, and I thought he was a fun twist on Superman, basically. He was also the first comic book superhero to get a treatment on the big screen with the serial adventures of Captain Marvel. So I was pleasantly surprised when I went to see this in theaters and found it captured the spirit of the character's earlier, more lighthearted days pretty well with some modern twists. It was never a masterpiece, but a solid, fun superhero film for sure. Shazam began production in the early 2000s, with several rotating names from the industry attached at one time or another, including Joel Coen, famous for tricking Bill Murray into working on his live-action Garfield film by confusing the actor into thinking he was the more famous Joel Coen of the Coen brothers. Peter Segal was attached as director of the project later on, with The Rock set to star as the villain Black Adam. We will get more into the actor's long history as Black Adam later, though. After the success of The Dark Knight, the film's crew was put under pressure to make a darker film, at which point Geoff Johns took over writing duties with Bill Birch. For a while in 2010, it was considered that the movie would be retooled into a TV show for a primetime network, a la Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which would premiere a couple years later. Nothing came of this, and the initial attempt at Shazam was put on ice after Man of Steel came out, with the producers citing the character's similarities to Superman. But just about a year later, the producers seemed to change their minds, as it was announced as part of a 2014 Slate launch, with The Rock deciding on whether he wanted to play Shazam or Black Adam, but noting that he would star in this version either way, with the film set to release in 2016. This, however, would also turn over during the DCEU Slate announcement, which saw it moved to 2019. This is the pitch that ultimately finally came out of Shazam. In 2017, Sandberg came onto the project with Zachary Levi, and The Rock would leave the project and move over to his own film project, Black Adam, which again we'll get to eventually. The production beyond this point, however, was seemingly pretty smooth. Shazam starts off with the origin of Dr. Silva, who as a child was rejected by the wizard Shazam for being seen as not worthy. However, he was pulled into the wizard's dimension at a bad time, and when he was brought back, he accidentally caused his dad to crash his car, with his father being injured. But he got it into his mind that one day he'd find his way back to the wizard, and rather than taking him up on his offer to become Shazam, would take on the temptating powers of the 7 deadly sins, which ultimately caused him to lose his chance at Shazam's powers in the first place. Years later, we meet Billy Batson, who's a troubled orphan that finds himself going between foster homes constantly, and is obsessed with finding his mother, who he lost at a carnival as a child. After gaining the powers of the 7 sins from the wizard Shazam, Sivana intends to also take the powers of Shazam, but the wizard gives the power to Billy. Billy and his new foster brother Freddy learn the ins and outs of the new powers that Billy obtained, but this catches the attention of Sivana, who tracks down Billy and his family after capturing Freddy and interrogating him. Billy fights Sivana, but realizes that he will need to share his powers with his new family in order to be able to beat the threat that Sivana and the 7 sins present. The newly instated Shazam family fights and manages to beat the 7 sins and Sivana, and Billy Batson finally finds the family he's always yearned for. Billy Batson starts off as a street kid who does petty crimes and doesn't really know his place in the world following his mother leaving him as a kid. He jumps from foster home to foster home with a little direction, especially since he's having a hard time accepting that his mom wasn't able to take care of him and made the decision to abandon him. Eventually, Billy meets his new foster parents, Rosa and Victor, along with the fellow foster kids, and it seems Billy is destined to repeat the trend once again. But Rosa and Victor don't want to give up on Billy as easily as everyone else has. After Billy's chance encounter with Shazam that granted him his powers, he starts growing slightly more secure in his new family, becoming really close to Freddy, and having moments with the rest of the family. Freddy helps Billy understand his powers better, but they don't necessarily know how to use them responsibly at first.
Today is December 8th, and this is video proof of authenticity. Shoot him again.
Oh, yeah, here. Go, both of you, come on, go to town.
Eventually, with the help of Mary and Eugene, Billy finds his mother, but she seems to be a little unstable, so Billy realizes perhaps it's best he moves on, and that family can be more than just the blood in his veins. It's a pretty good moment when Billy hands her the compass she gave him that meant so much to him. She had no idea what it was.
What's this?
Marilyn, what's going on out there? It's a really sad moment, but it kind of just shows that certain things might mean everything to you and nothing to someone else, and I think it was the eventual push to get Billy to move on with his new family. Billy eventually saves his family and puts trust into them, sharing his powers with them. Billy doesn't have a super deep arc, and it's pretty easy to follow, but it's cute, and for this kind of superhero movie, which is relatively small scale and more of a fun character story, it doesn't really bother me that it isn't the deepest arc in the world. Asher Angel does a pretty good job selling the performance, even though at first I really disliked him. Eventually I came around to him a bit. Zachary Levi, on the other hand, plays it a little more cartoony and almost feels like a different character entirely at points.
That tastes like actual vomit.
When he's in his Shazam identity, he's a lot less nihilistic and far more animated. I think that's to play up the kid in the adult body thing, but it's a little odd and kind of makes you forget these are the same character at points. Dr. Sivana is in a similar situation to Billy in a lot of ways. Though, unlike Billy, he isn't pure of heart and never had a proper support system like Billy would eventually find. While Sivana did have a family, they were cold to him and probably contributed to sending him down the path he ultimately chose.
Your father thinks you're weak. Show him your power.
We also have the Wizard, who came in and tested Sivana but held him back from the Shazam powers and threw him in a situation that saw his father injured, which they blamed on him and caused Sivana to be further outcasted. By the time Sivana finally got his revenge and gained the powers of the Seven Sins, he was too far gone to be saved. I think the movie could have done more with the villain, considering he so closely parallels Billy, but a lot of the plot lines are more hinted at than anything, with no real moment where Billy comes to the realization that he could have just as easily become Sivana if the cards fell differently. I also wouldn't have minded a bit of a join the dark side moment, so to speak. I think it would have been more poignant if then his family kind of reminded him why he needs to be responsible with his powers. I think the arcs in this film consistently go for the path of least resistance. The film does have a lot of good character moments. I just think I see potential plot lines woven throughout the plot that could have been expanded upon and better weaved into the story to have more importance. With that said, I think Sivana was pretty well portrayed in this film by Mark Strong, who a handful of years earlier played Sinestro in Green Lantern, and while he never got to play that villain to its full evil potential, I'm glad Shazam offered him a second chance to finally embrace a villain role in the DC universe. Freddy is probably the only other character I'm going to dive into on his arc, because while many characters have small arcs, focusing on them briefly as a way to add to Billy's primary arc, not many characters are as fleshed out as Freddy, with Jack Grazer pulling a lot of weight and probably having the most screen time of anybody in the film. Freddy feels a little unheard, and dreams of something more. When Billy gets his powers, Freddy, being really into superheroes, helps Billy discover what his powers can do. This causes some conflict with Billy as Freddy takes a bit too much ownership of Billy's powers, but with Freddy being disabled, it was a power fantasy and a dream come true. While Billy and Freddy go to blows at one point during the film, Billy and Freddy also get really close and realize they have more in common than they originally realized. I like Freddy. He probably relates to me the most, and Jack Grazer, I think, is the most consistent child actor in the film. Alright, you know what time it is. The overly long explanation of where every character comes from. The Marvel family, later renamed the Shazam family for legal reasons, was a superhero team consisting of several members who shared the powers of Shazam, with its members in the original Fawcett continuity being Captain Marvel, Mary Marvel, Captain Marvel Jr., Fat Marvel, Hill Marvel, Tall Marvel, Uncle Dudley, Mary Dudley, and Hoppy the Bunny. In the film, it maintained some of these characters and retrofitted others, modernizing the family and making it fit better into the tone of the DCEU, which is based largely off the New 52 reimagining of the Shazam family. Shazam first appeared in Whiz Comics #2 and at the time was known as Captain Marvel and was Fawcett Publications' answer to Superman, except its creators imagined Captain Marvel as a POV character for the comic's core demographic back in the 1940s, children. So he invented Billy Batson, a child who could turn into Captain Marvel by yelling Shazam. Captain Marvel eventually eclipsed Superman in popularity, leading to a lawsuit that would end Captain Marvel's publication and later lead to DC purchasing Fawcett and folding their comic lines into the multiverse, designating Captain Marvel's original continuity Earth S. Anyhow, after Crisis on Infinite Earths, Captain Marvel was renamed Shazam due to the Marvel Comics character that took the name Captain Marvel and folded it into New Earth, which was DC's new primary continuity post-Crisis and up to Flashpoint. The film and the comic have a similar origin, with Billy being a young orphan who meets the wizard Shazam and gains his powers. However, in the early comics, he was also a radio personality, kind of his version of Clark Kent reporter, which they cut since that plotline was a little bit strange, admittedly. Dr. Savannah was Captain Marvel's first foe, and up till Black Adam was his primary antagonist, and started off as your basic mad scientist archetype, first appearing in Whiz Comics #2, and has been steadily appearing ever since. Imagine Lex Luthor, but more unhinged. Freddie Freeman, or Captain Everypower as he's known in the DCEU, Originated in Wiz Comics 25 as Captain Marvel Jr., and eventually Shazam Jr., post Captain Marvel's name change to Shazam. And he's the de facto sidekick of Billy, who in the comics, after almost drowning during events stemming from an attack by the evil Captain Nazi, became Captain Marvel's first protege, Captain Marvel Jr. In the film, he gained his powers at the same time as the rest of the Marvel family, but in both continuities it was due to the fact that Shazam was able to share part of his powers with him. The Wizard Shazam is the wizard who gave Billy his powers, first appearing in Wiz Comics number 2, then dying in the same issue. I mean, the role is pretty unchanged from the comics. He teaches Billy about his powers, and then he dies. Dara Dudley is a relative newcomer to the Shazam universe, being created in Flashpoint Volume 2, Issue 1, in 2011 as part of an alternate future. She eventually was folded into the main timeline as well. Her name is a reference to Uncle Dudley, and she's perhaps a reinterpretation of Mary Dudley from Earth S, who first appeared in Captain Marvel's Fawcett run. Mary Broomfold first appeared in Captain Marvel Adventures number 18, which I actually used to own until I sold my copy for rent money. I got a pretty penny off that book though. Anyhow, originally she was actually Billy Batson's long-lost twin before being retconned into Mary Broomfold, his foster sister in more recent iterations of the character. She gained Shazam powers in the same way that Captain Marvel did and was the third member of the Shazam family. In the film, Mary gets her powers at the same time as the rest of the family and is the oldest sister in the family, acting as the voice of reason and trying to rein in the group. Eugene Choi is another member of the Shazam family and was introduced in 2011's Flashpoint Volume 2, Number 1. He has no direct parallel to any Golden Age member of the Shazam family and seems to be a totally original creation. Pedro Pina is another member of the Shazam family, introduced in Flashpoint Volume 2, Number 1. Pedro is noticeably overweight, which I think is kind of cool. Like Shazam family had become kind of a melting pot since DC transitioned to Prime Earth after the disconfiguration of New Earth post-Flashpoint. The original comics had people like Bunny Marvel or Fat Marvel, which were more or less gag characters. However, modern Shazam takes the concept of multiple Shazam to cool places, since it implies that anyone can be a superhero, which is kind of the point. Hence, Freddy has a physical disability, and Pedro is a little overweight. It's kind of cool. Mr. Mind makes a cameo appearance in this film and is played by director David F. Sandberg. He first appeared in Captain Marvel Adventures number 22 and was an evil genius caterpillar-like creature who was kind of like Lex Luthor if Lex Luthor was a caterpillar, being an evil genius and a scientist. They did a lot of weird, like, mad scientist Lex Luthor-esque roles in Shazam for some reason. He was so evil, he created his own supervillain team, the Monster Society of Evil, I shit you not, which included villains such as Black Adam, Captain Nazi, Dr. Savannah, and even Adolf Hitler himself. Again, I shit you not. That team was evil as fuck and would be a challenge for any superhero, I guess. Yeah, Fawcett Publications was really weird before DC bought their IPs. The cinematography was handled by Maximine Alexandre, who's mostly known for works in the horror genre. He was perhaps a fitting choice to work with Sandberg, given that they both have their roots in that genre. This film, much like Aquaman, opts for a less inspired cinematography, feeling more like Marvel's house style. It's serviceable, but I never really felt in awe of any of the cinematography. Like, I occasionally found myself in awe of things I was seeing in Aquaman, and it didn't really try to do anything too unique, like the early DCEU movies tried to do. Not bad, it's serviceable, but it's kind of the same thing as like those Marvel movies, which is serviceable, not too exciting. The strongest point of this film was probably the tone. It's often goofy and made me giggle. While there were some cheesy Marvel-esque quips, there's a lot of just goofy moments paired up with some sentimentality, making it a pretty strong movie for its target demographic, which seems to skew younger than the more serious Batman v Superman or Suicide Squad or anything like that. I like that they did that. In the original comics, Captain Marvel was meant for younger people and kids, in a Superman-like power fantasy, so it's only natural they skew the movie in the direction of younger people, with the more serious Snyder stuff kind of just being off to the side and just happening in the same world. It's a large enough world with a good variety of characters, so I think it worked. Not to say it doesn't have some gags made for adults or that it isn't entertaining to me as an adult. It's just lower stakes and designed to be easily digestible for all ages, and I think the film absolutely nailed that tone. It feels comparable to something like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, but a hair less dark, just being a fun all-ages romp. I don't think it would be too intense for younger kids, so it's definitely a whole different demographic. The music is scored by Benjamin Walsfix, who worked with David Sandberg somewhat frequently, but sadly the music kind of sucks to me. It sounds pretty cheap, and they definitely didn't want to do anything too epic. That wouldn't be a problem, not going as epic as a larger film would, but it really doesn't have personality either. Like the Spider-Verse movies, for example, which lean into a hip-hop influence. It's not as grand as like a giant multi-piece orchestra film score, but it still sounds cool and works well with the world. This, however, just kind of sounds generic and forgettable. They did a good job with licensed track, for example playing Don't Stop Me Now by Queen, which is a great song, and they fit it into a real high energy scene, and I thought they worked it pretty well. So not all sound design is bad per se, I just think the score was kind of weak. The editing, much like the cinematography, is serviceable but never does anything to blow me away. The film was edited by Michael Aller, who has a close relationship with Sandberg, working with him on Lights Out and several other horror projects. I will say, considering this goofy, kid-friendly superhero movie was handled by people who mostly work in low-budget horror, everything was pretty good. However, a lot of these people were also new to the industry, to this scale at least, relatively, along with having a lot less money than other movies like Aquaman or Justice League or something like that. That may explain why the movie's relatively amateurish compared to like Aquaman or something larger than that, but considering everything they did a real solid job. You wouldn't expect from what we got that it was a bunch of relatively young horror guys making the film. The mid-credit scene sees Sylvana talking to Mr. Mind, who hints about the Pillar of Evil, taking over the 7 realms.
The 7 realms are about to be ours.
This end credit scene ended up going nowhere since Mr. Mind was not used as the villain in the sequel film. They do poke fun at this in the sequel, but it's moderately disappointing that they never got around to this plot point, especially since the second film failed to make box office projections, and with James Gunn's reboot, and David Sandberg wanting to head into the horror genre again, spelling the end of this iteration of Shazam. The other end credit scene sees Billy attempt to talk to fish a la Aquaman. It's just a quick gag, nothing special, it's kinda cute. There's a lot of good little things that this film does, and in a lot of ways is stuff that's better than the other films in this universe. For example, the film flows through exposition quickly and efficiently. I think Aquaman did a decent job with exposition, but there was a lot of it, and it was a lot more heavy-handed than this film. This film keeps it real simple, allowing for more time to go to the characters and not having an insane runtime. The film is still a little long and probably could have been trimmed down a bit, but I don't mind it, it's mostly fun. I also really liked when Billy discovers his powers with Freddy and has this really fun montage set to Don't Stop Me Now by Queen, as I said. It helps that the song is a total banger, but the editing and shots keep up a similar energy to the song, and it makes a really fun sequence. It's also a unique power discovery scene that shows how a couple of dumb kids would react to essentially having the powers of Superman. It's cute, it's fun, I like it. On another note, Dr. Sylvana's evil lair is the IDS Center from Minneapolis, superimposed in the Philadelphia skyline. I see this tower every day on my way to work, which makes it kinda cool to see on the screen for me, even if it's cheaply superimposed on a different city's skyline. Minneapolis and Minnesota never get invaded by aliens or anything in these films, so it's kind of fun to see something like that. Anyhow, I like that the film teases and has Easter eggs to the wider DCEU without feeling the need to explicitly feel connected. A big problem I have with a lot of these superhero film universes is that things are openly very connected as a tactic to get you to watch films and shows that are set up or referenced in other projects. This has been a major problem with things like the recent Marvel films, which tie into like 4 TV shows and a handful of movies, which can make a slightly messy movie totally incomprehensible to someone like me who isn't invested enough in the MCU today to watch all the shows. The film only sets up things for its own series. It doesn't have any pointless cameos. Superman does show up as a faceless gag cameo, and we see a Batarang, but they're Just cute moments, not really deep lore moments that require 5 prerequisite films to understand. Speaking of cute cutaways, this film has a handful, like when they're in the Shazam pocket dimension and open the door to see a bunch of tuxedoed gators playing poker, or when the Philly love sign is crushed. These are some cute moments and cutaways that are well set up little chuckles, add some comedy without resorting to the cheap quips a lot of similar movies resort to. On that note, I think all the child actors are pretty decent for the most part, and they're at least fun to watch, even though they are still child actors and aren't going to win any Oscars for their work. I saw a behind-the-scenes clip on the Harry Potter films where Chris Columbus talked about how most scenes were speed cut in those Harry Potter films because it's hard for children to hold long performances, which is funny. I definitely noticed that here as well after seeing that excerpt. Kind of interesting. Also, the end credits animations are definitely ripped straight out of Spider-Man Homecoming, but these are always fun. I enjoyed this one. DC didn't even bother doing any animations for a few of these films, so it's always fun having little entertaining credits for you to watch after the film. I have a few critiques of the film as well, beyond the few minor things I mentioned earlier. The film definitely is a step down for battle scenes when compared to the other films in the franchise, and this film also has the 7 Sins, who are just shitty CGI creatures, but I will say they're better designed than some of the CG characters in the universe, but I mean the render quality is a bit cheap. With these complaints in mind, the movie is also much cheaper than most of the other DC films and isn't too bothersome, especially with Mark Strong and Sivana doing most of the villainous heavy lifting. Billy also feels like a totally different character between being himself and Shazam, and that's a bit jarring, but whatever. My reaction on rewatch is that it's still good. Certainly not the most ambitious film in the DCEU. It was probably the safest movie in the DCU, to be honest. Designed to be entirely simple and crowd-pleasing, which I think is something DC never really does to this day. DC films are kind of a gamble between the worst thing I've ever seen and surprisingly really well done. And that has been a historical case for most of these films going back to the 70s Superman series. This movie plays to the hits, and it's just really basic. I like it, it works, but in the same way, I like a Marvel film that works. I give it credit for what it is, it's safe and serviceable, but I prefer when DC takes big risks over the more standard fare like we get here. Shazam ended up with a total gross of $357 million on a budget of around $100 million, which means the film probably made like $150 million. It certainly didn't make a huge gross, but given its budget, it's actually a pretty solid gross for a smaller film. Rotten Tomatoes had a 90% rating, and Metacritic had a score of 71 out of 100, which means while it isn't crazy critically acclaimed, it did pretty well critically and was considered one of the better DCEU films to come out to date. People praise that it balanced its occasionally dark tone with one that also had a lot of goofy and fun moments, while not coming off totally ridiculous. It was nominated for several awards, mostly secondary stuff like the MTV Awards and stuff. It ended up winning the award for the best comedy film from the National Film and Television Awards. With everything going pretty well for Shazam, a sequel was quickly greenlit and was tangentially supposed to be related to Black Adam, which was the main adversary for Shazam in the comics, and was also on the way at this point. Birds of Prey, or Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn, was a DC film I could have cared less about. I really only wanted to see Ewan McGregor as Black Mask, and I thought it might be interesting to see Harley Quinn bounce off of a new cast, with the Suicide Squad cast falling a tad bit short. This is the first DCEU film that came out while I worked in the movie theater industry, managing possibly the dumpiest theater left in Minnesota at the time. It was pretty ghetto. It's also worth noting the movie came out a couple weeks before COVID wrecked the theater industry. After work one day, I tuned into Birds of Prey in the IMAX because I didn't want to see it with an audience. The theater creaked and had creepy sounds, and it was like 1 a.m. when I started watching. There was a homeless man at one point who infiltrated the theater and was missing during a nightly check and supposedly just lived behind our IMAX for a long time. So anyways, the weird noises I was hearing very well could have been him, and he was a member of our theater rewards program, so we knew his name. Nice guy though. Anyways, I watched Birds of Prey in an empty auditorium and I couldn't have been less entertained. A lot of the film came off absurdly cringy, and most of the characters were nothing like their comic book counterparts. Most egregious, of course, being Cassie Cain, who's a wholly original character here, just named Cassie Cain for brand recognition. We'll come back to that later though. Regardless, I was pretty disappointed in the film and the lack of reverence for the source material. It seems like the trend for DC films is a decade-long search for a solid story to tell before a film goes up in flames. Birds of Prey had a relatively smooth production for the most part. Announced in 2016, it was written by Christina Hodgkinson, with Margot Robbie personally involved in the project and assisting in the pitching process. Something the other Harley Quinn projects, which we'll touch on later, never had, which is probably why a lot of them never got off the ground. This is probably the biggest reason it was made, as there's a veritable graveyard of projects based on the character that never seriously took off. Penguin and Batgirl were both in drafts of the script, but were ultimately scrapped due to Penguin being a major player in The Batman by Matt Reeves, and Batgirl because of her impending, yet doomed, solo movie, which they thought would be a better place to debut the character than in the side of a smaller budget DC film. Birds of Prey is a fairly simple story. Sometime following the events of Suicide Squad, Harley Quinn and Joker's relationship fall apart, and Harley blows up Ace Chemicals to show that she's over her former love interest. This causes every person in Gotham, the pair ever wronged, to come after Harley as she's no longer under the protection of the Joker or his gang.
What did I do to you?
Are you serious? Look at my face.
Meanwhile, the key to the Bertinelli crime family fortune was engraved onto a diamond, which falls into the hands of a young thief, Cassandra Cain. Black Mask is after the diamond and hires mercenaries to hire Cassandra and Harley, leading to a massive chase throughout the city for most of the film. In the end of the film, several other women, including Helena Bertelli, the Huntress, and the heir to the Bertelli fortune, Renee Montoya, a scorned cop, and Black Canary, a singer and driver for Black Mask, must team up to survive the onslaught Black Mask is brought upon them, as well as retrieve the Bertinelli diamonds. At the end of the fight, Black Mask is killed, and Black Canary, Renee, and Huntress form the Birds of Prey with the Bertinelli fortune, and Harley and Cassie set off onto new adventures, but we ultimately never saw any of them but Harley ever again. The characters in Birds of Prey are all a bit undercooked, that is, with the exception of Harley Quinn, who's definitely the lead of the film, whom the film probably should have just starred exclusively. Harley Quinn is, as I said, the lead of this film, and not only is she literally the film's POV, doing voiceover narration through a large part of the film.
Okay, fine, so I hadn't told people about the breakup, but you don't understand.
Find me a new driver.
Being Joker's girl gave me immunity.
Harley broke up with the Joker, which sets much of the film's plot in motion, despite also being slightly pointless outside of adding some drama in trying to get the MacGuffin diamonds that Cassandra has throughout the film. Harley's primary motivation is to get over the Joker, but she has a secondary survival motivation brought on by the shitstorm she created destroying Ace Chemicals. Everyone seems to want this woman dead, and the film chooses to illustrate this with the name and grievances graphic. We'll talk more about this later. Cassandra Cain is a young girl that is a pickpocket and a thief and gets brought on to this adventure after swallowing the Bertinelli diamond after she stole it from Zaz. Everyone thinks she has it, and she is saved by Harley, with both of them being hunted. They have no choice but to become uneasy allies running around the city with the hopes of evading Black Mask and his mercenaries, who want them both dead. Black Mask is a sadistic, woman-hating club owner who possibly has some kind of romantic relationship with Zaz. At least that's what it seemed the intention was, but I think they're afraid to make two psychotic villains gay, which, like, why though? Are gay people not allowed to be psychopaths? We also have Renee, who's gay, and Harley, who is bisexual, so I don't really see much of an issue with this. Regardless, he runs a portion of Gotham's underworld and is a pretty ruthless gangster. Throughout the film, he mistreats women, but this really doesn't play into the larger plot outside of him attempting to make us hate the guy more than we already do.
Take your fucking dress off. Just rip it off or hurry up. Hurry up!
His misogyny doesn't really actually play towards why he wants to kill Harley, kidnap Cassandra, or fight the other women. Black Canary is one of the Birds of Prey. She works as a singer at Black Mask's club, who runs upon the diamond plot after becoming Black Mask's driver. After she saves Harley Quinn from being horribly human trafficked, she helps in the climax, but is mostly a non-character and a strange nod to people like Pam Grier, who were larger-than-life exploitation stars in the 1970s. Why this is, I don't know. But that's what they went. That's what they went with. Zsasz is a henchman and right-hand man to Black Mask, who may or may not have romantic chemistry with the character, but the film doesn't really overtly say it either way, and that's not an arc they actually touch on. It's just weirdly implied.
I mean, I like crossbows.
He's also there, so Black Mask has someone to dump exposition onto. Renee Montoya is a good cop who does stuff by the book, but is frustrated by the politics in the GCPD because while she's solved a lot of cases, her other male counterparts often get the credit. Throughout the film, the GCPD doesn't really respect her record as a cop or as a person, so she leaves the department to solve the Bertinelli diamond case on her own, and eventually becomes a founding member of the Birds of Prey. She's probably the second lead of the film along with Cassandra, but still far under Harley in terms of development. The Huntress is a character that is surprisingly passive in the film, given the importance of her family diamond to the entire plot. The Huntress is hunting down the people who slaughtered her family in hopes to stop crime and become a crime fighter. This culminates when she kind of shows up during the final fight to help the rest of the group fight Black Mask's henchmen. We learn when she starts interacting with the group that she's kind of socially awkward, though this revelation adds little to the actual plot. It's unclear if she's supposed to be on the spectrum or something. I don't really know what they were going for with this.
Does she always talk like the cop in a bad 80s movie, or is that just
Fuck
me?
you and fuck you.
What?
I think it might have just been like a half-baked idea they thought might be kind of interesting to do, kind of like Black Mask and Zsasz being lovers. I don't know. The cinematography in this film looks pretty solid throughout and was handled by Matthew Lebetic, who worked heavily with Darren Aronofsky on films like Requiem for a Dream and most recently The Whale. He also worked on the original Iron Man with Jon Favreau, Straight Outta Compton with F. Gary Gray, and even the original Venom film for Sony. He's no stranger to the superhero genre and has worked on huge blockbusters and smaller art films, and even a few films by African American filmmakers. He's all over the place, but he's pretty talented. This film's art direction is pretty dang good. It's poppy, fun, and the camera's always well placed. It certainly looks a lot better than Harley Quinn's first appearance in Suicide Squad, with this film nailing the poppy look that Suicide Squad attempted and giving some feel to the actual city over what Suicide Squad did. Tonally, the film is kind of all over the place. At points it feels like it wants to be a goofy comedy, at points it's a hard-hitting feminist piece, and at points it's very dark, but I never fully understood what it was actually going for. The film is bombastic and brought to mind films like Run Lola Run, and it even tried to evoke some Reservoir Dogs at points. Again, I don't really fully understand what the film was actually leading towards or going for in any reasonable form, but that's kind of the vibes I got off of it. Alright, let's talk about where everybody came from. Birds of Prey was a superhero team informally formed in Birds of Prey, Black Canary, and Oracle #1, but never officially called Birds of Prey until the 86th issue of their solo run. The team consists of female characters, with the 3 core members being Black Canary, Huntress, and Barbara Gordon as either Oracle or Batgirl, depending on the era. She was primarily Batgirl on the team in the post-New 52 when she was cured of her permanent paralysis, despite the writers of the book's access to 2 arguably more interesting characters in Stephanie Brown and Cassie Kane. But I digress for now, despite wanting to write a whole page of the script on the excellent comic series Batgirls, which sees the 3 Batgirls team up, Barbara mainly being the Oracle, and the other 2 grappling with being co-Batgirls. What a good-ass run. It was cancelled after 19 issues, of course, but it was good, and that's how comics go these days. Other notable members of the Birds of Prey include Big Barda, Dove, Katana, Vixen, and more recently Harley Quinn, of course. Renee Montoya is another DC Animated Universe character, much like Harley Quinn, being created for the episode Pretty Poison, but actually found her way into the comics first due to a longer development time for animation than monthly comic books, with her first comic book appearance being Batman 475. In the movie, like the TV series, she's a hardened police detective, and is also one of Commissioner Gordon's right-hand people, being an uncorruptible cop, which, as we know, is a rare sight in Gotham City. Renee, in recent years, has become the most recent incarnation of Steve Ditko's character, The Question, a character created during his time at Charleston Publications, which, much like Fawcett, which we discussed earlier in the Shazam video, would have folded into the DCEU after being bought out by DC Comics. The Question was also the inspiration for the character Rorschach from Watchmen, with early drafts of that comic featuring Charleston heroes. Anyhow, this has been a bit of a tangent, let's move on. Huntress was created in 1977 in All-Star Comics number 69, originally part of Earth 2's continuity as the daughter of Batman and Catwoman named Helena Wayne. She became Gotham's premier vigilante, working closely with the now-adult Robin of Earth 2 when Crisis on Infinite Earths happens. However, Helena, along with Earth 2, were eradicated with the rest of the multiverse. Of course, given the continuity situation, it would be hard to retcon the character back into existence in a meaningful way, so in 1989's Huntress number 1, the character was revamped while looking similar and having an association with Batman, had a new origin, one which the film ended up going with, where she's the daughter of a crime boss who was gunned down when she was a child and eventually becomes a vigilante, blah blah blah. Her methods also being more brutal than Batman's, which often leads to him disapproving of her work, and forcing the pair to have a tenuous relationship, though she, especially in the 90s, worked frequently with Robin and Nightwing, who both reined her in a bit, as well as her being a core member of the Birds of Prey. In this film, her story is similar, and it's a solid adaptation, though I will say, Huntress is pretty confident most of the time in her stories, and this version, being kind of a strange person, seems a little odd in comparison. Black Canary first appeared in Flash Comics 86 as Dina Drake. However, the more popular version of the character is Dina Lance, who's the daughter of Dina Drake and Larry Lance. After the death of her father, Dina moved from Earth 2 to Earth 1, and Dina joins the Justice League. After Crisis on Infinite Earths, Dina's story was streamlined and she was a founding member of the Justice League while her mother was part of the Justice Society. This version of the character helped form the Birds of Prey, being a stable member of the group and also collaborating frequently with the Justice League and having an on and off relationship with another core member of the group, Green Arrow. In the film, Black Canary is a lounge singer who inherits her powers from her mother, who was also a metahuman presumably. Her unnamed mother was also a cop in the GCPD, apparently. This version isn't really that similar to the comics version, beyond the name and the superpowers. Black Mask is a powerful gang leader in Gotham, created in 1985's Batman number 368. Black Mask runs a major gang cartel in Gotham and is frequently an adversary to Batman. In this film, he's also a gang leader who went to blows with Joker, and mostly just hangs around in his bougie nightclub where he sexually harasses women and whatnot. Ewan McGregor was a fun choice for the role and plays a threatening enough version of the character. In the comics, Cassandra Cain's the third Batgirl, after Betty Kane and Barbara Gordon, introduced in Batman 567 in 1999. At her conception, she was just a silent and skilled assassin trained by the League of Assassins and is the daughter of one of their head assassins, Lady Shiva, and was bred to be the ultimate killing machine before being rescued by Batman and being welcomed into the Bat family. She's taken on many names such as Orphan, Black Cat, and Batgirl, but she's been a consistent member of the Bat family throughout the early 2000s up till the New 52, before being reintroduced in Rebirth. In the film, she's a lot less cool and has absolutely nothing in common with her comic book counterpart, except that they're both Asian. But you know how it goes, you can't just make up a new character, it has to have source material. Otherwise, what's it worth? What's the clickbait YouTube channel is going to make videos on? Or the clickbait articles on Facebook? So this version of Cassie is an annoying, talkative street kid who accidentally steals a diamond, which leads her to team up with Harley Quinn and eventually the Birds of Prey, kind of a hugely different character from the silent assassin from the comics. Victor Zsasz in the comics is a ruthless serial killer and kind of the Ted Bundy of the DC universe, introduced in 1992's Shadow of the Bat number 1. Zsasz ruthlessly kills people and marks on his skin with a scar tallying each victim. Rather than leaning into the potential psychological horror that such a character could bring, think Silence of the Lambs, they decided to make him Black Mask's muscle and implied gay lover. It is kind of a strange take on the unhinged character, but again, most characters in this movie are adaptions with many, many quotations around them. The music was done by Daniel Premington, but definitely felt like more of a jukebox style of random licensed songs with some original songs mixed in for good measure. The music is pretty decent, and it all culminates into a fun, fast-paced style that works well with the editing, though I will note there isn't really a notable orchestral score present in the film. The editing, for its part, is decent, being handled by Jay Cassidy and Evan Sheriff, neither of whom I'm particularly familiar with. It does occasionally get messy, with Harley Quinn's timeline kind of moving back and forth throughout the story, which seems more like a way to keep a fast-paced story with some sort of mystery, rather than a legitimate storytelling technique. It didn't quite work as well as something like Run Lola Run or other films of this nature. It also has a constant voiceover from Harley Quinn, which further cements her as the lead and makes me further question why they act like this is a Birds of Prey movie at all, especially given that most of Birds of Prey feel like an afterthought that could have easily not even been in the first draft of the script. It's kind of like the early X-Men movies and how they were so Wolverine-centric, but at least those had large casts and they were kind of there the whole time. At the end of this movie, the Birds of Prey kind of just show up to help Harley Quinn and Cassie Cain. Like, entirely separate storylines took place with them that barely got any screen time because they're not as marketable or fun as Harley Quinn. You also can't have 3 characters be part of the Birds of Prey and name the movie Birds of Prey and then not have the Birds of Prey be at all important in the film. In fact, besides Huntress, who is the least fleshed out of the 3 in this film, the film could have had almost the exact same plot and just cut Renee and Black Canary. Renee had a subplot about sexism in the police force, which I guess was trying to say something, and it did, but it was sort of pointless to the core narrative and just kind of took time away from Harley, who was the clear main character of the film. And Black Canary, I guess, also had some things going on, and she was Black Mask's driver or whatever. But she also could have been pretty easily cut because they just kind of made it plot convenient for her to be there, rather than actually have her have a significant role or any sort of character development. But ultimately, Harley Quinn's the lead because she's infinitely more marketable than the Birds of Prey, especially when the team cuts out Batgirl, who's probably the most marketable character in the Birds of Prey, which kind of baffles my mind a little bit. Like, why do a Birds of Prey film before you establish Batgirl? That makes no sense. Anyways, I remember working at the theater as well, and they kept changing the name of the theater on, like, the marquees. So at first it was the full Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous whatever of Harley Quinn. And then they switched it to just Birds of Prey, before finally we just changed it on the marquee to say Harley Quinn as like a Hail Mary to keep the movie from flopping, which I thought was hilarious. They changed the name 3 times during the marketing. Finally, the movie's out now, and it just kind of goes by Birds of Prey. But they tried very hard to make some sense of this awful, awful, awful title that I'm sure they thought was very clever during the marketing meetings where they decided what to actually name this weird-ass movie. Shockingly, for a film with this tone, and one that starred Harley Quinn, we don't have an end credits scene, just a voiceover from Harley, where she's about to tell us a secret about Batman and the film cuts off. It's lame. It's stupid. Time for general good stuff and general bad stuff about Birds of Prey. As always, I'll start with the good. The opening animation is admittedly pretty fun.
Mr. J, my Joker. Oh, I fell hard. Like, out of a plane without a parachute right in your dumb fucking face kinda hard.
It definitely decided to intentionally not invoke Jared Leto's version of the Joker because at the time, he was the Hollywood punching bag for a number of years, but it looks cool and definitely sets an idea of the tone the filmmakers were going for despite the mixed execution. In fact, the energy in general is infatuating at first with great song selection throughout, though eventually I started to find the whole language of the film a bit grating. I mean, I can see how it can appeal to people, and at least it went for an approach and wanted to have some youthful energy of those 90s Sundance kids, but it started to kind of fall apart, especially when you are forced to sit there and watch it for an hour and a half. I kind of liked the idea of a film being made by a bunch of women for women, but I guess I see what women mean when they say male-centric movies with poorly written females is annoying, as this film is the inverse. Every man is a piece of shit by design, and they occasionally just do things to irk me. For one, during Harley's encounters a new enemy, it says what Harley did wrong to them, and they do the same gag twice. The first time it's with Black Mask, who hates Harley for being a woman. And again later, it's a random henchman who hates Harley for not having a penis.
In the first place, this Bernie because I know this
The joke was groan-worthy the first time, but the second time it was like, yeah, you guys were really proud of that one, weren't you? It also made these stylistic title cards feel a bit lazy when they just didn't actually want to come up with anything to say. Like, you gotta use the same gag twice? Is it for the people who missed it? Well, I saw it both times and I thought it was fucking stupid. I sort of liked him early on when he explained what he did wrong to people, but when it melts down to this by the end of the film and they just get too lazy to expand the actual title cards, it eventually just seems like a stupid, boring, pointless way to try to introduce the sight gags of these odd characters that are chasing Harley Quinn around. We'll complain more soon though. I like the action quite a bit. It's mostly very well choreographed and it's pretty fun. It's also well shot. It's not supposed to be some insane city-destroying disaster either. Just some guys fighting some guys with cool choreography, which is always fun. Although at one point, Harley is tied down and being shot at and does some cocaine, which gives her Popeye-esque superpowers. This is not how cocaine works. She would just talk a lot and be fucking annoying. I also just don't buy she would taste the brick like that and move on without trying to get a pallet jack to take all of that cocaine with her. But I guess no one paid to see Harley Quinn run to a bathroom and shove an 8-ball up her nose, so for cinematic purposes, I guess it made sense. But did it though? Because as I write this, I can't help but think police would somehow dispose of the literal pallet of fresh Colombian blow. But what do I know? Maybe they just keep an entire pallet of blow in an evidence locker forever. Maybe it was just brought in there. I don't know. And that's not gonna be locked up at all? Like, they're not gonna like put that in a vault or something? It's just in a garage? Millions of dollars in cocaine just left there? Okay. Well, there are some genuine high points. There's several issues I already covered. My biggest problem with the movie is that, frankly, it's just really cringe-inducing. I hate to use that word, but that's the best way to describe it. Black Mask and Zaz are villains that don't really have any good motivation. They're just sock puppets for abusive men, and they might be lovers. That's all we get from them in the totality of the runtime. They're on screen a fair bit, actually, too. Also, the characters running after a diamond like it's a Pink Panther movie, I don't know. It's just whatever, who cares? When I go to see a superhero movie, I want to see more stakes. I know everyone hated Jared Leto, but why not make him the villain here? There's so much more to see about the abuse and the misogyny based on the relationship between Joker and Harley Quinn. This may have redeemed Leto's take a bit. And yeah, it's higher risk for sure, but there's also a higher reward since Joker would add further mainstream marketability to the film.
You helped me by erasing my mind.
Black Mask is literally just a sock puppet for, I guess, angry men and stuff. Where Joker has tangible abuse history, tangible history with Harley Quinn and the other characters, he would seem more threatening just inherently since nobody knows Black Mask unless you read the comics. This movie says he's a very threatening man. We don't really see him do anything particularly threatening. But Joker, due to cultural osmosis, we know he's the super big bad guy who can beat Batman all the time. So I think Joker would have been a little more high stakes than Black Mask. Why not just give us the real deal? Ewan McGregor's performance was okay, but he has nothing to do, really. He just kind of sits around and fumes about women. It'll also be a goofy Looney Tunes cartoon one second, and the next second, Harley is almost kidnapped by implied sex traffickers.
Wait.
Isn't that Joker's girl? Not anymore.
Got room for one more?
It's fun for 1 second, then Black Mask is stripping a girl nude to dehumanize her in the next second. With the film saying about this? Not much. Nothing really. If the movie had a deeper through line, I would buy it more, but what we get here is just a few of these scenes to further make us hate Black Mask, but to what end? When his evil goal is to steal a fucking diamond like a Roger Moore James Bond villain. He doesn't have like some larger than life plan, he doesn't have a deep plan, he just hates women and wants to steal a diamond so he can get some money. Also, nobody involved with this production cared a damn thing for a single character in the film except for Harley Quinn. None of the characters get adequate screen time to feel relevant, and say what you will about a lot of the comics, but these characters share almost nothing but the name with their comic book counterparts. I'm not even that picky when it comes to comic accuracy. But take Cassandra for example. She's nothing like the comic book version of the character. She isn't an adaptation at all. She's a new character with the name as a reference. It's not actually something they based on. They didn't base this character on Cassie Kane. They just used her name as a Easter egg, basically.
Who's this?
It's a beaver.
This movie just doesn't feel like it cares. In the case of Cassandra Cain, in this film, why not just make a new character? I don't understand why Marvel and DC are so afraid to create new ideas in these adaptations. Back in the day, other media constantly influenced the comics. For example, Harley Quinn and Renee Montoya, the two biggest stars in the movie, are characters that they adapted from Batman the Animated Series and not the comics. So why not make a new character? Is it a lack of creativity? Did Warner Brothers not allow them to? Is this in the rules of making a comic book film that every single fucking character has to be somebody? The only thing they adapted is that Cassandra Cain is Asian. But I'm just saying, come up with the next great character. Instead of just taking another character's name as a reference. What if another filmmaker actually had an idea for something to do with Cassandra Cain and not use her name as a reference and not make the character at all similar? I also just occasionally get bothered by things in the movie. Like, why did Harley Quinn blow up Black Mask and immediately yell tacos and then go to a taco shop?
Fuck that guy. Yeah. Tacos?
Was this a reference or some sort of ripoff to the shawarma thing from the Avengers?
You ever tried shawarma? There's a shawarma joint about 2 blocks from here. I don't know what it is, but I want to try it.
It wasn't funny in Avengers, and it's not funny here. And I refuse to believe that anybody ever laughed at the attempt at levity that was added to this film when Harley Quinn yelled tacos and then went to get tacos. I don't think anybody did. But if you did, sound off in the comments. My reaction to this film on my now 3rd viewing is that it isn't very good. Stylistically, it is a step above most of the DC films. It's well shot, has good action, and looks nice. With that said, the voiceover feels incredibly lazy, and the plot jumps all over the place constantly, which is sort of annoying. The film is a cartoon 1 second, and the next second wants to tackle misogyny and human trafficking, with paper-thin sock puppet villains and characters that I never got to know enough to care about. The film is also fast-paced, but is a comparatively low-stakes superhero flick. But that also comes at the cost of a good plot or characters. Black Mask was a misstep since Jared Leto's Joker easily could have taken the role and added more personality and gave us a deeper exploration of Harley Quinn and Joker's relationship, which is the backbone of this movie. Yet the Joker's not here. Also, we never see any of these characters again except for Harley, and being candid, I don't care to see more of them either. The characters are so undercooked and had too much closure at the end. Where do you really go with them? Did anyone actually want to see Harley and Cassandra's buddy cop film, or was she totally forgotten by Harley's next appearance? In a lot of ways, this is the most forgettable DC film. No one remembers it. It was unremarkable. It felt like it was made exclusively to give push to another line of Hot Topic merchandise, such as Harley Quinn's caution tape jacket, the Harley Quinn shirt she wore in the movie, Harley Quinn jumper, Harley Quinn nail polish, and a fuckload of tie-in Funko Pops. Thankfully, the movie didn't have a creepy lingerie line like Suicide Squad, so I guess that's nice. Birds of Prey ended up making $201 million off of a budget of around $90 million. After the marketing, it apparently still lost a bit of money, with the break-even point said to be at $250 million. This movie came a bit before the COVID lockdowns, which probably stopped the film in its late run. However, even without COVID, it probably still wouldn't have done much more, and I don't think it would have even broke even. The movie had over a month in theaters before the COVID lockdown, so it seems like a stretch to say it would connect the dots and break even, let alone make money, with the last week or two of its run. The film did okay critically, with 78% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 60 out of 100 on Metacritic. People said the film was cartoony, but praised the layered action scenes and Robbie's performance. Some of the biggest complaints were the lack of character development, and some were put off by the overall tone, which was a bit hit or miss with people. The film was nominated for a lot of secondary awards at secondary shows, much like Suicide Squad. The makeup won some awards at makeup festivals or wherever makeup wins awards, but ultimately the biggest award it won was probably IGN's Best Action Movie of the Year award. I mean, I guess it's something. I was cautiously optimistic about Wonder Woman 84 after hearing Pedro Pascal was attached to the project. I liked the first Wonder Woman enough, but I'd only seen it once at that point. A lot of the promotional material looked kinda dumb, but I was ready to give it an honest chance when I saw it on Christmas Day in 2020 on HBO Max. Sadly, I thought it was really bad. Wonder Woman 84 was the first direct sequel in the DCEU. It's worth noting there are only 4 direct sequels in the history of the DCEU, with those franchises being Wonder Woman, Shazam, Aquaman, and Suicide Squad, despite Suicide Squad being more of a soft reboot and reinterpretation of the team. Anyways, with that also came a much less rocky production. The writers from the first film did not return to write the sequel, with Patty Jenkins and Jeff Johns working together on this entry. They worked a bit on the first one for the script, but neither were credited for their contributions. The most notable thing about its road to release was probably the fact that it was definitely intended to have a theatrical release and ended up going straight to HBO Max due to COVID restrictions putting the movie industry on hold back in December of 2020. It also started HBO's year-long experiment to put films day and date on HBO Max and in theaters. People feared this was the end of theaters, but ironically I think it started to stealth kill another aspect of the film experience, physical media, and had little effect on theaters, as if the film is quality, people want to go see it in theaters still, as evidenced by Barbenheimer as a cultural phenomenon and the numerous flops that came to theaters last year. Physical media, on the other hand, kind of pulled from streaming sales, so companies started putting streaming stuff up first, which in turn caused physical media like Blu-rays or DVDs, which typically come out after now, to start declining in sales and getting pulled out of stores like Best Buy, and the older generation is starting to stream films because it's more convenient. As a physical media collector, I'm moderately annoyed, but I care more about boutique stuff and movies that are next to lost media that are likely not going to play on anything but Tubi and stuff in really low quality. So if we don't get the next Wonder Woman movie on Blu-ray, I'm not that heartbroken. Regardless, I had to fit in a rant about that because I'm a physical media fan. There wasn't really any controversy surrounding this film or that impacted the production, but Gal Gadot worked with a bunch of celebrities to make a cringe-inducing cover of John Lennon's Imagine during early COVID lockdowns to restore hope to us peasants who had to get in a knife fight at Costco just to get some toilet paper. She worked with her fellow Wonder Woman co-star Kristen Wiig and several other random Hollywood stars.
You know, this virus had affected the entire world. Everyone. Doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, we're all in this together. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. You may say that I'm a dreamer.
I think she was actually trying to do something here, But it felt like a bit of a miscalculation, seeing all these celebrities sitting in their multi-million-dollar mansions singing to us peasants about how we can come together and change the world or some shit. Well, I can't even wipe my swampy ass due to people panic buying 3 years worth of toilet paper. And also, not having a job because we were all just laid off 3 days ago. It looked pretty bad. Also, the song is anti-religion, anti-nationalist, and anti-capitalist, which is kind of sweet coming from Gal Gadot, who's singing the song in her $5 million mansion, and who frequently praised the IDF in her past, which we don't have to get into any further.
IDF soldiers opened fire as people were trying to get food from aid trucks.
And the world will be as one.
It was a real tone-deaf move, and honestly, was an embarrassing move on Gal Gadot and company's part. Wonder Woman 1984 sees Wonder Woman return in a new adventure set in, well, 1984, where she works at the Smithsonian, just like in Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice, and no one questions why she hasn't aged a day since she started there, and no one questions in Batman v Superman why she hasn't aged a day since. In 1984, though, the Smithsonian gets a rock that turns out can grant wishes to the user. It forms with Maxwell Lord, a donor for the Smithsonian, not before granting the wish of Barbara Minerva, who wants to be a bad bitch like Wonder Woman, which starts to turn her sexy, a la Spider-Man in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy.
How you doing, buddy? How was the field trip?
I don't feel well. I'm gonna go to sleep.
When Peter Parker takes off his shirt to reveal he's ripped. Maxwell Lord ends up wishing for money and power and ends up taking over half of the world's oil supplies and eventually destabilizing the Middle East.
Your wish is granted. And in return, I will take your oil.
Meanwhile, Wonder Woman's wish of seeing Steve Trevor revived is granted, with the caveat that Steve possesses a guy known only in the credits as Handsome Man. And they fuck a bunch, which may or may not make Wonder Woman a sexual assaulter. Regardless, she's happy Steve is alive, but she realizes the wishing stone thing is bad and causing harm to the people like the Middle Easterners who are now in a destabilized region, as well as Barbara, who's turned into Cheetah Woman, and Handsome Man, whose life was upended in favor of Steve's. After a fight with Cheetah, where Wonder Woman overtakes Cheetah, she enters a bunker where Max is broadcasting to every frequency in the world, allowing everyone to make wishes. But Wonder Woman makes a rousing speech where she says a bunch of bullshit and tells everyone to renounce their wish, which everyone in the fucking planet does apparently, depowering Max and causing the world to restore to normal.
You must be the hero. Only you can save the day.
I renounce my wish!
Wonder Woman's here, and she wants Steve back, who she fell deeply in love with after 3 days in a war zone. And she's granted her wish at the expense of the aptly named Handsome Man, who she proceeds to have sex with a bunch without his consent. Unfortunately, the actual occupant of the body doesn't get to give consent, rather, she gains consent from Steve Trevor. However, she soon learns using these wishes for her own gain at the expense of Handsome Man is bad, and despite her views on the Middle East, she shouldn't destabilize a region of the world just to have sex with Steve Trevor, since his time had come. Wonder Woman in the film is a really bizarre character, as is everyone, however, the consequences of her actions being incredibly questionable, and for the first 2 hours of the 2.5-hour runtime, she doesn't really do anything but passively sit there and have fun with her boy toy Steve Trevor in the body of Handsome Man. In the overly long opening, young Diana learns you can't cheat destiny or some shit, which was an ad that makes the conclusion of this film feel like a Saturday morning cartoon. Gal Gadot is okay, I suppose, but the film is so distractingly terrible that I forget if she's good or not in the film. Maxwell Lord is the villain of this movie, and as I stated, is pretty much just Max Lord in the way that he's a guy in a suit, and otherwise isn't really anything like the character the film claims to be adapting. Max just wants to strike it rich, to be a good dad, and have a better life. When he gets the Stone of Wishing or whatever the MacGuffin is called, he just wishes for stuff and eventually destabilizes the Middle East and the world at large. Throughout the film, he also wants his son to wish for something exciting, like infinite wealth, while his son just wants him to be a good dad. It's pretty on the nose. Eventually, Max realizes he's wrong and gives up the money and power to be a better dad. Pedro Pascal is always charming, but he's such an eye roll of an actor at this point since again, he falls into this typecast of dad guy and fails to really elevate the character beyond that of a total cartoon character. My favorite role for Pedro at this point is Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, where he's allowed to be a different character that isn't dad guy, as he's been in The Mandalorian, The Last of Us, this, and the upcoming Fantastic Four, where he was selected to be the safest possible casting for Reed Richards. I'm calling it now. The Fantastic Four will somehow time travel and cause Franklin Richards to be born, making him a dad. That is, if Franklin isn't just in the main cast from the jump. Cheetah was once Barbara Minerva, who is a generic nerd cartoon character with no depth that wears glasses so people don't realize that Kristen Wiig is generically attractive. As time goes on and she makes her wish, she no longer trips and now can let her hair down. She can also take her glasses off.
Yeah, I like it. You look amazing.
She's also almost sexually assaulted twice by the same guy she keeps running into. And this dude wears a trench coat I can only describe as one that you'd see in a commercial G.I. Joe PSA in the 80s.
I'll take you to her. Uh-oh.
Look, Wild Bill!
Who was that?
Some stranger!
It's a pristine, clean trench coat that looks right off the rack.
Having a little bit of trouble walking in those heels, huh?
It's okay, I wear these heels all the time.
Come on, let me walk you home.
Who was that?
I'm just trying to be nice.
The first time, she's scared and saved by Wonder Woman, but the second time, she's now super badass and gets away safely. These scenes kind of remind me of the scene in Supergirl where a couple of truckers try to sexually assault Supergirl.
Oh, I was wondering if you could tell me where I am.
What do they call this place, Eddie? Lover's Lane, isn't it?
You got it in one, Billy boy. Lover's Lane.
Well, she's wearing an A&W shirt, the advertiser for that film. Cheetah is annoyingly cartoony, both as Barbara, who's just overly lame and mediocre, and eventually as a cartoon supervillain, Cheetah. It actually reminds me a lot of Electro from Amazing Spider-Man 2, a character with a comical lack of depth who becomes a supervillain. Perhaps just make Barbara a normal woman who looks up to Wonder Woman, then learns it's a double-edged sword and not everyone can handle the responsibility or something like that, and that it's okay to just be you. Instead, the movie wants you to know this woman's a fucking loser, and the only shot she has at ever doing anything not terribly pathetic is to become a metahuman. The character is overly shallow for a character that is in a movie that clocks in at a whopping 2.5 hours. Kristen Wiig plays the cartoon character well enough, but she is a cartoon character with the depth of a villain of the week, established in a 20-minute cartoon, not a film character. Finally, we have Steve Trevor, who wakes up in the body of a man decades after his death. He is struggling to grasp the new world, but is impressed by it, and he loves Diana, but ultimately tells her that his time has come long ago and it's time to let him rest. His character arc is probably the most reasonable one in the movie, because he's the most deadpan and not super cartoony, which is interesting because he was kind of, at least partially, the comic relief of the first Wonder Woman. Overall, we really only have 4 notable characters in this movie. You know, the one that's 2.5 hours long. And 3 of them are pretty much just cartoon characters. We have Wonder Woman, who's whiny and obsessive and refuses to let Steve go, and even sexually assaults a guy, which I think is a first for a non-demonized superhero film. Finally, we have Steve, who's like Diana, you're acting like a psycho, who probably is the closest thing to a real character. Cheetah, who's a total cartoon character, and Max, who's a total cartoon character. It's kind of a baffling lack of real development or depth within these characters. Matthew Jensen does the cinematography on this movie, and it may be uglier than the cinematography from the original Wonder Woman. Matthew Jensen, of course, is known for the other Wonder Woman and the equally ugly 2015 Fantastic Four reboot. This film is so oversaturated that it causes grain on my 4K screen, which should not happen in a professional, digitally shot film. For example, the vibrance of Themyscira is upped so much that you can start to see the colors crack a bit. Look at the greens in this establishment shot, it just doesn't look good. On that note, the CGI is also really poorly done. Look at Wonder Woman running here. It looks like the Linkara run. Finally, the flying looks so unnatural. Compare this to Man of Steel from 6 years earlier. There's absolutely no excuse. This movie is kind of shot like an insurance commercial, but I think that's kind of an insult to the work done on insurance commercials. It looks absurdly bad. Tonally, this movie is basically a cartoon, which could be fine if it was shorter and didn't occasionally beg us to care for these characters. I don't want to diss cartoons either. Shows like Batman the Animated Series manage to have more villain depth in their episodes, and they're much shorter. Look at Heart of Ice.
Pray you hear me somehow. Someplace where a warm hand waits for mine.
Look at the episode Heart of Ice. Plus, cartoons are often made with kids in mind and teaching generic lessons and have way less time to work with. This movie is around the length of 7 standard TV episodes and seems to achieve on par with a single episode of a 21-minute television show at best. I also think with some themes like total nuclear annihilation, the destabilization of the Middle East, and various attempted sexual assaults throughout the movie, that you can pretty easily remove the pretense that this PG-13 movie is aimed at kids. Also, this is the follow-up to a movie that had serious themes about World War I, including the use of chemical weapons, killing, and implying that the world is basically unchangeable and that there will always be evil. Like, am I missing something? What were they going for here? It's such a weird contrast in tones, and it's also kind of an insult to comic books, because comic books typically actually have pretty deep themes occasionally. Not all of them, but some of them, and a lot of the times their characters are pretty well thought out and well fleshed out, where you look at the characters here and they're not that. Anyhow, let's look at the characters and where they're adapted from. Cheetah, one of the key adversaries of Wonder Woman 1984, is also one of Wonder Woman's key villains, being created early on in Wonder Woman's existence, all the way back in 1943's Wonder Woman number 6. The version we see is based on the later iteration of the character, named Barbara Minerva, who first appeared in Wonder Woman Volume 2, number 7. In 1987, and has been the primary version of the character ever since. In the comics, she was a rich heiress to a fortune who became a cheetah on an adventure overseas. In the film, she worked with Wonder Woman at the Smithsonian before getting her wish granted to become an apex predator. Not super accurate, but honestly, I'm not a big cheetah fan. I don't think there are very many cheetah fans, and the results are close enough that I'm fairly unbothered by the change. Ultimately, it's a lady who becomes a cheetah woman. Max Lord in the comics premiered in Justice League number 1 from 1987 as well, and was the leader of the government-assisted Justice League International throughout its run. He was integral to one of the best Justice League teams, consisting of mostly different characters then, by the standard of the Justice League, with the original lineup consisting of Batman, Black Canary, Blue Beetle, Captain Marvel, Dr. Fate, Dr. Light, Guy Gardner, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, and Mr. Miracle, before adding other long-term members like Fire, Ice, Booster Gold, Blue Devil, Power Girl, Rocket Red, among many others. It was basically the only era of Justice League that wasn't led by DC's core heroes, rather by a group of misfits, and I thought it was kind of amazing for that. Anyways, he's also famous for killing Ted Kord, the second Blue Beetle, who's a fan favorite in the comics, in a shock twist during Countdown to Infinite Crisis number 1, after Blue Beetle uncovered his plan to wipe out metahumans. It was brutal and sent shockwaves throughout the fandom back in the day. Still a badass fucking twist, and probably the best moment of the Infinite Crisis saga, but I digress. The film version is definitely a Cassie Cain from Birds of Prey situation, where they had a character name and worked from there. Max Lord from the film gains his powers to grant wishes through the Dreamstone. He's a real bad dad and a rich guy, but like every dad from 90s children films, learns the error of his ways and becomes a good, more loving and attentive dad. What this has to do with the character from the comics is beyond me, but whatever. Musically, the scores by Hans Zimmer fail to meet up with the other works he made for this universe, who had a lot of the most notable scores in the franchise. The score almost feels like a cheap 90s comedy, like that one where Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito are brothers. Never saw that movie, but it just came to mind. Meh. This movie could have just taken the easy way out and scored it with 80s pop, but I guess if that happened, I would just complain that that's a lazy, cheap gimmick that a lot of movies use, so I guess they couldn't win on this one. Unless they wanted to make some memorable music for Wonder Woman, but no one wants to do that. The editing in this movie is good. It was edited by Richard Pearson, who did a lot of similar films. We talked about him in the Justice League portion of this video, but he's done lots of action movies of this scale, like some of the Monsterverse films, Iron Man 2, Quantum of Solace, and some Bourne films. So he's definitely ideal for a project like this, and did a really solid job. I think the film could have been trimmed more, but I don't know how much say he actually had in the length of the film. The action scenes were often saved by his editing. For example, the car chase fight, which has the horrendous Linkara run, at least had solid editing, and stuff really shines from the editing. The end credit scene likely wasn't really intended to go anywhere, but was added as a cute little thing. It sees Asteria, the Amazon warrior of legend who got to battle with the Spartans from 300 earlier in the film, in her gold armor Wonder Woman wears for one scene and then discards after 10 seconds. Now, she's older, and she saves a baby. The character and her armor were totally pointless, so no one would care if she showed up. What makes it notable is that the character was portrayed by Linda Carter, who portrayed Wonder Woman in the 1970s TV show and pilot film that has since gone on to be Wonder Woman's most popular interpretation, up until Gal Gadot took the character to the big screen. It's cute, I guess, and actually attempts to pay off the epic armor warrior of mystery subplot that took up 10 minutes of the movie, just to be paid off with Wonder Woman wearing the suit for 5 minutes and then nonchalantly discarding it. I will admit, the White House fight was kinda cool. I like the shot where Wonder Woman spends a bullet and then smacks it with her gauntlet. That was kinda cool. It all kind of rings hollow though, in service of a movie with some of the worst villains ever put to screen in superhero film, but whatever. In terms of the stuff I didn't really care for, this film was written by Geoff Johns and Patty Jenkins, as I said, both of whom, when not put in check by other people, seem to have issues making actual well-made stories, but both had lots of clout at the time. Patty Jenkins from the first Wonder Woman, which he had very little hand in writing, mind you, and Geoff Johns, who famously made high-selling gimmick comics, including introducing the revival of Hal Jordan and Barry Allen, introducing various Lantern Corps to expand the lanterns, I guess, and reintroducing the Justice League into the New 52, which Zack Snyder would end up heavily drawing from to help craft his universe, crossing the Watchmen and the main DC universe over for the first time in Doomsday Clock, as well as creating the Three Jokers comic series, which sees 3 Jokers, as apparently the whole time Batman wasn't fighting one Joker, but 3. It was a Black Series graphic novel, and while it was teased for a long time, it never really gained much notoriety. The problem with Geoff Johns is that while his concepts grab an audience, it's rarely well done when on a larger scale, and his monthly writings are often stretched, repetitive, boring, and shallow. He had some really good runs of Justice Society and Flash early on, but more recently he's become more of a gimmicks idea guy, and it led to a lot of sales, which Warner Brothers liked, and so they brought him on to write this movie with Patty Jenkins. So you have these two running a motion picture that ends up being 2.5 hours, yet simultaneously incredibly boring, undercooked, and hollow. Also, Wonder Woman makes her and Steve's plane invisible at one point, which felt really odd, kind of out of the blue for this universe. Also, apparently, it being invisible means it can avoid radar somehow, which isn't exactly how radar works, since it's about bouncing sounds off of objects in the air to detect where they are. I don't get it. This genuinely might be in my top 10 for the cheesiest films I've ever seen. Also, Wonder Woman doesn't really try to stop the wishing shit until Steve goes back to hell and she no longer gets anything out of it. So we have a hero who sexually assaults a guy, and then when her boyfriend frees her weird sex slave, she says, meh, I guess I should stop the wishes for everyone else. That really isn't good motivation for a hero, but that's kind of what we get on screen. Also, the CGI, as I stated, was horrible. It looks like something whipped up in a basement. It'd be fine for like a fan project or something, but for a DC film that costed hundreds of millions of dollars, pretty weak. Horrid CG aside, why did we need all the build up to this invincible super armor when Wonder Woman just takes it off after 2 seconds into the confrontation she dusted it off for? That's 15 easily trimmable minutes. All you have to do is write out the stupid pointless super armor, and that whole fight was undercooked anyways. Maybe do something more interesting. She just beats up Cheetah, who looks terrible, and Cheetah's like, "Aight, sorry." Then she says a speech to Pedro Pascal and says the nuclear apocalypse will happen if we don't give up our wishes, and he says, "Aight, sorry." That isn't even to start talking about the boring location and muddy coloring for the shot composition in these scenes. Pedro Pascal's character also flirts with the idea of becoming a Donald Trump-like stand-in here, but that kind of goes nowhere. The movie ends on Wonder Woman walking around the city in such a fashion as to make it look like a Lifetime Christmas movie, and by that point, my mind kind of hurted.
Happy holidays. See you around.
The film is absolutely dreadful. They stretched the 22-minute cartoon episode concept into a film that's 20 minutes shy of the runtime of The Godfather, clocking in at just over 2.5 hours. It wastes your time, has some of the worst written villains I've ever seen in a major motion picture, especially one of this length, and gives us a lot of time to hang out with characters that are lame, boring, shallow, and often not well thought out. I mean, Steve Trevor invades a guy's body, and Wonder Woman Steve sit around in his fucking house for half the movie. That condemns sexual assault at points, when Kristen Wiig is almost sexually assaulted twice, but ironically doesn't see the fact that Wonder Woman's kind of a weird, creepy sex offender here. The film is also ugly, the CGI is bad, the directing is fairly poor, the writing is even worse, and the occasional good action scene can't save this film from feeling like total trash. It also shares a lot of parallels with the similarly bad Supergirl film, which I've already mentioned in this video. The difference, of course, being this is the follow-up to a film that was critically acclaimed and created by the same director and actors, only they took the director out of the director's chair and expected her to also write the film, a talent she evidently doesn't have, since the film is written like absolute dog shit. She also clearly overlooked blatant creative flaws like the cinematographer's poor shot composition, the color team's poor color correction, and didn't know how to create shots on a green screen in a green screen heavy film in a green screen heavy genre. The film is so utterly, fundamentally flawed, it's almost ridiculous, before you even start diving into the paper-thin plot and poorly written characters. Wonder Woman 1984 was made for around $200 million, earning $170 million at the box office. However, with the COVID-19 lockdowns, it was inevitably not going to crush the box office by any means. It's also fairly hard to gauge how much it ended up netting HBO Max when you consider subscriber growth versus the amount of people who watched it, who subscribed for that reason, and how many of those subscribers were retained to watch other HBO Max content. It's very hard to actually put a numerical value on the worth of Wonder Woman 84, and what they tell stock investors could be totally different than what the actual reality is. It's almost impossible to gauge. Also, with streaming services not forced to disclose numbers, it's also hard to say what the film did beyond what Warner Brothers says. I think it's fair to say the film did alright, given the losing proposition of releasing during early COVID when companies had no idea what to do with their projects. Warner Brothers has claimed the movie was played around 15 million times, based on the total minutes watched metric. Take that for what it's worth. But when you consider the budget of around $200 million, that means if the movie was watched $15 million in the first day, and that's what they were going off of, you essentially are counting each view as being worth over $10, which I don't know if that actually is equatable. Because people who own HBO Max already might have watched it like I did. It doesn't necessarily guarantee subscribers. It doesn't guarantee that people aren't watching it on the free trials. There's lots of factors that play into the film. And yeah, streaming, it's a fucking weird business model. It's never profitable. It's a weird business model, kind of like most web apps. But anyways, critics generously said the film was mixed or lukewarm. The Rotten Tomatoes score ended up at 58%, with a Metacritic score of 60 out of 100. Positive reviews compared it to a page-turning comic book and calling it pure pop energy. I don't know how that is. Comic books are typically pretty quick reads. I don't know if those people read comic books. This would be like a page-turning fucking 1,000-page comic book. Negative reviews said that the film lacks a lot of the confidence of the first, calls the script a mess, and says the film lacks substance. Wonder Woman 84 didn't win many awards, but it did get top prize at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award, winning the coveted Favorite Movie Award, with Patty Jenkins and Gal Gadot personally getting slimed at the award show. I don't know if that's true. Patty Jenkins allegedly keeps the trophy in her office to keep herself humble when she thinks she's winning too much. I also don't know if that's true. I think I was definitely more morbidly curious about Zack Snyder's Justice League than actually wanted to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League. Zack was back and fixing his vision of Justice League after the admittedly obnoxious fan campaign we'll talk about shortly. News articles were coming out about how Zack wanted to release it in black and white in open matte aspect ratio with IMAX shots, which made no sense since it was set for release on HBO Max. The kicker too was that it was set to be a whopping 4 hours long. I thought Zack Snyder had gone off the rails, and the fact that Warner Brothers let him do all these things seemed totally unhinged on everybody's part. Look, Zack genuinely seems like a pretty good guy who's excited about what he's making, but I genuinely could not fathom his creative choices he was going for with this film. I wanted the most genuine experience possible, so what I ended up doing was hooking up my Xbox to a Christie projector at the movie theater I worked at during the time of this film's release, and I watched the film in the theaters. It was a pretty long sit, being 4 hours, and I remember being bored at several points, but at least I was getting paid to do it since I was babysitting an empty movie theater throughout the pandemic. Especially in a theater environment, this film is wildly long. Of course, I was using my Xbox so we could pause and go to the bathroom, but when the film meanders for 5 minutes showing Aquaman power posing underwater, I didn't really feel the need to pause. Long story short, my initial reaction was largely negative, with it being slightly better than Batman v Superman, but definitively worse than Man of Steel. Soon after the release of the Whedon cut, renamed Justice League by a lot of Zack Snyder fans, a fan campaign was started in hopes of seeing Zack Snyder finish his vision of Justice League. A fan petition gained 180,000 signatures, but even after that, releasing the Snyder cut seemed like a long shot. Fans similarly pressured Warner Brothers to release a cut of Richard Donner's Superman 2, which actually had very similar production issues to this film, with that version of the film releasing 26 years after Superman 2's original theatrical release, or the Richard Lester cut, in 2006 to coincide with the release of Superman Returns, which would be Superman's first big screen appearance in a few decades. So the petition wasn't actually totally unfounded and had a very, very minuscule chance of making something happen. Snyder also had been known to release new versions of films like Batman v Superman and Watchmen, both having much longer cuts which often cleaned up the stories a bit, but perhaps made them a little too exposition heavy. The film became less of a pipe dream as actors and creatives who worked on Justice League started voicing their support along with others in the film industry and comic book creatives. A fan campaign to donate to suicide awareness and marketing for the film was created and ended up garnering a lot of money for both causes. Not all of the campaign was surely for the love of the film or to stop suicide prevention, because some of the fans ended up being pretty terrible, and from my own experience, a lot of these fans still prowl web pages and harass anyone who says anything negative about a Zack Snyder DC movie.
By fucking inclusion and diversity fucking tick boxes that haven't got a clue what they're doing, haven't got a clue about the source material, they just want a forum to spout their fucking propaganda bullshit. Their vitriol, their poison, their fucking disgusting degeneracy. That's what they're doing. And it's sacrificing all these great franchises along the way.
Every boy's special lady is his mother.
The irony, of course, being that his film was made and he moved on to a new project that he seems excited about Rebel Moon. Plus, they're giving him full creative control and franchise opportunity. So why people want him to go back to Warner Brothers to finish his universe? I don't know. Zack also seems like a really good guy. I don't think he would really co-sign these crazy cultists, but I digress. He seems to fuel their flames anyways all the time. Fans at one point started a campaign to sell the Snyderverse to Netflix. However, James Gunn responded to the campaign saying that neither Zack nor Netflix seemed incredibly interested in the idea after supposedly talking to both parties. I don't know if Gunn talked to Netflix, but I believe he was in contact with Zack about the concept since he worked with Zack in the past on Zack's breakout film Dawn of the Dead, so he probably has his ways to contact Zack, especially being such an industry figure these days. Netflix would probably have to fork over massive royalties plus production costs even if they wanted to do a Snyderverse Netflix film. Not to mention, the negotiation for such things would be hard, since 1. WB owns HBO Max, and 2. They wanted to refresh the universe with James Gunn. Eventually, Warner Brothers announced they would do a film with Zack Snyder, given around $30 million to complete his vision of the film. This included some reshoots, added scenes, and updated visual effects along with editing. The final sequence with Martian Manhunter originally had Jon Stewart, but Warner Brothers had other plans for the character, so then he considered Kilowog or Tamare, at one point even kicking around the idea of bringing Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern into the scene, before just finally settling on using Martian Manhunter. The story of the theatrical Justice League and Zack Snyder's Justice League are pretty similar, even with the much extended runtime, but let's redo this real quick. Steppenwolf attempts to reclaim the Mother Boxes from Earth with help of his Parademon army for his master Darkseid, who attempted to take over the world long ago but failed due to the combined might of the warriors of the world at the time. He saw an opportunity to do this again following the death of Superman, as that was seen as the only real threat to their plans. Bruce Wayne, now inspired by Superman and back on his own superhero ways, assembles a team with the help of Wonder Woman, though Aquaman and Cyborg are initially hesitant to join, but eventually they join with the team. They revive Superman, who comes back evil, but then he comes around and they fight Steppenwolf and save the world. And I guess Superman's alive now and all that. The movie fleshes out the characters, for better or for worse, over the theatrical cut, so let's go into their motivations. Batman takes it into his own hands to leave Gotham and more generally protect the world following the events of Batman v Superman and the seeming death of Superman. He tries to form a team based on the upcoming threat of Doom as predicted by Lex Luthor after he supposedly met Steppenwolf when he turned Zod into Doomsday during the events of Batman v Superman. Batman has transitioned from a nihilist that he was in Batman v Superman to a more powerful hero who wants to literally and metaphorically save the world from the oncoming threat of the demons. Superman is revived during this movie, and his love for Lois Lane helps him regain his confused mind after being revived in the weird Kryptonian swamp Lex Luthor used to turn Zod into Doomsday. My only question is, did I miss something in one of these movies? Zod and Superman were both dead. The only thing that helped revive Zod, or at least his body, was that he was merged with Doomsday's DNA. How did they revive Superman without him becoming a crazed demon monster as well? And if the Pit can just straight bring people back the way it did Superman, wouldn't it make more sense for Lex to revive the more easily controlled Zod to join him on his plans to kill Superman? You may say then, Zod would continue terraforming the world. But the world engine is destroyed, so Zod couldn't do that. But he could kill Superman and rule with Lex. Then Lex wouldn't have a totally unhinged monster that he couldn't kill following the death of Superman. If the monster could kill Superman, then it stands to reason that Lex would have a bigger problem on his hands trying to figure out how to kill that thing. Why not just kill Superman personally at that point if you're going to make a bigger monster that's harder to kill Superman that then you're going to have to kill? It doesn't make any sense, and this film only makes the Kryptonian ship reincarnation swamp even stupider. Superman also has his black suit in this version. In the comics it was used since Superman lost use of his powers, or at the very least they were very weak. Here, the black suit is just something Superman had because it looks cool, I guess. In terms of the Justice League versus this, I get why they went with the standard suit, because it's not something that's really explained or necessary to the plot. He also came back at full power and didn't have the suit on when he revived. So saying it has the same reasoning as in the comics would be wrong. It's even further evidence Zack is more about stealing cool stuff from the comics and iconography over justifying things with actual story explanations. Wonder Woman is back and is less conflicted in this movie than the Justice League version. Here, she's down to revive Superman and is just kind of along for the ride, even supporting Batman's idea to revive Superman, which was a big talking point in Justice League between Batman and Wonder Woman.
I have to learn to move on.
Steve Trevor tell you that?
But they cut all that shit. She's just happy to be along for the ride. Yeah, Wonder Woman's kind of a non-entity in this movie. She's just kind of there for fight scenes. The Flash is here as well and stands fairly unchanged from the Joss cut of the film. In the film, Barry eagerly joins the Justice League and is sort of just the comic relief. This film does do more with the relationship with his father and has him be a little more concerned about breaking the rules of the Speed Force, so to speak, with Flash knowing turning back time or running at the speed of light to revive Superman in the Super Swamp was dangerous. Flash has a couple of speed scenes. The first, he is saving Iris, who happens to be passing by him at the time he has a job interview as a dog walker.
Were you here when I was forced out? Now my...
Is very much a rip-off of the Quicksilver scene from Bryan Singer's X-Men Days of Future Past. He also has a time travel moment late in the film, which is a bit odd. I don't know how Barry has time to monologue while going the speed of light. I guess that's just how the Speed Force works in The Flash. I don't love that time travel and dimension crossing is so easy for an amateur Flash in this movie as well. And of course, this complaint carries over to his solo film. In the comics, it takes a lot to do that, and even then, it can kill him. See Crisis on Infinite Earths. He also needed the cosmic treadmill early on in the comics. Basically, this Flash is a bit overpowered, but whatever, I guess it works for the movie. Aquaman is a lot different than he is in his solo movies and the Justice League. Both versions see Momoa's character be more optimistic and goofy.
Ride ain't over yet. My man!
This version of the character has sort of like a warrior's nihilism to him.
Dressed like a bat. You're out of your mind, Bruce Wayne.
Which initially leads him to not want to join the Justice League before realizing pretty quickly.
You and the form a symbiont circle. What happens to one of you will affect the other. You must understand this.
We should know care.
This arc actually makes more sense with this version of Aquaman than the one in the core universe, which just said no for no reason. I don't really think it's a bad thing that the character is different in the later films, given the fact that in theory this was supposed to be Aquaman's first appearance, or at least first full appearance, but they ended up pivoting the character for the theatrically released films. Not a knock, if anything it makes the motivation a little more clear, so whatever. Cyborg is conflicted by the experiment that created him and is discovering how connected and powerful he is. I mean, he's fine, but this movie has the same Cyborg problem the comics has, and that is that Cyborg is a definitive Teen Titans character. His history is so entangled with that team, it's sort of what makes him interesting, is the interpersonal drama. I think when Jeff Johns rebooted Justice League for the New 52, they thought this shakeup would work. The New 52's concept for the Teen Titans was borderline terrible, and wasn't even really comprised of a lot of the Titans, and Iron Man was popular, so Cyborg could be DC's answer to him. The problem is, the relationship of the core Justice League members was so established, and Jeff Johns was too lazy to actually establish new ones for Cyborg, so even in the comics he felt like kind of a background character. This is something Zack Snyder was also too lazy to hash out when he made his movie, so he's just kind of in the background of scenes and has this weird subplot about how he's a human computer. Even the action doesn't use him very well. Why not just sub in Martian Manhunter or Green Lantern? Martian Manhunter plays sort of a mediator role in the Justice League, which could be a more interesting subplot if he was to bring the League back together after a conflict. Or perhaps he's on the other side of the Superman argument and thinks it's irresponsible to bring him back to life. Or Hal Jordan Green Lantern. He's best friends with the Flash. They're kind of a duo a lot of the times, along with him and Green Arrow, who might have eventually been established. He also kind of has a rivalry with Batman, which I think is pretty well portrayed in Jeff Johns' New 52 run, for all the shit I give Jeff Johns. There are more angles than just a sixth member who sits there quietly and doesn't add anything to the dynamic, but adds like an hour of runtime on literally useless information. Kind of reminds me of when Finn went to the casino planet in The Last Jedi. Like, I see what they were going for. The problem is, if you take him out of the dynamic, what's the fucking point? But that's kind of the problem with Justice League, honestly. The film is so weirdly paced. The first act, which is everything before the team assembles, is 2 hours. 2 hours of characters dilly-dallying around the film. Some doing little, some doing more, but Act 1 is very long and very boring. Following that, there's about an hour focusing on reviving Superman, which is effectively Act 2. Finally, Act 3 is the final hours where they confront Steppenwolf. It's very odd. They don't have a lot of time to bounce off of each other as a team, that they're not just doing fight scenes. The two that do are Batman and Flash, with Wonder Woman chiming in a bit, but not so much. As I said, she's a pretty flat character in this film. For a movie that's 4 hours long, it's surprising they couldn't do much to actually create any sort of team dynamic in a movie about a team of superheroes. It also really shouldn't have taken so long to set up Aquaman, since his origin isn't really touched on, or the Flash, since he also didn't really have his origin touched on. Cyborg had his origin in this film, which I think would be fine if Cyborg was essential to the team or added anything in the climax. Ultimately, Cyborg's prolonged origin feels like a waste of time, since he never had a key role in the DCEU, besides in this one film and its theatrical cut. I don't even think he actually shows up after this. He might have showed up in that one Peacemaker scene where Peacemaker meets the Justice League, but that is it, if any other appearances. So that is our Justice League. The only other major side character who shows up occasionally but just floats around like a leaf in the wind is Lois Lane, who is saddened by the death of Superman, and she finds out she's pregnant. They don't really touch on that plot at all. She just has a pregnancy test to imply this, but the idea, I guess, was dropped. Supposedly, Zack had a plan in the long term, which would be to have this baby replace Bruce Wayne as Batman either like 25 years into the DCEU or after a theoretical time jump. However, the Nightmare World kind of implies that Lois is the key to everything, and that an injustice-like scenario happens. So perhaps the baby was actually meant to die, and Zack is just lying? Who knows? It also brings into question how long Superman was actually dead. Assuming Lois got pregnant on the day Superman died, based on ovulation, there would be around 16 days at the longest before she realized she missed her period. Pregnancies can be detected on the first day of a missed period with a solid percentage of accuracy. However, by 21 days after a pregnancy, you can tell with over 90% accuracy. So, figuring Lois as a well-educated person, she'd probably know about these facts. She also seems to be physically healthy, so it's unlikely she has an abnormal period. My point of saying all this isn't to give you a crash course in the female reproduction system, but it stands to figure that by the time this film happens, Superman has been dead a whopping 3 weeks at the time of this movie. So Steppenwolf organized this invasion in 3 weeks after hearing the Superman death cry at the start of the film. Which was heard around the world, presumably less time since he was ready to fight right away. And if it's been thousands of years since Darkseid's last attempt at taking the world, why didn't he invade like 30 years ago before Superman arrived, or 10 years ago before Superman became a thing? It feels kind of odd to me that this movie takes place mere weeks after the first. The movie also kind of implies more time has passed. Lex Luthor was only in jail a few weeks. Batman became fully invested in his new philosophy instantly. It's bizarre. Also, I think this kind of undercuts Superman's death. Like, he only died 2 weeks ago. Perhaps this is to further the Jesus imagery, since Jesus was only dead for a little bit, I think.
Jesus died on the cross.
I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. I don't understand why Zack would kind of undercut the power of him killing Superman so much. Makes it even more pointless. Steppenwolf is the final character, and Darkseid thinks he's a failure and a loser. Otherwise, he's just CGI villain guy. I think it undercuts his scariness when the film comes out and says, we beat his ass in the past, and Darkseid thinks he's a loser and a clown. Why not make it so he's like Darkseid's best warlord or something? We get a brief view of Darkseid, who at one point stares down the Justice League and implies his impending invasion of Earth, but that plot is obviously never going anywhere now that the universe is wrapped up. I'm sure James Gunn and his new universe will do Darkseid one day, but in hindsight, he probably should have been the antagonist of this film. Though, with that said, how the universe went was an unpredictable disaster, so I get why they had a small villain to start, despite the fact that as a movie, it really undercuts Steppenwolf, which I will in no way defend as anything but an undercutting of the conflict of this film, which is meant to be 4 hours long. I watched the black and white cut of this film for my second viewing. I did this so I could experience it the way Zack claims he intended, or at least how he thought it should be viewed after watching the theatrical cut of Justice League. He also made this movie open matte, or 1:33:1 aspect ratio. Pretty close to like full screen VHS, essentially. I think this was probably inspired, at least in part, by The Lighthouse, an A24 film that came out in a similar aspect ratio and also in black and white, which was a cult phenomenon in late 2019 upon its release, just a tiny bit before Zack Snyder would start to fully put his new cut into production.
Bid our father, the Sea King, rise from the depths. You out of your mind?
I think Zack wanted some of that critical acclaim the style of that film got, but while it works in an avant-garde film about two guys in a lighthouse, I don't think it works as well for a movie that costed hundreds of millions of dollars to create. Also, part of the appeal of the superhero and comic genre is the colorful costumes and excitement that comes along with that. Now, you can do black and white and change up that format a bit, but I don't think it really works in a Justice League alien invasion movie, and I don't think Zack Snyder could actually justify that with any reason why he decided to do that. The theatrical cut went too far with its oversaturating of the film, making it look very ugly. The standard non-black and white version Warner Brothers forced Zack to put out was okay looking, color-wise, a bit swampy like Batman v Superman, but mostly alright. The black and white goes too far in the other direction and looks odd for a movie about colorful superheroes. It also makes the many ugly CG shots stand out more, which I think is odd, and colorful lasers and stuff just look bad since you aren't really getting any of the vibrance of those lasers. I really enjoy black and white films. I don't mind experimentation with aspect ratios, but this really doesn't seem like the film to try this stuff. This is a big budget action film. Half the reason to watch for most people is to speculate, and frankly, the fight scenes having a weird aspect ratio added in post-production cuts off the sides, which makes it less enjoyable. Now, if it was shot on IMAX cameras and came to, IMAX, I might be able to excuse the aspect ratio since it's fairly close to the IMAX aspect ratio. But even then, it's typically edited to fit the screen better upon home release of the project. Basically, it looks stupid here. Add in the supposed intended way to watch this film, which is in black and white, and the fact that this movie was only made available on home devices makes it very bizarre and pretentious. I did watch this movie in the theater. I just plugged in my Xbox like I said, and I streamed it through HBO Max. While I couldn't watch it on the IMAX, it wouldn't really matter since the film is formatted to simulate IMAX on a home screen. So even with that context, you aren't actually able to watch in full screen without adjusting the masking, and at that point, it's not even full screen, you just covered the borders and it's still projecting the ugly black sidebars, just with it casting to a curtain instead of a reflective screen, so it's a little less noticeable. Basically, Zack's IMAX idea doesn't work the way it intended. Not sure how it looked when this film had its very limited screenings, But if it actually looked good, it was because the aspect ratio was adjusted again for those screens theatrically. Basically, what we have is a really stupid IMAX simulator, and even that he fucked up since the aspect ratio is 1:33:1, not 1:43:1. But that could have only happened because he didn't actually film or edit with that aspect ratio in mind, but because he was trying to copy The Lighthouse, which was shot in 1:19:1. Mind you, all three aspect ratios look similar, but it's not the same, so his explanation rings pretty hollow. The film does have some cool shots, aspect ratio and color correction aside, though Zack's obsession with changing shot speeds is annoying and pads the movie even further. Like, did these shots of Lois Lane walking in ultra slow motion through the rain need to happen? I feel like if I sped up the shots, then leave the filler shots like the newspaper, which is shot in normal speed to add some context to the film, at the same speed, the film has exactly the same effect on the audience. It just cuts 15 seconds out of the movie. He also speeds up Wonder Woman in this fight, which is right after the Lois walking slow-mo scene. And this may be cool to show the speed of the fight, but it's also jarring when much of the rest of the film is shot in ultra slow motion. The tone of this film is much different than the Justice League cut formed by Joss Whedon. This film tries to be a little more solemn, but unlike Batman v Superman, which is incredibly edgy, this film doesn't really have a very clear tone. It's just kind of action porn. It occasionally tries to be sad. Rarely does it have much personal conflict. It's honestly very odd tonally, and one I really couldn't get my head around. The epilogue, which is like 10 scenes long, has several setups and tone changes, and it's so hard to actually pin down, but we'll talk more about this soon. Not a lot of characters show up in this version of the film, but there are a few cameos we didn't get to discuss that Zack added back into the film. Ryan Choi in the comics was the fourth person to take on the mantle of the Atom after being introduced in Brave New World #1 back in 2006. Atom has a strange lineage, starting with Al Pratt. The Atom was just a short, strong guy. Ray Palmer was the second Atom, and the first one to shrink in size. Al Pratt, meanwhile, would spin off into Damage and the Atom Smasher, two heroes who work with the Justice Society, but we'll discuss those characters later on in my Black Adam segment. Ryan Choi was featured briefly in this film, having worked with Victor's dad on the Mother Cube experiments, but recently transferred to work on nanotech at Star Labs. Martian Manhunter first appeared in Man of Steel as Kelvin Swanwick. However, Zack Snyder's Justice League is the first time the character officially appeared as the superhero, so I saved talking about him till we got to this point of the video. The character first appeared in a backup story in Detective Comics number 225 in 1955, and went on to become a major player in the Justice League, being their support character and their caregiver of the Justice League satellite. He would also occasionally be a field member, and helped to create the group in the Silver Age, though this has been occasionally retconned out of continuity, most notably in the New 52, which this movie primarily is based on. Kelvin Swanwick is an invention of the movies, but I don't mind. In the comics, he'd parade around as John Jones, a human disguise when he wasn't a superhero, based on his Mars names, John Jones, but spelt weird. Yellinger is the only named Green Lantern we see in the DCEU, which definitely wasn't the intention when creating the universe with a planned Green Lantern Corps movie, as I said all the way back during my 2014 Slate announcement part of the video. But when that fell through, DC wanting to reserve Lantern appearances till later, Yellen ended up being the only one we see. Yellen is an obscure lantern from the 10th century. In the comics, first appearing in Green Lantern Volume 3, number 19 in 1991, and was the Green Lantern in Sector 2814, which encompasses Earth, being a champion long before Hal Jordan became the primary Lantern of that sector. He managed to destroy the yellow limitation in the power ring, but the Guardians feared his power after Yalen took over China and gave his power ring the weakness of wood. This allowed local villagers to kill him using wooden clubs to free themselves from his tyranny, and when his ring was sent off to look for a new host for Sector 2814, it ran into Starheart, which caused it to create a unique power ring. Centuries later, Alan Scott, the Golden Age Green Lantern, would find this ring and be able to harness the power of the Green Lantern. This retcon explains why the Golden Age Green Lantern was unaffiliated with the Guardians, as they created a new ring for 2814, and also why the original Green Lantern could not affect wood, which ties him better into the lore of Green Lantern and the Green Lantern Corps. In the film, Yalen was around in 3000 BC and helped defend Earth from the parademons before being killed. It's a shame we didn't get more Lantern shenanigans, since it's deep lore with tons of sectors and also being ancient, not to mention the multitude of color cores, living planets, and lore that goes pretty deep throughout the DC universe. Iris West appears for the first time in Zack Snyder's Justice League after being cut from the theatrical cut of the film. She's a longtime love interest of Barry Allen and the aunt of Wally West, the third Flash in the comics, as well as Wallace West, the temporary replacement to Wally from the New 52 that was retconned to be that he is cousins with the original Wally West. Iris in the comics dated Flash and shared their first appearance in Showcase number 4 before marrying Flash, dying, coming back to life, and remarrying the Flash after his second wife died. The Flash legacy is very confusing, so just don't think about it too hard. In the film version, she's also a feisty reporter, but never gets enough time to shine in either of her appearances in my opinion. Tom Hulkenberg does the scores in this movie, and man, another score that just totally falls flat in this universe. The best music in superhero films should get stuck in your head and emotionally guide you to take a conflict more seriously. Music in this film should have emotionally manipulated the shit out of you, and also get stuck in your head. Look at the Avengers theme in the original Avengers movie. When that popped up during the Battle of New York, it was crazy. I know some people are in differing opinions, but it's so important, and in this 4-hour movie, music should be essential to keeping you interested, especially with a lot of these bloated scenes of padded exposition. David Brenner edited this movie, and we talked about him a few times. He was credited and pulled off the theatrical cut, but seemingly did this cut, which is nice. He's also credited on the recent Avatar, which was his final completed project before he passed away in 2022, sadly. That said, the editing here is very competent. I think the fight scenes are solid and the pacing makes sense for the most part, despite the fact that the film has somewhat annoying slow-mo and fast-mo stuff, and also some shots that linger on far too long. Brenner, for his part, edited a lot of movies. Like I said, his last project was Avatar 2, which comes in at about 2 hours and 45 minutes. So this was probably part him and part Zack attempting to craft his subpar superhero opus to be as bloated as possible. There isn't really an end credits stinger per se, but there is a number of scenes attached to the epilogue that in theory sets things up to happen in the future, with the epilogue essentially being tied to those films' conclusions, along with 3 distinct end credits like teasers to show what Zack lands if his films continued with the DCEU. We'll talk about the 3 pseudo-end credit stingers first. The first shows Lex Luthor has escaped from prison and meets Deathstroke, who he tries to recruit to make a team designed to rival the Justice League.
Now, you volunteered to destroy the Bat free of charge. Why the pro bono work?
It's personal.
Whether or not this was supposed to be a filler movie between the larger movies, or whether this was supposed to be a filler plot point in the film where they presumably fight Darkseid before the Apocalypse Vision is unknown. This is also an end credit scene that they had for the theatrical cut. In my video on that, I forgot Zack also did this scene, so I think I said it wasn't in both, but this video is very long and I don't remember. But it is true that a similar scene did in fact get filmed by Zack. The second end credit scene jumps to another one of Bruce's nightmare dreams, a la the one from Batman v Superman. In this one, we see something of an odd Justice League that Batman has assembled in the world that seems to have been through an apocalypse brought on by Superman, following something with Lois, a la Injustice probably. The main point of the scene, which features Mira, Cyborg, Deathstroke, and the Flash, is to have Jared Leto's Joker bounce off Ben Affleck's Batman. Is it absurdly edgy? Yes.
And if you cross that line, I swear to God.
Before what, Bruce?
Kill me? You don't want to kill me. I'm your best friend.
It's just nothing goes anywhere. But if it did, this would be such a horrible idea for a connected cinematic universe. The edginess works for a fighting game like Injustice as a scenario to get these characters to go to blows, but I'm not really a fan of this as a plot device for a potential full film. Finally, Bruce wakes up from that dream of a possible future to see Martian Manhunter, who says Darkseid's on the way to Earth, and basically the events of the film were just the start. He also formally asks to join the Justice League. This scene is odd because it's like, why didn't you help when Steppenwolf was here? You did that weird scene where you met Lois pretending to be Martha so she would not lose hope that Superman would be reincarnated or some shit. My point is, where the fuck were you? Martian Manhunter also worked in the government as a top military brass, so you would assume that this would kind of be his cue to help. But retconning Calvin Swanwick into Martian Manhunter was a weird idea, since he was involved in the Battle of Metropolis during Man of Steel and didn't intervene in BVS either. Calvin is a character made up for Man of Steel. If I remember right, this was a weird fan theory that they snuck into the film. It's fucking weird. So the presumed plan for Zack Snyder's Justice League Part 2 would have been that the Injustice League comes to blows with the Justice League, which then Darkseid shows up and they beat him up. But then something happens to Lois that makes Superman evil, which causes the apocalypse. They never announced a Part 3, so I think it's fair to say the plan, based on what we see here, was just to chuck a bunch of shit at the wall for the second film and call it good. The movie is so long and frankly boring that when taking notes, it became much easier to write about the bad things than the good things. I don't really know what to say even. I mean, I suppose the action's pretty good. I don't know how much of it was in both cuts of the film, shot for shot, but it's fair to say the action's still solid. I'll also say Zack's coloring looks a lot better in the slightly less pretentious, non-black and white cut than Joss's cut, including making the climax something that didn't burn your eyes to look at.
Oh, son of a bitch. Come on, follow me, you damn insect.
I also think Darkseid is possibly the only good-looking CGI villain in the DCEU up to this point in the franchise, with the Hall of Fame of shit being of course Incubus and Doomsday from the DCEU's earlier years. It's kind of a shame this movie is one of those films that got shot with sequels in mind that never made it to screen, because this film really suffers from a forgettable villain and characters with not that much depth. I mean, Darkseid could have been super memorable. Also, if Snyder had just led with Darkseid and this hypothetical film went right to release, then they could have beat Thanos to the punch a bit, being kind of the main comparable Marvel equivalent. Then, if they want to do the Injustice League, that would be a good ramp up. Then I guess the weird Injustice movie Zack wanted to make, which why the fuck not, I guess, is so edgy. Like, Zack doesn't seem like a real person anymore, and no one wants to see that shit on screen, but whatever. Regardless, they went with Steppenwolf, who's kind of a shit villain, to be honest. I think the costume they picked for Steppenwolf was kind of neat, and he's more threatening and expressive than the theatrical cut, but goddamn does his face look squished and weird to me. It makes me prefer the version we got in the final theatrical movie. This one also looks stronger than he evidently was, because Justice League, once they defeat him and his army, just beat the ever-living hell out of him. Yeah, Steppenwolf sucks, and it adds to the idea that the sequel just wants to be so epic when the original feels a bit underwhelming. As once Superman is revived, the threat is basically over because Superman is so ungodly overpowered. One of this film's biggest problems is the pacing, which I touched on a bit, but brings this movie from mediocre to unbearable. For some reason, the film is divided into multiple acts. This must be remnant from when HBO and Zack flirted with the idea of putting out this behemoth in episodes like a miniseries. But the titles are pretty dumb and pretentious. Act 1 is called Don't Count on It, Batman, because Aquaman doesn't want to join the Justice League, I guess. Act 2 is called The Age of Heroes because it expands on the heroes, I guess. But the Age of Hero titles perhaps implies more than just like a few days in movie time. It's not much of an age. Like, you think of the Bronze Age, it's like 500 years. Plus, the ending would probably be more aptly called that, as the complete league isn't actually assembled until the final chapter of the film. This title is nonsense. Beloved Mother, Beloved Son is Act 3. I can't think of a reason this title was chosen again. It's nonsense. Who is the beloved mother? Who is the beloved son? Aquaman? Is Aquaman the beloved son? I don't get it. Whatever. Act 4, The Change Machine. I guess the Change Machine is the mother box, and this shows it's powerful a bit, so I guess this one makes sense, kind of, but it's just kind of lamer than calling the chapter just like Mother Box or something. Part 5 is All the King's Horses, which is referring to the classic nursery rhyme Humpty Dumpty, when the rhyme says all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. I get it, they revived Superman, who I guess is Zack's Humpty Dumpty stand-in, but why didn't they call it All the King's Men, not All the King's Horses? All the King's Men sounds cooler. At least it implies the Justice League is trying to reassemble Superman metaphorically, and this would kind of make more sense in my opinion than All the King's Horses trying to reassemble Superman. But who cares, I guess. No one put thought into these titles. They're fucking dumb. Part 6 is Something Darker, which I guess refers to the impending threat of Darkseid, who the League briefly comes face to face with. So yeah, these titles add nothing. If we divide this film into a 3-act structure, which it follows perfectly, it divides the film a lot better. But even then, this film's cuts feel fairly arbitrary, as defined by Zack. The film laughably fails to actually understand the pacing of a 3-act structure. If we divide this film into a 3-act structure, which it follows, since the divides in this film feel relatively arbitrary, as defined by Zack, the film laughably fails to actually understand the pacing of said 3-act structure. This film is essentially just Joss's Justice League, but with a really extended and frankly boring introduction that could have been its own film. At least lengthwise, I wouldn't want to watch it, despite little happening of interest beyond exposition. Both relevant to the wider plot, some redundant exposition as well, and a lot that kind of led nowhere. Act 1 ends when Aquaman joins the team over halfway through the film proper. That is when the core league comes together. They fought Steppenwolf for the first time, and the team has a single goal rather than just all being strewn about the film. The rising action in the film should not be 2 hours long, least of not in a superhero film, and if you want your film hitting that mark, it needs to be cut back a little bit. Act 1, of course, isn't being helped by things like villagers singing about Aquaman for approximately 5 minutes. Why? Who the fuck knows? Probably like a weird hero worship theme or something he thought was badass. If I'm being more honest, what happens? The egregious slow motion, Aquaman singing, Lois slow-mo walking, padded explanations and exposition that's way over-explained for an action movie, it essentially feels like a slightly more well-done version of Joss Whedon's Justice League, with tons and tons of padding, which actually had me debating which I preferred, honestly. It's basically just the same film, but more boring. I guess it's not openly as flawed, moment to moment, but it's more confusing for sure and brings up way more questions, along with being painfully tedious. After the super extended rising action, we have Act 2, which follows the resurrection of Superman. This clocks in at around 55 minutes. His resurrection would typically be considered the midpoint, which is often where some spicy drama is stuffed. Here it's his resurrection and confrontation of the League, since he's still delirious and confused upon his resurrection after 3 weeks of being dead. This happens 3/4 of the way through the movie though. Act 3, which clocks in at around 40 minutes, is the climax and some exposition about Superman's return, with the epilogue clocking in at around 15 minutes of bonus setup scenes, which feels way too long for me and went nowhere. Honestly, Act 2 and 3 are well paced, but a minimum of 45 minutes should have been shaved off the first act. It's just too much stuff packed in that really doesn't add any substantial amount of substance to the film. The film wants to be an epic, and I suppose Zack tries to set it up to be one. It just fails to really get there and actually end on an epic note. A lot of epics are the story of one person or one goal for a group to accomplish. If it's a single person, the supporting cast often shifts to cover a passage of time. Ensembles have one key aspect, which is establishing character rapport and creating unique characters. Justice League really doesn't do any of this. The movie is so long that if you watch the first 10 minutes, fell asleep for an hour, and came back, you could pretty easily pick up back where you were and start watching again without it actually affecting your viewing experience very much. This movie is the most boring possible way to see 6 colorful superheroes fight an evil warlord and his demons from hell. I think there's such thing as too much style, and that kind of comes about here with the speed changes, the black and white, the length, the aspect ratio. It all feels like way too much, especially in a film like this, which is supposed to be a superhero epic. Zack also blatantly ripped off Quicksilver's run from X-Men Days of Future Past. He does a decent job, it's just not original. Also, playing the weird music and him being able to monologue while running is odd. Also, during Flash's run, the soundtrack playing weird music and him being able to monologue really long and dramatically while he's running is kind of odd. I guess he kind of does that stuff in the comics, but on screen it just looks weird. But I guess that's just something that's hard to do for anyone. The run also looks excessively dumb. Also, did I miss something? Why is there tension when the Flash has the power of the cube? They have as many tries as they need to revive Superman. All they're doing is dropping the cube into the water. Also, Cyborg is the living mother box, and he can't power another mother box? Flash says running so fast is dangerous, but it feels like other options can arrive. I also don't really get how the pool can revive Superman. I thought like it rewrote Zod's DNA to make him Doomsday. Wouldn't that happen to Superman as well? Also, there's some stuff that doesn't really make sense from a story perspective, like when Lois and Martha have a heart-to-heart, and seemingly for no reason, they decide, while filming the Snyder Cut reshoots, to add a part where Martian Manhunter leaves the room, and she turns into Martian Manhunter. I don't understand why Martian Manhunter did that. So he could intervene, I guess, so Lois doesn't lose hope as a reporter? But like, why does he care that much? Also, why is Martian Manhunter's side story this, rather than trying to at all intervene with this invasion? Or at least give Batman a heads up? The choice to change the generic general guy into Martian Manhunter also causes a lot of questions, as we kind of addressed earlier about the Battle of Metropolis in the Man of Steel, and why he didn't intervene during Batman v Superman. It just doesn't make any sense. I also like that Zack wanted to expand the universe, so we see a Green Lantern, which may have potentially showed an approximation of what a Green Lantern would look like in the DCEU, but it also furthers my question I posed earlier. Why didn't they just include one of the many lanterns in this film? If not Hal, why not Jon Stewart? Or Guy Gardner? Kyle Rayner? Simon Baz? Alan Scott? Green Lantern is a super marketable character if DC introduced him. You know what could have saved some time in this film too? If Aquaman just joined the League after his initial meeting with Batman. Finally, I wish the apocalypse scene was cut. It is excessively edgy.
And when I killed you, and make no mistake, I will fucking kill you. And I do it slow.
We live in a society.
I'm the Joker, baby!
Batman's mask also looks excessively stupid. That's a problem in all of these movies, but I've always hated the Ben Affleck Batman mask, and it looks extra stupid in Justice League. He just looks squished and stupid. Also, where's Joker's tattoos? Did he get them lasered off? Or did he get self-conscious and just start covering them with makeup? In Suicide Squad, he has white skin. He still has white skin here, so what happened to his tattoos? Also, the lasers usually just fade tattoos, so it'd be a long, tenuous project for him to do that if he wanted to get the laser tattoo removal. Or, I guess, does the Apocalypse have an excess of face paint so Joker can cover his tattoos? Where are the tattoos? I guess the only explanation is that they were drawn on daily during the events of Suicide Squad, but Joker couldn't commit to his complex tattoos long term. It makes no sense.
We live in a society.
Upon rewatch, yeah, Zack Snyder's Justice League is bad. Not as bad as Justice League, but still very dumb and bad. A lot of the fundamental problems come from not really thinking things through and bloating the shit out of the plot. The things that I think sets this apart from Batman v Superman is while it's marginally less stupid, it sort of fails to keep up any sort of continuous energy, and I find myself frequently bored, which I was also bored watching BVS at points, but never to the extent I am during this film. I also like binging long-form TV shows and longer movies, like several of Akira Kurosawa's films, like Seven Samurai, Ran, or Kagemusha, which are all pretty long. Crime films like The Godfather or Goodfellas, epics like Spartacus or Lawrence of Arabia, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. Long isn't inherently bad, but it can kill a film if it feels like it's wasting my time. And a 4-hour film that feels excessively boring and long, like a Michael Bay film, isn't really what I want. I think there may be a good 2.5-hour movie here. Not great, but perhaps good. The direction they went in was just too much. I suppose it is, at this point, the definitive version of the Justice League in live action, but I'm looking forward to the reboot because they need to rethink the Justice League and put more thought into the story structure from this franchise, because based on what we set up here in the epilogue, I'm not sad this film never got followed up on. Zack Snyder's version of Justice League also came out on HBO Max, not unlike what happened to Wonder Woman 84. It didn't do quite as well as Wonder Woman 84 in streaming numbers. Again, it's hard to calculate exactly how much the movie made or what impact it had on HBO's overall streaming numbers, given streaming numbers are hidden from the public though. The film costed an additional $70 million over the already $300 million, which is an additional $40 million over what Warner Brothers initially intended to invest on. So essentially, this movie, all said, between the Joss Whedon cut and the Zack Snyder cut to get here, costed $370 million. It's kind of hard to measure the success of the film. It did really well on Blu-ray, DVD, and 4K, and is definitely a cult hit. The film got a 72% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 54 out of 100 on Metacritic. It's praised as better than the theatrical cut. The directions and characterization of the League also was better than the original cut, but people found the film extremely bloated. Certain critics claimed the review scores and reception might be slightly inflated due to the nature of its existence and the underdog story aspect, which I'm inclined to agree with slightly. While I think it is definitively better than Batman v Superman, it definitely feels less like a film than Man of Steel, which it outperformed critically. Also, the potential of being mobbed by the Snyder cult is probably another reason critics were positive enough to the point that it got a 72% on Rotten Tomatoes. Well, on Metacritic, it got 54 out of 100. That is an unusual pair of scores, to say the least. Usually they're a little bit closer. If people generally like the film, it's unusual to have a 54 on Metacritic, but a 72% overall approval rating. Doesn't really make sense to me. Regardless of what the critics think, the Snyder fans got what they wanted, and we can now come together as a society and say that Snyder fans are almost annoying as Star Wars fans. The film was nominated for Best Superhero Film at the Critics' Choice Super Awards, but was beat out. It was also nominated for the Coolest Fight at the MTV Movie Awards, but was also beat. It's pretty safe to say Zack Snyder's Justice League was no award show darling. The Suicide Squad is one I was pretty unsure about going in. I didn't like the first attempt at Suicide Squad, and it wasn't really a team I had much reverence for. James Gunn was tagged to direct, which also gave me mixed feelings. I loved the first Guardians, but Guardians 2 was pretty meh for me, honestly. He wrote some good movies, but none of my favorites, and he worked with Troma a lot in his early career, which is a company that has a bit of a one-trick pony track record, as much as I have fun with those films. I didn't know if the studio would interfere with his vision as well, and the film had a real ragtag cast that I was pretty mixed on, like John Cena, who I feared might come off a bit generic. Thankfully, I was delightfully surprised with this film, and I was very impressed with a lot of these performances on first watch, John Cena being a highlight of the film, but that's not to downplay everyone else in the cast. It was fun when it needed to be, funny, and also serious when it needed to be. It felt like a really well-written comic about these goofy characters. I really enjoyed my first viewing of this film. The film had a fairly messy history, however, before it came to screen, much like a lot of the films discussed in this. It started as a totally different project with a different creative team. Originally, this film was set to be directed by David Ayer, with Will Smith returning, after they finished the Netflix movie Bright, which they worked on together in 2017 following Suicide Squad. Eventually, David Ayer transitioned to working on Gotham City Sirens, a film that would ultimately be cancelled. We'll come back to that eventually. So, Warner Brothers started looking elsewhere for a new director to helm the sequel, looking at names like Mel Gibson and David S. Goyer. Warner Bros. Would amass numerous scripts and rotate through names along with the stars, getting caught up in other projects. For example, Will Smith was working on the Aladdin remake and Gemini Man, and Margot Robbie was working on Birds of Prey. This version of the film was set to see the return of Deathstroke, who would fight Deadshot and the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, at the competition, James Gunn started getting a lot of heat for controversial jokes he made on X, or Twitter back in the day, based around pedophilia, bestiality, AIDS, the Holocaust, and 9/11. Marvel ended up releasing him from his upcoming Guardians of the Galaxy 3 film because of the tweets. Warner Bros. Was interested in hiring Gunn after he was released from his contract, initially courting him for Superman, but Gunn was hoping to tackle the Suicide Squad instead. David Ayer was supportive of the decision to have Gunn direct the project and was quoted as saying James Gunn was the right choice to helm the film. Shortly after signing on, Marvel decided to reinstate Gunn as the director of Guardians of the Galaxy, and James Gunn agreed, assuming he'd be able to finish the Suicide Squad film first. James Gunn said this was the most fun he ever had making a film and felt on a creative high while doing it. Warner, for its part, gave very little notes on the film while he worked on it, and Gunn came in under budget. After the success of the film and relative ease of production, James Gunn would be promoted to the head of DC and would announce his upcoming roster of DC films for the upcoming reboot, the DCEU. This includes Gunn finally taking up WB's request of him making a new Superman film in Superman Legacy, or since I started writing this part, Superman. The Authority, a team originated for Wildstorm Studios, which has been absorbed by DC. The Brave and the Bold, which is a Bat Family-centered movie following the relationship between Batman and his son Damian, who becomes Robin. Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, which is a sci-fi action film, and Swamp Thing, directed by James Mangold of Logan fame. On the TV side, several projects have been announced as well. Creature Commandos, which is a show written and created by James Gunn. The show will be the first official DCU project. However, Superman Legacy will officially introduce the world of the DCU. Waller will follow Amanda Waller after the events of Peacemaker and be the second spin-off of the Suicide Squad, with most of the cast of Peacemaker expected to return in some capacity to that show. This will drop before Superman Legacy and might explain more about the new universe to die-hard fans. He also got Lanterns, which will follow Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan in a buddy cop film taking place on Earth. This film may also include Guy Gardner, who is announced to be played by Nathan Fillion and is set up to appear in Superman. Booster Gold, which James Gunn and Peter Safran call an outright comedy, and may appear in the future on the Justice League roster, or a Blue Beetle project. Paradise Lost, which is an expansion of Patty Jenkins' idea of a Themyscira-centered show, and a second season of Peacemaker, which we'll touch on when we get to that show. Basically, James Gunn is the only man to ever rebound from being cancelled so hard he becomes the head of a major studio's production lot, which is kind of wild. Anyways, let's talk about the Suicide Squad. The Suicide Squad loosely follows the events of the first movie, with Amanda Waller's Task Force X being refined to a science, with a large team and a task force being made up of miscellaneous supervillains, and not necessarily just the team from the first movie. Amanda sends two teams to Corto Maltese to destroy a lab and a prison where they are doing strange experiments on people, though the first team is betrayed by Blackguard, one of the members of the team, and the team is slaughtered with exception of Harley Quinn, who is captured by the Corto Maltese.
Waller, we're made. I'm the one who called you!
To be wed to their dictator, Silvio Luna, who she ultimately kills after seeing parallels between the crazed dictator and her ex-boyfriend, the Joker.
Talk about a workplace romance gone wrong.
Meanwhile, a team of villains led by Bloodsport successfully enter the island and quickly run into and slaughter a group of rebels the squad was meant to be aligned to. They met Rick Flag, who's appalled by what happens, but begrudgingly comes along to help them in their mission. The team eventually makes their way forward to the facility, but stop to save Harley, who was already escaping captivity herself. The squad makes it to the facility and discovers Starro, who gets out and starts possessing the people of Corto Maltese, and the squad is forced to kill Starro and save the planet again. While this is going on, Peacemaker confronts Rick Flag for wanting to leak his wrongdoing to the US government in relation to the Starro project and the Corto Maltese. Flag is killed by Peacemaker, and Peacemaker is seemingly killed when he's forced to do a blood sport. The team stops Starro, and the day is saved. The film does a really good job of fleshing out the threats in Corto Maltese, but the main villain Starro isn't characterized very much given the fact that he's, well, a giant starfish. The film instead puts its focus on creating a cast of characters that are complex and interesting, coming from the squad we ultimately follow throughout the film. Rick Flag returns in this film and seems to be kind of done with the whole spy and espionage bullshit, and also isn't a big fan of being continually forced to babysit incompetent teams of misfits. This arc eventually crescendos when Flag snaps and tries to leak the US involvement in Corto Maltese to the masses. Flag is sick of being a pawn throughout this movie, and he finally gets out of just being Waller's muscle and dies trying to do what was right. Harley Quinn is back in this film and kind of has the least development of all the main leads. She's on the squad that was slaughtered at the start of the film. Since the last Suicide Squad, it seems she's done a lot of missions as part of the Suicide Squad. She's definitely more unhinged and comical than she was in Birds of Prey. She has a date night with Luna, the dictator of Corto Maltese, but ultimately ends up killing him in a move that she figured would be best for her mental state.
When your taste in men is as bad as mine, they don't just go away quietly. They slash your tires and they kill your dogs.
Harley definitely feels reinterpreted script to script, which is a bit of odd whiplash when you're marathoning these films, but Margot Robbie's performance is pretty fun and not totally terrible like in the first film. I'm glad she ended up getting one last hurrah, and it's cool that she really understood Harley Quinn better by the time she did this film when compared to the 2016 Suicide Squad film. Bloodsport was blatantly the same character as Deadshot from the original movie. Again, being a super marksman and hired killer who's a single dad with a daughter he deeply loves.
First, I want out of here. Second, I want full custody of my daughter.
Next time you want to nick something, you take a partner, and they can be your lookout.
That's your advice.
Almost as an expansion to the Deadshot arc, Bloodsport has a teenage daughter who is notably probably around the same age of Deadshot's daughter, who is getting into trouble doing petty crimes. He's the pseudo-leader of the squad, helping keep the team together along with Rick Flag. Idris Elba plays the role well and is definitely played differently than Will Smith's Deadshot, which really is what sets the two apart. Bloodsport has a fierce rivalry with Peacemaker, who is very similar to Bloodsport in terms of power and skills.
Non-lethal. You lose. Exploding compression bullets.
Peacemaker, for his part, is a blatant parody of Captain America in this film. Being a hero who does heinous things he does in the name of peace in America, yet he's just a psycho with obvious low self-esteem and fragile masculinity. When he kills Flag at the end of the film, it's clear he did it to maintain peace, but also perhaps to get approval for finishing his mission. Peacemaker is a simple guy and a simple character, something the subsequent television show based on the character expands on, and further explains why he has such a lack of depth. Peacemaker is left seemingly killed at the end of this film after a duel with his rival Bloodsport, but then, in a post-credits scene, wakes up in the hospital. John Cena is brilliant in this. He looks just right, and I think he's in on the joke that only really someone like him could properly give off.
I cherish peace with all my heart. I don't care how many men, women, and children I need to kill to get it.
He also clearly works better as a goofy action star in these films, which made his casting pretty inspired in my opinion. King Shark doesn't have the deepest character, he's just kind of the goofy muscle, a la Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy, and much like the latter, who is played by Vin Diesel, has a big name behind the voice, with Sylvester Stallone voicing King Shark. He's a cute addition, but not necessarily too integral to the plot. Ratcatcher 2 is the second Ratcatcher, becoming a supervillain as a tribute to her late father, Ratcatcher. This is kind of the inverse of Polka Dot Man or Peacemaker, who were both forced into the role by their respective abusive parents. Ratcatcher was played by Thor director Taika Waititi, who had some cute cameos in the film. Ratcatcher 2 was played well by Daniela Melchior, and her relationship to her father, trying to make him proud by continuing his legacy, is kinda sweet throughout the film. Finally, we have Polka Dot Man, played by David Dashmelin, who has some PTSD brought on by the fact that his abusive mother was obsessed with giving him and his siblings superpowers, many of whom didn't survive. I like the inverse between him and Ratcatcher, and I also like the fact that James Gunn takes Polka Dot Man pretty seriously, with having some cute moments like when he pretends Starro is his mother and shoots him with a bunch of polka dots in rage. Polka Dot Man, when injuring Starro, remarks that he's a hero, and he, just for a moment, saw himself as a hero and not just a victim. But then he was crushed to death by Starro, fairly unceremoniously, prompting Ratcatcher to send rats at Starro, which changed Ratcatcher from a passive observer to a hero in her own right. I thought these were pretty good arcs for what could have been a couple of throwaway characters. Henry Brom did the cinematography for this film. He's been kind of James Gunn's go-to cinematographer for a while now, working on Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 and 3, this film, and of course the upcoming Superman film in 2025. Brom has worked in the industry for years, with his first credit in 1992, but recently his output has picked up a bit. Along with working with Gunn, he's also worked on The Flash with Andy Muschietti, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him working on Muschietti's upcoming Batman Brave and the Bold as well, since he seems to work well with James Gunn and his team, and has been working pretty frequently in the DC and Marvel universes quite a bit. His style is also really solid. He clearly got good with the camera, with a lot of nice camera moves and interesting shot composition. The color grading in this film I think also perfectly sets the vibe for Corto Maltese without being overbearing. It's not like the kind of Mexico is all yellow trope we see in a lot of films, but it kind of sets a vibe. Really great stuff on this film from Brom and the rest of the crew, who brought it to life visually. This film has 2 credited editors. Fred Raskin is perhaps the most interesting of the 2 leads. Fred Raskin is best known for being Quentin Tarantino's go-to editor following the death of his previous editor, Sally Menke, with Fred being her assistant for the Kill Bill films. He would also work with Gunn on his 3 Guardians films, this film, and the Peacemaker show, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him in the upcoming Superman as well, though that hasn't been confirmed yet. And while he's worked with other directors like Eli Roth and Justin Lin on the Fast and Furious films, he mostly collaborates with Gunn and Tarantino. It actually makes a lot of sense since Tarantino and Gunn both like to run really bombastic, quick edits with lots of practical blood and gore. Christian Wagner, the other lead editor, has worked more broadly in Hollywood franchise pictures. The duo actually worked together on Fast and Furious in 2009, so clearly it's a good pairing since they've worked together before. Wagner was likely better for story and flow, while Raskin likely contributed a lot to more of the poppy, quick-paced editing. All speculation, but either way, the pair put together a very fun, well-edited film, with James Gunn's musical choices pretty well integrated as well. Musically, the film takes a lot of cues from James Gunn's other superhero projects, being scored primarily by licensed songs. Though in this film, Gunn used more contemporary songs than he did in Guardians, which was themed, based around Peter Quill's music player. This film doesn't have a plot device like that, but it still works since James Gunn's style and his mixtape of songs that kind of transcend genre and vibe still work well. We'll talk more about the soundtrack later in the full DCEU retrospective video, or if you're watching that, that's coming up eventually. But the soundtrack features older artists like Johnny Cash and Louis Prima, along with more contemporary artists like K-Flare the Decemberists. One thing I like is that there are really only a couple really famous tracks, with the most famous probably being Folsom Prison Blues by Johnny Cash. I complained about this when talking about Suicide Squad, the 2016 one I mean. I thought the songs were added with no rhyme or reason, and a lot of them didn't work. They were just famous tracks they paid for in hopes to sell the soundtrack for the film, which in total fairness did work. The soundtrack sold incredibly well, However, for the film itself, I found it a bit distracting and never really understood the musical thesis, where here, I see it pretty well. John Murphy scored the film, and I don't think there was anything musically memorable from a score perspective. I do think the musical is all around solid, but the emotional high points were scored by this veritable mixtape of tracks, with the actual scored tracks rarely getting to fill the emotional high points, which left that music being mostly ambient. It wasn't bad scores, like I think the famous Wonder Woman score is, but you know, nothing very memorable, sadly. I really like the tone of Suicide Squad. It's meant to be a sort of poppy version of a superhero film, which is sort of James Gunn's specialty, and why I think he was set to helm the DCEU moving forward. People love James Gunn and his work, and it shows in the box office of the 3 Guardians films as well. The film almost has a Quentin Tarantino feel, that may be in part due to the editing, but also in part because, much like a lot of Tarantino films, it's bloody, goofy, and larger than life, while also maintaining a level of character study on a bunch of characters, with the plot progressing naturally and being well thought out, but being much more of background asset. Gunn's trauma history also plays a factor, with a lot of those movies being almost surrealist teenage angst goofy films, which I think pulls a bit over into here.
El sargento Kabuki machaca a los criminales.
Trauma is definitely a hit or miss, but I feel the ideologies put to the big screen is kind of fascinating, and James Gunn does it really well. Gunn is also one of the few people from that studio that really stood out and made it past Trauma, which is cool because I think Lloyd Kaufman's filmmaking style, especially a super refined version with a budget, deserves to make it to mainstream cinema, despite it being often goofy and childish. Characters like John Cena's Peacemaker are very openly comedic, but also have a character brewing beneath. Peacemaker, for example, has issues with his father. He doesn't know how to be his own man, and he's easily manipulated. This isn't a flat character designed to just spout out jokes. I think Deadpool's a key example of how not to do this type of character. He's goofy, doesn't care, and just spouts memes as he runs through standard Marvel stories. Well, that's good for some people, and I don't hate the Deadpool films 100%. This film continuously adds more depths to the characters while also being pretty funny. When Rick Flag is dying and says,
Peacemaker. What a joke.
you can tell that dug deep on the character of Peacemaker. The same line would subsequently, of course, haunt Peacemaker in his solo show. Things like this aren't really added to the Deadpool movies. Deadpool might be momentarily bothered, but then it'll quickly be washed away by a bunch of memes. Peacemaker's a goofball, kind of a loser, and he's funny. But you can tell something like Peacemaker What a Joke, as Rick Flag was dying, really hit him deep, and added some interesting self-conflict within the story of his wider TV show that we'll get to shortly. Alright, let's talk about some characters and where they're adapted from. Bloodsport in this film fills in for Deadshot, who was in a lot of the early drafts of the film. The villain initially appeared in Superman Volume 2 number 4 from 1987 in the comics. He was a bloodthirsty psychopath and marksman who attempts to kill Superman after being hired by Lex Luthor, and he's obsessed with the Vietnam War, and almost seems like a bit of a play on a character like Sylvester Stallone's Rambo. In the film, he's portrayed somewhat similarly, except he's a bit more level-headed, though references were made to him attempting to assassinate Superman with a kryptonite bullet and things like that. The plotline about his daughter seems like a bit of a carryover from the script, and was intended to feature Will Smith's Deadshot originally, but obviously that changed when Will Smith was unable to return. Peacemaker was created in 1966 in the Charleston comic book Fighting 5 number 40. His character was the direct inspiration for the comedian in Alan Moore's Watchmen, back when he intended the book to be based on the characters of Charleston comics, after DC absorbed Charleston. The original Charleston version was a peaceful pacifist, but over time became a violent ultra-patriot, which is what James Gunn moved forward with this film. King Shark was created in 1994 as a one-off Superboy villain for Superboy issue 0, which was a tie-in to DC's 1994 event Zero Hour, which acted as an incredibly soft reboot and continuity cleaning event, mostly intended to button up all those possible future issues of the past that got very confusing at times. King Shark would go on to cross over with Aquaman a few times, but primarily served as part of the Suicide Squad or Secret Six. Polka Dot Man was a long-term joke among comic fans and people with a passing interest in comics. Not to be confused with the Polka Dot Bandit, a one-off Green Arrow villain. Polka Dot Man is an obscure Batman villain who first appeared in Detective Comics 300 from 1962 and was the cover villain of that issue. This was a camp era for Batman, and the era went on to inspire the 1960s Adam West show before Carmen Infantino and Denny O'Neil would separately create runs modernizing the character. The character was created by Bill Finger, the co-creator of Batman, about 25 years into his run on the character, so naturally the fresh ideas were flowing, and his character may be a little too fresh. Essentially in the comics he can make objects out of his polka dots, whereas in the film it mostly just acts as a projectile weapon. Ratcatcher is a character that appears in flashbacks during this film, and Ratcatcher 2 is his daughter, who also appears in the primary cast. Ratcatcher first appeared in Detective Comics 585 and is another Batman villain that's a bit of a laughing stock. Ratcatcher 2 is a new character and hadn't had a comic book counterpart before since the film came out. The Thinker is a Flash villain that initially fought the Golden Age Flash, Jay Garrick, premiering in 1943's All Flash number 12, before eventually becoming a villain of the later Flash, as well, occasionally Batman. Savant was a character that started as part of Jim Lee's comic line Wildstorm before being folded into the DC universe after Jim Lee sold the company to DC in 1999 following the Shattered Image event, which removed them from the shared Image continuity. Angelina of Spawn also switched from Image to Marvel, so it isn't unheard of for Image characters to continuity hop. The first version of the character premiered in Wildcats 11 in 1994, before DC's version came out in 2003's Birds of Prey number 56, who was a vigilante in Gotham that didn't play by the rules. While the film version was based more on the 2003 version, taking the name and attitude of that character and goggles worn from the original Wildstorm version, so it can be assumed to be a loose amalgamation of both visually. Blackguard first appeared in Booster Gold number 1 from 1986 and was a recurring villain of Booster Gold. He's a huge ripped guy with a 5-foot long ponytail that can create energy constructs. Pete Davidson's interpretation of the character seems to borrow little from the original, bar the name. The Detachable Limb Kid is an original character based on the creatively named Arm Fall Off Boy. Arm Fall Off Boy is a character that was part of the Legion of Superheroes, who was created in 1989's Secret Origin Volume 2 number 46, and he was a gag character even in his original comic appearance. He's based in the very real reality that the Legion of Superheroes, while iconic, is a group of superheroes with some of the dumbest names to ever grace the page. Weasel is a Firestorm villain who originally appeared in Firestorm Volume 2 number 36 from 1985. He appeared a few times throughout the years before being killed on a mission with the Suicide Squad, similarly to what happened to him in this film. However, it's been revealed that the character survived and will be starring as part of the Creature Commandos next year. Calendar Man appears in this film briefly and is based on Batman creator Bill Finger's character, who originally appeared in Detective Comics 259, who started off as a gimmick character who created traps based on the seasons, before becoming something of an important character due to the seminal series Batman The Long Halloween, which he was a major character of. Javelin is a Green Lantern villain originating in Green Lantern Volume 2 number 173 from 1984. Due to his overwhelmingly yellow appearance and yellow javelin, he was a fair match for Green Lantern in that particular issue. He is honestly a ridiculous character and a great pick for a one-off character to put on the squad, especially given his ridiculous look when divorced from the idea that Green Lantern is weak against the color yellow. Mongol first appeared in Showcase 95 number 8 from 1995. She is the twin sister of Mongol, who's a seminal Superman and Green Lantern villain. She was never met with much fanfare in the comics and was eventually unceremoniously killed by her twin brother in the comics. Double Down. Why am I talking about a character that appeared for seconds in the film? Because I'm a weird person. Double Down first appeared in Flash, Iron Heights #1 from 2001, and gained his powers when he fused to a deck of cards. He's appeared taunting Calendar Man in the film. Kaleidoscope is an obscure villain who's an enemy of Christopher King, who wielded the H-Dial at one point. She first appeared in Superboy Volume 2, number 36. At that time, Dial H for Hero was the backup feature. You may be asking, what the hell is an H-Dial? Well, I'll tell you. The H-Dial is a dial that was originally owned by child Robert Reed, who can use the dial to select a superhero to transform into. He has numerous forms and powers he can use for different situations, including just randomly turning into some DC heroes and villains. The character inspired the Cartoon Network show Ben 10, which is literally the exact same concept. The creator of Ben 10 has claimed in an obscure 2009 blog post that it was not inspired by the DC character, but I refuse to believe that, as the characters are too similar for that to be the case. This is a very specific and odd power set. Both were owned by Warner Brothers back when the show was created, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting either way. Starro is the main villain of the Suicide Squad and was the first villain that the Justice League fought, first appearing in The Brave and the Bold, number 28. In the very same issue the Justice League first appeared in. Like the film, in the comics, he can summon Starro spores, which can take over people's minds and make them minions of Starro. There are two end credit scenes that attempt to foreshadow things to come. In the first end credit scene, it's revealed Weasel, a character that is unceremoniously drowned when the first squad died at the start of the film.
Did anyone check on where the Weasel could swim?
Had actually survived drowning and woke up on the beach where the first battle took place. While Weasel never reappeared in the DCEU, he will eventually be folded into the first project of the DCU, Creature Commandos. As far as I understand, Creature Commandos won't be adding much to the lore switch between the DCEU and DCU, so it is yet to be seen if this is a new version of the Weasel, an alternate version of the Weasel, or some sort of dimension hopping thing. Who knows, whatever. Regardless, the scene was more of a gag than anything. The second post-credit scene would foreshadow the DCEU's next project and next expansion to this film, Peacemaker, which shows that Peacemaker did in fact survive his bout against Idris Elba's Bloodsport and is in the hospital recovering, being visited by Harcourt, who, while holding a minor role in this film, was set to be a more major player in the upcoming Peacemaker HBO Max show. I think this film is funny front to back and is paced very well with amazing characterizations. This film intentionally chooses to pay homage to B and C list characters of the DC universe and adds a level of thought and depth they never really got in the comics as goofy villains of the week. And while I think Peacemaker definitely had some good stuff, having a few runs throughout the years and being the inspiration for the Watchmen's comedian, they're all unique pulls from throughout the depths of the DC universe. Starro was a great choice for the villain as well. He was the Justice League's first villain, and one that was going to be hard to utilize in DC's more serious take on the Justice League. Plus, it gave us some kaiju action in the DCEU, and I love kaijus. Plus, Harley Quinn takes more of a back seat to the rest of these characters, which I think is kind of nice. I assume it may have been due to scheduling conflicts, as Margot Robbie has grown to be a top Hollywood star, especially in the last few years, but Harley Quinn isn't in a lot of the film, and I think that's good. Really allows Bloodsport, Rick Flag, and Peacemaker to shine along with the sub-leads, as I think Harley easily could have hijacked this film. I think she's great in the film, and I'm glad she's in the cast, but if we look at something like Birds of Prey, which we talked about earlier, she really took over the film and made it so the actual Birds of Prey were kicked to the background of their own film, which seemed kinda odd. Here, Harley doesn't overpower the new characters, but has her own cute subplots, and works a bit with the team later on. I thought this made these characters more memorable than, say, Huntress or Black Canary from Birds of Prey, which really fell to the background of Harley Quinn. The action is really fun and creative. I don't think this has ever been a huge problem for the DCEU, except the more CGI-heavy battles, which sometimes felt snore-worthy. But the CGI Starro and the lighting actually looks surprisingly really decent, so good job to the effects team on this, but I guess they had a lot less effects that they had to do when compared to other films. Well, honestly, I love the Suicide Squad, and it's probably my favorite superhero film in any cinematic universe. Its pace is amazing, the action is fun, and the humor is funny constantly, at least to me. And I never felt like it got in the way of creating strong characters. To me, this is the pinnacle of superhero filmmaking. I really enjoy it. And Peacemaker, which we're talking about next, also adds a lot to the film. I can see why they gave James Gunn the pilot seat to the DC universe. He's probably the most consistently strong superhero director in the cinematic universe age. I'm interested to see what he does with Superman. I love the character, but one core problem is that he's so optimistic. General audiences have trouble relating to him. With Guardians, and with this film, James Gunn had the power to play around a bit with the characters, due to the fact that those characters are all a little more low-key and Marvel and DC didn't mind some changes. Superman is going to be a much finer line to tread. How is James Gunn going to maintain the spirit of the original while still expanding him and making him relatable to a modern audience? I'm not sure, and I'm hoping for the best for James Gunn, and I hope the film really works. So, I'm cautiously optimistic, but anyways, I think I'm interested in seeing James Gunn's take, because he's been pretty consistent so far. The Suicide Squad costed $185 million to make, but only brought in $169 million. This was the last of the COVID movies in the DCEU, but it definitely didn't make much money in theaters. However, it also went to HBO Max day and date for a 1-month streaming window, which was standard in 2021, and according to data from Samba TV, it had the highest HBO Max viewership of any day one DC release on HBO Max, based on a data set pulled from the smart TVs at 2.8 million against Wonder Woman 84's 2.2 million and Zack Snyder's Justice League's 1.8 million. However, it was behind Mortal Kombat's 3.8 million. These numbers are not definitive data. It only pulls from smart TVs or devices like Roku or Apple TV. Regardless, by some metric, it must have done well, as it went on to create the spin-off show Peacemaker, as well as giving Gunn the keys to the DC universe moving forward. Critically, it was pretty acclaimed, getting 90% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 72 out of 100 on Metacritic. People praised the humor and diversion from the more stone-cold badass heroes that DC's used to having, seeing Gunn's ultra-violent attempt at the genre as a breath of fresh air. Some critics said the film dragged a bit and didn't like the satirical nature of the film, but for the most part it was pretty well received. Despite really liking Suicide Squad, I was pretty skeptical of the Peacemaker TV series, since it was set to again star John Cena, and I was unsure if his persona of Peacemaker could make for a compelling season of television, as he wasn't necessarily the main character of the Suicide Squad, and was splitting the bill with Bloodsport, Harley Quinn, and the rest of the team. However, I found Peacemaker very compelling and funny, with good satire throughout, and good characterizations. Vigilante is a new favorite and works perfectly with Peacemaker, and the rest of the cast, who are updated from basically being featured extras to major players in the stories, were also pretty charming in the show. While working on Suicide Squad during the COVID lockdowns, James Gunn started penning a script about the origins of Peacemaker, which ultimately would be retooled into a sequel series based on the film, with origin elements throughout. Peter Safran was approached by Warner Brothers to make a spin-off series based on the film and pitched the script to DC, who wanted to order the show. James Gunn would write and direct most of the episodes of the show. A second season was later confirmed and is set to release after Superman 2025. While the cast from the original season will return for season 2, it's also said to address the continuity change a little bit. We're not sure how the change will be addressed, however, it can be assumed something will happen that will connect the two worlds, and see Peacemaker and the company head to the DCU from the DCEU, while most actors are set to cycle out of the new universe. The story of Peacemaker follows the events of the Suicide Squad, with John Cena's Peacemaker having survived the battle against Bloodsport, and finally being a free-ish man for the first time in years. Life doesn't go back to normal, however, since Amanda Waller would end up sending a task force led by Clemson Mern, which also features a rookie, Adebayo, John Ekamos and Amelia Hardcourt, as they go on a mysterious journey to unravel the secrets of the mysterious mind-controlling aliens known as the Butterflies. Along the way, Adrian Chase, or the Vigilante, an equally psychotic pseudo-superhero, joins the team as he and Peacemaker would occasionally cross paths in their earlier days as vigilantes, before Chris joined the Suicide Squad. The team starts bumping into odd happenings relating to the Butterflies, and start to unravel the Butterflies have infiltrated the government's organizations, including the big reveal that their leader Myrn himself is a butterfly.
Myrn, this is crazy. You gotta check this.
Eventually, the team realizes the only way to stop the wider threat at hand is to destroy the one food source that can sustain the butterflies, a honey-like substance that comes from a queen of the hive known as the cow. All this, of course, while Peacemaker's dad runs a hate group that attempts to reap havoc, Judo Master, a local vigilante, causes trouble for them, and Peacemaker's traumatic past is revealed. By the end of the show, Peacemaker and his crew destroy the cow and save the day, soon before the Justice League shows up.
Go fuck another fish, asshole!
Being that this show is a pretty tightly knit miniseries that is slightly episodic, but primarily just one long story, I'd be remiss not to break down the main characters and their relation to the larger plot of the show. Peacemaker is the primary character, obviously, the show is named after him, and following the events of the Suicide Squad, Peacemaker escapes the hospital in Amanda Waller's clutches and heads back to his old trailer park home for the first time in a number of years, where he bumps into his equally psychotic friend Vigilante.
Do these exercises for your face. Some of them look like crying, they're not crying.
Well, can you maybe teach him to me?
Peacemaker also goes to meet his dad, who he clearly fails to live up to the expectations for, and his pet bald eagle, Eagly.
This f*** that was afraid of the rats. Yeah. Please, God, don't tell me he was the one who shot you.
Peacemaker shows pretty quickly, beyond his tough exterior, he is privately a very sensitive guy about things like his lack of friends, with him claiming Eagly as his best friend and having an interesting relationship with the loyal yet psychotic loser friend, Vigilante, both of whom overcompensate for their life's shortcomings.
Peacemaker! It's your BFF, Vigilante here. What's going on, man? What do you say we go cruise some crime and some bitches, whichever comes first?
Peacemaker uses sex as a tool to help him cope with everything. He drinks and smokes, and is just generally a guy who never learned to grow up, and much like his friend Vigilante, became a superhero to compensate and impress, more than actually to help people, hence his lack of mercy towards the criminals he fights, and being generally confused when he sees a situation that might be a little more gray than just black and white, like he had with Rick Flag in the Suicide Squad.
They experimented on children.
No one is saying what they did was right.
They experimented on children!
That information gets out, it causes an international incident.
Peacemaker also frequently gossips about other more respected superheroes throughout the show, accusing Aquaman of having sex with fish, and name-dropping heroes like Dollman, who he sees as pathetic. He talks like he's above everyone else in the task force he's forced to work with to defeat the Butterflies. I think this is fitting for a shallow, bulky superhero who doesn't seem that bright, but is clearly trying to figure stuff out and overcompensates as a result. Rick Flag's death at the end of Suicide Squad haunts Peacemaker as he caused this casualty that as time goes on he questions if he was in the right for doing.
Flag was right. Peacemaker. What a joke.
This also relates to another unnecessary death that Peacemaker caused when he accidentally killed his brother as a kid when his father forced the two into a bare knuckles trailer park boxing match. By the end of the show, Peacemaker learns that perhaps as a man he needs to start picking who deserves what and stop looking at the world through a binary black and white good and evil lens, and also perhaps be in charge of his own future for a bit. This is shown visually when he finally defeats and kills his father near the end of the show, which is a bit of a liberation moment for Peacemaker, despite being bittersweet since he looked up to his father for so long. On top of that, the crew of the Butterfly mission also started to realize who Peacemaker was as a man and realized that on the inside he's just a confused and scared kid in the body of, well, John Cena. And the group grow a mutual respect and become sort of internally bonded as a team and friends by the end of the show. While I think the show had a lot of good arcs, not only delving into the psychology of Peacemaker, we also saw some shadows of self-doubt and potential plot threads that may return in the second season of the show. For example, at the end of the show, a visualization of his father sits next to Peacemaker as he stares off, reflecting on the events of the show. This implies that even though Peacemaker seems to have figured out a lot, the lingering self-doubt formed by his father during childhood, as well as the guilt of him killing him and his brother, will likely still be a factor in his life moving forward, and as a result in Season 2. This may threaten to revert him back to the Peacemaker that killed his brother and Rick Flag, not the one who seemingly came to terms with his life during his mission to stop the butterflies. I think that sets up an interesting idea. The hard thing about human nature is that when we do really good to improve our lives, there's always going to be that lingering urge to slip back to our bad habits of the past. I think this was a solid setup for Season 2. I look at characters like Tony Stark from the Iron Man trilogy, and I really like that trilogy, but at the end of all three of those films, and of course the Avengers films, Tony learns lessons and is seemingly a new man, and then takes a couple steps back upon his next appearance in the MCU. I think the most egregious change was Tony soft retiring and taking his life back at the end of Iron Man 3 to being, well, Iron Man again when Age of Ultron comes along. I really hope they don't get lazy on this arc in Season 2, because I think it's hands down the best character development in the entire DCEU. Adebayo is another member of the 11th Street Kids, as the team occasionally called themselves, and is a wholly new addition to this show, not having appeared in the Suicide Squad. She is an unassuming woman who doesn't really seem like the type of person that should be working support on this superhero spy world-saving mission the team finds themselves on. She is, in a lot of ways, the heart of the team and forms a pretty close bond with Peacemaker, who underestimates her at first, given that he grew up around a lot of racism, sexism, and homophobia and was raised a killer, but he quickly realizes Adebayo is the only one on the team who actually sees him as Chris rather than the weapon Peacemaker. At one point, she betrays Peacemaker's trust, which was a blow that hit him twice as hard, as the team also found out that Adebayo is the daughter of Amanda Waller. Though unlike her stone-cold, business-minded mother, Adebayo is much more kind-hearted and conflicted about the whole spy thing. Adebayo didn't want to go into the business, but due to tough financial times with her and her wife, was convinced by her mother to join the team. The guilt she feels being a part of this operation, which involves assassinations, espionage, and more, makes her feel super uncomfortable with her being scolded for not killing a man they managed to subdue.
Take care of it.
Take care of what? I'm not one of anything. I'm former Secret Service.
I don't think he's one of them. It doesn't matter. He's seen us.
And this guilt also leads her to distance herself from her wife. Adebayo was a really nice addition to the show, and seeing her contrast with Waller and being the main lifeline to help Peacemaker realize he's more than a weapon of death, everyone seems to think he is, I think was pretty nice. I also think that this is a great example of an LGBT character, because that adds another layer to Peacemaker and hers unlikely friendship, being that Peacemaker is a super ripped, hyper-masculine white guy, and Adebayo is a lesbian, overweight, timid, and an African American, but this unlikely friendship was written so well, and the contrast between her and Peacemaker I think teaches Chris a lot throughout the show, which adds to her being super essential to the plot. Adrian Chase, or the Vigilante, is the seminal small-town neighbor kid. He looks up to Peacemaker as some awesome superhero who is brutal and wants to kill, and Vigilante emulated this in his own way. Vigilante is a borderline psychopath who really only cares for his idol Peacemaker, and much like the annoying small-town neighbor kid he is obsessed with guns and weapons, and likes to use them as unsafely as possible, as if they were toys. Growing up in the Midwest in a weird half-country, half-suburban town, I knew plenty of vigilantes, so to speak, so I found the character annoying yet charming, since I think Vigilante pretty well sums up this kind of bored small-town character perfectly. He wants to be the main character so bad, but Vigilante is just a busboy at a local restaurant.
You got a girlfriend?
Yeah. Her name is Sharon Osborne.
not the one that you may know.
He is nearly incapable of feeling anything for anyone, but the few times he does, it shines through when he wants to help his best friend Peacemaker, a feeling that is clearly not mutually held by Peacemaker, or at least until Vigilante starts truly having Peacemaker's back towards the end of the show. At one point, Vigilante believes that if he kills the White Dragon, Peacemaker's dad, it would solve all of Peacemaker's issues. However, this causes the crew to now be pursued by the White Dragon as well, which starts to cause issues with the larger mission at hand against the Butterflies. Vigilante kind of just joins the team since his idol Peacemaker does, and he sort of is a tagger on. They can't get rid of because he knows too much and is just sort of omnipresent when Peacemaker is in his hometown. Peacemaker at least can be controlled in his crazed killing sprees in the name of peace and his duties. He's pretty easy to manipulate. Vigilante doesn't really care about all that. While I think Vigilante is a little less overtly affected by the plot of the show, he starts to finally have something of a purpose for the first time, rather than being a reactionary psychopath who works as a busboy at his local TGI Fridays-like restaurant. He also proves himself to care just a tiny bit by the end of the show, and gains a base level of self-awareness. Myrn is the leader of the group and kind of a deadpan dude who can be ruthless when it comes to his duty, but he tries to show some affection for the group sometimes and wants to learn what it's like to be something of a normal guy.
Things I've done make me sad. There. That's a feeling of mine I just shared with you.
Cool.
Eventually, we learn the reason he acts this way isn't solely because of who he is, but in part because he himself is a butterfly who turns to wanting to help humans as he disagreed with the larger hive mind's methods, and because being merged with the man who was once Myrn and having his memories made him realize that he didn't want to harvest the earth. Late in the show, he's killed during a conflict with other butterflies and their human hosts, a sacrifice that ultimately pushes the group to make sure Myrn, Ik Noblok, wouldn't die for nothing. Harcourt is a character that is essentially the second in command for the group, and perhaps has lost some humanity working so closely with Amanda Waller, costing her some of the humanity that it ironically takes a ragtag group of psychos, an alien insect, and Amanda Waller's daughter to reclaim. In the early parts of the show, she makes it known she thinks Peacemaker's a psycho and a pawn that's only worth having around because of his great ability to kill people, and that Adebayo is worthless due to her compassion for people, and specifically targets that could potentially sabotage the mission. As time goes on, however, she starts to realize Peacemaker is just a sad lost boy, and is a person that has more to offer the world than just killing.
It's a P90. I put a double piece on it for you.
Yeah, it's facing the wrong way. Tail should be on the right. Super nice though, thank you.
She also realizes that perhaps she has let Waller influence her a bit too much, and that perhaps fighting these battles with more compassion can grow her a bit more in the reason she has to do this job in the first place to help people. Economos is the next of the 11th Street kids and is the one who has the smallest arc, playing support and mostly being kind of the IT guy. Economos seems to be the guy who does the least bad stuff, something the rest of the group often chastises him for. Eventually, he manages to save Peacemaker from a giant gorilla, which earns him some respect as more than the deadpan nerdy IT guy the audience and the group might have initially assumed he was.
Maybe next gorilla.
The core 11th Street kids all start as really basic archetypes. Peacemaker the psycho, Adebayo the diversity hire, Economos the snappy IT nerd, Myrn the soulless leader, Vigilante the neighbor kid, but over the course of the show, start to have more depth below the surface than they originally appeared. I think the reason the Peacemaker production team went this route is because Peacemaker seems like a pretty shallow character that isn't intended to get a lot of depth, so adding some depth to the character in the show can show there's more to him, which I think is something the rest of the cast also gets, since each one could easily have been a token character of some kind that they appeared to be upon their introduction. I think it's pretty interesting, and also I think it's cool seeing other characters react to finding out more about each other. I think as people, we are inherently judgmental, and that's something the show masterfully takes advantage of, making us eventually realize we care for this ragtag group of people who seemingly, on their surface, don't have much depth.
But I was selfish. and I was a bad friend, Eagly.
One character who doesn't prove to have much more depth by design is the racist, homophobic, set-in-his-ways father of Peacemaker, Augie Smith, or the White Dragon. Peacemaker's dad often set Chris and his brother Keith against each other, favoring Keith until the day Chris ended up accidentally killing Keith during a gathering with the Aryan Brotherhood, for which Augie made the brothers fight in front of for entertainment.
Dumb fuck, you killed your brother! You killed your brother, you piece of shit!
The followers of the White Dragon are pretty blatantly wearing Ku Klux Klan hoods that have points on each side to resemble the White Dragon's armor, and also close the gap a bit, so to speak, to make the White Dragon seem to fit more of that imagery. Augie didn't really need an arc, A, because people that blatant in their beliefs are frankly pretty dumb, and that's what the show is trying to show, and B, because he's part of the wider Peacemaker arc, being this personification of his unruly and frankly black and white views, so to speak. When Peacemaker finally kills his dad, it seems he's somewhat liberated, but as I said, Augie is likely to continue to haunt Peacemaker in Season 2, which will confusingly take place in the DCEU. Typically, I'll talk about the directing kind of basically throughout a video, but being that this is a TV show, James Gunn wasn't able to be the only director to work on the project, with a few other directors taking on duties throughout the other episodes. James Gunn managed to direct most of the show, doing 5 of the episodes, but 3 guest directors came on to help as well, including Jody Hill, who works on comedy-based shows like The Mighty Gemstones, Eastbound and Down, and Vice Principals, all HBO shows that were kind of comedic or comedic dramas, which makes sense as a stand-in director for this show. Not sure what his relationship with Gunn is, or if HBO put them together, but still a good pair and created a pretty consistent feeling episode. Rosemary Rodriguez did an episode, and she has done tons of TV with a mile-long credits list, and Brad Anderson directed an episode, and he's also got a large TV and film filmography. All 3 of these guests did a good job adding to the show while keeping the whole thing feeling very consistent and meshing well with James Gunn's style. Hopefully we'll see some of these guest directors working in the DCU, or at least helping Gunn maintain the show's style in Season 2, since he will not be as hands-on with that season, given the fact that he's working on lots of different projects and can't fully focus on the world he made in this show. For cinematography, the show was shot by 3 different people, maintaining a pretty strong level of visual cohesion throughout though. It clearly didn't have the same amount of time to cook as some of the visuals from the theatrical films. The show's pretty solid still though. Michael Wale shot a bunch of the show and worked on shows like iZombie and Smallville that are based off DC properties. Michael Boonvillan did some as well, and he's known for films like Cloverfield and Zombieland, as well as some episodes of Lost. And finally, Sam McCurdy, who worked on Game of Thrones and the ongoing Shogun show, which is pretty popular right now. The show was edited by Quentin Tarantino and James Gunn editor Fred Raskin, with the help from Todd Bush, who worked on Guardians 3, Greg Tiara of Star Trek Beyond and Kill Bill, and Greg Featherman of the Guardians Holiday Special. As always, James dug into his pool of collaborators to help him put this together, and it worked, with a bunch of guys who get his style, on top of James Gunn's standard house editor, Fred Raskin. Tonally, Peacemaker is in line with the Suicide Squad, but also looks to expand upon the character much more. The Suicide Squad was full of fight scenes and good character growth. That was a bit of the secondary priority there. Gunn was able to include his bombastic fight scenes from that film, but took an interest in the cast he assembled, adding a lot of characters, people like Peacemaker, Vigilante, and Adebayo. This allows for a tone that is occasionally tragic, funny, and exciting. I think the 3 hold a good chunk of screen time, creating a balanced and enjoyable project that leans a little more into character development than the action side you'd expect from the films. The show has a few songs, but definitely doesn't lean into the jukebox soundtrack as much as Gunn did with the Suicide Squad or the Guardians films. At least it's more spread out, since there's a bunch of songs throughout, just a bit more intermittent, with new renditions of Foster the People's Pumped Up Kicks, Home Sweet Home from Motley Crue, which was performed by John Cena himself. The theme song is the 2009 Do You Wanna Taste It by Wigawam, though this show opted to go even more obscure with the music pulls than the latter films. It still worked pretty good. It works well, again, and when a song plays, it's always fitting to the scene, and often an underrated gem from some obscure artist. I respect resident hipster James Gunn for not just picking top 20 hits and digging a little bit deeper to find these tracks. Each episode has an end credits stinger, which is the show's version of a cliffhanger that you might expect to see in one of the 10 DC serials, which my weird ass will be reviewing soon. Regardless, some of my favorites include Peacemaker listing celebrities, which was a callback to earlier in the episode, when the police captain fake cries looking at some dead bodies since the captain was taken over by the butterflies, and the show's final comedic scene where Vigilante tells Peacemaker to stop being sarcastic when Peacemaker wasn't. None of them are very high stakes, just little gags to lighten the mood, especially when the episodes get a little dark towards the end sometimes, and I remember being excited for what's next week for week, so these were cute little character moments. Alright, let's talk about the characters and where they're adapted from. There's a lot here. This show introduced us to Vigilante, who first appeared in Action Comics 42 in 1941 as a gunslinging cowboy and a member of the All-Star Squadron before being reinvented to the version from the show, starting in Teen Titans Annual number 2 from 1983. This version of the character would be based on the latter, named Adrian Chase, who was the original of many people to take on the Vigilante moniker. Adrian was kind of like DC's Punisher, but ultimately thought he took his vigilantism beyond the law and became a problem himself, taking his own life as his final act as both Vigilante and Adrian. This version in the show is definitely goofier and a little less melodramatic, but the costume is spot on and is a very funny take on the general idea of the character, though admittedly the 5 Vigilante fans out there might have been disappointed by this interpretation. Amelia Harcourt first appeared in the Suicide Squad, but is expanded here. She is one of 2 Argus members that are based on source material, appearing briefly in Suicide Squad Volume 5 from 2016, premiering in issue 2. She killed Amanda Waller, who was then revived by the Enchantress, only to kill Harcourt in Revelation. We last saw her being revived in the Lazarus Pit by Amanda Waller, and that chain of back and forth killing and revivals is pretty much the way comics go. John Economos first appeared in Suicide Squad number 1 all the way back in 1987. He worked with Waller and was the warden of Belle Reve. The character in the comic and the show are very similar looking, but don't share the job or any other common features really. White Dragon makes his first appearance in this show. White Dragon first appeared in Hawkworld Volume 2 number 27 in 1992 and was initially a Hawkman villain. I got this comic as a kid and I found the whole Hawkworld comic series at a church flea market in the middle of bumfuck Minnesota, and it's a really weird series. Anyways, there was another version of the character created in 1941's Flash Comics number 23, but this version shares little similarities to the show besides the name. This version from the show borrows from the 90s version. The 90s version is a white supremacist and shares the costume with the show version, but is otherwise unrelated and has no affiliation with Peacemaker in the actual comics. They probably just grabbed this guy and decided to retool his origins since he was kind of what they were going for when they were writing the show. Batmite was mentioned in an episode, making the character DCEU canon supposedly. Created in Detective Comics 267 from 1959. Batmite is an imp from an alternate dimension that is obsessed with Batman. He's a weird character and it's fun to think he's around in the DCEU, despite not being officially seen. I would love to see what Batmite impersonating Ben Affleck's Batman would look like, especially since Batman in this universe is so deadpan and Batmite is such a goofy character. Regardless, it's just an Easter egg, nothing major. Judo Master makes his DCEU debut in this episode, starting as a Charleston hero like Peacemaker. Judo Master premiered in Special War Series number 4 from 1965, and had a few people take on the moniker over the years. Not much is known about this version of Judo Master, and he seems to be fairly original beyond the name. Dollman was mentioned, but not seen, much like Batmite in a previous episode. Dollman is a character that was created for Quality Comics, one of the first companies DC acquired back in the day. He's kind of like Ant-Man or the Atom, in that he can shrink, although unlike those heroes, he couldn't go subatomic, only down to about 6 inches, which seemed kind of ineffective. Peacemaker supposedly encountered him at some point, but again, we never see him in the show. Matter-Eating Lad is an early member of the Legion of Superheroes, first appearing in Adventure Comics 303 in 1962, and is name-dropped in this show. It is worth noting the Legion of Superheroes takes place in the 30th century, so it's unlikely the DCEU's Matter Lad is actually a Legionnaire from the comics, unless there was some sort of time travel thing, though we'll never know. Likely, they thought it would just make for a funny gag, but this video is so in-depth I thought I'd mention him. Charlie the gorilla from the show has comic-based roots, appearing in Star-Spangled Comics number 126. Charlie was the machine-gunning gorilla that was also a war sergeant. DC once had a love affair with gorillas, featuring hundreds of them in their comics, and there was data backup that during the 1950s and 60s, sales exponentially increased when ape-based characters were featured. So while we got Charlie only in live action, it is worth noting DC has hundreds of ape characters because it was selling books. This has been said by many DC editors of the 1950s and 60s. It worked as a Hail Mary on dying books, and even established books like Batman had gorillas on the cover. For example, Mogo the Bat Ape, who was one of the earliest members of the Bat family, though only appeared once. Riddler was mentioned in an episode as one of Batman's adversaries. Riddler was a character that was saved in-universe, never being cast, but he was mentioned in this show. Riddler first appeared in Detective Comics 140 and is up there as one of Batman's persevering villains. The character recently appeared in The Batman, and I imagine the DCEU character would have swung more that direction than the campier direction Jim Carrey portrayed in Batman Forever.
Edward Nigma, come on down! You're the next contestant on Brain Drain!
Mad Hatter was also mentioned, premiering in Batman 49 in 1948. He's inspired by the Mad Hatter from the Alice in Wonderland stories, and Mad Hatter stories vary in quality based on how crazy the author is willing to go. It's a shame we've yet to see the villain in a major film, but he might be fun for someone like Matt Reeves to tackle. Kite Man was defeated by Peacemaker at one point, according to a newspaper we see in an episode. He also recounted the story in another episode later. This was one of Peacemaker's career highlights, apparently. Kite Man was created by Bill Finger in Batman 133, and is a guy who, well, glides around on kites. Green Arrow was mentioned in an episode, having been mentioned in passing, confirming his existence in the DCEU. Green Arrow is a major DC hero, most known by general audiences for his appearance in the CW show Arrow, which ran for 8 seasons, though that version isn't particularly comic accurate. Green Arrow first premiered in More Fun Comics number 73 from 1941, starting as a Robin Hood-like character before becoming more of a Batman clone and transitioning back into a Robin Hood character. He's probably one of DC's most reinterpreted characters, changing dramatically between runs constantly. He's a good friends with Green Lantern Hal Jordan and often teams up with him. He's also a frequent Justice League member and is with Black Canary on and off. Much like Batman, Green Arrow has a family of characters around him to act as his students, such as Arsenal, his son Green Arrow, Connor Hawk, Red Arrow, Speedy, and more. Green Arrow has lots of lost and found sidekicks, some of whom never made it between the retcons. I really like some of the characters that are here that aren't really designed to be deep, but just kind of push the plot and are sort of fun. You got Eagly the bald eagle pet, and Peacemaker's only friend prior to the show, who is of course, well, a bald eagle that adores his psycho papa.
Who's a good boy? Yeah. Who's daddy's boy?
And adds to the absurdism of Peacemaker as ostensibly a Captain America parody. Judo Master menaces Peacemaker quite a bit and was charged with being the bodyguard of a senator that was taken by the Butterflies, who always seems to pop up at an inopportune moment for the team.
Fuck you! Fuck you, fucker!
And Sophie Song, a police detective on the case of Peacemaker's murder spree, basically starts as an incorruptible cop until being corrupted by the Butterflies midway through the show. The side characters are pretty fun, and even beyond the main cast, the side characters are actually pretty well done, though most of them don't have super deep character arcs or anything. I also dig the giant gorilla showing up again, which gives me another excuse to bring up DC's history with gorillas. If I can bring that up on the channel again, I will. I'm sure it'll come back up in the future, so bear with me. I thought it was a bit disappointing that Amanda Waller only showed up via webcam since her actions are so directly tied to the show, but I suspect this was in part due to Viola Davis being a huge actress and this being filmed during peak of COVID, meaning it was likely pretty hard to get an A-list actress to find the time to get cleared to show up and do a cameo. But it is good to get some of her, and now that the world is back to its normal shit show state rather than the shit show plus COVID, I hope we see her in season 2, or at least Adebayo and Waller, since I really want to see this pair interact more, as I think the opposing mother-daughter dynamic needs to be explored, which might add some humanization to Waller. I'm excited to see where these arcs go. I don't think my reaction will be too surprising here, but I really like Peacemaker. James Gunn has always been good with characterization in my opinion, and him being able to expand characterization from these characters from a 2 or 2.5 hour movie to a television show running 8 episodes was pretty fun. I like all the actors in this show, and I think everyone played their roles well. Gunn brought people back, which I think is nice since he works well with his collaborators. I know a lot of people hate the fact that his wife is a major star in this show, and I get that, but at the same time I respect that she doesn't take too much away from the main focus of the show, and she does well mixed in with the ensemble cast. I also think Jennifer Holland understands her character well and is kind of the straight man with the other stars, so I get why he works with her here, similar to how his brother Sean often acts in the film as more comedic roles. With Gunn's Superman well in production, we will soon see how the DCU is going to look and how the new universe will feel, and perhaps we'll see some of how these smaller characters like Peacemaker and Adebayo work cohesively with the big dogs like Batman, Superman, etc. I think cohesion will be something Gunn will really focus on, which I think might help connect the universe a little better, and I think the fact that he made this along with Suicide Squad at the same time and both turned out very well is a good sign that he'll do pretty well in the pilot seat of the DCU. Peacemaker didn't light up the world, but typically landed on 2nd or 3rd on the streaming charts upon its release every week, when its direct competition was Yellowstone, Yellow Jackets, and Severance, all of which are also pretty large shows around this time. And also Severance is really good if you haven't seen it. It's on Apple TV. I haven't seen Yellowstone or Yellow Jackets, but I heard good things about those shows as well, so the fact that it was pretty consistently in 2nd or 3rd was pretty solid. On Rotten Tomatoes, the series saw overwhelmingly positive reviews with 94%, and Metacritic was at an incredibly solid 70 out of 100. People praised the humor and cast, but some critics failed to connect with the story overall. The show was nominated for several secondary awards, but didn't win any prizes. Anyways, enough James Gunn for now. Let's talk about The Rock a bit.
Now what you're going to see here is why the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
It had been a little while since we've seen a DCEU project in theaters by the time Black Adam was released, after the company delayed numerous projects. I won't lie and act like Black Adam is one of my favorite characters, but I was familiar with him from his days in Captain Marvel comics, and I was hunting for that DC Universe classic Wave 9 Black Adam for years as a kid. Anyhow, I was moderately excited to see the Justice Society on screen. I would have loved to see Green Lantern Alan Scott, The Flash Jake Garrick, and Wildcat added to the roster, to name a few. But I must admit, seeing Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate in promos had me excited. He may be my least favorite main series Bond, but I still love Pierce Brosnan, and thought this would be a cool new look for him, since he hasn't been in a lot post-Bond, but some cheap action films and a few rom-coms like Mamma Mia. However, where I was skeptical was The Rock playing a more serious role. You see, The Rock is at his best when he's a goofy, nice guy. That is just like you and me, except he's 400 pounds and 99% muscle. Sadly, this film disappointed me. Black Adam was just a good guy this time around, with a tragic backstory that is just occasionally kind of a dick. The Rock didn't really play a villain well either. It's kind of ironic too, since this was such a passion project for him, with him starting work on the project way back in 2006, when he was approached by the original director, Peter Siegel, to play Shazam. At which point, The Rock fell in love with the character of Black Adam more than Captain Marvel. His Shazam film was being developed till about 2009 when it was shelved. However, in 2014, with the DCEU starting, the project was pulled back off the shelf and put back into active production, with The Rock interested in signing on. There were some doubts about putting The Rock in the film, because of the profile of the actor growing significantly as an action hero in the years since he was first approached for the role back in 2006. The Rock met with Jeff Johns in 2017 to discuss the story, and at that point they decided the best course of action would be to split the film into 2 films, one about Shazam and one about Black Adam. The plan, of course, being to have the characters meet at some point after each solo film. This would allow the star power of The Rock to shine through and establish his vision without being a supporting actor in a Shazam film. The script for Black Adam was finished late in 2017, with the original plan to introduce Black Adam in the Suicide Squad 2 in a small capacity before that film was changed into The Suicide Squad, with the spec script for that film seeing the squad, led by Deadshot and Harley, tracking a secret weapon that turned out to be someone harnessing Black Adam's powers. This was then changed to a Deathstroke movie before it was turned into the James Gunn movie, so all these plans fell through. The Rock was, of course, pretty busy, so he couldn't officially start production until he finished the second Jumanji film, as well as Netflix's Red Notice, which he was doing with Ryan Reynolds and DCEU co-star Gal Gadot. Production finally did happen, with The Rock starring and Jamie Colette Sierra directing, after The Rock worked with him on the Jungle Cruise the year before for Disney. After a 16-year journey, the film finally came out, although The Rock would get in some controversy as well working on the film. Dwayne Johnson hoped to essentially hijack the DCEU and create it to center Black Adam. He started by bringing back Henry Cavill for an ill-fated end credits scene.
The opportunity to actually be back and to look to the future and to build something exciting.
Only for the actor to be let go from the Superman role in favor of David Cornsweet, who will play Superman in James Gunn's new Superman movie. This was announced soon after Cavill's return, which misled fans into believing that Cavill was set up to meet with Black Adam, along with renewing interest in Man of Steel 2, which The Rock somewhat alluded to as well. He was quoted as saying that Black Adam would meet up with characters like Wonder Woman. At one point, he went so far as to say Black Adam may exist in another dimension, and we might see him go against characters like Matt Reeves' Batman or Todd Phillips' Joker. The Rock was not only trying to hijack the DCEU and essentially make Black Adam the center of the DCEU, but possibly the entire DC multiverse as a whole. The plans, while ambitious, were contingent on the critical and commercial response of the first Black Adam film. After the commercial failure of the film, James Gunn and Peter Safran got control of the DCU, and these plans were all discarded.
The hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
If that wasn't enough, though, after the film underperformed, The Rock was allegedly spreading false financial reports to make the film look better in the press, saying Warner was set to gain $60 to $70 million off the movie, which, while not groundbreaking, isn't a terrible haul. However, Warner revealed these numbers were inflated. He also angered executives by going right to the Warner Bros. CEO to pitch new projects rather than working with the teams in charge of the DCEU directly. Basically, it was all a huge mess and probably didn't help at all during the dying breaths of the DCEU.
Things will never be the same, because the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
The story of Black Adam starts in 2600 BC in the fictional country of Kondak, which is sort of like a Middle Eastern, Egypt-style country. Regardless, the king of the region, Akton, hopes to harvest the super space MacGuffin metal to forge a crown that would make him unstoppable, but a local boy acts as a martyr, eventually being given the powers of Shazam, a la Billy Batson nearly 5,000 years later. He uses the power to end the reign of Akton, but soon after is killed, after transferring his powers to his enslaved father, Teth Adam. Anyway, the present-day Kondak is similarly impressed by the now colonizing army called Intergang that is making life a pain for civilians in the region. They, along with a series of archaeologists led by Adriana Tomaz, are looking for the legendary crown of Sabak, which was forged during the flashback. Anyways, Adriana finds the crown, but Intergang follows, and she reads some ancient text that awakens Teth Adam from his 5,000-year slumber. After a battle with Intergang, Black Adam is now a known threat, which alerts Amanda Waller, who herself has gotten control of the Justice Society, which is basically an above-the-board super team consisting of Dr. Fate and Hawkman, along with some fresh rookies, Cyclone and Atom Smasher. The group comes to blows with Black Adam, but eventually Black Adam, the Justice Society, and Adriana team up to protect the crown and try to keep it out of Sabac's clutches. Anyhow, one of the archaeologists on Adriana's team, Ismael, ends up being the leader of the terrorist group Inner Gang and kidnaps Amon, this annoying kid that's Adriana's son. Adriana hands over the crown to Ismael, who starts to harness the power, but Black Adam kills him and injures Amon in the process. This reminds him of how his son died, so he gets sad and turns himself into Amanda Waller, who locks him in a stasis chamber thing with a gag so he can't say Shazam and easily break out. Though, through a slightly strange and confusing sequence, it turns out Ismael wanted to be killed so he could come back to life as the evil CGI version of his ancestor, Sabak. Black Adam just ends up breaking free of the prison and gets in a fight with Sabak and wins relatively easily. Black Adam, now that the day is saved, decides to stick around and become the guardian of Kahndaq so he can finally be the hero Kahndaq needs or whatever. Black Adam is the lead, obviously. Black Adam feels guilty about the death of his son, who sacrificed himself to save Black Adam. His son was not only a martyr that freed Kahndaq originally, but also a noble hero that Black Adam wants to be, but is so grief-stricken and desperate for revenge that he can't be. The reason Adam was locked away from Millennials is because he attacked the wizard Shazam and his colleagues, killing most of them till Shazam could lock him away. Black Adam was mad how his son passed away and didn't really want to be a hero till the end, when he kind of avenged his son more or less. This arc is alright, I guess, but it's not the most well done, especially given the jumbled nature of the movie that was designed primarily to kick the viewer between action scenes. The Rock is too flat and edgy. It feels a bit like a retread of his Scorpion King role, which I suppose makes sense since The Rock has been working to make this film happen since he starred in the Scorpion King way back. My biggest problem with all this is that Black Adam is Shazam's main villain. There isn't really room for Black Adam to fight Shazam in this universe since he's just a plain old superhero now, albeit one that may kill if it's what he's got to do. It would be like making a Joker movie where he just becomes a good guy at the end.
Have you seen what it's like out there?
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Do you ever actually leave the studio?
The art kind of takes away from both characters. I know in the comics he's occasionally been a bit of an anti-hero, but I don't know. I never really saw him as a hero. This would perhaps be less of an issue if the movie was less messy, but I don't know why they don't just adapt the actual character they're trying to adapt. Hawkman is here, and I'm glad they added him to the Justice Society, though I'll admit that he's probably the society member with the least development of the group. He doesn't like Black Adam's method, and this causes some conflict between the two early on, with some arguments and stuff about how Black Adam shouldn't kill. At one point, Dr. Fate sees a vision that shows that perhaps Hawkman would be killed during his conflict with the CGI Sabak, but that kind of just makes Hawkman sad.
But you died.
Should have told me sooner. I have no fear of death.
We don't get much of him trying to change his fate or anything like that, so that's more of Dr. Fate's arc, and is really not that tied to Hawkman, honestly. Dr. Fate is basically the father of the Justice Society, played by former James Bond Pierce Brosnan, and I have to say he was a fun choice and probably the best part of the film. He's not deep, just cool. Anyways, as I said, he is sort of the wise father of the Justice Society, a sort of Obi-Wan to the Falcon crew and A New Hope, so to speak. Much like Obi-Wan, he sacrifices himself for the greater good during the conflict with Sabak. He took on Sabak alone in order to protect Hawkman and the younger members of the Justice Society, which bought enough time for Black Adam to arrive and fight the creature. Atom Smasher is one of the rookie heroes along with Cyclone. I wish I had more to say about either, really. Atom Smasher's a bit reckless and runs in headfirst into battles. He can grow a la Ant-Man in the Avengers films, but I don't know. He's kind of just fight scene fodder. We also see his uncle Al Pratt, who is in this universe the original Atom Smasher, though in the comics he's just Atom. Regardless, whatever. Cyclone uses nanotechnology to basically have tornado powers. She's kind of the smart one of the duo, while Atom Smasher's the heart, but again, they're both kind of just fight scene fodder, and there's not really much to say about them. Adriana Tomaz is the archaeologist POV main character, which is kind of a rare thing for the DCEU, bar like Lois Lane and Man of Steel and stuff, but given the fact that Black Adam is an ancient superpowered warlord guy, sort of made sense since she gets the plot rolling and grounds the movie slightly in humanity, I suppose. She is, as you'd expect, a scientist from Kazakh that fights for the greater good and finds Sabak's crown. Her brother Kareem is here occasionally, and he's the comic relief kind of goofball character that occasionally lands, but for the most part he's just kind of cringe. And finally, probably equally important to Adriana herself, is her son Aman, who is the link to Black Adam's slight humanity, reminding him of his son who fell trying to save his life, and sort of gets him motivated to help Kazakh in this new unfamiliar world that Black Adam finds himself in. Finally, we have the villain Zabak, who is kind of three people, since originally he merged with Akton, then his descendant Ishmael, before becoming the man, the myth, the legend, Sabak, who basically looks and acts like a CGI Satan from the caverns of hell, with his CGI legion of skeleton guys that menaces the group. Truthfully, he kind of falls into the standard Achilles heel of any villain, that there isn't really anything special to him. He's just a CGI guy who wants to take over the world and whatever else. Nothing really special here, to be honest, and they don't really add much to his arc. The characters are all kind of flat and sort of play their roles, but no one ever really gets much depth. The only one who really has an arc is Black Adam, but he's still pretty basic. He meets a kid who reminds him of his son, and he decides to be a hero rather than a villain he initially seemed to be or whatever. But The Rock plays Black Adam so flat he doesn't connect with me on any level, and I honestly have more fun whenever Dr. Fate is on screen, because despite being undercooked, he's at least visually interesting. And Pierce Brosnan has a ton of charm. The cinematography was handled by Lawrence Sher, who shot other films like the Hangover trilogy, Godzilla King of the Monsters, and Joker, working frequently with Todd Phillips before working under director Jaume Colette Sierra for this project, who despite working consistently on films like Liam Neeson's Run All Night and Jungle Cruise with The Rock, seems to have been more there to put The Rock's vision out somewhat cohesively, with most of what he does here seemingly having been pushed by The Rock and his team. For Cher's part, he actually seems solid as a cinematographer. The movie isn't spectacular looking, but it's nice enough, and the film's pretty coherent, though I will say the CGI is mixed. It seems the effects team did a decent job bringing some of the characters to life, with the villain Sabak actually being one of the better looking villains that were exclusively CGI in the DCEU. I think the red is unique and it isn't muddy and over-designed like many similar characters in these movies. Tonally, this film tries to be serious, edgy, and comedic. While I think the Suicide Squad did a good job of getting those tones down, Black Adam didn't do as well. The film is occasionally funny, but the tone is so all over the place, and the film fails to really mesh the tones coherently, making a lot of sad moments hollow, funny moments out of place, and serious moments that are undercut by paper-thin plot that you'd expect to see in an early 2000s adventure film, not a modern action adventure. It's confused to say the least, and honestly, a lot of the time, despite attempting to make something of a unique tone, often comes off cornflakes level bland. Alright, let's look at the characters and where they're adapted from. The Justice Society appears for the first time in this film and is a recurring superhero team in the DC Universe that first appeared in All-Star Comics #3 in 1940. Core members include Alan Scott, the Golden Age Green Lantern, Jay Garrick, the Golden Age Flash, Wonder Woman, Black Canary, Stargirl, Al Pratt's Atom, Dr. Fate, Dr. Midnight, Hourman, Johnny Quick, Johnny Thunder, Sandman, Starman, Wildcat, Hawkman, Hawkgirl, and Mr. Terrific, to name several. In the film, it's a much smaller organization with only a handful of confirmed members, including Hawkman, Dr. Fate, Cyclone, and Atom Smasher, with Al Pratt's Atom being a former member of the team, seemingly. Black Adam first appeared in Marvel Family #1 from 1945, and for decades was the main villain of the Marvel family. More recently, he's been a neutral force in the DC universe, occasionally helping out the good guys and occasionally coming to blows with them, which is much more the character they adapted for the film. Akton was originally a Metamorpho villain, who was the original Metamorpho in continuity, being created in The Brave and the Bold #57 from 1965. Later on, it was said that he trapped Teth Adams' family. This part of his history was adapted. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem he has cool Metamorpho powers in the film. Zack is a recurring villain to the Marvel family who first appeared in Captain Marvel Jr. issue 4 in 1943. In his original appearance, he is a Nazi spy who went to hell and then got the powers of Zack, facing up against Captain Marvel Jr. in his first issue. The character has been reinterpreted many times, but is almost always connected to Freddie Freeman or Captain Marvel Jr., or Shazam Jr., or whatever you want to call him these days, since the Marvel family's names got really confusing. Adriana Tomaz in the comics wields the amulet of Isis and is the current wife of Black Adam, first appearing in her own TV show, Isis, which was a spin-off to the 70s Shazam TV series in the episode The Lights of Mystery Mountain. She later came to the comics in issue 25 of the 70s Shazam comic series. In the film, she's a POV adventure character that takes little from the comics and the show, but the name Adriana Tomaz. This is another character that was created in other media, adapted back to the comics, and then readapted for the screen. Hawkman first appeared in Flash Comics number 1 in a side story and has been a consistent player in the DC universe ever since, with his wife Hawkwoman or Hawkgirl, depending who's writing it. Hawkman is always reincarnated after death, meaning there have been various versions of the character and his wife, but the two always find each other and always end up in their Hawk personas. Hawkman is a frequent member of the Justice League and Justice Society, with different versions of himself being early members of both. Hawkman and Hawkgirl may be the two most convoluted characters in the DC universe, which is really saying something, and if I explain this lore in depth, I'll probably double the length of this video and have a brain aneurysm and then die. So I'll leave it saying that he's kind of a cool, kind of odd character who's kind of a cool choice. Also, you can read on the Hawkman lore on the DC wiki. They just have a whole page about it, so you can try to make sense of his timeline. It's kind of interesting though. Cyclone is a newer character relatively, being created in Justice Society Volume 3 Number 1 from 2007. There are a solid amount of characters with similar concepts, but this is the version in the film. In the comics, she became a member of the Justice Society because of her grandmother, the original Red Tornado, not to be confused with the later more famous Android version, and is the caretaker of the Justice Society headquarters and is an honorary member of said group. In the film, she gets her superpowers from nanites that give her her powers, which is probably a little easier to explain than the somewhat convoluted lore she gets her powers from in the comics. Abigail Hunkel is mentioned in the movie and is the original Red Tornado. We don't know if this version of the character has any powers, but the original Red Tornado does not, despite her metahuman granddaughter who has similar powers to the android version of Red Tornado, which is her successor. In the comics, Atom Smasher first appeared in All-Star Squadron number 25 from 1983. Atom Smasher is the godson of Al Pratt, the original Atom, and his successor, after Damage, who is Al Pratt's biological son, was put in foster care and abandoned by his deadbeat father. Anyways, Atom Smasher can grow to massive size and is incredibly strong, kind of tying in with the character of both versions of the Atom, Al Pratt and Ray Palmer. The movie simplified his origin by having the original Atom, Al Pratt, as his uncle. Al Pratt, who was mentioned in this video a few times now, is the original Atom of Earth 2 and a primary member of the Justice Society, first appearing in All-American Comics number 19 from 1940. He was just a really strong guy who was kind of short in the film, and in the film he was played by the Fonz himself, Henry Winkler. Dr. Fate is a pretty cool character. He was created in More Fun Comics number 55 in 1940 and was a major player in the Justice Society throughout its entire lifespan. The primary version is Kent Nelson, but the helmet has changed hands numerous times, including a weird mother-son duo that owns Dr. Fate's helmet, and then they got married for some reason after being reincarnated. Dr. Fate's a weird character. This version is played by Pierce Brosnan, and is pretty accurate to the comics, I suppose. He's more or less the DC Universe's Doctor Strange, and plays a role throughout the universe, though he mostly pals around with the Justice Society, as I said. The music was done by Lauren Balfe, who's worked pretty consistently since he broke out in the early 2010s. The 10s? What are we calling that decade? Anyhow, it wasn't bad by any means, which I noted in my notes here. But actually thinking back, none of the music really stood out to me, and I can't really remember any of the scores off the top of my head. The film also had some licensed tracks like Baby Come Back and Paint It Black, which stood out as a bit cheesy since those songs are already kind of attached to other film moments for me. Baby Come Back at the super cringe moment in Transformers 2007 when Sam Witwicky was flirting with Michaela, and Paint It Black in one of Stanley Kubrick's many opuses, Full Metal Jacket, both of which came to mind when hearing those songs. I don't think CGI Dwayne Johnson fighting guys to Paint It Black was particularly subtle. You know, The Rock is Black Adam and the song is Paint It Black. Whatever though. The editors are basically workman editors. You had Michael Sale, who did We're the Millers, and The Rock, Gal Gadot, and Ryan Reynolds' forgotten film Red Notice, and John Lee, who has been in many of editorial departments, such as the editorial department for The Matrix, Tenet, and The Prestige. Overall, the editing is good. It gets the job done and gets the muddled script and its many ideas to screen alright, I suppose. Amanda Waller shows up as a drone in the end credits, threatening Black Adam, but he destroys it, not seeing it as a real threat. More notably, Superman shows up to kind of feel out Black Adam and see what his intentions are, and implying the sequel will feature both of the powerful heroes teaming up or bumping heads.
It's been a while since anyone's made the world this nervous.
This was famously Henry Cavill's first appearance as Superman since Justice League and would end up being his last appearance in the DCEU, though he did show up via CGI in The Flash. This has been a contentious post-credits because just weeks later, James Gunn announced the reboot of the DCEU, which would quickly follow with an announcement for the upcoming Superman film, then titled Superman Legacy, which would star David Cornsweet as Superman, officially replacing the DCEU's take where Henry Cavill was Superman. This would be contentious since people saw it as stealing the role from Cavill.
I just don't understand this. There's no reason why we need to see how Superman puts his suit on. Usually he already has it on because he's ripping his shirt off and he's going out into battle, right? We don't need to see, or he's hopping in a telephone booth, even though we don't really have telephone booths anymore. And he does his little spin around and he's back out, and he's off into battle. Or he just runs through a door and he's Superman the next time we see him. Like, I don't need to see how he puts his clothes on. It's utterly ridiculous and dumb. It doesn't matter. The guy moves really fast. He puts his clothes on in a snap, and he's out there fighting the battle. I don't need to see him slowly putting a boot on. I mean, it really makes me question, what do these people even know anything about Superman? Like, and I'm sure James Gunn defenders will be like, oh, James Gunn has forgotten more about Superman than you'll ever remember. Probably. And I'm just like, clearly not. This is what he's giving us. It's a fundamental lack of these characters. And I think it's actually a fundamental lack of heroism. It's a fundamental lack of true morality.
However, as time has gone on, we learned that this was more of a Rock favor than a leadership setup cameo. Though admittedly, while Cavill took it with some grace, fans were disappointed, especially the obnoxious Snyder fans, though I think, sadly, this is just a casualty of the DCU, and pushed off ambitions by The Rock to perhaps slightly hijack the DCEU as he had once planned. Originally, Dr. Fate was supposed to return during the end credits for the film, which would have teased a sequel or perhaps Dr. Fate's continued involvement in the universe, though this was cut out before release for unknown reasons. Perhaps to preserve his sacrifice, but more likely to see if it was even needed for him to return in the future. The studio also wanted an end credits scene where Shazam was going to show up and meet Black Adam, perhaps to set up a team-up or a battle, but this was blocked by The Rock, who didn't want Black Adam to meet with Shazam, as for some reason he saw it as goofy for Black Adam, despite him being, Shazam's main antagonist in the comics with directly coinciding origins. I gotta give this film props for their costume design. Everyone looks pretty good for the most part, and it all fits in well with the larger DCEU. One annoying quirk, however, and this isn't the film's fault, but I watched the DVD cut of this film since I got it for a couple bucks from the Redbox, but the film on DVD looks like absolute shit. I think studios intentionally do this to upsell the Blu-ray or 4K, but no shot it should have looked this awful. Not the fault of the film, just something I wanted to rant about, since this happens all the time when I buy Warner Brothers or Disney movies on DVD. They just look like shit, so that kind of sucks. I also saw this film in theaters and it looks really good, so it's not a problem with the film, just the shitty DVD. Also, why does Amanda Waller run the Justice Society? That's kind of random. Why didn't she ever use professional superheroes before rather than running the Suicide Squad? I thought the kind of point of the Suicide Squad was that she could kind of do whatever she wanted and break rules and not have to worry about morality or whatever. I think they could have had a different boss like Maxwell Lord, who ran the Justice League for the government in the comics for a number of years. Oh wait, sorry, forgot. Wonder Woman 1984 wasted him and made him not at all Maxwell Lord. Well, that's how the DCEU goes. They could have made up a new character, but God knows they didn't want to do that. Also, I love the Justice Society, but why did they pick Cyclone and Atom Smasher? I would have loved to see some of the crew made out of some of the old-fashioned heroes, like the OG Flash or Green Lantern. Mr. Terrific was cool. Hourman, Sandman. Why not expand the team or just pick better members? I don't know. That was a missed opportunity. Perhaps some of them would have shown up in a potential Justice Society film down the line if that was their mindset, but the first time they show up, and the film opting to only pick 2 fan favorites for a team that realistically wasn't going to be crazy important in the long run, was so weird to me. It also makes me rattle my brain why The Rock was so against crossing over with Shazam. The kid in this film is a superhero fanboy who looks up to superheroes and finds purpose working with them. It's a POV for kids and basically the exact same character as Freddy from Shazam. It just makes no sense besides it being simply The Rock's ego and wanting to be the most important character and aspect of this universe. God forbid The Rock has to fight someone who is any competition. They made Zack so weak that the second he fights The Rock, he's basically killed, no challenge. Like, the fight scene was like 5 seconds long. And I also think that's part of why The Rock's fame is starting to diminish. He never faces any real challenges in his films, and his shtick is starting to run a little thin, especially since his charm is only going so far when you hear these set stories of him basically being a horrible pain in the ass. I don't think a moment like the Avengers in Infinity War being beaten could happen in a Rock film, even with the predisposition that he would return the following film. So what are the actual stakes? Like, you can't kill The Rock, he can't lose it all, he can't really go through hardship, and the only hardship in this film he has is when he gets sad and gives himself up, which he still easily breaks out of without much issue. The Rock just seems to have such a fragile ego, which I think hurts his own films, since you never see this guy challenged, and the only challenge in this film was totally self-imposed. It was very lame. Black Adam is not good. It follows the formula of an action film from somewhere in the era between 1998 and 2006 and just fails to be exciting. So much of this film is fight scenes, but there are never really any stakes in the film. It's just boring. It also brings back a lot of old superhero film cliches that filmmakers have been trying to avoid the past couple years. The classic sky laser in the climax, flat side superheroes with nothing going on like in the old X-Men films. They're here. Boring, unfunny gag characters, we got them.
The kind of justice you dish out can darken your soul.
It's his darkness that lets him do what heroes like you cannot.
Nope. The Rock is just a normal superhero who causes comical or off-screen deaths. He is no different than any other flat, boring superhero. It's just corny and cheesy, and while Zack looks okay, he's so forgettable. I had to consult the wiki to remember his name like 5 times during the writing of this retrospective, which normally shouldn't happen for a main villain. I shouldn't have to look it up once. The main conflict of this film is whether or not Black Adam is willing to be a hero.
Things will never be the same, because the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
This film, since it flopped, didn't really add a new hierarchy of power to the DCEU, but did threaten a new hierarchy of shit films in the DCEU. Speaking of the DCEU, the film only minorly connects the actual universe it's supposedly a part of, like the groan-worthy soft connections to Henry Cavill's Superman, which people blame James Gunn for somehow, despite him not having much, if anything, to do with this film. Finally, The Rock is just 2000s edgy, a la Shadow the Hedgehog at points. The film is competently assembled, but the screenplay is lame and just feels like The Rock's a blatant attempt to hijack the DCEU with shallow connections and a weak plot that does nothing notable but strokes The Rock's inflated ego, a few years after he really had the push to transparently do so, as easily as he attempts to do here. Black Adam costed around $230 million and earns back $393 million. When you factor in marketing, Black Adam probably fell a bit short of breaking even. Critically, the film also squandered, with a 38% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 41 out of 100 on Metacritic. People praised the ensemble cast, but were critical of the thin plot. A lot of critics brought up that this film set up potentially more interesting follow-up films and spin-offs, which, as you know, will not be happening. This movie was nominated for a handful of secondary awards, but ultimately the only award the film won was a Nickelodeon's Kid Choice Awards for Favorite Movie Actor that was awarded to Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Some people have apparently claimed that The Rock could be the third person to win a Nickelodeon Lifetime Achievement Award after Dan the Feet Man Snyder and Optimus Prime, the only other Lifetime winners before. However, only time will tell. I was pretty excited for Shazam Fury of the Gods, especially after feeling generally positive about the first film. I thought the cast was great, and it had been a few years since we revisited the Shazam area of this universe. I left the film generally disappointed. The film definitely had higher stakes than the first, but the characters didn't have much of an arc to go through. And you could tell, while visually the scope of the film was much larger, the budget didn't match that since it generally didn't look that good. We also had a lot more moments in the film that felt like they were hoping to meme, and it just didn't work very well. Much like the first film and Wonder Woman 1984, not much really happened during the production of the film. It was revealed a lot of the creative team from the first movie was set to return. Production obviously took a few years, in part due to the COVID-19 lockdowns, slowing production down a bit, but there isn't really all that interesting to talk about when it comes to the production of Shazam Fury of the Gods. The story follows a more established Shazam family, with the Shazam family being the saviors of Philadelphia when a new evil appears. A group of mysterious gods steal the wizard Shazam's staff, which was in a museum in Athens following Billy snapping it in half during the climax of the previous film. Despite having seemingly died during the previous film, the wizard was indeed alive and forced to re-merge the staff by the three daughters of Atlas. Meanwhile, despite the family seemingly working in tandem, each member is starting to long to have something different to do with their own lives as people and as superheroes, which Billy tries to prevent, fearing he would lose his family if they all had their own separate lives, and he would again be alone, especially given the fact that he was quickly approaching the age of 18, thus aging out of the foster system, which would lead him to losing his family in his eyes. Freddy, meanwhile, despite being bullied, meets Anne, a new girl he starts to form a bond with, but the gang quickly learns she is one of the sisters of Atlas, and she wasn't really Anne, but actually Athena. Freddy would be captured by the sisters and imprisoned, where he meets the wizard, who turns out to be very much alive, despite what he and his family had previously thought. The sisters want a magical golden apple, which could lead them to recrafting the world of the gods, which it just so happens is in the Shazam realm lair the family have access to. After a skirmish with the sisters, the Shazam family think they captured the eldest, Hespera, but it was a trap so she could claim the apple. Freddy and the wizard escape captivity with help of Athena, but are quickly noticed. However, right then, the Shazam family shows up to intervene, having found the path Hespera took from her realm. Freddy gets his powers back and they manage to escape, but the Shazam family's parents find out. Calypso, one of the sisters, shows up to the city and manages to depower the family, with the exception of Billy. And Calypso manages to plant the apple, causing a legion of monsters to take over the city. Billy manages to fight off Calypso with the help of his family and Athena and Hespera, who realize their sister has gone too far in trying to reclaim their world, but Hespera is killed during the scuffle. Billy fights Calypso and her dragon and manages to stop the apple from terraforming the earth, but it costs him his life. However, with the help of Wonder Woman, the Wizard undoes the damage done, and nothing of consequence really happened aside from Hespera dying, with everyone getting their powers back and Billy revived in a more flaccid death than even Superman's from Batman v Superman. Athena and the Wizard also go back to Earth, and the 6,000-year-old goddess starts dating 17-year-old Freddy. The characters of this film all kind of fall flat and fail to really go through arcs on the level of the first film. Billy slides back a bit, and rather than feeling abandoned, now worries about losing the family he's built over the last 3 years. With the last 3 years, the family seemingly, I guess, has not assured him of his role in the family. Billy wants to hold together his new family too much and hinders their lives. At the end, his foster parents say they love him, and so does the rest of the family. He does sacrifice himself, proving he had found himself as a true hero or something, but of course he isn't dead for very long. They tried to do an arc with Billy, but it just feels half-baked. I think the main issue is it seems like between the end of the last film and the start of this film, Billy hasn't progressed much as a character, with him being basically in the same place he was at the end of that movie. We also have a Captain Marvel that is even more cartoony than before, with David F. Sandberg never really trying to keep a consistency between the two performances. Freddy is looking to be more independent and grow up a bit, even starting a relationship with a 6,023-year-old woman, which is fucking wild that that's in this movie, honestly. But she looks like a teenager, so who cares, I suppose. Freddy, by the end, gains some more independence because Billy learns his lesson. He also is brave or something for going after the apple after breaking free from prison, but I don't know. This whole arc's a bit hollow, and I didn't really care for it. Mary also wants independence, but once again, this really only happens for her because of Billy's arc, so I guess she didn't really go through anything that important. Athena falls deeply in love with Freddy, who is 6,006 years her junior, to the point that she betrays her sisters and their goals. You know, the sisters that she's known for over 6,000 years and shared goals with. Otherwise, she has no real character. I think one of the big problems with this huge ensemble cast is that the production team never really found anything interesting to say about any of the characters, unlike the first film, which focuses heavily on Billy, Freddy, and Dr. Silva, and had arcs for each, even mirroring the arcs of Billy and Silva. Here, they never really had anything solid to do with any of them, so instead they just did nothing with any of the characters, and the movie kind of just happens. The cinematography is pretty okay again, more Marvel House style than most, with the film being shot by Gyula Pados, cinematographer for such films as Predators, Maze Runner, The Scorched Isles, Jumanji: The Next Level, and the new Planet of the Apes movies. His style is very Marvel Studio House style-esque, and studios have hired him to create that same look in their films, despite him never having actually worked on a Marvel film, surprisingly. That's kind of his niche. The tone of this film is confused. At times it's a comedy, or supposed to be, like when Darla, the youngest sister of the Shazam family, feeds a unicorn Skittles to tame it and yells, "Taste the rainbow."
Taste the rainbow, motherfucker!
Which is next level obnoxious product placement on par with Paul Rudd eating Stay Puft Marshmallow Men at Walmart during Ghostbusters Afterlife. And much of the family, like Billy and Freddy, acting like men coming of age at points, but with their superhero counterparts still acting like young teens from the first film, I think is a little confusing. A major challenge to bringing the Marvel family to life is the fact that in real life, kids and teens grow up very quick, especially when put up against a film cycle for superhero films. While Marvel and DC will make a couple of films a year, most franchises only get an entry every few years due to the amount of projects they're juggling. If there's 4 years between Shazam films, and Shazam is 14 in the first film, by the time the second entry hits, they're now 18, then 22, and so on. With COVID, the production was slightly slow, granted, but with things like this, it's hard to do a film every 2 years, which would have been a tad more sensible for this plot and type of character. Plus, Grace Carey now plays Mary, her superhero form, which adds a level of weirdness since they didn't call back the former Super Mary, Michelle Broth. When does that change happen? When they turn 18? Is that when they just become their superhero identities? There are comics where Billy is an adult and doesn't change bodies like he does early on, which I think is a better way to do something like this for a long-term story, but that can cost you the gimmick that is the pull of the story in the first place, that you have a superhero kid who turns into a superhero man. Plus, you also have the issue of Asher Angel and Zachary Levi playing two totally different Billy Batsons. It kind of worked in the first one. They could kind of get away with it there, I guess. But here, it's super noticeable that the two are very different people, and I often disconnect the two characters from each other while watching the film, only to be reminded, oh, these are the same people, right. This isn't a problem in the comics, where Billy can be a kid for decades, and you have one writer kind of just making the character write the same, and the artist draws them two different ways. But with actors, you have to train a child actor and an adult actor to act the same while playing the same character, and it's just really hard to do. I also don't think Asher Angel and Zachary Levi really have similar screen personalities or presence, which would probably help better. Zachary Levi seems very silly. Asher Angel seems to take himself a lot more seriously, which I think is needed for his Billy Batson, so I think it's more on Levi, who just can't really match Asher Angel's performance. If Warner Brothers wants to redo this franchise in the future, they'll have to have a trilogy planned and shoot back-to-back all of the Harry Potter films or something, like one a year, and probably start by casting people that are 10 or 12 rather than 14 or 15, because this sequel feels something like a third or fourth entry in the series, not the second, and that also kind of gives it a tired feeling, like we've had so many adventures with these characters, when in reality we have seen them once before. The only character that was adapted from the comics for this movie that wasn't in the previous video is Athena, and she was adapted from the character from Greek mythology. In the comics, she's mostly known for her attachment to Wonder Woman, and first appeared in DC Comics in All-Star Comics number 8. She's the only non-original character added to this film, which I suppose is somewhat refreshing despite Shazam having other untapped villains. Black Adam.
The hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
Christopher Beck does the score here, and he's worked on the Frozen and Ant-Man series. Though Frozen has some bangers, I'll admit, Ant-Man lacks any memorable music, and so does this film, honestly. Michelle Allard edited this one again, and she did a decent job again, stringing together nice fight scenes and making the film pretty consistent, but I don't know. What else did she really do that I can talk about beyond the first film? It's very similar in terms of editing, and it's done well, so no hate on her. In the end credits scene, we see Shazam meet with Amelia Hardcourt and Economos, who offer him a role in the Justice Society, which he chastises the name for, thinking it's confusingly close to the Justice League.
Welcome to the Justice Society.
Yeah, awesome. Wait, what? The Justice Society? Is that different than the Justice League?
Yes, the Justice Society is different than the Justice League.
This was kind of cute, but since the Shazam franchise doesn't seem to be pulling over as far as I know, this likely won't go anywhere. The other one was Dr. Savannah talking to Mr. Minds, complaining their evil plan hasn't yet gone anywhere since being teased at the end of the previous film. That was pretty funny, compounded by the fact that it'll likely never be completed will make this even funnier.
It's been 2 goddamn years!
Yes, but what is time but a trick of the mind? A meaningless measure.
At least knowing that they made a dead-end plotline and making a joke out of it is kind of hilarious, honestly. I like that. In conclusion, this film was disappointing to say the least. The franchise feels tired, and yet this is only the second entry, with the first feeling pretty fresh. After working on it for a number of years, the team simply failed to find a new plot for us to sink our teeth into. The humor isn't good, and to be frank, is a bit overbearing, especially given the fact that the first film had pretty solid humor throughout. And with really weak character arcs and a shocking lack of action, with the action that is here being fairly lackluster, the film's also a little more boring than anything, with no real substance to latch onto. The only scene I really liked was when Billy is told by his foster parents they'll always be family. That was kind of a sweet conclusion to his arc, despite his arc being a little weak to me. And while the characters maintained some charm from the first film, it just wasn't carrying the film, and they're too inconsistent for me to really feel much for them. Lucy Liu was a sight for sore eyes. We love Lucy Liu about here. But the three sisters were kind of a lame set of villains, honestly. This film is definitely part of the DCEU's and perhaps the superhero genre post-COVID's death cry, with Disney and Warner Bros. Helming two major superhero universes that both seem to be running low on ideas, and partially leading to the fresh reboot James Gunn is helming. James Gunn, for his part, also had to promote the last few DCEU films since he took charge of DC Studios, leading to some confusion of what would stay and what would go, which I think at the time he may have even been unsure about, or at the very least he had to make something of these last few releases. But based on recent interviews with the cast of this film, it seems James Gunn has parted ways with the Shazam family, and so has director Dave F. Sandberg, who said he wants to head out of the superhero genre altogether back to horror, with this film becoming another example of how tired the superhero genre is becoming for audiences and perhaps filmmakers. Shazam Fury of the Gods costed $125 million to make and only made $134 million in return, definitely losing money when you factor in marketing and being labeled a box office bomb. It was the third lowest gross for a DC movie, only beating out Wonder Woman 84 and The Suicide Squad. However, those dropped day and date on HBO Max and had their box office affected by early COVID, which wasn't really as big of a problem when Shazam Fury of the Gods came out. It's hard to say why the first Shazam was so successful while the second failed to connect, but it may have to do with the critical consensus on the project, with the film earning a mostly negative 49% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 47 out of 100 on Metacritic. Critics lambasted the movie for being basically a by-the-numbers sequel that had a handful of fun and touching moments mixed in with a bunch of superhero drool. I think superhero fatigue is an easily trackable trend based on box office pulls that have been coming out of Marvel and DC recently, and it seems only genuinely great films and popular characters are surviving this change in the genre. Shazam, while fun and critically acclaimed upon release, clearly didn't hold enough punching weight in the public consciousness to actually bring people back for the second installment. It's also worth noting the first film came out at the peak of the genre, around the time of Endgame and larger superhero films, giving people superhero fever. It was kind of the rise before the fall, so to speak. The film was not nominated for any notable awards, just 2 noms for the Golden Trailer Awards, which, you know, that's not really saying much. With all the controversy surrounding The Flash and the fact that it was a multiverse-based movie, a trend that I've been mostly unimpressed with, I was dreading The Flash when it came to theaters. This would be the last DC movie I saw while running a local theater, and I put a show on for myself after work, honestly dreading what I was about to see. But truth be told, I had a pretty good time. The effects were weak, there was some hokey moments like the opening action scene with the babies, and what will surely mark the last appearance of Ben Affleck as Batman, at least for now, and Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. However, the cameos aren't obnoxious, and some of them kinda delighted me, like Nicolas Cage as Superman, which was fun because I love Nicolas Cage, and it's cool seeing a superhero film that was cancelled on the screen to some extent. Ezra Miller was also surprisingly good in the role. Anyways, we'll see how the movie holds up, but for me, I was generally positive with the film on my first watch. The Flash was sitting in development hell, the longest of any of the films we've discussed thus far. The original pitch was drafted in the late 80s after the success of Keaton's Batman film directed by Tim Burton. Comic legend Jeff Loeb was hired to write the script for the project in early development. We don't know much about what this vision had to offer, but it was likely retooled into the 1990 TV series titled The Flash, which featured Joker and Luke Skywalker star Mark Hamill prominently and starred John Wesley Shipp.
Too safe and too sane.
The idea of a Flash movie was revived in 2004. With David S. Goyer after his Batman Begins screenplay had Warner Brothers excited to work with the creative. He recruited Ryan Reynolds to play Wally West, who is the third Flash in DC continuity and was the main version from the 80s up until 2009, when Barry Allen was revived following his death in the seminal comic series Crisis on Infinite Earths back in the mid-80s. This is also the version that was used in most Flash media appearances around this time, like the Justice League cartoon. Barry Allen would be featured in the movie as a side character. I speculate that there's a chance that he would have died in the movie, as he wasn't really a major player in the comics for the past 15-ish years up to that point. Tonally, Goyer was going to go for something akin to Sam Raimi's iconic Spider-Man trilogy, which was running at the time, along with pulling elements from Mark Waid, Jeff Johns, and Mike Baron's runs on Wally West's Flash from the era. Eventually, WB's constant creative differences ended the project as it stood with Goyer and was passed down to Sean Levy, who ironically would go on to work with Ryan Reynolds on films like Free Guy and the upcoming Deadpool 3. At this point, however, it appears Reynolds left the project because around this time, Adam Brody was signed on to play the Flash in Justice League Mortal, which would have a spin-off film that was set to be directed by Levy based on the Flash. However, Levy would leave the project due to scheduling conflicts with his then successful Night at the Museum franchise with Ben Stiller. The final attempt to get the film off the ground before the DCEU reboot would be the writers of the Green Lantern film from Martin Campbell, with that film to be based on the at the time recent Jeff Johns run on The Flash. However, when Green Lantern was a failure, these plans were again scrapped. In July 2013, The Flash was announced to have a film in development, with 2016 being the planned release date. Ironically, the same month, the TV show based on the character would begin production.
You're a hero, Barry. You couldn't kill me before.
However, the show was able to find its footing and eventually became pretty successful, running for 8 years, starring Grant Gustin as the Flash. Eventually, plans changed slightly with a targeted 2018 release date during the infamous 2014 Slate reveal. Warner Bros. Began hyping up the character after hiring Ezra Miller to play the role of Barry Allen, with the character appearing in Batman vs. Superman in a minor role, Suicide Squad in a minor role, and finally having a prominent role in Justice League. He even ended up dropping by the Arrowverse's Crisis on Infinite Earths event with a new scene that saw him meet Grant Gustin's version of The Flash.
I'm also the Flash.
You're also the what?
Anyways, James Wan was offered to do either The Flash or Aquaman while Warner Bros. Was courting the director, but after some consideration, he picked Aquaman, and production was fast-tracked on that film, with the production going fairly smoothly. Meanwhile, Christopher Miller and Phil Lord were approached to work on a script after their work on 21 Jump Street and the Lego franchises. They ultimately couldn't do the project in the time Warner Bros. Wanted them to complete it due to their work on Solo: A Star Wars Story over at Disney. Seth Grahame-Smith was then brought onto the project around the time DC delayed Flash till 2018, but left due to creative differences with his script being maintained. Rick Famuyiwa was added to the project as the next director. Warner Bros. Was confident this was a great fit since he would use the script from Seth Grahame-Smith and would become more of a family-oriented twist on the film. At this point, Kiersey Clemons was brought on as Iris West since she worked with Seth Grahame-Smith on his previous film Dope. After all the production delays, Warner wanted more time to cook and gave the release date to the Tomb Raider movie they were doing with MGM at the time, taking a release date away from The Flash. Famuyiwa ended up leaving the project early into pre-production due to creative differences, and the film again landed without a director. Ezra Miller was working with WB on some Harry Potter spin-off films in the Fantastic Beasts franchise, so the film was shelved for a while, with the lead and studio's relationship in good standing. Meanwhile, Joby Harold was hired to write the script, and the studio attempted to court Back to the Future director Robert Zemeckis or Kingsman and X-Men First Class director Matthew Vaughn to take the director's chair, both of whom were interested but never penned a deal. talks with Sam Raimi of Spider-Man and Evil Dead, Mark Webb of Amazing Spider-Man, and Jordan Peele of Get Out, and even Ben Affleck were all considerations for the projects, but talks didn't go much further than preliminary with them. While still directorless, the film was renamed from The Flash to Flashpoint, named after the limited comic series that rebooted the entire DC continuity in 2012 to the New 52 timeline, the concept being that the Flash would go back in time and wreck the timeline, causing Thomas Wayne, Bruce Wayne's father, to be Batman. In interviews, it seems the addition of Batman was perhaps an attempt from Warner Brothers to give the project some legs. Jeffrey Dean Morgan, who played Thomas in the flashback scenes in Batman v Superman, was willing to come back, if that's how it played out. John Francis Daly and Jonathan Goldstein were then attached to write and direct. They wouldn't end up directing, but would still be credited on the final film for their input to the story. While they were signed on, they changed the name back to The Flash as well. At this point, the film was set to release in 2021, 3 years after the original scheduled release date of 2018. Ezra Miller was working on a version of the script with legendary comic book writer Grant Morrison around this time. Ezra at this point was threatening to walk if they didn't go with his pitch, and WB allowed him 2 weeks to create his draft. The concepts in the draft were more time travel based, and WB ended up turning it down, wanting a multiverse film since that type of movie was starting to pop up more and more around this time. Daly and Goldstein left the project with Andy Muschietti taking the reins, though they would end up producing the film. Initially, the film was supposed to drop November 2022, but had one more delay before making it to theaters to June 2023. The Flash's road to the screen was one of the messiest journeys in cinema history, and it's nothing short of a miracle that it ended up seeing the light of day. However, while I would love to start talking about the film proper, we have a hearty amount of controversy behind the scenes to talk about as well. That caused such a fan outcry that fans were demanding that the TV show Flash, Grant Gustin, take over for Ezra Miller or pretty much anyone else. That didn't end up happening, but Miller had a series of incidents starting in 2020 that put the movie back in headlines for negative reasons multiple times.
The Flash star was charged with felony burglary.
In April 2020, Miller was at a bar in Iceland and ended up choking and flipping some person. This was allegedly because a group of teenagers were making fun of them and saying they were better at mixed martial arts than them.
Did you want to fight? Is that the deal? Whoa, bro. Fight?
Not sure if this explanation excuses the behavior or not. I would say no. The clip went viral and was a pretty bad look for Ezra Miller. Anyways, a couple of months later in 2022, Miller essentially went on a rampage through Hawaii, having the police called on them around 10 times for petty crimes like loitering and arguing with random strangers. The first arrest was due to an altercation where Ezra was screaming profanities at people while hanging out at a karaoke bar. Ezra claimed this was because they were confronted by a Nazi, but statements from the other patrons claim he was triggered by people singing Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper's hit song, Shallow, from the film A Star is Born. It is claimed by Miller they filmed the altercation and would sell it as an NFT online.
Nerf bullets.
Thank you for letting
They're
me
fake and they're a toy.
Thank you for letting
me. This is my belt buckle and my Nerf bullets.
I appreciate that.
Please don't take them from me. The flash ring means a lot to me.
Only a couple of hours later, Miller was caught by a couple trying to steal their wallet and passports after the couple bailed them out of jail, and the couple were granted a restraining order from Miller. The second arrest in Hawaii took place after Miller was caught throwing a chair at a woman that gave her a cut on her forehead and caused minor injuries.
Miller allegedly threw a chair at someone.
In June 2022, Miller was back in the United States, causing issues in the Standing Rock Sioux tribe of Native Americans in the Dakotas. Somehow, Miller started an inappropriate relationship with a local activist, Tokta Iron Eyes, when he was 23 and she was 12.
I'd like to say that it's nobody's business and that no one is owed a story or an outcome.
Her parents accused Miller of using drugs and the threat of violence to keep Tokata away from her parents. Miller even flew Iron Eyes out to London during his time on the Fantastic Beasts set, when at the time she was 13 and he was 24. Eventually, after criminal complaints from the parents, Miller had a court order surrounding the circumstances of what was going on with Iron Eyes. They couldn't find them, so he made an Instagram story mocking authorities that they couldn't find him. Ignitus, who worked with Miller on musical projects, saw Miller abusing Iron Eyes for wearing makeup. However, Iron Eyes claimed it was Miller's queer dialogue and accused Ignatius of homophobia. Miller, for their part, was upset people were critical of their creepy relationship with a child, saying people were just upset because she was a spider goddess and they were Jesus Christ, and they were allegedly said to be messiahs of the Native Americans. It is worth noting that Miller is not Native American at all, and his only contribution to the Native American culture is stealing one of their children to exploit and abuse, and they got away with it, all because the United States fails to help the Native Americans in issues like this, which happens at an alarming rate in these communities. Miller faced 0 charges for his involvement in crimes involving Iron Eyes. Interestingly, this is all public knowledge too. This isn't even something people can call a conspiracy theory. It's pretty upsetting for sure. Ezra was a busy man around the time of The Flash was coming out because the controversies, unfortunately, don't stop there. In mid-2022, a 12-year-old and her mother got a restraining order from Miller after threatening the family and exhibiting inappropriate behaviors around the 12-year-old. Miller was in town visiting the neighbor of this family and showed up at the family's home in a bulletproof vest and began inappropriately touching the child and pestering her. All while they had a gun on his person, saying they were interested in the child because of her style and maturity. He claimed the child was a mystical being and at one point allegedly came to the family home dressed as a cowboy and attempted to buy the child ponies. A totally unreal series of events. Their attorney tried to downplay these events, but it seemed a little bit strange. It's not hard to side with the parents on this one, especially when you consider the relationship with Iron Eyes just a few years earlier. Believe it or not, no children are safe when Miller is around because Miller found a woman while on his Hawaii rampage who he convinced to move in with him in Vermont along with her 3 children. The father of the children, who claimed that Miller had guns openly around the farm and that one of the children even found a loose bullet laying around and put it in their mouth. The mother claimed Miller was hiding them from her abusive ex, but it was also claimed Miller rested his assault rifle against a pile of children's stuffed animals, and heavy use of marijuana was happening on the property, with one witness claiming Miller at one point blew pot smoke into a child's face as a joke and even fanned more smoke into the child's face while smoking. The farm allegedly had a sizable unlicensed marijuana operation running out of it as well. Eventually, the state of Vermont was trying to remove the children from the mother's care due to the negligence from the mother and the unsafe conditions of the farm. However, social workers and the police could not find the children, and Miller claimed he hadn't seen the children or their mother in 2 months at the time. However, this was in direct contradiction to social media posts, which show much more recent interactions between Miller and the mother. On August 7, 2022, Miller was charged with a felony burglary charge for breaking into a house and stealing several bottles of rice wine. However, he would avoid the felony charge and be charged with trespassing instead. Basically, Miller is a menace to society who at the very least has incredibly inappropriate relationships with children. Somehow they have evaded the law on all of these things, with minor charges coming from what he has done that rarely goes much further than minor fines. They are brazen in their crimes and doesn't really do anything to hide them, mostly attempting to deflect any criticism of these crimes by hiding behind their supposed messiah status. His behavior reminds me of cult leaders, and frankly I wouldn't be surprised if more stories come out in the coming years about Ezra Miller. All of these events I mentioned happened during the active production of The Flash as well. How Warner didn't fire Miller is beyond me personally. However, that is the reality of Hollywood. It also may add greater context to why a section of the fan base wanted Grant Gustin to replace Miller as the Flash. Frankly, I'd be fine with never seeing Miller in a film again. I would even be happier seeing him in jail, but it's Hollywood, so let's be honest, he will probably continue to evade justice. The Flash follows Barry Allen, now more established as a superhero than before, who feels a bit like the Justice League's janitor. with his life as the Flash getting in the way of his social life, along with his obsession in proving that his dad is innocent in the killing of his mom as a kid, which he and his father had been trying to prove for years. Eventually, Flash figures out that he can bend time and go back in time, which he hopes he can do to just tweak what happened to prove his dad's innocence and possibly save his mom. Something Bruce Wayne, Ben Affleck's version, warns Flash against, given it can mess with the fabric of time.
I can fix things. You could also destroy everything. I could save her.
Despite these warnings, Flash goes back and encounters a dark Flash who knocks him out of the timeline. He winds up in a new world, one where his parents are not only both alive and free, but together. While trying to come to grips with this reality, he meets a younger version of Barry, who is a college student who never got his powers, or at least hadn't had the fateful event happen to him yet. He quickly realizes that the time that he got his powers was approaching, but this Barry isn't in the right place to get his powers. He also realizes that General Zod's invasion is looming. Barry assumes he can stop this if other Barry also gets his powers, and he assembles the Justice League. Though, in the process of young Barry getting his powers, present-day Barry loses his. Regardless, if he can assemble the League to fight Zod, he can perhaps cause much of the events of Man of Steel to happen differently, saving numerous lives. Barry also feels guilty because during the events of Man of Steel, he managed to save a child but not his dad, and did little else during the events. Barry quickly learns, however, many of the world's superheroes didn't exist in this timeline. No Aquaman, Wonder Woman, or Cyborg. However, Batman is a well-known superhero, so the Barrys head over to Wayne Manor, only to find that this is a very different Batman, with none other than the version of Michael Keaton's Batman from the original Tim Burton films, rather than Ben Affleck's Batman.
So, you're the reason this Zod character is about to destroy the Earth?
Maybe.
This Bruce hesitates to join Barry and explains what he did to screw up the timeline, making a freaky amalgamation of numerous timelines and worlds, causing a whole mess. Batman eventually joins Barry and they find an old base that they theorize could hold Superman, which would give them a fighting chance against Zod, despite the time starting to tick as Zod's invasion has begun. Batman and the Flashes end up infiltrating the base and finding a Kryptonian, but not the Superman they were expecting, rather his cousin, Kara Zor-El, who is crushed by the seeming demise of her cousin. Supergirl takes some time to convince, but the four create something of an odd Justice League. Barry regains his powers through some mad scientist experiments, and the four confront Zod. However, this quickly proves to be a pointless exercise, with Batman and Supergirl being killed repeatedly, and no way for the Flashes to take on a full Kryptonian army by themselves. The younger, more reckless Flash convinces older Flash to time travel enough to reset the battle, but to no avail. The team fails over and over again. Young Flash becomes obsessed and keeps time traveling, attempting to fix things, until it turns out he becomes the Dark Flash that ended up knocking Barry out of the timeline in the first place.
You go back and let Mom die. You're the inevitable intersection, and you do have to let go.
Flash tries to convince Dark Flash that it's hopeless and changing the past will do more damage to the timeline. Dark Flash attempts to kill older Barry for trying to stop him, but ends up killing young Barry instead, deleting the paradox in the world it created. Flash reverses the timeline one last time to fix what he tampered with by time traveling and undoing what he had done, bumping into his mom for a moment and getting a chance to see what a great woman she was, the whole time seemingly restoring the DCEU back to the way it was. His father is acquitted for his crimes due to him now being seen on the surveillance footage, a seeming last-ditch change that must not have been fixed, with Barry seemingly otherwise back in his timeline. But as Barry leaves the courthouse, he bumps into Bruce Wayne. But again, this is not Affleck's Bruce Wayne nor Keaton's, but this time is George Clooney's from the Batman and Robin film.
What's wrong with you?
The Barrys are co-leads in this film, so I'll talk about each of their arcs separately. The DCEU's standard Barry is still a social outcast who is lost in the responsibilities of being both the Flash and attempting to solve his mother's murder and free his dad. This obsession eventually leads him to tampering with the timeline to hopefully save his dad from prison. This is a slippery slope that causes the Flash to mess everything up, with him obsessed with his power to fix what he perceives as unfair events. When he meets young Barry and Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne, he starts coming to the realization that his power can cause much larger issues to worlds and timelines that aren't his to tamper with. By the end of the film, young Barry, who starts irresponsible and carefree, takes these ideas too far and becomes obsessed, leading the main Barry to learn that he needs to let go and move on with his life. This, of course, comes a little too late, as young Barry is causing potentially impossible to fix issues within the timeline. Barry gets one last moment with his mom that he never had before, and meeting her as an adult and knowing that his actions of fixing the timeline will ultimately lead to her demise, and likely his father's continued incarceration. Though he is finally at peace with the fact that, as unfair as it is, he can't fix what happened without it causing some serious issues for the universe and everyone in it. It's a solid arc with some heartbreaking moments, and Ezra Miller does very well in the part. It's interesting and definitely something unique for the superhero genre. Young Flash had a very different life growing up with both his parents and in a way taking them for granted. He looks up to the DCEU Flash as sort of a mentor and a big brother, and while initially disappointing that Flash, eventually he wants to do anything in his power to make his older self proud. When it's time for him to step up in the climax, he becomes obsessed with fixing things, which turns him into the paradoxical Dark Flash, and only able to break that loop since he can now see himself for the monster he may truly become, sacrificing himself in an attempt to let the old Flash save the timeline, getting rid of both him and his future Dark Flash self in the process. It's an odd character, but again, Miller does a great job playing this inversed Flash and gets to have more fun with the goofy interpretation than his more hardened DCEU version we see in this film. Batman, the Ben Affleck version, is now much more the hero we know from the comics, doing good for good's sake and leading the Justice League with his butler Alfred. The pair start by saving a hospital in the opening action sequence, but Affleck's main role in the film is to be Flash's mentor and warn him that his thought to tamper with the timeline, though understandable given the circumstances, would cause more problems than the Flash could handle. Keaton's version of Batman, on the other hand, is in a different point in his life than Affleck's, having fought crime for 30 years and making his Gotham a prosperous town of peace. This Batman no longer has a mission. He won. And he doesn't see Flash's battle against Zod to be his fight at first until he learns why the Flash did what he did for the sake of his parents, seeing more clearly how his obsession got him into this situation. At which point he vows to help Barry fix things. He has things in common with Ben Affleck's Batman, knowing the risks involved with tampering with the timeline, and at this point he's living in some sort of paradox by no choice of his own. He again has a purpose and helps the Flashes fix what was broken in the universe. Supergirl is a vengeful character being held hostage and deprived of light, keeping her weak and brittle till she's saved, at which point she becomes Supergirl. Unlike Superman, she doesn't inherently want to save the Earth, only seeing the evil that came with it, but after hearing what old Barry's Superman did to save Earth's people, she decided she had no option but to help stop Zod. During the battle with Zod, Zod reveals he killed Kal-El and attempted to get the DNA codec he would need to make a new race of Kryptonians, only to find out it was Kara that had the codec.
What did you do to Kal-El?
Your sacrifice that will allow Krypton to live again.
For more of an explanation on that, check out my Man of Steel video. It's kind of the MacGuffin of that film. This enrages Supergirl, but no matter how hard she fights, the circumstances of her fight with Zod isn't as favorable as Superman's, and even with the redos allowed by young Flash, she just can't beat him. Barry's father, Henry Allen, who is played by Ron Livingston here rather than Bill Kropp as he had been in the Justice League movie, also believes his son needs to move on and that his obsession is keeping him away from meeting friends or girlfriends like Iris, who Barry obviously has been in love with throughout the film. His cards were dealt, it's unfair, but Henry can't change it, and Barry dedicating his life to changing the unchangeable will ruin him, which he doesn't want, given him being imprisoned and his wife being dead, already costing him pretty much everything he has. But Barry himself, who needs to live on for him, essentially. Henry doesn't have the most screen time, but it's pivotal to the Flash's arc, and he tells him, much like Affleck's Batman, that no good can come with obsessing over what is already set in stone.
No, nuh-uh. You need to stop worrying about your old man.
Do that, you might actually have time for a girlfriend.
Though I think he means it from a less literal way than Batman. This film has some of my favorite character arcs in the DCEU, and I think it's second only to Peacemaker, which had much more time to flesh them out. Considering how much action and adventure happens in this film, it's pretty dense with character moments, and add to the already intriguing time travel plot. Henry Braham does the cinematography here, and as we covered in the Suicide Squad video, is James Gunn's standard cinematographer, who I really like, and I think he was another great choice for making this film, with lots of fun shots, different worlds, and decent action. I will say the CGI in this movie is often pretty shoddy, which probably has to do with the large production budget, endless effect shots, and so on. It's disappointing effects work, but I think since this was during the DCEU's death cry, I doubt Warner really cared to put the money in for evergreen or groundbreaking special effects into business. While it's occasionally distracting, I can get past it. Andy Muschietti was claiming this is the style the film was going for, and not WB being cheap, but I mean, come on man. No the fuck it wasn't. You would have liked to have better effects just like we would have. The film was edited by Jason Ballantyne, who did work on a couple of the Star Wars prequels, Mad Max Fury Road, and the It films, Muschietti's previous projects, and I think he was a good choice. He worked with Muschietti in the past and also worked on some busy fast movies like Mad Max with some solid blockbuster work throughout the years. Paul Michelis also edited the film, and his credits include Scott Pilgrim and Baby Driver with Edgar Wright, and the pair did a great job making this intricate film work like clockwork. I think picking people who worked with George Miller on Mad Max or Edgar Wright, two of the most fast-paced working directors of all time, from an editing standpoint was inspired and explains why the movie was cut very well. Tonally, The Flash is all over the board, so to speak, but it manages to tie it all together pretty well, with old Barry being pretty melancholy about the death of his mom and incarceration of his father, hopeful when he thinks he saved them, and of course conflicted when he has to sacrifice his happiness and restore things to the way they were before he started meddling with the timeline. Besides that, there are also some minor, straightforward and fun superhero action. Both of the Batman scenes, with the one with Keaton and the one with Affleck, were just kind of fun superhero romps that you might expect from a more run-of-the-mill superhero film. I thought seeing Affleck more in tune with the traditional non-edgy Batman was fun, and so too was seeing Michael Keaton's over-the-top fight scene that wasn't far off from what we saw in those earlier Tim Burton films from back in the day. Alright, let's talk about the new characters for this film and where they were adapted from. Batman, as portrayed by Michael Keaton, appears in this film and is based largely off Michael Keaton's version of the character that appeared in the Burtonverse duology. It's not considered the same character as he is part of the Flashpoint timeline, but many events in the Keaton films were implied to have happened as well. The comic line, Batman 89, which continues the story of Batman 89 where it left off, is currently considered the canon continuation of Keaton's story, with this acting as an alternate future seemingly, though I guess we might find out in the future, maybe not. Supergirl, or Kara Zor-El, is Superman's cousin. Her history gets retconned and changed obnoxiously often in the comics, but the character was piloted by Otto Binder in Superman 123 before officially debuting with a full origin in Action Comics 252. This version is the Flashpoint timeline Supergirl, as Zack Snyder also created the DCEU Supergirl, who's featured in a tie-in comic and was meant to appear in Man of Steel 2, but whose story never made it to screen due to plan changes for Zack's films beyond Man of Steel. Dark Flash in the comics premiered in Flash Volume 2 number 150 in 1999, and in the comics is an alternate future version of Wally West who couldn't save his wife Linda from death at the hands of Cobra. In the movie, Dark Flash is Barry, but the idea is the same. He's a Flash haunted by death, basically. The costume they made here was kind of a more cinematic throwback to Dark Flashes from the comics. One version of Superman is portrayed to look like George Reeves during Flash's battle in the Chrono Bowl. George Reeves' Flash first appeared in the backdoor film pilot TV series for the adventures of Superman in the film Superman and the Mole Men. This version was primarily based off of Earth 2 Superman, as well as the radio show version, which was popular in the years leading up to the television show of the 1950s. The Flash Jay Garrick briefly appears in a cameo, and he first appeared in Flash Comics 1 in 1940 and was a popular character at the time, being a member of the Justice Society. He makes a quick cameo in this movie, running through George Reeves' Superman's Chrono Bowl. It is unclear if he's intended to be part of the George Reeves' universe or merely being transported through dimensions due to Barry's meddling with the timeline. It's fun to speculate, but we'll never know for sure. It's just kind of a shot they put in the movie. Another Superman who makes his DCEU debut is Christopher Reeves, who famously helmed 4 Superman films in the 70s and 80s, starting with Superman and going through Superman: The Quest for Peace. Much like George Reeves' appearance, it's a CGI interpretation and appears very briefly in the film. Supergirl from the Reevesverse is a spin-off of Superman called Supergirl, and she briefly appeared in this film for the first time with Christopher Reeve's Superman during the climax. She was originally played by Helen Slater. This film uses a CGI model to approximate Slater in 1984, but it was kind of cool to see her and Christopher Reeve's Superman on screen together for the first time, given the fact that the Supergirl film wasn't super successful, thus she never crossed over with the original. Like Superman, a few Batmen appear in this film, including Adam West's version, again brought to life by CGI. This character first appeared in his own show's pilot in the episode Hi Diddle Riddle in January 1966. It's another pretty brief cameo. At one point, we see Nicolas Cage as Superman, approximated in CGI based on how he looked in the 90s. This is based on the concept art from Superman Lives, which is a film that was worked on in the 90s with Nicolas Cage, Kevin Smith, and Tim Burton all tied to the production at one point or another before the film was totally scrapped. In the film, you see him fighting a Thangarian snare beast, which is a character that was invented for Superman Lives. The idea of the giant spider would be reused by the producer of Superman Lives for his film Wild Wild West, starring Will Smith.
I think I'll never get past those rocks.
I'm not a huge Kevin Smith fan, but if you look up his recounting of his time on Superman Lives, you'll see how unhinged some of Warner Bros. Producers were at the time.
Did he bring up the spider? I said he did. He brought up the spider. He tell you guys about the spider? They're like, every day with the fucking spider. I said, what should I do? They're like, just do it, but try not to call it a spider. Can you call it something else? And I was just like, Thangarian snare beast? And they were like, there, go.
We also briefly catch a glimpse of Doomsday, who Cage's Superman was also supposed to fight in the film. The final Batman we saw was George Clooney's version from Joel Schumacher's Batman and Robin, who presumably becomes the DCEU's final Batman after The Flash returns to the DCEU, or a version of it with Clooney as Batman. There's no clarity if this is a new Flashpoint Earth, the DCEU, or if Flash was transferred to the Schumacherverse. Personally, my headcanon is that Barry ends up in the Schumacherverse because I think that'd be an epic way to end the character's DCEU career, and who really cares? And that preserves Batfleck as the DCEU's Batman in case they want him to cross over in the DCU for the inevitable nostalgia bait Batman film, a la Spider-Man No Way Home. Regardless, it was a fun twist because I like George Clooney and think he actually looks amazing as an older Bruce Wayne, despite his film and acting in said film being pretty subpar. The music was done by Benjamin Wall-Fish, who worked on a lot of horror films and more recently some action films, perhaps notable in his work on Muschietti's It duology, and worked under Hans Zimmer for Batman v Superman. He also referenced Danny Elfman's Batman score due to Keaton's appearance as Batman. It's not the most memorable stuff, but it never hurts calling back to some classics, and it all fits in very well. Perhaps due to this ending up being a one-off film, the end credits stinger isn't anything super revealing, just Barry meets with Aquaman to explain the events of the film. Aquaman is drunk, however, and passes out in a puddle before asking Barry for another drink. It's cute, nothing too groundbreaking, but I thought it was kind of fun. I don't always do my good stuff and bad stuff miscellaneous comments on the films, but for this film I have a bit to comment on. The Wonder Woman cameo felt a bit lazy, like her cameo in Shazam, where she just kind of shows up and half-ass chews up a scene. Gal Gadot was still in costume on the Shazam set or something, and some line producer was like, yo, we're filming Flash 2 lots down, mind hopping over to record a cameo? And Gal Gadot was handed a check for like $100,000 and was taken over via golf cart. It felt a bit unnecessary to the scene, but I guess it was cool seeing the core DCEU cast together in almost its entirety for one last time before the universe got retired in favor of a reboot. I don't talk about super suits much, but for this film I was inspired. The Flash's suit looks pretty awful, honestly. They could never nail down what they wanted to do with it. The first one is too much from Justice League, and so is this one, despite being slightly more refined. Honestly, the CW kind of went with an ugly leather to start their show, but by the time the show was closing out, they actually managed to make a pretty alright looking Flash suit. This didn't happen here. This costume is butt ugly. Flashpoint Flash, or Young Barry, whatever, looks cheap too, but I think it's cute. He just quickly rigged up an old Keaton bat suit to make a makeshift suit for the final battle. It was pretty cute. Keaton's suit looked pretty good. It's a bit different than the Tim Burton suits, but it follows the same thesis, and there's a shot where they actually took time to make some Keatonized classic comic bat suits for Michael Keaton's suit closet, which was awesome. I loved that. Even Ben Affleck's bat suit looks pretty nice in this film. I don't love the design philosophy of his bat suits. As I said in the Zack Snyder Justice League review, he always looked a bit stuffed into the suit and puffy, but this blue-gray cowl is nice, and I like the fact that they gave him a blue and gray suit from the comics. That was probably his most worn style of all time, and it finally just made its screen debut here. It's definitely my favorite suit of his. Speaking of Affleck, I was a little worried to sit through 2.5 hours of this movie following the opening Ben Affleck and Flash hospital scene. Barry saving the CGI babies and Batman ripping around in broad daylight had me worried this was going to be a popcorn muncher, so to speak, and that it'd be dumb fun, which is fine, but 2.5 hours seems a bit long for dumb fun. Those movies should be like 90 minutes. This movie, past that scene, is almost entirely not that at all, so I retroactively enjoy that as a little fun intro despite the CGI babies being just so bad. Flash time slow-mo returns here, and in my opinion hasn't changed, and it's still unoriginal and derivative, but whatever, it works. Sadly, I think one of the most glaring problems comic fans have to get past is Barry Allen himself. Ezra Miller's take isn't really much like the level-headed comics version of the character, though I think this film tries to ground him from the more obnoxious comic relief version of his first appearance to something a bit more grounded, despite a few groan-worthy moments, like Flash admitting he's a virgin.
Well, I know sex exists, I've just never experienced it.
This does sort of pay off though, since it's kind of a comedic moment that shows this late 20s, early 30s guy has no life outside of his obsession with getting his dad acquitted, his mother's death, and his life as the Flash, with his dad basically goading him into letting go a bit and getting a life. The moment seems like dead-end cringe that was often written into his Justice League appearance, but actually has a level of payoff. Other than that though, this Flash doesn't have time to be a goober. He has the weight of the world on his shoulders, then the fate of a lot of worlds on his shoulders later in the film. Young Flash takes up more of the carefree goober attitude, which works since his life is dramatically different than main Barry's, so I actually don't mind mind it as much. I guess my point is that while Barry fails to be comic accurate in the DCEU, they do bring him back to his roots a little bit here and find a good enough story to tell that I'm no longer that bothered by his character the way I was during Justice League. On a slight more nitpicky note, Barry's run still looks very dumb, which has not changed for this movie, though at one point when old Barry discovers he lost his powers, he tries to super run and runs around the room doing this ridiculous run they conceived in Justice League, which showed the crew at least retroactively became self-aware of how goofy the Flash's run looked. I also love the part where Flash starts learning about the timeline change, which is called back when young Barry's goofball friends start talking about how movies are in this timeline.
Like Eric Stoltz.
Okay, why do you keep saying Eric Stoltz?
Eric Stoltz, Marty McFly.
What?
Time travel?
Oh, you talking Beauty the F?
Come on, who is this guy?
Eric Stoltz as Marty McFly had me rolling. If you didn't know, they started shooting the film with Eric Stoltz before replacing him with Michael J. Fox for the final Back to the Future film. It was a fun reference, almost exclusively for useless film trivia fans like myself, and I genuinely laughed a bit too hard here. The science experiment to make old Barry get his powers back was cool and felt very Universal Monsters-esque. And finally, Keaton coming back really had me hyped. I try not to be blinded by nostalgia, I really do, but seeing Michael Keaton back was so cool, I'm not even gonna lie. As a kid, I played the hell out of those Batman films from the 80s and 90s, the Schumacher ones too, though I think Keaton was the smart choice. It definitely impacted me on the same level as seeing Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man No Way Home, despite Keaton's involvement being a very public affair, even going back to the initial teases for the film. But shit, both of those two got me as much as I hate to admit it. I also think it may be a hot take, but this is a good end to Keaton's run on Batman. I know this is an alternate timeline maybe, or might be the Tim Burton version, but I'd be fine if it was either, honestly. Granted, between this, the Batman 89 comics, and the Schumacher films, the Michael Keaton's Batman continuity is pretty confused and arguably up to fan interpretation at this point. He's also got a novel based on him coming out soon, which will only muddle things further, I'm sure. Well, in conclusion, I like The Flash. I really enjoyed it, actually, and despite some glaring flaws like poor rushed effects and a lot of blatant nostalgia bait that leaves very few stones unturned in terms of references, it's pretty good, which is somewhat disappointing because Ezra Miller is a terrible person who clearly needs some mental help beyond what their circle is giving them. What can I really say? It's a fun buddy cop movie, with said buddy cops being a pair of Barry Allens who live different lives and go through different arcs, and in a lot of ways, this film feels like a farewell to the characters of the DCEU, seeing Ben Affleck's Batman, Ezra Miller's Flash, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman one last time, revisiting the original film in the DCEU, Man of Steel, and wrapping up in something of a retrospective in DC film and television for the last 60 years. It almost feels anticlimactic given how much this movie plays out, that this didn't just bookend the DCEU, and it's a shame. Its marketing was always weak, perhaps slightly deceptive, not really showing what the film truly set out to do. I think this confused and polarized audiences, leading everyone to kind of forget about the movie right away after seeing it, though not many people even bothered seeing it, judging by the box office, which we'll get into soon. The film is kind of depressing, and at the end, Flash screws up everything and really fails to do anything. But that's kind of the point, which also possibly led to some of the polarizing response. It's not nearly as happy-go-lucky as most superhero films. It's a delightfully miserable film, and it also knows how to make it occasionally fun, trippy, and weird. I think it explained its throwback Keaton cameo better than Spider-Man No Way Home did, with that movie causing major questions for viewers, like if Spider-Man wished away everyone knowing he was Peter, and that stopped everyone from coming to his world, wouldn't that too make people like Mary Jane forget Peter was Spider-Man from the Sam Raimi series? And do the villains just go back and die, or what? This film explains that Keaton, like young Barry, is a paradox in the timeline and only became real due to the Flash's meddling with the timeline. Pretty easy, less questions afterwards, and most everything is reverted by the end anyways. Frankly, it's just a really well done time travel epic, even beyond being a superhero movie. And though this isn't the first time traveling superhero film or the first multiverse epic, it pairs both with mastery and a philosophy I think works better than the MCU's more whimsical take on the concepts. Andy Muschietti is hired on to do Brave and the Bold, the upcoming Batman family movie following Bruce Wayne and his son Damian, and I'm excited. We saw him experiment heavily with 2 previous versions of Batman, and I think he did a great job bringing them both to screen, so I look forward to him being able to do his own take on the character from the ground up, and hopefully we see more fun, trippy superhero action from the director moving forward. Flash made a theatrical haul of $270 million behind a budget of about $210 million. This is before we count the amount of times the film was reworked and retooled. If we consider the time and effort of marketing on top of the $210 million production budget, it's pretty clear that The Flash is a historical disaster in the history of Hollywood. Now, I know the film is pretty new, but it's pretty clear that Warner Bros. Blew it on this one. The film has a 63% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 55 out of 100 on Metacritic, people praising the performance, humor, and the creative action sequences, but weren't impressed by the CGI in the third act of the film. Others criticized the use of deceased actors in the film's multiverse segments at the end, including the use of deceased actors like Adam West as Batman, Christopher Reeves and George Reeves, both as Superman, etc., which people saw as an alarming trend in Hollywood that has reared its ugly head a few times since it was popularized during Rogue One: A Star Wars Story back in 2016 when they brought Peter Cushing back as Grand Moff Tarkin via CGI. Blue Beetle didn't blow me away on my first watch. It just kind of felt like your average superhero movie with a Hispanic reskin. Not that that's a bad thing. It was a cool setting, the cast was good, and it seemed like everyone had a good time filming the movie. I also got interested in the Ted Kord mystery and wouldn't mind seeing where that goes one day. Blue Beetle's development wasn't anything crazy, being announced in 2018 and set to be based on the Jaime Reyes version of Blue Beetle, who was the third Blue Beetle after Dan Garrett and Ted Kord. Jaime's story was set to be the first major superhero film based on a Hispanic character. By the time production started, it was supposed to be released on HBO Max, along with a handful of other mid-budget projects such as the famously scrapped Batgirl film, and would be the only one of this planned side slate to ever end up seeing the light of day after moving to a full theatrical production with an increased budget for post. Angel Manuel Soto was tapped to direct after an ill-fated attempt to develop a DCEU film based on the Batman adversary Bane. The filming seemed to go down without much drama or issues. Unlike The Flash, the cast kept out of trouble, making it a pretty smooth production. It's uncertain if Blue Beetle would have transitioned into the new DCU, but James Gunn has left the possibility open. Blue Beetle follows a recent college graduate, Jaime Reyes, who returns home to his quirky family, and with his father's health declining, Jaime decides it's a great time to get a job. This leads to him working with his sister as a maid at Victoria Kord's house, who runs Kord Industries. Though he is fired from the job, he meets Victoria's niece, Jenny, who offers to help him find a job, and they set up a meeting at Kord Industries. However, this plan is cut short as Jenny finds out the Scarab, a tool her father used as the Blue Beetle years earlier before disappearing, is being used by her aunt to create weapons for the Army's OMAC program, so she steals the Scarab right as Jaime arrives. With no time to explain, she gives Jaime the Scarab and tells him not to look at it, just find somewhere safe for it until she can come and meet up with him later. Jaime takes it home and shows it to his family, who are all confused what it is. However, quickly it latches on to Jaime and turns him into the Blue Beetle. Jaime meets up with Jenny asking for answers, and she explains what the Scarab is and the fact that it basically chose him. Jenny says she needs a smartwatch from Kord Industries that was owned by her father and will help them in their quest, so they head over there and break in with the help of Jaime's uncle, Rudy, but are confronted by Carapax, who also seemingly was given an exosuit by Victoria. The duo fight, and Jaime narrowly wins with help of his scarab, and the crew make it to Ted Kord's old abandoned house and his Blue Beetle lair, where Jenny dumps exposition on him. After this, Victoria mounts an attack on the Reyes home, hoping to retrieve the scarab. Jaime is captured and his father dies of a heart attack during the assault, visiting Jaime, I guess, in heaven, all of Superman meeting his dad on the mountain in Batman v Superman.
She was my world. I miss you, son.
And his dad is like, you gotta beat Blue Beetle, dude. Meanwhile, the grieving family decides to save Jaime from Victoria's evil fortress with help from Jenny, and the group goes in, managing to do just that. Outside of the fortress, Jaime confronts Carapax again and manages to appeal to his humanity, and despite wanting Carapax dead, he learns vengeance isn't the way of a hero and not what his dad would want or whatever, noticing he easily could have ended up like Carapax if that's the path he follows. Carapax also has a sad backstory. The family escape right as Carapax overloads and self-destructs his armor, blowing him and Victoria up and her testing facility to the ground in the process. Jenny helps the family along with the community to drink beer and fix the family's destroyed house, despite that probably not being advisable in a construction zone, and Jenny takes over Kord Industries. Jaime and Jenny kiss and the movie is over. The film has a fairly concise group of characters comprising of Blue Beetle, his family, Victoria, Jenny Kord, and Omac. Everyone kind of plays roles throughout, so let's go through them. Jaime Reyes, or Blue Beetle, just graduated college, and like any college graduate facing real life, has to fight real hard to get a job. This is compounded by the fact that his dad is having some serious health issues, which along with his college is taking a financial toll on the Reyes family. When Jaime gets the scarab, he is thrown in a life of a reluctant superhero, being the only one in his family to really trust Jenny Kord out the gate and wanting to free himself from the scarab and return to a normal life. After he meets his deceased father in a vision, Jaime decides that though the hero life isn't one he chose, it's one he needs to embrace. Jenny Kord is the daughter of the second Blue Beetle, Ted Kord, who went missing at some point before the film. She is against her aunt's use of Kord Industries to make powerful and dangerous weapons, as she wants to follow in her father's philosophy of peace and whatnot. When Jaime gets the scarab, she realizes she needs to help him stop the madness that her aunt has created and stop her from attacking the Reyes family in the search of her goals. Her and Jaime eventually get in a kind of cheesy Michael Bay-esque movie relationship by the end, based off nothing really, but both of them being the main characters and being a couple of attractive folks. Milagro Reyes is Jaime's sister and kind of is his support system, with the duo being very close. Milagro goes with her grandmother to save Jaime from Victoria's evil base and proves herself to be brave or whatever, despite the mounting odds against her and her family. Rocio Reyes is Jaime's mother and pretty much does nothing but stands in the background and gets sad when her husband dies. Alberto Reyes is definitely the Uncle Ben of Blue Beetle, so to speak, dying due to the consequences of Jaime getting the scarab and having a heart attack when the family is attacked by Victoria. No level of blame can really be put on Jaime though, since he kind of got the scarab by happenstance, but they use his death as a bridge into the third act. Rudy Reyes is Jaime's QAnon crazy uncle that has weird gadgets and makes machines to basically hide from the government. George Lopez plays him to be occasionally funny and interesting, I suppose, and I think the main thing about Rudy is that he's just sort of a weird, quirky uncle, which I think works well enough in this story about a family being put at the center of a superhero dispute. He's a little obnoxious occasionally, but I don't mind him too much. Nana Reyes is the comic relief meme character that is kind of the match that lights the Mimi third act. Turns out she was once a revolutionary, so she grabs a big gun and runs in to save Jaime from the fortress he is captured in. Milagro is armed with a Nintendo Power Glove that I guess has superpowers as well. This movie ripped off that like 2007 retro game reviewer meme for some reason. and Jenny gets exploding bubblegum. This whole segment is an odd tonal shift that we will get back to eventually. Victoria Cord is the sister of the missing Ted Cord, and she runs Cord Industries, and she's a generic evil white businesswoman who I think they modeled off of Hillary Clinton for some reason. She is just evil and wants to use the world for profit, blah blah blah, you get the picture. Omac is last and is Victoria's evil henchman bodyguard with his own Iron Man Blue Beetle suit. Eventually, we learn after a mech suit fight that Omac is only bad due to being the victim of circumstances. Sadly, they don't really flesh out Omac much, only tell us a tearjerker backstory about 3 minutes before he blows himself to pieces. He's basically just fight scene fodder at the end of the day. Cinematography was handled by Powell Pogrinski, who's most well known for his work with Ari Aster on his mid-budget art house horror films like Midsommar and Hereditary, with this being really his only Hollywood blockbuster that he worked on. And it doesn't look bad, but it's kind of shocking it was shot by the same guy who shot some of these movies, since Midsommar really lives and dies in part off of the really solid and thoughtful cinematography throughout that film. For this film, we kind of just get the Marvel house style. It's competent, yes. Is it remarkable? No, not really. I do think the special effects team did a good job bringing the suit to life, and for being a relatively small DCEU project, I would say the CGI looks pretty solid throughout the film. Bobby Krillick, known professionally as the Hacks and Cloak, did the soundtrack for this film. He actually worked on a few films with Ari Aster as well, including Midsommar, but also worked on the soundtrack for Red Dead Redemption 2 and has a few standard albums of his own, and produced tracks for a number of artists. Not exclusively working and scoring films, but he does a lot of other projects as well. The score isn't super memorable, but it's kind of unique and youthful, with an industrial electronic feel that's sort of fitting for this alien supersuit superhero. I don't hate it. The soundtrack also has Latin covers of well-known English songs, Blame It on the Boogie, which was a song by Mick Jackson and then covered by the Jackson 5. Mick Jackson, despite also being named Michael Jackson, is unrelated to the Michael Jackson from the Jackson 5. That was just a weird coincidence, I guess. The Latin cover is by Damien Castravo. There's also a cover of Be My Baby by the 60s girl group The Ronettes, which is covered by Juventud Crassa, and these are both pretty fun, honestly. I like it, kind of sets the vibe a bit for me for this Latin-based superhero film, since I like both the original versions of these songs, and it sets a fun tone. I don't know, it's cool though. Craig Alpert handled the editing, known for projects like Toy Story 2, Borat, Black Dynamite, and Deadpool 2. As well as many others. He's usually not the lead editor, working in tons of editorial departments, but consistently working through the 2000s till now, and occasionally being the lead editor for some movies. For his part, he did a pretty good job. This film doesn't have any glaring editing issues, and I think he did a good job putting the whole thing together cleanly. I also think some of the action scenes have particularly seamless editing. For example, during the bunker fight, there's some cool stuff. As I sort of alluded to, the tone of Blue Beetle is sort of all over the place. The movie has Rudy and the family, who start the movie, occasionally a bit goofy. However, the film feels fun yet grounded. That is, until the end of the second act. The film gets a little tragic after the death of the family patriarch Alberto, but instead of kind of coming together for a fun but grounded finale, the film goes off the rails, with Nana being a militia guerrilla fighter, Jenny having exploding bubblegum, and Milagro having a Nintendo Power Glove that can make energy constructs a la Green Lantern. The film definitely jumps the shark following the father's death. It kind of recovers when Jaime is fighting Omac, but I think by that point it's a little too late to re-establish the stakes of the movie. I get kind of taken out when I see the Nintendo Power Glove as a magical super weapon. God damn it. Recycled from every basement YouTube gamer in 2008, and as someone who kind of was around for all of that, it just sort of comes off a little cheesy to me. It also perhaps would have worked better if it was established and not just something the team threw in there for no real reason. Perhaps the Beetle cave thing could have had an establishing shot on some old Nintendo games or something. I don't know. Honestly, I think there's no way to uncheesy the lead up to the climax for me though. The film has a lot of characters adapted for it, so let's get into it. Jaime Reyes, the third Blue Beetle, first appearing in Infinite Crisis number 3. After he received the Scarab, he was given an Iron Man-like armor, which allows him to shoot lasers, fly, and have enhanced strength, and so on. The film version is pretty accurate, with both characters living in Palmyra City in Texas. Ted Kord and his legacy weigh heavily on the lore of this film, with his company Kord Industries being a major player in the film, and his daughter being Jaime's love interest. In the film, Kord was the second Blue Beetle, much like in the comics. Ted first appeared in Captain Atom number 83 in 1966 from Charleston Comics, and was created by Spider-Man co-creator Steve Ditko. However, after Charlton was purchased by DC, he became a major player in comics such as Justice League and Booster Gold, and even having a couple series in his own right. He served as the inspiration for Aquaman from Alan Moore's Watchmen as well, much like several other Charleston heroes. Dan Garrett was mentioned as well, and he's the original Blue Beetle and one of the earliest comic book superheroes, premiering in Mystery Men Comics number 1 in 1939, and was created by Fox Comics. When Fox Comics went bankrupt, Charlton bought the character and brought him back, and eventually rebooted with Ted Kord before DC bought the rights to Charlton. Another character that was mentioned in the film that we don't see was Fire Fist. He was created for Blue Beetle Volume 6 number 1 from 1986. Fire Fist is basically your average flame-based character that fought Ted Kord a handful of times back in the day. OMAC in the film is a combination of two characters from the comics. In the comics, he's called Carpax and is the villain of Blue Beetle, which the character is primarily based on in the film, aesthetically and power-wise, who first appeared in Blue Beetle Volume 6 number 1. The OMAC side of the character was based on OMAC, who has been a series of characters, first appearing in OMAC number 1 from 1974 and being created by the great Jack Kirby. OMAC uses Brother Eye satellites, which allows him to kind of see everything in the world. Definitely a cool kind of early satellite paranoia thing, which, ended up being kind of spot on for today's world. El Chaplin Colorado appears in the credits and first appeared in his TV show of the same name. His character was created and portrayed by late Mexican comedian Chespirito, and his character was translated to English as the Red Grasshopper, who was a goofy superhero that got into weird slapstick situations. He's the only superhero to appear in the DCEU that has no ties to Warner Bros. Or DC, with them licensing the character as a gag for the end of the movie. Though he's not canon to the DCEU as a character, his TV show does exist in the universe. The film kind of draws from a million sources other than the Latin theming, which was unique for mainstream superhero cinema. It doesn't really add much to the canon of the genre. The Jaime Reyes version of Blue Beetle naturally is going to be compared to Iron Man because he was definitely designed to be a DC counterpart to that character. The design is very much inspired by the Iron Man looks from the day, but even beyond that, OMAC, who isn't really OMAC but more Carpax from the comics, is an evil supersuit-clad Blue Beetle villain, though he's actually a villain to Ted Kord's version of Blue Beetle. Regardless, they picked Carapax because he has a cool-looking evil supersuit for Blue Beetle to fight, which is the formula used for Iron Man and Iron Man 2. The fights between Jaime and OMAC definitely wanted to have that vibe as well of the kind of metal-on-metal superhero suit action. I also hate the clone antagonist trope since it was so painfully overused by Marvel early on in their run. They loved this shit, and I hoped it was a trope people stopped using. Notable examples are Black Panther and Killmonger, Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket, Superman and Zod, Iron Man and Ironmonger, Iron Man and Whiplash, Flash and his 500 evil flashes from the comics and the TV show. You also have the suit talking to him, which is sort of reminiscent of Jarvis in Iron Man in the MCU, and Karen from the Spider-Man series, with a tinge of the Venom symbiote style, since the suit can take control of itself and has a mind of its own. The death of his father feels a bit like a Spider-Man Uncle Ben moment. The city Palmyra also kind of gives Wakanda vibes on how it looks and how they shot it. And you're telling me they didn't steal the evil experiment layer at the end from X-Men's Weapon X stuff? The tone is very Marvel-esque with some tinges of Michael Bay at points. Jaime and Jenny talking about the Scarab feels Transformers-esque, with the ending kiss between the two characters with little to no chemistry throughout the film definitely feels pulled from the school of Michael Bay. That and the scene has a boner joke, which is definitely a Michael Bay trope.
I feel a surge of blood rushing towards your mid-region.
It has a lot in common with a lot, and it starts to get a little distracting, honestly, with me constantly comparing it to other things. In the end credits scene, we hear Ted Kord's voice from a computer, implying he's still alive. A TV show that stars Zolo Mardura and has several creatives returning is happening supposedly, so this might actually go somewhere in the future during the DCEU, but it's yet to be fully seen. I hope it does though, because I think Ted Kord would be a fun addition to the DCU, and it might be fun having two very different Blue Beetles running around the universe. And with a Booster Gold show in development as well, who's Ted Kord's close friend in the comics, perhaps the three characters will have some synergy and make some cool things happen. I hope so, at least. Also, a first of its kind big budget superhero sitcom starring the Justice League International needs to happen, and that would be fun, and it can't really happen without Booster Gold and Ted Kord. Regardless, if something like that happens or not, read the Justice League International book. It's a very fun read. The second post-credit scene is more of a fun, clearly non-canon stinger. It's a shout out to El Chapulín Colorado, which is the Mexican TV show from the 70s that was a parody of superhero TV shows, as I stated earlier when I mentioned him in my Adapted From segment. I never heard of the show, but it was fairly long running and probably a cute nod for any South American superhero fans who were familiar with the franchise. Blue Beetle is fine. I like that it deepens the lore of the DCEU with references to both Ted Kord and Dan Garrett, proving superheroes have been around for a long time, even before Superman revealed himself in Man of Steel, and all the suits were pretty accurate, which I think is cool too. It was, however, very formulaic and not that original, which also kind of made it a boring watch, honestly. The film has a hard time hooking me, since it seemingly has so few original ideas, and also the presentation of these stolen ideas aren't particularly that good. It's not terrible, but man, there just isn't really anything to sink my teeth into here. It's so derivative. Blue Beetle made a box office haul of $129 million off of a budget of $104 million, which after marketing means Blue Beetle failed to make money. It did pretty decent critically, however, with a 78% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 61 out of 100 on Metacritic. Critics feel that Blue Beetle was family friendly and fun, but was derivative of films like Spider-Man Homecoming, with powers all too familiar to Iron Man, with points of the movie being similar to moments in that trilogy. Recently, at the time of this video, a Blue Beetle animated series is set to come out in the next couple years, with Zolo Marduna set to return as Blue Beetle, and much of the creatives behind the scenes also attached in production roles in one way or another. This means it's likely in some form Blue Beetle will return to the DCU, though in what capacity beyond the animated series and how much of the film will pull over is yet to be seen. It is set to be released on Max, but at the time of this writing we aren't positive when it'll be released or how far along in development it is. The writer, Gareth Donat Alcoro, was attached to write the remake of Scarface as well, so I'm not sure he'll be back for this. Hopefully it'll be pretty original and make for a show that can drum up enough hype for a potential future live-action appearance for the character. For now though, the film was kind of a failure, and the Jaime Reyes character and his future in film and television is a bit up in the air. Aquaman and the Last Kingdom came out when the DCEU was dead and gone, limping out the release of Blue Beetle despite the fact that The Flash felt much more like a conclusion than this film. And when I first saw the film, I absolutely hated it. It was weirdly paced, stilted, and felt much like a second entry in a franchise that the studio behind it already knew was doomed. Pretty much exactly what it was. The film, in a lot of ways, felt so limp. They already planned to reboot this, so the film had no consequence and nothing new set up. It also wasn't a conclusion, evidently, when it started production, hence it feeling like the DCEU died in a whimper instead of a bang it could have if Flash was the final entry. I had already started this video project before this film came out, which also made it quite odd. What could this film add to the canon of the DCEU? Would I have something to kind of sink my teeth into as the end portion of this video? Nope, not really. Aquaman didn't have the most dramatic creative process, despite one of its actors being caught up in a lot of drama, which we'll come back to. After the success of Aquaman, James Wan and Jason Momoa were all in on a sequel, with Wan comparing the Kingdom of Atlantis to other franchises such as the Star Wars Galaxy or Middle-earth, with the pair trying to decide what angle to go with the sequel, which creatively seemed to give them an opening to really dive into Aquaman and his lore. At one point, they considered letting go and recasting Amber Heard because of the lack of chemistry, but Elon Musk, Amber Heard's ex-boyfriend and the richest man on earth, pressured Warner Bros. Into keeping her, so she was not fired in the role. Peter Safran and Wan signed on as producers, but at first we didn't know for sure if he would direct or work as a creative consultant, like what he does with a lot of his old horror franchises such as Saw, The Conjuring, or Insidious. At the time, Wan really wanted a Trench spin-off, but plans would fall through on that. We'll come back to that in the final video. Eventually, after he finished the relatively stripped-back film Malignant, Wan would go all in on Aquaman 2, with him bringing on several frequent collaborators again, such as Patrick Wilson coming back. Beyond the intervention of Elon Musk getting Amber Heard back on the projects when producers were considering cutting her, she also had some drama going on off the set of Aquaman, much like Ezra Miller and their controversies, and it had fans questioning if they should be allowed on the movie at all. It all started in 2009 when she met Johnny Depp on the set of The Rum Diary. A few years later, the two began dating, and after that, in 2015, got married. A few years later, when the couple separated, they both began claiming the other was abusive and began publicly airing out their dirty laundry, including accusations of domestic abuse on both sides, apparent sexual abuse, drug use on both sides, and at one point, Johnny Depp had part of his finger sliced off, and he started writing profanities all over the wall in his own blood. Depp and Heard both claimed the other was the aggressor in the situation, though audio recordings show Heard admitting to hitting Depp, while also saying the courts wouldn't believe him over her if they went to court. The trial was a total spectacle, with Heard admitting at one point that she intentionally shit the bed as a prank after a fight with Johnny, and she said it was a practical joke. Ultimately, the pair ended up looking totally unhinged. Warner Bros. Initially sided with Amber Heard, firing Johnny Depp from the second Fantastic Beasts film, which ironically co-starred Ezra Miller, and moved forward with Heard as Mera in Aquaman. Fans, on the other hand, seemed to take Johnny's side with a petition that was signed by 1.5 million people requesting Heard's removal from this film. And with Johnny's reputation in Hollywood back on the upswing once the conclusion of the trial happened, in the end, both were found guilty, with Heard owing Depp a total of $15 million in damages and Depp owing Heard $2 million, meaning Johnny Depp netted around $13 million off of Heard, but most likely lost more than that in revenue from the multiple roles he missed and damage to his reputation. Warner Bros. Ultimately got a lot of shit from fans due to their blatant double standards by firing Depp and not Heard, and Miller for their various issues as well, with some fans unsure if they even wanted to support Aquaman, with WB supporting Heard and not Johnny Depp. The drama doesn't end there though, because in November 2023, reports came out that Amber Heard claimed Jason Momoa dressed as Johnny Depp to troll her, and that it made her feel really uncomfortable and upset. I don't think this was the case though. They both just happen to wear a lot of rings, necklaces, v-necks, and hats. That's all I ever see Jason Momoa wearing outside of his Aquaman outfit. And I think the similar outfit choices shouldn't have really been a controversy to her, because they both kind of have that manly yet effeminate dude energy. It is what it is. I think Heard was overreacting, but it's still funny. Anyways, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is a plot about family, just like Fast and the Furious, and forgiving and whatever else. In the years since the first Aquaman, Arthur had started ruling Atlantis, married Mera, and had his son, while also visiting his father Tom frequently, raising his son in his father's lighthouse. Though much like the Fast and the Furious films, which James Wan is a veteran of, the film starts with a larger evil, Black Manta, threatening to destroy both land and sea with pollution using powers he's granted by Atlan's evil brother Kordax. So in a move that is very Fast and Furious, Arthur breaks his own brother Orm out of prison, that he put him in following the first film, and the pair must go on an adventure to unravel the mysteries of Kordax and stop Black Manta once and for all. Eventually, Black Manta, armed with the Black Trident, revives Kordax as Orm and Arthur confront the pair after Black Manta kidnapped Arthur Jr. Black Manta almost kills Aquaman, but Mira comes and saves Arthur. After this, she makes off with Arthur Jr., and despite Black Manta being subdued, Orm is possessed by Kordax. However, Aquaman convinces his brother to fight, which leads the brothers to confront Kordax themselves. The Black Trident is destroyed, which kills Kordax, but the structure they're in starts to collapse, so they leave, with the structure collapsing on Black Manta, who for some reason forgives Arthur in his dying moments.
Never.
I don't know why. He was freakishly evil throughout the whole franchise, and now he's better, I guess. Aquaman decides to free Orm, telling him to hide out, and they'll call him if needed. The film ends on a rousing, if a bit out of left field, speech from Aquaman.
I come here today as a representative of two worlds, the land and the sea.
The main characters of this film are definitely Aquaman and Orm, but of course the rest of the Aquaman family like Mira, Atlanta, Tom, and Arthur Jr. are also here. As I stated, this movie is a family movie. A common theme for these blockbuster projects, it seems. Aquaman is living the life anyone in his position would want. He has a wife, a kid, rules Atlantis, and his mother and father's support by his side. The only problem for Aquaman is that it's all starting to get kind of boring for him, and he longs for the adventures he used to have, so when his former adversary, Black Manta, threatens Atlantis and threatens to destroy the world, he is happy to be on the case. However, he will need assistance from his brother Orm, since he knows Black Manta and the Black Trident and whatnot. Issue is, Aquaman knows the other kingdoms of Atlantis wouldn't be particularly happy if the leader of a side on the Atlantean Civil War from the last film was freed, but regardless, Arthur gleefully breaks out his brother. Their relationship is of course awkward, but over the course of the film, the brothers bond and learn what it truly means to not only be leaders in Atlantis, but also brothers and family. Orm, to an extent, has seen the error of his ways, but only to an extent at first. He definitely is taking this horrid imprisonment as deserved and is more concerned about the politics of him being broken out by Arthur than being grateful for his brother's mercy.
The safety and security of Atlantis is a sacred trust. No king has allowed the Great City Wall to be breached in 100 generations.
This is likely because of his fierce royal and political upbringing, something Arthur starts to chip away a bit as the film progresses. The film attempts to recontextualize Orm from a stiff, ruthless villain to somewhat of a sympathetic product of his environment, which I think it does an alright job of doing. Black Manta still hates Arthur. Naturally, he killed his father, and unlike Orm, who can be recontextualized, Black Manta is a little harder to do that with. He wasn't doing what he has done under the pretense of duty. He was a ruthless, in-it-for-himself pirate who eventually gets redeemed to an extent when he tells Arthur to keep living or whatever. This is a pretty rushed arc for a guy who just kidnapped an infant a few scenes earlier and is on a quest to kill everyone in Atlantis and the world. I know that he was partially influenced by the Black Trident, but it's pretty rushed. Kordax is the final boss of the DCEU and is in the true tradition of the universe, a weird-looking CGI character.
I have waited countless centuries.
He kind of feels and looks like a Pirates of the Caribbean villain. I actually don't totally hate the design though. He is more or less, like I said, a final boss who is kind of a consequence of the story over an actual character with motivation, being an evil ghost man who wants to rule the world or whatever. Rupert Gregson Williams returns to this film to score this one. It's fine, nothing too memorable. The film also features an original song from the X-Ambassadors and a few licensed tracks, Born to Be Wild by Steppenwolf, China Girl by Iggy Pop, and Spirit in the Sky from Norman Greenbaum, which was noticeably also in the original Guardians of the Galaxy film by James Gunn. The movie mostly works musically, but come on, they really should have brought back Pitbull for this one. Pitbull was just chef's kiss. He was perfect in the last movie. Kirk Morey returns from the first Aquaman to edit this film, and he tried his best. I think the film's shot-for-shot editing is good and has okay enough energy. The issue arrives when you consider the film seemingly had to be stripped down since the universe wasn't continuing after this. Many of Mira's scenes were cut down or cut out due to controversy around her and difficulties on set, Ben Affleck's Batman was set to show up according to Jason Momoa in July 2022, but that was cut with the relaunch since there was no point in setting up plot points that would never go anywhere. Keaton's version of Batman was considered to cameo as well after the film was delayed behind Flash, and the whole movie needed to be recut after subpar test audience viewings, which who knows what that means? Test audience viewings can sometimes really hamper the studio's abilities to allow creativity. Essentially, the film was shot, constructed, and then repeatedly recut and redone due to issues with the studio, Amber Heard, test audiences, and more. And with the upcoming reboot connecting to the wider universe was seen as potentially confusing by Warner Bros. For general audiences, so they just cut out a lot of the wider universe stuff and made this movie more or less standalone. This leads to a film that feels super bare bones, simple, and attempting to be crowd-pleasing, but not really having much else to it. There just isn't much meat on the bone here to make a really good film. Don Burgess, a longtime cinematographer who also shot the original Aquaman film, shot this, and he ended up doing a solid job again. It looks very consistent with the first film in look and feel, which pulls over with the effects team's CG work, which is kind of surprisingly good considering how close to the end they were. Like, it's not perfect, but considering they were just kind of throwing this one out the door, it doesn't look awful. I like the new costumes, and they did an okay job bringing Kordax, the new CGI villain, to life, despite him looking like a green Jack Frost from those Rankin Bass films. I hate generic, personality-lacking CG characters, but I think Kordax looks fine, I guess, and he is what he is. The end credits stinger didn't really have much left to sting, so to speak. Orm eats a hamburger, and it has a cockroach in it. Which he doesn't think is odd since he's a seaman, and now that he's on land, he's never had a hamburger before. I like this enough, and I think it's wild. The final shot of the DCEU is Patrick Wilson eating a hamburger with a CGI cockroach in it. I think it's a perfect metaphor for the DCEU as a whole. I'm not sure how, but it definitely is. Aquaman and the Last Kingdom added a few characters to the lineup of the DCEU, so let's discuss them. Stingray showed up in this film, and this is actually the first appearance of the character, but hey, DC did have a Stingray character once before, the briefly shown Stingray, which is an alternate version of Batman from an imaginary tale that if Bruce Wayne was inspired to be an aquatic hero after the death of his parents rather than Batman. Grant Morrison would also make a version of the character later in his Multiversity line of comics from 2015, which is actually a super interesting series. They have a kind of remake of Watchmen with the Charleston heroes, which was the original idea of the story. Lots of good stuff there. But was Stingray the inspiration for this character? Probably not. They just said, oh, Stingray is an animal in the ocean. Kordax first appeared in Atlantis Chronicles 4 from 1990 and was an Atlantean outcast and ancestor of Aquaman, who was a sexual assault baby who had a freakish appearance that led him to be abandoned at birth. He would go on to fight Atlantis for what they did to him, and after his defeat, they had a superstition, the Curse of Kordax, that would lead blonde babies to being abandoned as a precaution, which, wasn't he evil because he was abandoned for being blonde? I'm not tracking how he was a villain here. In the modern continuity, he isn't just some weird Atlantean folk legend, but an actual villain who is an ancestor of Aquaman who is immortal due to dark magic. In the film, they loosely adapt the character who is a bit different than either version. This version's Atlan's evil brother, who was defeated by Atlan centuries ago, and cursed and trapped or whatever, until the Black Trident thing reemerges with Black Manta, and he comes back. Arthur Jr. or Aqua Baby first appeared in Aquaman 23 from 1965 and was the son of Aquaman and Mera, being an occasionally used plot device for Aquaman up till 1977's Adventure Comics 452, where Aqua Baby was killed by Black Manta after being held captive by the villain. In this film, Aqua Baby is also kidnapped by Black Manta. This time he is not murdered by the villain though. This makes sense though. I don't think general audiences would have taken the death of Aqua Baby very well, and in the years since Adventure Comics 452, the comics world never took too well to the plot point, and it's rarely mentioned beyond being a really odd piece of trivia that at one point in the 70s, they killed off Aquaman's infant son. Pretty weird. That's actually it. Just two characters that can loosely be called an adaptation in any sort of sincere sense. Kingfish also appears in this movie and has a Milestone iteration, but Milestone is technically independent and just published through DC. That's the company that has Static Shock and stuff. It's a pretty cool black run comic company that has plenty of original African American heroes, but I'm assuming King Fish was kind of just an adaptation of King Shark, who was used by the Suicide Squad, so James Gunn kind of beat Aquaman 2 to the punch on that one. Let's see, what else? I thought the intro, catching us up with Aquaman like we are meeting him at a bar for the first time in 5 years, was fun, and the Born to Be Wild soundtrack was fitting and fun. The film kind of drops the Star Wars prequel comparisons I made for the first Aquaman. This film is very straightforward and not at all concerned about the lore that the first movie wanted to portray so deeply. The first 20 minutes of the film is heavy on exposition, and the rest is just end-to-end action and adventure, for better or worse, with James Wan never really putting his foot on the brakes. If he did in the earlier draft, that was all cut. Black Manta's giant futuristic submarine literally has a wooden pirate ship wheel, which is hilarious, but truthfully, the world design and ship design remained an important aspect of this film, and they actually have a lot of good looking stuff here. The end is also so cheesy, but I like it. When Aquaman gives his rousing speech to the world, sure, at this point, why not? Aquaman, give us a rousing speech. Let's see it. I'm here for it.
Atlantis stands ready to help contribute its science and technology with your knowledge of the air and our knowledge of the seas.
My initial thoughts on Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, much like Aquaman, is what the hell is this shit? My second watch, much like the original Aquaman, is slightly more positive. Is this film good? No, not at all. It's rushed, cheesy, and poorly paced. However, the film has some out-of-this-world crazy moments that are kind of just dumb fun. The film is very, very green screen centric again, which reminds me of this, but despite the very odd tone, I think the directing is sound, and though it's not ideal for the consumer, I think they did the best with what they had. Overall, it's a mixed bag for me. I really don't hate it, but it's not very good either. The film made $434 million on a budget of around $210 million. After marketing and stuff, it probably broke dead even, and I wouldn't consider it a success or a huge failure. Considering the turning tide of the genre and the upcoming reboot of the DC universe in film, it probably did alright considering, but not the gangbusters the first movie did. The film landed on an embarrassing 34% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is pretty bad honestly, especially from a superhero film, and a 42 out of 100 on Metacritic. Momoa was nominated for the Best Action Star of the Year at the People's Choice Awards, but little else of note. Overall, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom was an abject failure, and the victim of a universe that had finally run out of stories to tell, and was already in the grave by the time this film came to theaters. And thus, we've finally finished all of the DCEU movies. There's still quite a bit to go over, so if you're watching these individually, check out my larger video to see things like my ranking, talking about canceled DC movies, etc. Well, that was the DCEU as it relates to primary projects in the series. It built a world that was meant to be connected and cohesive, all of the MCU, but after a mixed reaction to Batman v Superman and the fact that the rival series at Disney was doing better critically and at the box office, Warner Bros. Reworked their plans and Universal cohesion began kind of falling apart. While there were attempts to paste it back together, the COVID and post-COVID death cry eras created a spiral that made it hard to connect much of the dots beyond light references and the like, making films like Blue Beetle and Man of Steel feel like parts of two totally different worlds. There is still more to talk about, however, but for those curious, here is my ranking of the DCEU, starting from the worst and working my way up to my favorite films. Justice League was conceptually really stupid. What if we got rid of Zack Snyder and replaced him with Joss Whedon? Two filmmakers who are both uniquely bad and stylistically couldn't be further apart. The film was shot dark, so let's blatantly overcorrect the color correction, and then top it off with poorly written jokes that are sold to feel like improv, but are very clearly written. It's absolutely broken and utterly dreadful from start to finish. The cast looked miserable, and for good reason. And the cherry on top is that the movie never led anywhere. It was a horrible overcorrection of the DCEU, and frankly, next to unwatchable. Wonder Woman 84 is a mess. It's not the worst in the DCEU, but it feels like a cartoon. Doesn't even feel like a movie. The characters are undercooked, the CG is bad, the story is poorly thought out. It's an end-to-end mess. easily one of the biggest messes in the DCEU, and it adds very little to the decently received Wonder Woman film. I gotta rank Batman v Superman low on the list. It's flawed conceptually, and as a comic fan, it feels like it should have never been made. It's bloated all over the place and starts to set the universe that gained decent legs from Man of Steel off course in its second entry. This was the second DC film, and in a lot of ways, it is the cancer that led to the eventual demise of the DCEU. It casted doubt on the franchise and started making Warner Bros. Take over so much creative control and so much overthinking, the universe had trouble expanding from here. It also trapped the DCEU in an endless death spiral of delays and cancellations. I know this film has a cult following, and sure, like what you like, but general audiences and critics seem to agree with me, since the DCEU never recovered after this and never had solid direction following this movie. Black Adam is kind of like Deadpool in the way that it tries to be different, but it really isn't. Black Adam wants so badly to be edgy, but it fails, and the story behind this film, from antics by The Rock to the Superman end credits scene, is utterly embarrassing. At least Deadpool and his movies occasionally had some okay quality to bump it up. Black Adam was just an end-to-end failure that not even a pretty charming Pierce Brosnan could fix. I almost feel bad ranking this film, as it feels like such a theft from start to finish. Beyond Spider-Man and Iron Man comparisons, the film seems to steal the last kiss from Michael Bay Transformers movies, the underground weapons facility from the X-Men movies, and even jokes like the Power Glove from the NES being a powerful weapon or whatever from people like the Angry Video Game Nerd, and just aughts internet culture in general. After Jaime's dad's death, which may have been solid, the whole film falls apart into a messy third act. It occasionally has enjoyable moments, but makes me wish I had watched something better instead, maybe something that it was based so heavily upon. Birds of Prey is next. Stylistically, it's a mixed bag for me. It's well done, but the style wears thin after about 10 minutes for me. It's short, but the plot and villains are really weak. Really should have been just a Harley Quinn movie, since the rest of the Birds of Prey are pretty underutilized. It's polished pretty well for the most part from an editing and shot composition standpoint, but the story just has so many rough edges that it's kind of hard to really get excited over the film. Bloated and pretentious is the name of the game with Zack Snyder's Justice League, with a 2-hour first act, title cards in between segments, and a strange timeline. As you can tell by my ranking, I prefer this to Joss's Justice League, but it falls far short of being that good or memorable. Zack Snyder's epic crawls and dies in a whimper. As for his trilogy of sorts, it has moments, but never quite sells it for me, and the three movies don't really cohesively feel pasted together. Man of Steel is very much a Superman origin film, Batman v Superman is something, and Zack Snyder's Justice League is something. I guess it feels more like a duology of sorts, with Man of Steel kind of just being there as well. Suicide Squad is next. It's pretty weak, mostly stemming from the paper-thin plot and Jared Leto's Joker, not to mention my least favorite Margot Robbie performance of the DCEU. That said, most of her other performances are pretty decent moving forward. I think there's a better movie in the edit, possibly, and I think it's decently shot at times with some creative shots, but it gets a little dark and muddy by the end of the movie, and frankly, the actual villain plot isn't all that interesting and not much legs for the film to stand on. Shazam! Fury of the Gods is next, and it's got moments, but being part of perhaps the extended death cry of the DCEU makes this feel tired, and the kids, which I say with a few asterisks since they're all pretty old by this movie, kind of feel aged out of the roles a bit, given the time between the first entry and this film. Add in the obvious death fake out and the egregious Skittles advertisements, and the film, which has some good elements, starts falling pretty short. Aquaman and the Last Kingdom is cheesy, it's cringe, but it also is kind of Kino. Not a great ending to the DCEU, but perhaps fitting. James Wan's direction really saves the movie, which seems like it fought studio interference and other problems, definitely being paced a bit oddly, with some cheap villains and Orm's strange redemption. But overall, it's a cute film about family and redemption, and it still has some cool effects and action scenes to look forward to between the pretty, admittedly thin plot. Wonder Woman might be a tad lower on my list than that of its wider reputation. My main issue is with the weak villain, spoiled climax, and the film being generally ugly. The film has a lot of good moments, but that doesn't save it from being generally negative in my opinion. Still far from the weakest film, but if you stomp away the hype it had in 2017, you'll see the movie is decent with a lot of flaws holding it back from genuinely standing out in the genre, besides perhaps opening the door for women in mainstream modern superhero cinema. Next is Shazam. It's a solid and fun action movie. The kids are good for the most part, but have some weaker moments. It is some of the worst action in the DCEU, but it was an experiment into other genres away from large-scale epics like the first several DCEU movies were. It is also relatively low stakes and keeps itself far enough off the beaten path that while set in the DCEU, it stands on its own pretty well. It kind of feels inspired by Sam Raimi's Spider-Man tonally. It's solid and heartwarming and definitely is good for easy viewing, but it's nothing too special either. Next is Man of Steel. It's a solid start. It is the most standalone film of the entire universe probably, and it looks pretty good, even if it's a little car commercial looking at points. It also dives into the human end of the superhero disaster more than most superhero movies do, which I think was a good idea. I didn't love Henry Cavill in the movie, but I liked him in a lot of other projects I've seen him in, so it could have been some confusion on what angle to tackle the Superman character with, since this version is a lot darker than your typical Superman. Some of the character stuff was a bit confusing, but overall, the film isn't terrible. When I started this video, I didn't think my opinion on this film would 180 the way it did. I genuinely didn't like it on my first watch, but I liked it a lot this time. It's fun and definitely a lore movie with tons of exposition to explain ocean politics, but it kind of reminds me of the Star Wars prequels, but done a little better perhaps. Like, it creates a world that is simultaneously cheesy and interesting, and I start kind of getting into it. It also had some fun and unique action scenes peppered cleanly throughout the film. The final battle is a little meh, too much CGI, but I think this feels like a decent, fun Star Wars prequel type epic, but in a good way. Next is The Flash, the final epic of the DCEU. The Flash was kind of a wild character study that looks at what you're willing to sacrifice to save those who you love. While it definitely falls into the traps of cameo porn, so to speak, and all that, it's ultimately just a strange, tragic, and occasionally fun character study about a guy who's lost in time, the multiverse, and space. When compared to something like No Way Home, which is on paper similar, but it chooses to subvert many of those easy answers from that movie. It's a solid movie despite a couple of messy parts. Not only a good superhero film, but a good film. James Gunn and company were absolutely cooking. New characters, or at the very least underutilized characters, are sprinkled throughout this film, with Harley Quinn more in the background, enough to keep the new characters shining, a thing I think her previous appearances, like Birds of Prey, failed to do. Can't say I'm surprised James Gunn is taking over the DCU with such a decent film under his belt. Peacemaker is next, and it should kind of go without saying from me. James Gunn saw a way to expand Suicide Squad's most flat yet memorable character and make him the most well-established and tragic character in all of the DCEU. The butterflies are fun and the episodes are each crafted with such care, a front-to-back banger. So that's how I rank the DCEU's primary projects. It's kind of crazy the range in quality of projects that this universe has, but I don't know. Drop your rankings down below, because I'm sure they're quite a bit different than mine, and I'm interested to see it. The DCEU has a few promotional short films. These don't always fall in universe and are sometimes pseudo-pitch reels and such, so let's hop into these next. Superman's 75th Anniversary Short is a short directed by Zack Snyder and Bruce Timm, known most for his work on Batman the Animated Series and of course Zack Snyder's work on the DCEU. The short is basically a 2-minute animated history of Superman going over his many famous iterations from the comics, cartoons, television, and film. We see some obscure stuff like Superman Red and Blue, George Reeves' Superman, Christopher Reeves' Superman, numerous comic versions, and it all climaxes with the Man of Steel version, the then upcoming iteration of the character. The music starts on John Williams' score for the 70s and 80s Superman franchise, and fades into a tease of Hans Zimmer's score for Man of Steel. I like Man of Steel enough, but this 2-minute short is definitely the best thing to come out of the ramp up for the film. This is pretty fun. Next we had Edda's Mission. It's hard to call Edda's Mission an actual short film, as it's sometimes classified, being more like a slightly long end credit scene where Edda meets up with the survivors of the mission with Wonder Woman, and they form a new team called the Wonder Men. They hope to find a mysterious object, which as it turns out is the Mother Box we would later see in Justice League. The Black Adam precursor short dropped 2 years before the film did in 2020 at DC's fandom event, and was an animated almost motion comic that was more or less an early pitch reel for the project, which introduces Black Adam and the Justice Society. The same members are present as are in the film, but a bit closer to their comic counterparts, with Hawkman and Cyclone being notably Caucasian, leading me to believe the characters had yet to be cast at the time this was made. It's kind of interesting in retrospect something like this was drafted up so early in production and then actually shown to fans. It's kind of cool though. I hope the upcoming DCEU also does little shorts and stuff like this to kind of show what they're working on. Kind of fun. Finally, Mother Box Origins, which was released during the ramp up to the then upcoming Zack Snyder cut of Justice League. The short is CGI renders of each of the Justice League members surrounded by things that represent them. Superman is of course posed like Jesus on the cross. Remember that? Zack Snyder loves Jesus. Although I'd be remiss to assume Zack Snyder would let us forget his views on Superman. The short is scored to Time by Tom Waits, and it sounds like a song Zack Snyder would use. I don't know, kind of that soft, folky kind of thing that he for some reason adds to add to the pretentious nature of his whole production. And I think this is another pretentious moment in the history of Zack Snyder's Justice League. The DCEU is connected to DC's larger multiverse, first establishing a connection within the Arrowverse, which was connected to the TV universe based on DC characters. In that universe's Crisis on Infinite Earths adaptation, Ezra Miller shows up briefly in Part 4 and met Grant Gustin's version of The Flash from the Arrowverse. This was the first establishment that the DCEU was actually part of a multiverse, and also canonically how Ezra Miller's version of The Flash gains his name The Flash, as he's inspired by the Arrowverse's Barry's superhero name.
I'm also the Flash.
You're also the what?
The Flash?
Further, Andy Muschietti, who directed The Flash, explained that all adaptations of DC comic characters were canon to the larger multiverse, though it is unknown if this ideology will continue into James Gunn and Peter Safran's era of DC projects. He further showed this by canonizing Michael Keaton's Batman from the Tim Burton Batman movie, George Reeves' Superman from the 1950s TV series, and the feature film Superman and the Mole Men, a version of Jay Garrick, the original Flash, though it's unknown if this is from an established universe, Christopher Reeve's Superman, Helen Slater's Supergirl, Adam West's Batman, Nicolas Cage from the cancelled Superman Lives film, as well as a version of Bruce Wayne played by George Clooney at the end to imply Flash ends up in the Joel Schumacher DC universe. At least I hope so, because that'd be a clever place to leave the DCEU's ill-fated attempt at the Flash. Shazam from the DCEU would also briefly appear in a multiverse segment during the episode Dude, Where's My Garth in Titans, connecting that show to the DCEU through the multiverse. Perhaps the biggest problem with the DCEU, and one that fans of the universe like to totally ignore, is the fact that executives at Warner Bros. Would amass creative teams and pour money into films and television shows that went absolutely nowhere. This is another massive reason they ultimately pulled the plug on the universe and decided that a reboot was necessary. Also, without a clear vision or visionary in charge more than a few years at a time throughout the universe's life, it was nearly impossible to course correct and save a lot of these projects, as a lot of them no longer fit with the plan after a few months, let alone a few years, with the constant status quo changes. Frankly, it was a miracle a lot of the films we got survived the 3+ year production schedule. I have to speculate the creatives in Hollywood probably had a hard time jumping onto projects by the end, with the massive amount of films and shows that just never came to be. With well over 30 films and television shows that were officially announced and never seen the light of day, many of which already had plans in place and creatives attached, meaning only about a third of the projects that were revealed to fans ever made it to the screen. These figures, on top of the controversy surrounding Batgirl being scrapped, made DC a terrible omen, especially in the last year of its life, on top of generally poor critical reception and dwindling box office hauls. We will get into the reboot soon. For now, I want to talk a little about each of the canceled films we know about and what those disastrous productions looked like. Batgirl was originally supposed to appear in the film that would go on to become Birds of Prey, and then in Ben Affleck's Batman, before being phased out of those films in later drafts in favor of a solo story, which was set to be written and directed by one of the many controversial creatives in the DCEU, Joss Whedon, in 2017 with the help of another alleged abuser, Jeff Johns. A real winning pair that worked out so well on the Justice League film. Production was set to start in 2018, but he ultimately left the project to February of that year. The next plan was to hire a female director to take the project over and bring the female perspective, but ultimately they decided to go against that idea in favor of hiring two dudes, the ones who directed Bad Boys for Life specifically. They also downgraded it from a theatrical to an HBO release around this time. The film ended up making it into production, with the film having a pretty exciting cast, including Leslie Grace as Batgirl, J.K. Simmons as Commissioner Gordon, Brendan Fraser as Firefly, and Michael Keaton as Batman. After filming on the project completed, Warner flirted with the idea of increasing the budget to give a more comprehensive post-production run and release it to theaters, kind of like what they did with Blue Beetle, but ultimately took a 180 and decided to cancel the project outright and use it as a tax write-off in the 2022 season. This was for several reasons. For one, the studio wanted to focus on large cinematic experiences where Batgirl's made-for-TV nature just didn't quite make the cut. On top of that, executives claimed the film didn't really work from a story standpoint, and the final nail in the coffin, and perhaps the most damning thing for Batgirl, was the financials. The streaming model was proving difficult to turn a quick buck on films, and with the film not fit for theaters according to test audiences and studio executives, it made the most financial sense, supposedly, to write off the film and leave it to rot in the Warner vaults. I personally think it'll be illegally released one day, at least a work print or something. Things like this have a way of leaking out, as we could see with things like Roger Corman's Fantastic Four film, another film claimed destroyed that eventually showed up in its entirety that seemed in a mostly finished state. I imagine, and I am hopeful for a work print or something at some point. Will the movie be good? Probably not, but I hope for the sake of the artists involved we get to see it in some form one day. Another infamous canceled film was Ben Affleck's solo run as Batman. As you know from this video, Batman was introduced older and more hardened than most other movie Batmans in Batman v Superman, and while that was a baffling choice in my opinion, they also had big plans to give Ben Affleck his own Batman film, which would have hopefully ironed out Affleck's character more. It was intended to be directed by Ben Affleck after he finished work on his 2016 film Live by Night, with Jeff Johns co-writing the film because, despite being the most overrated writer in the history of comics, they wanted his input. The first draft was finished in March 2016. The film set Batman up against Deathstroke and primarily took place in Arkham Asylum, with Batgirl set to appear, as we said previously. And it was supposed to show Robin's death, which was hinted on during BVS, being more fleshed out in the film, probably adding to be the emotional core of the film or something. The film started to unravel largely on the back of Ben Affleck, who had first stepped down from the role of director as he didn't feel he had the passion someone else could bring to the film as a director, with eventually Matt Reeves, known for his Planet of the Apes reimagining, taking the reign from Affleck as the director. The original plan was for Ben Affleck to star, but Warner Bros. And Matt Reeves felt while Affleck's version had potential, he wanted to go in a different direction, and executives at Warner Bros. Wanted something outside of the box rather than a straight cinematic universe version that would have to play by established rules. Thus, Ben Affleck's Batman became Matt Reeves and Robert Pattinson's Batman. I think we ultimately got a better product with Matt Reeves' Batman, but he delivered my type of Batman film, whereas I think a lot of people may have preferred Ben Affleck's, and I still think Ben Affleck's film would have been interesting as kind of like a superhero Die Hard is what I'm picturing. However, I guess we'll never know. A project based on the DC character Bane was in the writing and pitch phase by future Blue Beetle director Angel Manuel Soto. It would have followed the origins of the character. We don't know how this would have changed the origin or if it was going to take a more comic accurate approach than what we saw in Batman and Robin, as well as The Dark Knight Rises. This could have been cool, however the issue is by the time this was in the pitching phase, Ben Affleck was kind of already only loosely attached to the character, so it's unclear how this would have been connected to the wider DCEU, or if this would have been kind of like those disastrous Sony movies where it's just solo villains and not the hero they're supposed to be connected to. I suspect we'll see Bane in the DCU somehow, as he is a major villain, and I suspect Matt Reeves may also introduce him in some form during his series of Batman films, given the fact that Pattinson's Batman uses Venom in the film, which is directly tied to Bane and his origin, so I don't think Bane fans will be waiting long to see him back on the big screen. In December 2022, right before James Gunn took the reins and started crafting his DC reboot, a Batman Beyond film was announced. This would be the first take of Terry McGinnis' Batman brought to live action, and what would have been an attempt to bring the character back to relevance after 21 years of his show being off the air. While Terry had some comics in the coming years, being that his character was in a different era of the DCU, he never really had time to shine on the page in my opinion. He couldn't really be set in the standard constantly changing DC continuity, so he had to be Elseworlds, and that affected sales. So Terry McGinnis has kind of been in the dark for a long time. The film was set to follow the events of Flash, with Michael Keaton returning as Bruce Wayne. It was also set to include Catwoman, who I speculate was imagined to be the return of Michelle Pfeiffer in the role, but at this point it's only speculation, as something like that has never been confirmed. The project was helmed by Christina Hodson, who previously worked on Birds of Prey, The Flash, and the Transformers film Bumblebee. While it fell through, James Gunn has been on record saying he could potentially see something like that seeing the light of day as a multiverse film, all of the continuing adventures of Joker and Todd Phillips' Joker, and Batman and Matt Reeves' universes respectively, so this one might just lose attachment to the DCEU. While in deep research for this video, I found out they were trying to make an Aqualad action comedy drama for HBO Max, at least it was pitched. It would have featured Jackson Hyde's version of Aqualad, and although we don't officially know if it was supposed to be set in the DCEU, it is quite possible, as when it was announced in 2022, Warner Bros. Was trying to push a lot of DC releases on HBO Max. At one point, Zack Snyder pitched a movie based on The Atom that would have starred Ryan Choi, who, as we discussed earlier, briefly appeared in the Snyder Cut. Not much is known about what the film would have been, but Zack Snyder was said to be working on the concept and likely would have produced, with Zhang Kai starring as the titular shrinking hero. Could have been cool and might have been different from Snyder's other projects in the DCEU, but it never seemed to make it much further than the pitching stage of production, and of course the casting of Kai as the Atom, with his brief appearance in Zack Snyder's version of the Justice League film. Black Adam was Dwayne Johnson's failed attempt at launching a sub-franchise within the DCEU, and after the film failed to connect at the box office, or with fans, the plans for multiple sequels were scrapped. It seems the original plan was to have at least a trilogy and a potential Justice Society spin-off film, though we'll get back to that. This was of course dependent on the box office results and reception. Unfortunately, the film was not able to double its budget, and with marketing costs factored in, it most likely lost money. On top of that, when James Gunn took over as the creative head of the DCEU, it seemed The Rock's passion project was destined to remain a single film affair. From what we know of the film based on interviews, and of course the now infamous end credits scene, the film was set to follow a conflict between Black Adam and Superman. I speculate it would have been titled something like Black Adam v Superman, Dawn of the Rock's Vanity, or something like that. In 2021, a HBO spin-off of Journey Smollett's Black Canary was being developed, which would tie into her appearance as the character in the Birds of Prey film. We never learned anything about the plot of this film or how far along it got in development. However, the idea was likely to create this film in the same vein as the Batgirl film, where it would be a relatively small production when compared to the theatrically released entries in the franchise, and one can speculate that the character may have perhaps crossed over with Batgirl and likely other Birds of Prey members as time went on, but it never went anywhere. This project seemed to have silently disappeared. Black Hawks is a comic about an elite squadron of pilots led by the mysterious Black Hawk during World War II, in kind of a Charlie's Angels situation. Steven Spielberg was set to direct, and it potentially could have been in the DCEU, but it was unknown since it was intended to be a period piece. Spielberg was set to work on it after he finished work on The Fabelmans, West Side Story, and Indiana Jones 5, which of course he didn't end up directing. And it's not impossible that this film still ends up happening, but with the WB regime change and Spielberg's perpetually busy schedule, it's unknown if this will move forward anytime soon. I'm pretty sure if Spielberg ends up wanting to tell this story, it will happen. Whether that is a multiverse project, a DCU project, or what, is yet to be seen, however, but only time will tell if this is something we ever see in one form or another. In mid-2022, WB started frantically kicking around ideas to capture the multiverse trend popularized by films like Spider-Man No Way Home by attempting to recreate one of the most popular multiverse storylines of all time, Crisis on Infinite Earths, a comic series which seems utterly unadaptable to me for many reasons. For one, the sheer scale and amount of locations and characters featured in the comic story, and the cartoon that they just made a three-parter of was pretty disastrous. However, they were planning on doing this, but ultimately it fell through once Gunn and Safran's universe went into production. I imagine we would have seen a lot of actors and characters back, which may have been fun, but I think the DCEU never developed enough to make this story satisfying the way it should be. Ultimately, it seemed like a last-ditch effort to save a dying universe that went nowhere. Thankfully, if you really want to see this on screen, you can see the animated adaptation, which, as I said, was pretty disastrous, but you can. They did an Arrowverse version, which I will probably never watch, and I imagine if everything goes right with Gunn's universe, we may see this story on the big screen someday, and maybe someone will be able to crack it and figure out how to tell it outside of the comics medium. But only time will tell, I suppose. Cyborg was announced as part of DC's 2014 DC Slate for the upcoming years, with a planned release date of 2020, which at the time was kind of a long way off. Ray Fisher, the controversial DCEU whistleblower who called out Joss Whedon, Jeff Johns, and others in his many rants against the company, was set to lead the film, with him fighting for Zack Snyder to direct. Ultimately, the film went nowhere after its announcement and after Fisher's dispute with the studio. The film started to unravel as Fisher said he would not do it with the current studio heads. The studio responded saying they wouldn't recast, and ultimately the film was pretty much just silently cancelled over time. I suspect that we'll see Cyborg at some point in the new DC universe, as I kind of always say, but whether or not he gets his own film is kind of hard to say. I would kind of doubt it unless he's big in the future iteration of Justice League or Teen Titans or wherever they put him. But only time will tell, I guess. Deadshot was set to be a spin-off of David Ayer's Suicide Squad, starring one of the film's stars, Will Smith, as Deadshot. We don't know a ton about this film's plot, but by 2019 it was confirmed Will Smith left the job due to salary conflicts, lack of interest, and scheduling conflicts. Smith was seemingly written into early drafts of The Suicide Squad, but was ultimately replaced by the similar character Bloodsport, portrayed by Idris Elba, and I think after that, the project was 100% dead in the water. At one point, Joe Magnolia's Deathstroke was supposed to have a solo film, much like the plans for the character being in Batman and in Justice League, This ultimately fell through. Deathstroke was set to be written by Magnolio himself, with the Raid director Gareth Evans on to direct. Sounds like this could have been a fun action film based around Korean action films. Sadly, this didn't really go anywhere, and by 2021 it was revealed by Mandolios that the film was not a priority for the studio, so it was quietly cancelled. The Flash had a sequel in development that was contingent on the success of the first film. Not much is known about where this follow-up would have went. However, after The Flash flopped along with the new universe starting up, it seemed impractical to continue the series. We now know none of the main 6 Justice League members are returning. I also have to speculate that given the rocky production of the original film and all the Ezra Miller stuff, it may have been more trouble than it was worth to try to do a sequel. Green Lantern Corps was another unrealized project from the 2014 DCEU slate. After Green Lantern with Ryan Reynolds was a disaster, critically and commercially, plans to make spin-offs and sequels in that world were abruptly cancelled just months after the film hit theaters. Warner Bros. Had Green Lantern Corps on the map for a 2020 release, which probably would have given it enough time for people to wash their memories of the Ryan Reynolds disaster. However, much like Cyborg, it doesn't seem there was much beyond the concept phase and the announcement. We know Nathan Fillion will be playing Guy Gardner in the new DCU, and some sort of Green Lantern Corps show is coming out soon, which means we'll finally see the Green Lantern character in some form on screen for the first time in 12 years, though notably it'll be Guy Gardner's version, not Hal Jordan. And I know there was that one Green Lantern in fucking Zack Snyder's Justice League, I don't care. Gotham City Sirens was basically a direct sequel to Suicide Squad in concept. Starring Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, the film would see the introduction of Catwoman and Poison Ivy. Leto was also set to return as the Joker. Ultimately, Birds of Prey ended up coming out first, which was seemingly Robbie's decision as she wanted to explore lesser-known characters. However, she still had a passion for the project, and as recently as 2022, she's expressed interest in seeing the dynamic and relationship between Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy on screen. Though since she said that, it's been confirmed that Margot Robbie is stepping away from the DCU moving forward, so while we may still see this film in some form in the future, it won't be with the original cast planned when this movie was announced back in the day. Harley Quinn had another film in the works, with this film being tentatively titled Harley Quinn vs. Joker, which presumably would have seen the former lovers face off in some form. I imagine the idea may have been essentially merged into some themes we saw in Birds of Prey, as the film was cancelled in February of 2019, about a year before Birds of Prey ended up hitting theaters. I imagine the excitement for the then upcoming Joker film starring Joaquin Phoenix, as well as Jared Leto's poor reception as the characters, added to WB's reasoning behind canceling this film. Our Man was announced in March 2021. The character is an early DC hero created in 1940. Not a ton is known about this film, except that a couple filmmakers, Gavin James and Neil Widener, were attached to pitch this project. This is one of the projects that I am most upset got cancelled. Our Man was always kind of a cool character to me growing up, and there's a lot of potential with these Golden Age characters to take some creative liberties or to look at the character from a legacy perspective, kind of like they did with Blue Beetle and the Blue Beetle mantle in that film, where we saw Dan Garrett, Ted Kord, and Jaime Reyes's iterations all come to be important aspects of the story. This could have been a cool one. Alas, it didn't seem to get far in production, since there isn't a ton of information on this one, however. At one point, the DCEU was trying to produce a John Constantine show that would tie into a potential Justice League Dark franchise. The show was set to be produced by J.J. Abrams, who at one point was being eyeballed to reinvent the DCEU before being quietly phased out, though recently his Batman the Caped Crusader show he's done with Bruce Timm has finally released, so some projects seem to have moved forward in some form, though this show got far enough into production that multiple episodes were written and they were looking for a new diverse cast for the show. However, Warner Bros. Decided to pivot out of the television show route and was at the time hoping to make a sequel to the cult hit Constantine movie, which did alright in theaters, despite not making a lot of waves at the time, and I speculate the temptation of getting a star like Keanu Reeves, who is adored by fans and arguably more popular than ever, was more enticing than trying to reinvent the Constantine concept to the small screen on HBO. Though it's still up in the air if we're even going to get the Keanu Reeves version anymore. Another spin-off of Suicide Squad was attempted with Jared Leto's Joker. The film was set to be produced by Jared Leto and of course star Jared Leto as Joker. Little is known about the plot, but there was definitely a turbulent end to the production. The film was in production while Todd Phillips and Joaquin Phoenix's take on the Joker was also in development for some reason. The only issue was Jared Leto was still working on his version without knowing that there was another version being produced at the same studio. Between the rocky reception of Jared Leto's version and Warner liking what they were seeing with Phillips' version, they pulled the plug on Jared Leto's version. This would lead the actor to start a campaign to get the rival film cancelled. That would not be a successful campaign, with Phillips ultimately releasing his film to acclaim and a large box office pull. Jared Leto would cameo as the character one more time in Zack Snyder's Justice League, but his film went nowhere. Well, Zack Snyder eventually got to make a loose trilogy with his version of Justice League, along with Batman v Superman and Man of Steel. The original vision, as announced in the 2014 DCEU Slate announcement, was for Zack to do 2 Justice League films, dubbed at the time Part 1 and Part 2. Based on what we got in Justice League, it seems the first film would have covered the battle with Steppenwolf, with the sequel following the Justice League's battle against Darkseid. After Snyder left the first Justice League and was replaced by Joss Whedon, the plans seem to have changed, with Joss Whedon's cut teasing the Injustice League. Regardless, both versions of the potential Justice League sequel were cancelled. I think this film has to be one of the most blatant examples of WB counting their chickens before they hatch. It's also kind of hilarious that WB greenlit 2 separate versions of Justice League and couldn't get either off the ground, with the first Justice League being a disaster and the second one not even happening. Hopefully James Gunn has more luck with DC's premier superhero team down the line. I just hope they don't try to rush it and get too big for their bridges on it again. Another project that had a lot of potential but was horribly mishandled by the studio was Justice League Dark. In the comics, Justice League Dark is basically the supernatural version of the Justice League. The concept of the film started life as a script by Guillermo del Toro in 2013, though by 2015 he left the project to work on other things. Doug Liman took over the project. The project was then fully rehauled to be an HBO Max TV show when J.J. Abrams was working on a series of projects for DC, with the intention being that the show would work a lot like Marvel's Defenders show, with each character on the team's roster starting out on their own HBO show before teaming up in this Justice League Dark film or TV series. We don't know the team's exact roster, except it can be presumed that Constantine was part of it since he is a major player in the Justice League Dark comic line, and J.J. Abrams was developing both this as well as the Constantine TV show. This could have been an interesting series, but alas, nothing ever came of it. A JSA movie was teased as a spin-off to Black Adam, starring the early superhero team, the Justice Society. Not much is known about this film. We likely would have seen the return of the Justice Society members that showed up in Black Adam, but it's hard to say what the roster would have looked like beyond the couple of Justice Society members that survived that film, and possibly Pierce Brosnan, because they were playing with the idea of bringing him back at one point. See my Black Adam segment if you're curious. But I imagine there would also be some other unmentioned older members, and perhaps some further new recruits. Could have been an interesting film, but again, nothing yet on that one. Krypton was a project that was intended to be part of the DCEU when it was originally announced back in 2014, following events taking place on Krypton 200 years before Man of Steel. Ultimately, it was retooled into a standalone series that ran on the Sci-Fi Channel for 2 seasons. One producer described it as adjacent to the DCEU and the Arrowverse, which is a real fancy way of saying it's not canon to anything. Much like Batman, this is less of a cancellation and more of a retool for convenience sake. Lobo has had a long and turbulent journey on his way to the screen that has ultimately culminated in nothing so far. And yes, he has a couple of potential adaptations that were set to take place in the DCEU. Work on Lobo started before the DCEU and was conceived back in 2009, with Guy Ritchie set to direct before it was passed to Brad Payton. Black Adam himself, The Rock, was intended to star as Lobo before pivoting into the Black Adam role. In 2018, a script was put together by Jason Fowles with Michael Bay pinned as the director. This was the farthest Lobo would get into the DCEU proper. Recently, it's been reported that Lobo is being developed again, with Jason Momoa looking to star now that his tenure as Aquaman has come to an end. That's the rumor, at least. Lobo personally has never been a favorite of mine, but I hope one day someone can put something together for him so that fans of the character can be happy. He's kind of cool, I guess. He's alright. Madam X is one character that I'm surprised never went anywhere. Okay, I'm joking. I had 14 long boxes of DC Comics until I sold them all for drug money, and I had not heard of this lady once in my life. Sometimes these studios really scrape the bottom of the barrel, and Madam X is no exception. J.J. Abrams was attempting to develop this show as another spin-off of Justice League Dark, but as J.J.'s shows and films all fell apart, so too did Madam X. I don't really have any commentary on this cancellation, but I think this is how you oversaturate the genre, by putting out literally any shit people see on a comic book quarter bin. Like, who is Madam X? I think the story of a lot of these cancellations is that Warner Bros. Had no idea what they were doing and screwed over numerous creatives while they tried to create projects in the DC universe. I think no one was done as dirty as Henry Cavill, who was a team player since the day he helped start the DCEU with Zack Snyder. Other than the mustache incident, his love for the character and universe was unwavering. That said, the history of Man of Steel 2 is baffling and kind of weird. Warner Bros. Initially confirmed in 2014 a Man of Steel 2 was happening, though this film would eventually become Batman v Superman. In 2017, Matthew Vaughn, known for his spy and superhero films, was tapped to direct, but this eventually fell through as the wheels kept spinning, with production not moving forward at Warner Bros., so Matthew Vaughn cut ties. Christopher McQuarrie of Mission Impossible fame also attempted to revive the project, but with WB dragging their feet like they did with Matthew Vaughn, he left again. Ironically, McQuarrie would work with Cavill around this time on Mission Impossible Fallout, and Vaughn worked with Cavill on Argyle, so at least Cavill seemed to have gotten work off of these attempts to make Man of Steel 2, or the two just seemed to want to work with the guy. I don't know. After all this, Michael B. Jordan pitched some ideas for the characters, but due to commitments with other franchises, this never went anywhere. J.J. Abrams took over the project, but much like the rest of J.J. Abrams' plans for DC, this went nowhere, and after Cavill's appearance in Black Adam, there was a final chance for the project to finally come to light, but ultimately James Gunn came along and had a different vision for what to do with the character, and Man of Steel 2 never came out, though we will be getting Superman 2025 next year, so that's kind of exciting, I guess. The Metal Men started production way back in 2007 before Barry Summerfield took over to helm the project in 2012. Not much is known on the project or its progress until it was confirmed in 2021 to being worked on again. Since James Gunn took over, it seems Metal Men is back on ice for however long. Perhaps it'll never get a movie. But the Metal Men are a pretty fun team, so I'm hoping to see a project based on them to come out in the future, as I think it would have potential to be fun and unique. New Gods was DC's take on Jack Kirby's characters from the New Gods comic line, which famously set up a lot of the lore for Darkseid. These characters were probably Kirby's most famous contribution to DC, with most of his famous contributions being from Marvel Comics, obviously. The series is comparable to the Eternals, which did end up getting a movie through Marvel. It was supposed to be directed by Ava Dunvey, with the project being developed from 2018 to 2021. Warner Bros. Has stated interest in returning to the lore of New Gods one day, but it's currently not being pushed by the company and is put on ice. The main reason it was cancelled is that Darkseid was essential to the story, and given the recent release of Zack Snyder's Justice League, they didn't want to double dip on the villain. Chris McKay, who was pretty hot off the Lego Batman movie, was tapped to bring Nightwing, Batman's first Robin, to the big screen in his first solo outing. Dick and the other Robins have been having a hard time finding a place on the screen after he was ignored by Keaton, Bale, and Affleck's portrayal, And while we had Schumacher's version with Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, it was high time we saw a new version of this character on the screen that was perhaps closer to the source material. Unfortunately, even with McKay's success on the Lego Batman movie making a fun Batman tie-in film, he didn't have enough pull to bring Nightwing to screen. McKay kept fighting for the film until it was officially considered dead in the water. Though we know Batman's returning to James Gunn's DC, so there's a solid chance that we may see an adaptation of Nightwing and hopefully a film or a TV show or something down the line. Black Manta was set to be a spin-off of Aquaman starring Black Manta. It was set to be a horror film to an extent, and Black Manta was set to face off against the Trench. It was going to be produced by James Wan, who outside of Aquaman was primarily a horror guy with films like Insidious, The Conjuring, and Saw under his belt. This film probably would have been pretty cool, and I liked the idea that it was going to be done on a smaller budget with an emphasis on horror. Peter Safran was involved, and I think it'd be interesting to see if James Gunn and Peter Safran could get James Wan to come back and do some kind of horror concept in the DCEU one day. One can only hope. Regardless, it was cancelled in 2021 with WB expressing interest in possibly doing something similar in the future, but only time will tell. Towards the end of 2018, a Plastic Man action comedy film was announced based on the character Plastic Man, who is an early goofy comedy action superhero. It made sense to make a comedy action film based on the guy. However, the initial script by Amanda Idoko was not well received, so they had it rewritten by Kat Vasco, though ultimately nothing came of the project. Plastic Man seems right up James Gunn's alley, so this is another one I think we might see in the future in some form. Static Shock was a planned HBO Max exclusive film, which much like every other film planned for that format, ended up never seeing the light of day. Michael B. Jordan was set to produce after the film was announced, but ultimately, nothing ever really came together on the project. Static Shock is most well known for his DC animated show that lasted a few seasons in the early 2000s. I think they could do something with the character in the future, but we'll have to wait and see for now. Strange Tales was set to be a show based on DC characters that was an anthology of one-hour stories that would be set behind the lens of DC Comics characters and would be made for HBO Max. It was written and created by Kevin Smith and Eric Carrasco and was cancelled in 2022. It likely would have been a multiverse series so as not to tie the entire series down to one continuity. One pitched episode was set to have Jimmy Olsen and Perry White in the Bizarro world. It brings to mind a fun Silver Age vibe, which actually sounded pretty cool. Perhaps a little Twilight Zone influenced as well. While it was never realized, it probably would have taken place over multiple continuities, and it sounded interesting, so I thought I'd mention it, despite it possibly not having anything to do with the DCEU. In the wake of Zack Snyder's Justice League being seen as a general improvement over the theatrically released version helmed by Joss Whedon, fans were asking for a similar treatment for David Ayer's Suicide Squad, with the director himself saying he could make a better version of the film. That said, with Zack Snyder's Justice League version not doing a ton for Warner Bros. Financially as an HBO Max release, it seemed they didn't want to give the same treatment to the widely panned Suicide Squad movie that seemed to have far less fans than even the Justice League version did. I almost think I would have been more interested in seeing this film, to be honest, than even Zack Snyder's Justice League. Suicide Squad was clearly a much longer movie chopped into pieces by a trailer company. Many editors were fired and they just credited the guy who worked on the first edit, John Gilroy, but the wide rumor is that an uncredited final editor was actually a trailer house. Ultimately, it probably would have been nice to see the darker version with more comprehensive backstories and edited by an actual editor. Music licensing was probably very expensive theatrically, and licensing new music, the same songs, or having to rescore probably would have been a major expense. Also, when you have bigger actors like Will Smith and Margot Robbie, who despite Will Smith working with Ayer a couple times outside of the Suicide Squad, are incredibly busy and couldn't come back if they needed to be reshot for any scenes. It was kind of a miracle we got Snyder's Justice League, and I think that really only happened due to COVID freeing up schedules and a huge fan outcry. It wouldn't be totally unheard of in the future. You do have cuts like the Richard Donner cut, which came out years after Superman 2, but with a lack of fanfare, I don't really foresee this this happening in the future, to be honest. In late 2019, a show based on Themyscira was announced by Patty Jenkins. It was set to be a spin-off of the DCEU's Wonder Woman property. While nothing ever came of this, it seems James Gunn retooled the idea for his upcoming Paradise Lost HBO series, which is said to be essentially the DCU's version of Game of Thrones, supposedly. It's kind of weird they're calling the show Paradise Lost, considering if you look up the show with HBO in the search, it's more likely to bring you the 1996 documentary about the child murders at Robin Hills, which was produced by HBO in the 90s. It's a good documentary, but it's a hard watch for obvious reasons. Anyways, moving on. In July 2021, the idea of Michael B. Jordan's Man of Steel was changed into a Val Zod HBO Max show. Val Zod is the Superman of New 52's Earth 2. Confusingly, you have to specify which Earth 2 when you're talking about DC. And it follows Val Zod taking over the role of Superman after Kal-El's death. He was a pretty interesting character, I suppose. It's unknown if this was considered to be a multiverse story, or if they intended to add this character to the DCEU, though regardless of the plans, the show was cancelled, and as of right now, we don't know much about what the plot was going to be. Warner Bros. At one point announced that a Wonder Twins film was intended to go direct to HBO Max, and like all other projects set to premiere on the streaming service, the project never saw the light of day. Based on the characters who first appeared in the Super Friends, the Wonder Twins seem like one of the most bizarre attempted additions to the DCEU. Adam Seakill was set to direct the film as his directorial debut. He did lend his talents to films like Black Adam and Scoob, so I suppose he has a foot in both Hanna-Barbera and DC properties, though it went nowhere, as the company wanted to refocus on theatrical releases, and Warner Brothers, rightfully so, saw the film as too niche for something that would have costed around $75 million before marketing. Patty Jenkins wrote Wonder Woman 3 while working on Wonder Woman 84. The film wouldn't see the light of day, however. After Wonder Woman 84 came out towards the start of the pandemic and wasn't received well, the film kept getting pushed back until James Gunn's plans were revealed and the plug was officially pulled on the third film. I think it was honestly dead after the reception of Wonder Woman 1984 though. No one had a ton of enthusiasm for Wonder Woman after that movie. It's also a pretty known issue that women have one chance in Hollywood, and Patty Jenkins lost a lot of opportunities since the failure of Wonder Woman 84. She lost her chance at Star Wars around this same time as well. Honestly though, if you want your work to actually see the light of day, I think DC and Star Wars are the last two franchises you want to be tied to, but whatever. Alright, finally we have Zatanna. Consideration for Zatanna started in 2018, but it was officially greenlit as an HBO Max exclusive in 2021 with J.J. Abrams on board to produce. Naturally, since both HBO Max and J.J. Abrams' plans went up in smoke besides the Cape Crusader, Zatanna did too, which is sad because Zatanna's a really cool character and a Justice Leaguer who doesn't get nearly enough love on screen. Man of Steel prequel is a comic that was released by Walmart during the release of Man of Steel, written by Zack Snyder, Jeff Johns, David S. Goyer, and Sterling Gates, and penciled by Jerry Ordway. The comic is set 18,000 years before the beginning of Man of Steel, and follows Kara Zor-El as she travels to Krypton and eventually gets sent to Earth. This comic was meant to be a canonical origin of Supergirl. Unfortunately, due to the planned trajectory of Zack Snyder's series not happening, Kara would never be seen in live action in the DCEU. There is a version of Kara in Flash, however that version is from the Flashpoint timeline. It's also worth noting that the Kara in Man of Steel is from the distant past, while Kara in the Flash was sent at the same time as Kal-El from Michael Keaton's universe in the Flashpoint timeline. Batman v Superman had a series of prequel comics developed in association with Dr. Pepper and another of many tie-in comics directly related to products, interestingly enough. Anyways, the Dr. Pepper prequel includes a series of stories based on characters from the film. We have a Batman issue by Christos Gage and drawn by Joe Bennett, and it follows Batman as after the events of Man of Steel. He is a more angry and brutal Batman. Eventually, he crosses paths with Firefly. This would be the only time that Firefly would appear in the DCEU, though we were set to see Brendan Fraser as Firefly in the universe, though it's unknown exactly how that version would fit into the DCEU continuity, given Michael Keaton was set to be the Batman in that version. I assume Flash was set to change the continuity more than it ended up doing. Regardless though, thanks to Batgirl's cancellation, that means this version of Firefly can remain the canon version to the DCEU. Thanks, Dr. Pepper. The next issue followed Lois Lane, who in her issue investigates a company called Hanford Industries, which is selling Kryptonian weapons recovered from General Zod's attack on Metropolis. Eventually, Lex Luthor buys the company. Senator Finch is based on the lady who drank Lex's pee in BVS. It follows a proceeding where Senator Finch claims Superman is dangerous. Nothing too notable here, though. The Superman issue follows Superman after he saves a train, then he goes away and people discuss the ethics of Superman because they couldn't figure out anything fun to do with this Dr. Pepper tie-in issue. The final issue is Lex's issue, and it follows Lex kind of giving a manifesto about loving Metropolis and his intentions to rebuild after the events of Man of Steel. Also at the end, showing Zod's body in his possession, hinting what was coming up in the film itself. General Mills also had a series of Batman v Superman tie-in comics featuring 4 chapters, all of which featured children in the DCEU reacting to events leading up to Batman v Superman. It features coerced aliens in the first issue that attempt to invade Earth through a portal at Star Labs. Issue 2 sees thugs using Kryptonian weapons that they ended up finding after the events of Man of Steel. Superman ends up defeating them and retrieving the stolen Kryptonian equipment. The third issue follows a kid who witnesses Batman and tells friends and family who don't believe her because they say Batman is a myth. Issue 4 sees 2 kids in an orphanage arguing who's better as a superhero, Batman or Superman, and that was the General Mills issues. I will say at least it was targeted and less specific than the Dr. Pepper ones. It allows for children to connect to the IP more or something, I guess. I don't know. It's fine. Batman v Superman, Justice Upstairs and Downstairs is another prequel comic to BVS, this time from Walmart and Doritos. It's another fairly basic prequel comic that follows the unveiling of the Superman statue in Hero Park and ends up setting up Batman's xenophobic views against Superman during the time leading up to their confrontation in Batman v Superman. Suicide Squad, Suicide Blonde is a Suicide Squad tie-in comic and prequel to the Suicide Squad put out by Splat Hair Dye to help sell their new product, Pink Fetish Hair Dye. The comic recounts when Harley Quinn and Joker tortured a man, Don Leo, for trying to come onto their territory. Later on, Joker is pissed everyone dresses like him and Harley, but Harley lets him know it's because they're admired by the people of Gotham. The comic was definitely trying to sell you some hair dye. Secret Files of the Suicide Squad was a 40-page graphic novel bundled in with some releases of Suicide Squad's DVD. The comic follows Amanda Waller and the Enchantress going over the members of Task Force X in an attempt to figure out the team's structure. Mercedes-Benz Presents Justice League is a 6-issue miniseries created by Mercedes-Benz as an ad for their car. The first issue, Joyride, sees Cyborg and Flash saving children from a burning building while joyriding in Bruce's Mercedes. Guiding Lights sees Wonder Woman driving a pregnant woman to the hospital in a Mercedes-Benz, while Cyborg changes the traffic lights to green along the way. Fast Food sees Bruce and Barry in their Mercedes-Benz deciding what they want to eat. Shifting gears, Aquaman is driving around with Bruce in a Mercedes-Benz when a car drives by erratically and Aquaman stops the car. Pit Stop sees Wonder Woman and Flash fix a flat tire, and Winter Drives shows Aquaman want to drive Wonder Woman's Mercedes-Benz, but she says no. These comics are pretty lame concepts to try to sell a Mercedes-Benz, which seems odd to me, but whatever. Superhero Hookie is a comic based on the Shazam movie that takes place after the events of the film and before Fury of the Gods.
Basically, the Shazam family stops a museum robbery. Wonder Woman 1984 one-shot features one DCEU canon story and another Wonder Woman story that is not canon to the universe. The canon story sees 3 kids on a tour of the Smithsonian led by Diana, when armed robbers attempt to steal a diamond, and she changes into Wonder Woman to stop the thieves. Nothing groundbreaking, but at least it wasn't a comic specifically designed to sell hair dye or expensive cars. Serena Williams also had a tie-in comic, but it's not canon, so I'll leave that as a footnote here. Black Adam, the Justice Society Files Hawkman, is the first of 4 comics, acting as a prequel to Black Adam based on the film's Justice Society team. The comic follows Hawkman, who fights a ghost-to-zombie thing. The second story follows Cyclone, who is recruited to the Justice Society by Hawkman. The third follows Atom Smasher as he takes over the Atom Smasher role from his uncle Al Pratt, the original Atom Smasher, and joins the Justice Society, while the fourth follows Dr. Fate as he reminisces on his time as part of the original Justice Society and is pulled into this new generation of heroes. These comics also have a backup story that expands on Black Adam's backstory before he becomes Black Adam. The Flash had a 3-issue miniseries in 2022 around the time of one of its intended release dates. The first issue follows the Flash learning to use his powers from Batman better before fighting Girder, an obscure comic character made up by Jeff Johns in the Flash Iron Heights one-shot from 2001. In the second issue, Flash faces off against Tar Pit, another character created by Jeff Johns in 2001 for his Flash run. The third and final issue sees Barry go up against the Top, another obscure Flash villain, though significantly less so than the others created by Joe Broom and Carmen Infantino in 1965. This series is kinda cool because the DCEU failed to capture the lower stake villains of the week kinda stuff that Flash is known for most of the time, so it's nice to see some smaller characters come up in the universe. I would have liked to see a showdown between Flash and Captain Boomerang since he never met his original arch nemesis in the actual films, but what can you do? Shazam Thundercrack came out around the time of Shazam Fury of the Gods and is a graphic novel made for children, wherein Billy joins the football team. Shazam Fury of the Gods Special, Shazamily Matters, is a 96-page graphic novel with 5 short Shazam stories. The stories are each written by the actor that played their character, at least the story concept phase was, with David F. Sambert contributing to this too. This is probably the most legitimate DCEU tie-in since the first Man of Steel comics set up Supergirl in the DCEU, despite that not going anywhere in an official capacity. It also features a zombie version of Abraham Lincoln, David Bowie, and Michael Jackson. It's silly, fun, and expands on the Shazam concept in the DCEU a bit. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is also a prequel story that ties directly into the film, bringing together what happens between Aquaman 1 and 2. The 3 stories follow Aquaman planning his wedding to Mera, Black Manta's quest for Atlantean tech, and Orm escaping from prison. Briefly, I guess, even though he's re-imprisoned by the time of the film. DC really came back in with tie-ins at the end of the DCEU, with lots of middle entries, not really getting love like that. I hope James Gunn brings back this idea and sees comic miniseries written by people from the film who can allow us to see a smaller side of characters that may not necessarily pop up in a full film appearance. Definitely some pretty fun stuff. There are 13 books set in the DCEU. This includes novelizations, guidebooks, a quote book, and 3 tie-in novels that add new stories to the DCEU. For the purpose of this video, we'll discuss the tie-in novels that actually added new stories, but there are 13 books overall. Man of Steel: The Early Years is a tie-in junior novel written by Frank Whitman that connects to Man of Steel. It follows a young Clark Kent in Smallville as he learns he's not actually a human, but a metahuman from Krypton. This novel is made for literal children and doesn't particularly add to the overall lore of Man of Steel, so we'll leave it at that. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice Crossfire is a tie-in prequel junior novel to Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice that was written by Michael Cogg. that sees Batman and Superman both looking into the case of Dr. Aesop, who escaped Arkham Asylum with Rory Greenlee as a local Metropolis boy caught in the crossfire of the conflict. His uncle, Dr. Aesop, finds out Clark Kent is Superman, which brings Superman into action. Dr. Aesop is actually a comic book character. I have literally never heard of him, but he was created in 2008 and has virtually no information on him. But I guess he's a crime lord that uses classic Aesop fairy tale lessons in his crimes. Seems like Koch knew this guy was never going to be in a movie, so he was able to toss him in the book. Aquaman Undertow is a tie-in novel that is an original tale for Jason Momoa's Aquaman and came out around the time the film did. It was written by Steve Belling and follows Arthur as a kid after his mom left and when he discovers he has powers to breathe underwater. It's a basic young adult novel starring a young Aquaman. Nothing too special here. I really want to talk about the non-score music of the DCEU because every film has a few licensed songs that work to various levels of success. Suicide Squad is the first DC film to have a non-musical score and soundtrack, which is actually something all three Harley Quinn-led movies have, starting with Suicide Squad. Track 1 is Purple Lamborghini, which is performed by Rick Ross, backed up by EDM artist Skrillex, and is a very bombastic rap EDM hybrid track featuring a lot of tropes you'd expect from both artists. Occasionally kind of catchy, mostly pretty cheesy. He shouts out several members of the Suicide Squad on the track, such as Deadshot and Killer Croc. In one bar, Ross says Killer Croc will kidnap you and cut out your kidney. With Killer Croc's powers, I don't really see him being in the illegal organ market, but that's alright. I never thought I'd hear a rap EDM hybrid song based around Joker's car we see for one shot in the movie, but we did. Moving on. Sucker for Pain was a pretty big rap song to come from this album, featuring contributions from rappers Logic, Lil Wayne, Wiz Khalifa, with vocals from the ex-ambassadors Ty Dolla $ign and Imagine Dragons. There's a lot going on here, and despite numerous cooks in the kitchen here, I don't know, it's kind of fun. I really like Ty Dolla $ign, Lil Wayne, and Wiz Khalifa, so it works for me. Plus, Imagine Dragons mix an epic chorus without feeling too trapped in their sound, so it's pretty tolerable. That said, the production feels a little cheap, and it does feel a little more like an expensive movie track over an actual track that came up from these artists when they came together because they actually cared to make this thing. Track 3 is Heathens by the 21 Pilots and feels the most passionate of these songs on the album to me. I'm not a huge 21 Pilots fan, I don't really listen to them, but the song is pretty fun and has some cool production moments, like when there's almost an EDM watch it part in the middle. It's pretty straightforward, and I also appreciate it for what it is. It's not too bad. Track 4, Standing in the Rain, features Action Bronson, Mark Ronson, and Dan Arbach. I have literally never listened to anyone on this song before, and it shows. I thought the hook was boring. Action Bronson had some charisma and good lines, but I don't really see myself returning to this music anytime soon. Just doesn't have a style I love, but it wasn't bad. Overall, the song's a skip for me though. Gangsta by Kalani. I don't know who Kalani is. Her voice is okay, the backing track is okay, but nothing special. And Kalani is trying really hard to vocally lift the track, and while the effort is commendable, the lyrics are pretty much garbage. And the background music never matches the energy, making this feel a little unbalanced. No Better by Kevin Gates is a rap song, and it feels like a generic rap song that could be on any rap album. The beat is okay and the rap is fitting lyrically. It's nothing elevated though. The hook kinda works for me, but I don't think I'll return to this one. You Don't Owe Me is a song by Say Grace and G-Eazy, and is an album single from Say Grace's album, FMA, that came out around the time of this film and also featured on the OST. It feels like an actual song and not a gimmick movie album song. I don't think it's excellent, but it's pretty good, and I guess it feels like someone actually cared to make it. G-Eazy raps kind of good in his traditional frat boy rap style, and Say Grace is actually doing a pretty good job on it. It's okay, not my thing though. Without Me is a classic Eminem song from his Curtain Call album that was licensed for the film. Eminem is hit or miss for me, but this song has some fun lyrics and has a good beat. This one will end up in the car sometimes, and I wouldn't consider it high art. I definitely enjoy spinning it from time to time though, and it makes me reminisce on the era of Eminem that didn't have to be taken so seriously. Track 9, Wreak Havoc, is by Skylar Grey, who I admittedly know most from her rap collaborations with Diddy, Eminem, and Dr. Dre, but she has a solo track on this album. Wreak Havoc is a fun song, with her also singing the hook. It's versatile and pretty fun. That said, it isn't exactly being added to my playlist. Medieval Warfare is a song by Grimes, who I only know from having a few babies with Elon Musk. I can't barely hear her. Her vocals are kind of annoying also, and so is the beat. Track 11 is a cover of Bohemian Rhapsody by Panic at the Disco. You know, I'd probably like it more if the Queen version didn't exist and this was radically different, but instead it's a measurably less good version of Queen's original. It's not bad, it just literally has no reason to exist. I've heard some Panic at the Disco and they aren't bad, they just aren't really my thing. Track 12 is Slipping into Darkness by War, and it's an amazing song, but much like all songs, feels a little out of place on an album, mostly comprised of tracks that were as artificial as it gets. Possibly the best song on the album. Fortunate Son by Creedence Clearwater Revival was played because the movie thought it would be badass. Perhaps it was fitting since it was a war protest song, but probably not because they played it to look badass, which sort of defeats the purpose of the song. Track 14, I Started a Joke by Becky Hansen, really wants to be epic, but it's just a faux operatic clusterfuck. It's genuinely bad. There's a few additional tracks on the album's seemingly pointless deluxe version as well. These include the bonus track Super Freak by Rick James, which is an all-time classic, and I suppose Rick James's energy kind of fits the tone of this movie. The second bonus track is Spirit in the Sky by Norman Greenbaum, which is another great song. It was also featured in the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack, and this is a bit more of a blatant choice considering Suicide Squad is kind of DC's attempt at capturing Guardians of the Galaxy's magic and starring more obscure characters in the ensemble. It's a solid song though, and one of my favorites on both soundtracks. Bonus track 3, I'd Rather Go Blind by Etta James, is another utter classic that does not need to be in the mix of this album. If I had any criticisms of this soundtrack, it's that listening to it, there's a lot of really solid licensed songs riddled throughout the middling songs that clearly don't have as much heart and energy put into them. Songs like Sucker for Pain or Heathens are pretty solid tracks that capture the film well and are worth a listen, but not really classics that transcends the movie's soundtrack, and they're also very specific to the film themselves. It's not something you can really take away from the film. The album also feels very uneven, mixing genres, but it still managed to sell over 2 million units and was certified double platinum in the United States, prompting DC and Warner Brothers to make tie-in albums for their later Harley Quinn films. Birds of Prey also had an album following the sales success of the Suicide Squad's album. You got track 1, Boss Bitch by Doja Cat, and it's not really my thing, but it's quick and fits the mood of Harley Quinn, but it's a little overbearing from the backing track and I can't really get into the hook. So Thick by Whipped Cream features Baby Goth, also sucks in my opinion for similar reasons. The hook is a little cheap, the beat is a little overbearing, just doesn't come together well. Diamonds by Megan Thee Stallion with Naomi is a little better. Again, I hate the beat, but Megan Thee Stallion is dripping with confidence and seems to be having fun, and Normani's voice works despite not being super special in my opinion. It comes together a lot better. Megan definitely has some good star power and is walking over this beat despite the beat being, kinda mediocre. Sway With Me by Sway T and Galaxra is fun. The backing track works better for a song like this than the previous tracks, and this song has a really nice hook and chorus that is rap and dance inspired. I like it. I don't know who either of these are, but I dug it enough. Joke's on You by Charlotte Lawrence is another real fun track with some nice vocals and a good backing track that really captures the film and works really well. Sounds kind of Bondish as well. I love me some James Bond theme songs, so I'm with it. Track 6, Smile by Maisie Peters is another electronic pop song. Maisie's voice is kind of discount Billie Eilish, but I like the track enough. Sounds like some shit that would play in the background of a loud cocktail lounge. Track 7, Lonely Gun by Sin, is pretty short, but it's okay. An intense build-up of a song that, while electronic in nature, has vocals that would feel at home on a country song as well. And I don't know anything about Sin, but the song's alright. Track 8, Experiment on Me by Halsey, has the backing track straight out the Mortal Kombat menu with lyrics that sound kinda shitty. Danger by Juicy Fruit is a shout rap song that sounds improvised on the spot and not in a good way. Bad Memory by K-Flay is pretty okay. I like K-Flay, she makes pretty good music. This isn't really one of those songs I would keep spinning, but it's a decent breakup style track that keeps K-Flay's simultaneously intense yet calm feel. I know that makes no sense, but she's great and kind of an underappreciated artist. Feeling Good by Sophie Tucker has decent vocals, but I feel like I've heard this song like 1,000 times, and I don't think I actually sat down and listened to this song in my life until now. A little derivative, but I don't hate it. Invisible Charons by Lauren Lungru is another track that starts out kind of romantic and bondish, then turns into something of a generic Beyonce type song. It's fine. Track 13, This Is a Man's World by Junie Smollett-Bell, is a song created by the Black Canary actress for the film. She has a really solid and varied voice, which probably explains why she was picked for Black Canary. This is a pretty good song. Track 14, I'm Gonna Love You Just a Little Bit, is a song by Summer Walker that's a bit boring, but Summer's voice is good enough. The backing track just feels a little too much like the Sonic Adventure overworld music for me, so it's a little weird. Track 15, Hit Me With Your Best Shot by Adana, is a cover of Pat Benatar's hit 1980 song. The cover is very low energy, which a lot of this soundtrack isn't, and it seems like an odd choice given the original's very high energy and youthful feel. This album sold 20,000 units in its first week and basically flopped. It didn't sell nearly as well as the Suicide Squad album, which went double platinum and did fairly impressive numbers. I think the problem is the lack of a really solid single, and mostly being led by relatively small artists, with some more famous names like Megan Thee Stallion being fairly new at the time this album was released. COVID and poor marketing also made this movie perform much worse than the Suicide Squad, and it's hard to have a successful tie-in product to a movie that didn't exactly do numbers in and of itself. The album features all original songs or covers, not packing with random songs that are already big hits like Suicide Squad did, making the album more creatively satisfying for sure. I also think having only female-led vocalists helped to tie into the thesis of the film more, but perhaps cut off some of their options given the fact that they went for a dance-rap hybrid for this, and the talent pool is relatively slender. I don't mind it though. I think it was a solid choice to use only female voices, and it fits with the film well. I also enjoy a lot of the artists on this album. It felt a little more passionate than Suicide Squad, for example, which paid larger artists to whip up countless feature verses and pad the rest of the runtime with licensed songs. I almost feel this album needed a central voice, however, someone that appeared on several tracks and had a theme and direction. Think what Kendrick Lamar did with the Black Panther soundtrack, which is an absolutely amazing tie-in album curated by Kendrick Lamar and working with a lot of frequent collaborators and people he thought would make fitting songs based on the vibe of the film. That also would allow for a fan base of one artist to kind of find all these new supporting acts. Perhaps give Megan Thee Stallion or Doja Cat a more primary role, then have them kind of add a thesis to the album. Overall, it's fun though, and it's definitely a decent vibe despite not really being my thing. The Suicide Squad original motion picture soundtrack wasn't fully original like Birds of Prey, nor was it a mix of new and old songs like Suicide Squad's album. Rather, it followed more closely to the format of James Gunn's previous film franchises, Guardians of the Galaxy, with a curated tracklist format. It isn't on streaming service, rather there's a curated playlist by Warner Brothers, which I assume saves money on actually paying the streaming rights to use all these songs, but it was released on vinyl through Mondo Records, which is a record company that works on several movie soundtrack releases. The track playlist, when released on Spotify, had additional tracks that inspired the film, but did not make it into the soundtrack itself. We'll start with the tracks that are on the LP as printed itself. Track 1, Folsom City Blues by Johnny Cash, which I think sets up a different mood than both the old Suicide Squad and Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack. Johnny sings a very solid country rockabilly song that sets a different mood than the neon-soaked pop rap environment of the original Suicide Squad and Birds of Prey. It's also just a classic Johnny Cash song, so you can't really go wrong here. Sucker's Prayer by the Decemberists is an alternative rock ballad that sets another very different mood, and while it's much more a recent track than the first track on the album, it's a good transition from Johnny's top-notch 50s production to this really well-constructed rock track from 2018, another pretty solid pick. Track 3, Samba Na Sola by Siu, is a Latin song off Siu's 2006 album. I don't mind the song, it's a bit elevator music-y to me through the backing track, but even so, I only speak English, so I have no idea what she's really saying here. Track 4, Whistle for the Choirs by the Fratellis, is another pretty good alternative rock track from 2007. I have a few Fratelli songs, so I'm sort of familiar. It's a good song and fits pretty well with the vibe of the rest of the track list. Track 5, Point of No Return by Kansas, is a 1977 track that is a very fun 70s rock track. I think there's talent involved in the track, and I like the strings they employ on the track, but it's not really my type of rock. Fits the compilation well enough though. Track 6 is Sola by Jesse Reyes and is another 2018 song with some beautiful vocals and a wonderful backing track. Again, this is mostly in Spanish, so I have no idea what she's actually saying, but the track is solid. Track 7, Can't Sleep by K-Flay, is a 2014 song. I already praised K-Flay in my previous segment on the Birds of Prey soundtrack, and this isn't an original song like your Birds of Prey track, but the song is pretty good. Again, I like K-Flay, so naturally, I'll like one of her more popular joints. Track 8 is Quem Tem Jaga by Dirk Barbosa, featuring Gloria Groove and Gloria Conca, is another Latin pop rap joint from 2019. It's not bad, I like the energetic rap and chorus, and it has a good backing track to it that's unique and adds another different feel to the soundtrack, but again, I have no idea what they're saying, so I can't really comment on that. Track 9 is Rain from the Suicide Squad. It's by Grandson and Jesse Reyes. It's the only song actually written for the film, and is definitely designed to fit in the Latin and alt-rock feel of the album, fitting the album really well, and actually being a really good song. The vocals from both Jesse and Grandson are pretty good in my opinion. It does feel a bit like a song written for the original soundtrack, but the backing track is so good, and it's just a solid effort that fits well with the thesis of the songs they collected for the album, and of course the film itself. Track 10, Just a Gigolo and I Ain't Got Nobody, and Nobody Cares for Me by Louis Prima, is an older joint from 1956. I really enjoy Louis Prima, so I'm not surprised this song worked well for me. He has a very unique voice that fits perfectly in both the Italian and New Orleans culture that he surrounded himself in, and he's an icon of the first half of the 20th century. That said, I don't know how well this fits in with the mixtape. I think more of the Latin-inspired choices in alternative rock makes this stand out a little more, especially coming off Rain, which is very modern in production. This song feels like an odd choice. I think Folsom Prison Blues from the start works as an introduction, but this is the first hard tonal shift and threw me off a bit. Still a really solid track and one of his best from the time period. Track 11, Hey by the Pixies, is a 1989 track. It's pretty solid again, another tonal change from the previous Prima track, but feels more in place off the rest of the album. It's definitely more of a low-key stripped back joint, which is good. It's kind of a nice mental rest. The previous two albums failed to ever really take the foot off the gas, so to speak, which caused some fatigue in listening for me since they were always high energy, so a bit more of a relaxed song by a solid band like the Pixies I think was a strong decision. Track 12, So Busted by Culture Abuse, is another alternative rock song that works well on the album. It's not my favorite song on the album, but feels nostalgic to the 2000s for me, and it sounds like something I would have found on Tony Hawk Pro Skater's soundtrack or a Jackass film. It also fits with the tone of the album pretty well, so it's a short and solid choice, and brings me back to my childhood a bit. Track 13, Oh No by Grandson, is a 2019 alternative song that has some hip-hop elements. I thought Grandson's contribution to Rain as the original song on the album was solid, so hearing one of his original tracks was cool too. Track 14, this is an off-album single I found, Oh No, by Grandson, Vic Mensa, and Masked Wolf is a rap song which is pretty decent. Grandson's vocals are okay, and Vic Mensa and Masked Wolf have serviceable verses. I'm a fan of Vic Mensa, but never really listened to Masked Wolf, except that Astronaut in the Ocean song from a few years ago that was really weird. This song would feel more at home on the original film soundtrack to me, more than this alternative heavy soundtrack, which is probably why it was left off the primary album release. Track 15, another song that didn't make the album but made the playlist, was People Who Died by the Jim Carroll Band from 1980. It's a solid enough high rock song. I can see, much like Oh No, why it was left off the album, as it doesn't fit with the album super well, but I would guess the actual reason for the omission was licensing. Regardless, it's on the larger playlist. Well, that was the main Suicide Squad album. While we still have some more music to talk about on the film, I wanted to round up my primary thoughts on the album. It's a pretty solid album, not quite my favorite James Gunn superhero mixtape, as I think the Guardians albums definitely stand above this a bit, with the first volume of Guardians of the Galaxy being a banger of an album, and I was listening to that all the time in high school. It's just so coherent and feels like songs were designed to be listened to that way, rather than being pulled from multiple sources. It's actually pretty impressive. This album has a lot of good songs, but definitely lacks the level of cohesion we saw with the first Guardians album. Though I will note the music in this film felt a little more like a bonus, whereas the music in Guardians felt story essential, being Peter's last link to his mother, and the new connective tissue with his new family, the Guardians of the Galaxy. So I'm not expecting that level of cohesion, just a solid soundtrack, which I think we got here. This is one thing I hope to see more of in Gunn's DC. Now, I'm not saying we don't need some new iconic scores too, but we also could definitely use these fun jukebox soundtracks in films that it fits in, like a Booster Gold film or something like that. I'm interested to see what he does with Superman, because I don't see how a soundtrack like this could really fit a character like Superman, but we'll see. I have a pretty good amount of faith in James Gunn and his abilities, so we'll see as time goes on what exactly he wants to do with that film musically. Gunn also had several tracks that didn't make the final cut that he had in mind and put into a separate Spotify playlist, and I wrote some commentary that explains why they were cut. The playlist had 8 songs that Gunn believes would have fit the film, but ultimately he changed the song. Rusty Cage by Johnny Cash is a late era 1996 release by the country artist. It's a cover of a song by Soundgarden. The song was about to be used over Folsom Prison Blues, also by Johnny Cash, but because the film Wrath of Man by Guy Ritchie starring Jason Statham was going to use the song as well, they ultimately went back to using the original choice of Folsom City Blues because the song works so well with the scene anyways. Rusty Cage was definitely a good backup choice, but Folsom Prison Blues works so well in the film, I get why they kept it. Still a really solid Johnny Cash song and a good backup plan. Track 2, What a Way to Die by the Pleasure Seekers, is a 2011 garage band track. It was briefly considered to replace People Who Died as the opening credits track, however, People Who Died was picked over this. I really like this song. It's got a groovy, like 1960s punk track. Real weird, but also solid. Track 3, Drawn the Line by Aerosmith, is a 1977 Aerosmith track that was originally going to be played when the squad is dropped into the water when invading the beach during the opening fake-out. The producers preferred playing the original score over this song. I enjoy this song, but it might be a little too 70s for this track, so the score felt like it fit the scene a little more. Samo Sir by Anna Tyrix is a French Chile alternative hip-hop song from 2014. It's big and celebratory, but I don't know what the hell they're saying. I only speak American English. It was originally used for the brothel scene, but the scene was trimmed down a bunch, so it was replaced with K-Flay's Can't Sleep, which fit the updated scene better than this song. Track 5, The Human Paradox by Dynasty from 2016, is a metal song Gunn planned on playing in a scene before being replaced by the original song written for the film Rain. This song is pretty solid and epic. It reminds me of Lion's Transformers theme for the original animated movie. Not sure if Dynasty would take that as a compliment, but for me, that's the highest compliment you can give. Resistre by Resistre Mexico is another song considered for the Rain scene that Human Paradox was also up for. Kind of feels like an 80s synth pop song in Spanish with some classic Latino horns you wouldn't necessarily hear in an American counterpart of this type of song. At points, it also feels like an anime end credits theme. Let's call it a mix of genres. Death on Two Legs by Queen is a 1975 rock ballad that started their album A Night in the Opera, which to casual Queen greatest hits enjoyers like myself is the album with Bohemian Rhapsody on it. It's a solid track as you'd expect from Queen. The song has an epic and elevated feel by the larger-than-life performance by Queen's Freddie Mercury. The song was intended to be used during Harley's escape, but was ultimately cut. A Perfect Miracle by Spiritualized is a 2018 track that was considered for the end of the film, but ultimately it just didn't work out and it was replaced. This feels like a really solid, soft, and dreamy alternative joint. It's a subtle song, but I enjoy it. It feels like some shit they'd break down on NPR in the morning when they do those morning song breakdowns. I don't know if anyone else listens to NPR. Track 9, Sometime by Kiro Kiro Bonito from 2018 is an alternative song that was considered for the end credits scene. It's another cute song that's a bit joyful and feels like something that would be a little bit more home on the Napoleon Dynamite soundtrack than the Suicide Squad, but it's a cute enough song. Track 10, El Pueblo Unde Jaras Sira Vecino by Inti Illimani was another choice for the end credits scene. It leans more into the Latin fascination James Gunn had for the soundtrack of this film, and is a very different flavor from Sometime, but it's still okay. My conclusion is a lot of this playlist was random Latin tracks, and the tracks that popped up on the alt-rock radio station while James Gunn was writing the film. There's way too many 2018 alt-rock songs on this album and the final album to have that not been the case. Gunn did some good curation, but dang, it's a lot of 2018 alt-rock for some reason. Anyhow, we still aren't done because the Suicide Squad actually had a second album. This one is called Supervillain, music inspired by the Suicide Squad. It's a 6-track dance music compilation inspired by the film and is 18 minutes long by DJ Flunta and Ivan and Peter. As much as dance music is not my thing, for you guys I went through it. Track 1, Javelin, Move Your Body. I don't really like this one, it sounded too generic to me. I don't know anything about dance music though. Track 2, Amanda Waller, is another dance track. This song is painful to listen to, and the drop blows. What does it have to do with Amanda Waller even? Perhaps it is that I'm not popping Molly pills in a packed club, but I think they would probably play something more hype than this in the club. I don't know. Track 3, Bloodsport, is genuinely the worst noise my ears have ever had to endure. Track 4, Peacemaker, reminds me of the Ricardo meme, but the Ricardo meme song actually goes kinda hard. This does not. Again, with the most disappointing drop in music history. Track 5, Harley Quinn. By the time Harley Quinn came on, I realized listening to this album at my plumbing job through a Bluetooth headset at 8 a.m. is not the way this album was intended to be heard, but I don't care. It was a skipper. Track 6, Bloodsport, featuring Weasel remix, is trash and even more annoying than the original. Also, that name is awful. Look, I don't like dance music much unless I'm tripping so much balls I need a binky not to bite my tongue off. I'm wearing a Depends adult diaper for when I inevitably unload my bodily fluids all over the club, and I think I might be the only person on the internet to ever bother reviewing this album. And look, I'm not exactly good at reviewing music, and I don't know anything about dance music. In fact, my previous comments about the junkies at EDM shows might have been offensive. But anyways, I mean, maybe the EDM people will like it. I don't think so. This just seemed kind of bad to me, but you're welcome to give it a listen and call me an asshole or something. The DCEU had several video games, most of which were cheap mobile games or VR experiences. While it feels totally unnecessary, we'll go over them all now. Man of Steel had a game made by Kellogg's Cereal. Sadly, the link was dead when I tried playing. Based on the camera-to-screen footage I could find of the game, it seemed to be some sort of AR experience. Looked kind of weird. Man of Steel, the game, was for iOS and Android and was a mobile game retelling of the film, with supposed next-gen graphics on mobile, a claim that wasn't true in 2013, but is particularly funny now that the game looks kind of shitty if I'm being totally honest. I vaguely remember playing this and quickly deleting it, but it bolsters 6 super suits, which is cool I guess. Man of Steel, Heroes Flight is another mobile game where you play as Superman and fly around a whopping 3 levels. Along the way, you collect power-ups. It looks marginally better than the other Man of Steel mobile game, I suppose. Batman v Superman, Who Will Win, is a mobile game adaptation of Batman v Superman. It adapts locations from the film into an endless runner a la Temple Run, with a gimmick to set it apart that you could either choose from Batman or Superman to run through the course with. It looks fine, but it's another endless runner. Nothing special here. Suicide Squad Special Ops was the Suicide Squad's official tie-in game. It's an FPS. Graphically it looks alright, and it doesn't look totally terrible for an FPS game from 2016 for mobile phones. It certainly looks more like a game than the previous DCEU games, I'll say that. Wonder Woman Rise of the Warrior is a mobile game that was built into Snapchat to coincide with the release of the Wonder Woman movie. It's a 16-bit scroller where you can attack and block based on imagery from the film. I like the style of the game, but it's nothing too special. Justice League VR, The Complete Experience, is a Justice League VR game that is essentially a series of tech demos, but you get to play as the 6 members of the Justice League and play games such as race as Batman, fight parademons as Wonder Woman, fly as Superman, fight a monster as Aquaman, defuse a bomb as Flash, and fight drones as Cyborg. It looks somewhat fun, but it's just a few tech demos at the end of the day. Wonder Woman, The Themyscira Experience, is a Roblox experience based on Wonder Woman to hype up Wonder Woman 84. It features minigames based on the Wonder Woman films, but is mostly a skins pack for Roblox. The Black Adam's Experience is a Roblox expansion based on the Black Adam film. It has a series of minigames and different costumes to outfit your characters with. The DCEU was also featured in several DLC packs for games based on Warner Bros. Properties. Lego Batman 3 has several characters as well as the full level based on the beginning of Man of Steel, which I actually recently played with Aiden for his Lego Batman 3 video, with 2 Hans Zimmer musical scores being integrated into the level as well. In the Injustice mobile game, a loose adaptation of Injustice Gods Among Us for consoles, several characters are playable, including Man of Steel Superman, Dawn of Justice Superman, Dawn of Justice Batman, Dawn of Justice Wonder Woman, Suicide Squad Harley, Suicide Squad Deadshot, Suicide Squad Joker, as well as a more unhinged Suicide Squad Joker. The console version of Injustice 2 features suits based on Batman, Superman, Flash, Darkseid, Cyborg, and Wonder Woman. The mobile game also features Batman, Superman, Aquaman, Flash, Wonder Woman, and Cyborg. Much later, they also added Black Adam for whatever reason. Batman Arkham Knight added the Ben Affleck standard Batsuit, along with a reskinned Batmobile based on the Batmobile from Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice. Lego DC Supervillains had 2 story packs based on films of the DCEU, one based on Aquaman and the other based on Shazam, that both loosely follow the plots of those films. There was also a character pass that was released based on the DCEU, with a total of 30 characters between the 3 DLC add-ons. Highlights include Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Flash, Deathstroke, Aquaman, Black Manta, Mira, and the Shazam family. This is probably the most comprehensive way to play as several of these characters in the franchise in video game form. Fortnite, which has constant guest characters, featured a number of playable DC characters, including Harley Quinn based on her Birds of Prey look, Aquaman and Black Manta from Aquaman, Bloodsport from Suicide Squad, Black Adam from Black Adam, and several other DC characters appear, but these are ones that aren't based on the films of the DCEU. Rick and Morty, Rick Yourself, also has cosmetics based on the characters of the Suicide Squad. Mortal Kombat 1 has Peacemaker as a playable character, along with a couple other non-DCEU heroes such as Homelander from The Boys and Omni-Man, which is kind of weird, like 2 of your guest characters are Superman parodies. The hell's going on here? Regardless, looks kind of fun to play as Peacemaker. The DCEU has shown up outside of the core films, comics, books, and games in a series of non-canon Easter eggs within Warner Brothers properties. In Space Jam: A New Legacy, the sequel to the 1996 cult classic Space Jam, we see Wonder Woman modeled after Gal Gadot's interpretation from the DCEU in the background during the climactic final basketball game. Gadot did not appear, but her image appeared alongside several other Warner Bros. Owned characters. Lola Rabbit at one point also uses the lasso of Histaya, or the famous golden lasso, to save LeBron James and Bugs Bunny from falling into a pit of lava. Batman also appears in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers briefly in a style similar to his armored suit from Batman v Superman, along with many other film projects from recent years. In Teen Titans Go, which often spoofs things from the DC Universe in episode 365, the final of season 7, Zack Snyder and Patrick Wilson both guest star when the Titans hope to make their own version of the Snyder Cut. Rick and Morty, an Adult Swim cartoon which also happens to be owned by Warner Bros., has mentioned the DCEU a few times. In one episode, Rick quips that Batman sleeps for 8% of the Snyder Cut, and in another episode, Rick describes metabolic hibernation as what people think of Wonder Woman 84. I guess Rick really likes watching the DC superhero films? I don't know. An advertisement for Tide laundry detergent sees Charlie Day inserted into the shopping mall robbery scene from the start of Wonder Woman 1984. This is one of the few non-canon integrated ads. Meek Rat Movies, A Heroic Journey, is a tie-in comic based on the movie theater coupon service that sells movie tickets. The comic features two Meek Rats attempting to make it into a showing of Batman v Superman on time. Warner Bros. 2023 smash sensation Barbie also mentioned the Snyder Cut, with the Margot Robbie film throwing a little shade at its lead's previous flagship franchise. At one point, Barbie, played by Alexandra Shipp, says,
I was somehow really invested in the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League.
Zack Snyder fans got really upset about this innocent joke that was a pretty funny jab at the fact that a group of people, primarily men who live in basements, are obsessed with the Snyder Cut. A lot of these people also hate woke movies, so it was definitely a play on getting some publicity off the perpetually angry group of people. It's actually a pretty genius marketing ploy because the Snyder fans did pretty much exactly what they expected the fans to do and got angry about it. Well, that was the DCEU. I think it's safe to call the DCEU an overall failure. Critics rarely connected with the franchise, and the box office often reflected with poor earnings, especially towards the end when the gusto of superhero cinema started to weigh on people a little bit. On top of that, in the near decade, the DCEU churned out films. The films had multiple directorial changes, as well as just kind of changing leadership constantly. At first it was Snyder's vision, then it was Joss Whedon's vision, then J.J. Abrams, Walter Hamada, but none of them ever gained any sort of footing, and it was constantly sort of a rotating door of who was at the head of the DCEU. Meanwhile, you also had projects that, outside of a few cameos, typically didn't lead to a larger story. There were so many spin-offs and spin-offs of spin-offs and planned canceled spin-offs of those spin-offs, not to mention the amount of projects publicly teased or outright announced, along with end credit scenes that rarely delivered what was promised. Stars that were doing unhinged and crazy things, directors going off the rails, Jared Leto was on-set pranks, streaming services coming and going, changing leadership at Warner Bros. Overcorrecting after any sort of criticism, cutting a finished film during the marketing phase, being bullied by Snyder fans into releasing a 5-year-old film that no one wanted to see but them that ended up failing, burning bridges with cast and crew by starting new projects, then slamming the brakes constantly. It was a real bad situation because a lot of people, myself included, would have loved to see great things from these DC properties, and I think there was a lot of potential. Ultimately, while I disliked Snyder's films, I would have rather seen his vision of the DCEU through than what we ultimately got, which was kind of just a clusterfuck of random stuff, or let someone else take the reins. But ultimately, what we got was a mess with no vision, and that's ultimately what we ended up with. That's why I think this James Gunn deal is great, but Warner Bros. Also has been known to rug pull things at any sight of turbulence, so while I would love to predict smooth sailing from here, I also have a gut feeling this new marriage between Gunn and Warner Bros. May not go exactly as planned, and much like what happened to Zack, I think fans could be left with a lot of promises, with very few fulfilled promises, and tainting the DC brand even further than they already have. I hope Warner Bros. Changes its ways, but if you're a Snyder fan, a Gunn fan, or just a DC fan hoping for good films, that might not happen under Warner until they learn to keep course and just figure out what they want to do with these properties rather than being so scared and touchy with when and where they cancel films. Anyways, that was the DCEU. I tried to talk about everything and hopefully explain why it didn't work out in the long run. It had some fun moments, and I was usually more excited for the next DC movie than Marvel because you genuinely never knew what you were going to get. I hope Gunn keeps that crazy randomness while also zoning in on quality. We will see if anything ever comes of the DCU though.